The story begins on a beautiful morning at the estate of the Count's family in the Seldom Kingdom. A young boy wakes up in bed, his mind lost in deep thought. As he rises, he recalls a familiar dream, one that has followed him for years. His name is Jane Welton, the eldest son of the Count's family and the official heir to the Seldom Kingdom. However, in a past life, he was known as Diablo Volpir, a powerful figure who once stood against the 12 heavenly deities. Unable to defeat him in battle, the 12 chose to seal him away. In his final moments, Diablo, undaunted, said with a smirk, "You couldn't defeat me, so you chose to imprison me instead." The gods cast their spell, and Diablo cried out in anguish. As they sealed him, they proclaimed, "You won't find peace. Your existence will be one of endless struggle." Thus, Diablo was bound in eternal confinement, sealed by divine power. Ages passed like shadows in the dark, until one day a faint crack appeared in the barrier. And through that crack, a path to return slowly began to emerge. He was reborn as the son of the Count family. He remembers the day he was born. His parents were in front of him, looking at him affectionately. He tried to speak, but the only words that escaped his mouth were boo. As a noble, showered with love from his parents, he spent his childhood surrounded by affection. 9 years have passed since then. Now he stares out the window, reflecting on the phases of his life. He is tired of his daily routine. Just then, his nanny entered the room, greeting him with a warm smile. "Good morning, young master." "Good morning," Jane replied, his voice soft. She asked, "What are you doing up so early?" He answered, "I was looking at the morning sky. It's really pretty today." The nanny smiled warmly. "My young master is so affectionate," she said, praising him. Jane, confused, asked, "Why do you praise me so much?" She laughed lightly. "It's because you have such a kind heart. Watching the sky is lovely, but you must get dressed. The master and madam are waiting for you." After some time, she escorted him to the dining hall. She then informed his parents, "Master James has arrived." James sighed, thinking he had to go through this again. His parents and younger sister warmly welcomed him. He greeted them happily and wished them good morning. He sat beside his younger sister at the table. Their parents really loved them and adored them together. Their mother, the sole daughter of the great Bell family, Sears Bell Welton, praised her children. "You two are so cute. You take after your father," she said. Janie's father, the head of the Welton Count's family, was Swordmaster Count Arjun Weldon. He was one of the 5 swordmasters in the kingdom, a man with an impressive title. Yet to Jane, he was simply a man deeply in love with his wife and children. James' younger sister, Sarah Welton, was an adorable child. She fed her brother to show her love. In return, he fed her a spoonful of food, a small but proud moment for their parents. These things, though, were starting to tire James. He felt exhausted from always being the sweet and loving guy. After finishing breakfast, he returned to his room. He lies on his bed, thinking he will never be able to get used to how over-affectionate they can be. However, he has gotten much better now that he is older. But back then, he wanted to die because he had to talk in a cute way, like he had a short tongue. He also likes this mansion because there are many things to do, and the private library is nice too. Suddenly, a little bird-like creature flies onto his head. While lost in his thoughts, regretting his weak little body, he gets up and grabs the bird in his hand. He smashes it in his grip, thinking that those 12 stupid gods still exist, still leeching off their believers. He is glad to know that dark magic no longer exists in this era. A devilish smile spreads across his face. Time, he realizes, is ultimately on his side. Dark aura seeps from the bird he just crushed. James is determined. He will grow stronger and one day defeat those gods. At that moment, the nanny appears at his door and informs him, "It's time for you to read children's books with madam." He turns around with a smile on his face and says, "I will be there soon." But in fact, he doesn't want to go there. Whenever he has to act cute, it makes him want to retreat and be sealed off again. He walks to the living room where his mother and sister are waiting. Sitting on the ground, he acts cute and asks, "What book will you be reading to us today?" At first, they are surprised by his loving gesture, but then his mother hugs them tightly and says, "My children are so precious." She tells them that the book they are reading is called The Great Magician Hines. She begins reading the story, and Sarah and Jane listen quietly. After some time, she finishes the story saying the main character, Hines, lived happily ever after. She asks the children for their thoughts on the story. Jane replies, "I want to become a great magician like Hines." She smiles and replies, "You will surely be a great magician because you've already defeated 3 of your magic teachers." Jane wonders if she is mocking him, since he defeated the magic teachers she had brought for him. She places her hand on his head and tells him that his father will bring a great magician for him this time. He then gets up from the sofa and says, "I'm going to the library." She asks him to give her a hug and adds, "Don't read too much and make sure to play outside a little." Jane rushes toward her and hugs her, though he doesn't really want to. His mother loves him and says, "Don't go to the library. Play with me instead." But he doesn't listen to her and ends up going to the library. A few hours later, he finishes a book. He says, I read it because it was the latest on mana breathing, but it wasn't helpful at all. It's lunchtime and Jane is tired of eating with them 3 times a day. He comes outside and finds a man in the lobby. The man is looking at an artifact and says, Count Welton used an artifact like this in front of the entrance to the dining hall as decoration. Jane wonders, who is this old man? The old man greets him, observing that he has an immense amount of mana leaking from his body, almost like a raging storm. He is sure that the old man is at least a 7-star mage. But the question is, how did he get there without a guide? He wonders if he is an intruder, but he seems too laid back to be one in the Swordmaster's mansion. He asks the old man, who are you? At the same time, he releases his aura to demonstrate his power, adding, what is your identity? The old man smiles. He truly appreciates the boldness and thinks, the son of a tiger is also a tiger. Jane knows the old man is trying to gauge his potential. That's why the old man hasn't answered him yet. Jane uses 2 fingers from his hand, channeling aura into them, thinking, I'll attack when he lets his guard down. Meanwhile, the old man is impressed. He thinks this child is far better than the rumors. He has this much mana at just 9 years old. The old man's curiosity grows. He releases his own aura, now eager to test James' strength. James, sensing the challenge, gets aggressive. He wonders, is the old man trying to test me? Without hesitation, he strikes, thinking, I am Diablo Volpir, the one who was on the verge of defeating even the gods in my past life. He tries to attack the old man using his powerful aura. However, the old man stays still, closing his eyes. After some time, the smoke from the attack clears. James observes that his attack didn't work as he had expected. He is shocked that his assault did no damage at all. Meanwhile, the old man seems impressed by James' resilience and wonders if he is really a 9-year-old boy. The old man then attacks, intending to test James' abilities. James notices the aura heading toward him, but he clearly sees that the magic isn't aimed at him. He doesn't move an inch, thinking there is no reason to react. The old man watches, shocked to see James' lack of response to the attack. Suddenly, James' father, the Count, appears out of nowhere and nullifies the attack. He angrily addresses the old man, saying, You've gone too far against the little kid. He turns to Jane and asks, Are you okay? Jane, suddenly changing his attitude, replies, I'm fine. The Count looks at the old man, Mark West, and says, We need to have a quick chat. And his expression doesn't say he's in a good mood. Marquess Lionel laughs loudly and says, I am very envious of the Count. After some time, they sit on the sofa in the drawing room to have a conversation. The Count angrily says, Jane is my son as well as the Weldon family's heir. But Marquess calmly replies, I am already aware of this fact. The Count gets angry and releases his aura. He didn't expect such an answer from Marquess. He asks, Calm down. How much do you know about my son? Unable to understand his question, the Count asks him to explain. Marquess corrects his question. Do you know how much of a genius your son is? The Count rudely replies, That's why I trusted you with my son. But then, you attacked him out of nowhere. Marquess observes that the Count doesn't know much about his son's talent and refuses to teach him magic. Marquess Lynn is among the living magicians and is known as the strongest 8th class great magician. However, someone like him chooses not to teach James. The Count wonders if his son is not as talented as he thought. Marx interrupts his thinking, clarifying that he has misunderstood. He elaborates, saying the reason he can't accept his son as a student is because he can't handle him. The Count is surprised and asks, if he can't handle him, then who will? Marcus responds, your son was able to read all my magic, which was considered impossible, even for someone truly talented. He continues, James is confident that my magic won't be able to touch him. It surprised me to see that he doesn't even flinch. Marx adds, James is already at the 3rd class level from his self-teachings. If we exclude the limits of his body, he's more than 4th class. He pauses, then says, we can't call him a genius, but he's more like a monster born in a swordsman's house. He tells the Count, your son needs no teacher. What he requires is support, and then he'll perfect himself. If everything goes smoothly, this might be the birth of a legendary 9th class magician. There's a silent pause for a moment as the Count tries to digest what the Marquess just said, that his son can become the legendary 9th class magician. In the meantime, the Marquess gets up, apologizing for attacking his son. He casts a spell and teleports to another place, disappearing from view. After that, the Count stays there, lost in his thoughts for a long time. On the other side, Jane comes out of his mother's room, looking tired. His mother had heard about what the old man did to him, so she called him over and comforted him, thinking he must be scared. He has no idea how many hours he was stuck in there. He puts his badge on the table, relieved that he finally saw some actual magic. He is sure that this kind of magic would have been dangerous, even in the mythical dynasty. But he is not impressed by the Marquess. It is his father, Count Jane Welton, who amazes him. He knew his father was strong, but not that strong. Suddenly, he is shocked to hear the Marquess' voice from behind. He jumps in surprise to see him sitting on his bed. The Marquess asked him, "What were you thinking about that you didn't even notice someone was here?" James, still startled, responds, "What are you doing in my room?" The Marquess laughs heartily and says, "You're quite the child to be so easily surprised." Still shocked, Jane asks, "How did you get into my room?" The Marquess calmly stands up and replies, "I teleported in." He then begins to share his observations. "You seem reserved around your father, but your demeanor changes when you're with me." The Marquess picks up the book and starts reading. The first topic he discusses is mana. Mana breathing is the act of inhaling through the mouth to draw mana into the heart. It's considered the most efficient method, though it has the drawback of limited absorption. He recalls an old man once saying his techniques were outdated and wonders just how remarkable those techniques truly are. He finds the book engaging, but after a while, he closes it and thinks this is still too difficult to grasp. He knows that to master any skill, one must be able to sense each individual mana particle and make it so that he can absorb it through his skin. He lies on the bed, formulating strategies to learn the magic precisely. He is at a point where substituting the old technique seems impossible, but he knows he can do it. After all, he is the strongest Diablo Volpir, capable of achieving anything. He gets up and starts reading the book, fully immersed in the content. "The old man has taught me something good," he says, smiling. "I'll make sure to absorb every bit of it." With a flick of his fingers, he summons the black circular bird for assistance. It perches on his shoulder and Jane commands, "Break apart some mana." The bird, obedient, takes flight and begins to break the mana apart, scattering it into fragments. The first challenge of the Marquess technique is to break the mana down to a size that can be absorbed through his skin. There is a limit, where Jane needs a fixed location and specific size, but with a black bird by his side, he feels confident. It is revealed that Black is a soul that has made a soul contract with him. Jane watches as Black breaks the mana into smaller pieces. This part is handled, he thinks relieved. Now, on to the next challenge. With the first stone dealt with, he moves on. He turns toward the second canoe, hitching his body. In other words, if there is a limit to the amount of mana his heart can absorb, he just needs to store the mana in multiple places. The next morning, the Count and Nanny stand outside James' room watching something. The Count's expression is one of shock, while the Nanny seems scared. They see James meditating with his mana, and his mana is so overwhelming that it swirls all around him. The Count is aware that the Marquess has given something to James, but he is shocked to see his mana manifesting like this in just one night. He wonders if his son has this much hidden talent. He orders the Nanny to let James stay like that for today. However, since they never know when he might come out, they need people to keep watch over him. He walks away, thinking his son will become a magician, not a swordsman, perhaps due to his wife's family influence. He smiles, imagining that at this moment, his son is a 9th class mage. A few hours later, Amy opens his eyes and completes the process he was going through. He is very excited because he has achieved his goal. He has completed the act of moving and breaking mana apart. It was hard at first because it was unpredictable, but it wasn't too bad after a couple of trials. He assumes that 4th class mana is his limit for now, and he needs to work harder. He was about to reach the 5th class too. Black whispers something in his ear. He understands what it is saying and replies, "I don't have any intention of reforming my body. I already know this body is young and weak." Black asks, "Why the impatience?" Jane promises, "I will walk slowly and steadily. The 12 gods are not running anywhere." He commands, "Become invisible." Black disappears, and Jane also asks, "Hide my mana. I'm planning to beat my father." Black follows his instructions, and now Jane can barely sense its presence. He brags, "My father won't be able to find out about my spirit." Then he steps outside and heads toward his father's room. On the other side, a man visits the Count to give him his greetings. He wants to thank him for allowing genies, as there hasn't been a precedent for religion in his territory. The Count explains the reason for his help. He says that he wanted to assist the local people. The man is confused by what he's hearing. The Count continues, revealing that he has always pursued only the best. "Now the genies have set foot within my territory, I will make it the greatest religion." The man observes, noting that the Count is warning him not to treat his residents as citizens of God. He feels a sense of caution. He shouldn't take the Count lightly. Afterward, the Count finishes the conversation and allows him to leave. The man rises, greets the Count, and takes his leave. Once the man is gone, the Count's smiling expression suddenly shifts to seriousness. Meanwhile, James, who had been eavesdropping from behind a pillar, watches the man leave. He recognizes the symbol of a crescent moon holding a yellow sphere on the man's back. There is also an unmistakable aura of the Empire's divine power emanating from him. He comes to know that he was a follower of Genie's god, one of the 12 gods, and he wants revenge against them. He wonders why his father suddenly decided to allow that religion into his territory. But angrily, he thinks he can't let it settle on his land, especially since he has so many restrictions holding him back right now. He realizes he has only one choice left. It is a religion that has set foot with the Count's permission, so the only way to get rid of it is to make the Count chase them out. He thinks he needs to meet his father first and start investigating tonight. He knocks on the door, informing them of his presence. After some time, they both sit in the Welton family's drawing room. His father asks him with a smile, "Are you done with everything you were doing?" Jane replies with yes, and adds, "I really enjoy the magic." He then observes that his father seems lost in thought. He inquires, "What's troubling you?" His father replies, "I just want you to grow up as a normal boy, but I'm worried about you. You have too much talent for that to happen. Living life as a genius isn't always the greatest thing. When children show talent as they grow, everyone applauds them. However, the moment their growth is stunted, the same people who praise them fiercely attack." He worries about Jane and wonders if his talent is truly good for him. He then calls Jane, saying, "You are free to do whatever you want. You can even quit magic if that's what you wish." He continues, however, "As long as you want to continue, I will support you in every way I can." Jane smiles and reassures him, saying, "Don't worry, I'll never give up on magic." The Count appreciates his bravery. He can feel immense mana radiating from Jane and wonders, is this really the mana of a 9-year-old boy? He observes Jane closely, sensing mana flowing through his entire body. More mana is being absorbed into his heart. Suddenly, his expression shifts to one of shock. The mana can't be stored anywhere except in the heart. He calls Jane again, his voice tense. "Did you learn the magic that Marquess Limmel gave you yesterday?" Jane replies with a yes and says he has even improved upon the issues that it had. The Count is shocked by the Marquess' creations. He wonders just how much his son improved within a single day. He stares at Jane, thinking if he is really the one who has the potential to become the legendary 9th-class magician. He smiles, thinking that compared to Jane, his own talent seems like nothing. Jane surprisingly asks him, "Why are you smiling?" The Count replies, "I'm laughing because I'm proud of my son." Jane laughs at him. He gets up from his sofa and pats him lovingly. Jane doesn't like this at all. He thinks he should stop patting me now. At the next moment, he is shocked when his father asks him about his invisible summon. He gets shocked and asks, "Can you see it?" According to Jane, it was impossible because he had properly applied invisibility to the summon. His father says, "Your summon is very cute. It looks a bit too round for it to be a bat." Jane wonders if his father has figured out that he is using dark magic. He then tells him that he made his summon into a bat shape and was hiding it. He thought his father would be surprised if he came to know that he made it. His father excitedly hugs him and says, "I am surely surprised." After some time, he seems tired and exhausted when he comes out of the room. He wonders, why is this house full of love and affection? At night, he comes out of the castle hiding his presence. He calls Black and asks him to come out. Black appears, his form surrounded by a dark aura. He came outside to find out why the genie's followers had come to his land. He uses Black's feathers and flies over the city. At the same time, somewhere in the city, 2 men from a criminal organization are discussing a matter. They are being informed by someone to stick to the plan. The mid-level officer, Philip, doesn't understand what they are getting involved in. His companion, named Jance, talks about someone. He says he has sacrificed half of the organization for his own personal gain. He reveals he's in a territory where even Count Welton would allow organizations like ours to thrive as long as they don't cross the line. But at this moment, human trafficking is crossing the line. Philip also seems worried, but says we can get out of this matter without getting caught if we get lucky. However, Jance has the opposite mindset and replies, "We will get caught eventually." They're scared of Count Welton because he loves children. Jance continues, "While we're using children from human trafficking within his land, if he comes to know about this, that day will be the day the entire underworld of the city is swept away." Philip insists our boss is confident we won't get caught. Jance tries to persuade him, saying it's impossible to hide from a swordsman. Philip asks, "Are you scared? Do you want to run away?" Jance replies, "I'd rather run away than snitch. There's a rule of the underworld. When responsibility for a crime is placed on those involved, the others don't snitch on what they're planning to do." Philip nods, agreeing with Jance. "We should run away from here." Jance looks at him and asks, "Do you have a plan? Even if this land is wide, the organization will search for us everywhere." Philip replies, "We should try our best. It's better to die trying than to die without a fight." Jance seems scared and asks, is there any other choice that doesn't involve dying? They continue discussing their escape plan when suddenly Jane appears behind the wall, listening to their conversation. Jance and Philip turn sharply, noticing his presence. They quickly rise to their feet. "Who are you?" They both ask in unison. James smiles, amused. It's quite interesting to see you asking about who I am. Without wasting a moment, Jance charges at him, attempting to strike. Philip follows suit, drawing his dagger and lunging toward James. But to their shock, James disappears in an instant. They search frantically, looking around, but he's nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, I hear James' voice from above. I was listening to something very interesting, he says, his voice echoing as he floats through the air. I'd love to hear the details. With a wicked grin, Jane uses his magic to hypnotize them, bringing them under his complete control. He calmly sits on a nearby bench, while Jance and Philip, now under his influence, sit motionlessly on the ground before him. He thinks human trafficking is the crime his father despises the most. He wonders what those idiots were thinking while committing such a crime. He is getting angry, his mood already soured by the gods meddling with humans. But now, these mere humans dare to mess around with children. He wonders what their captain was thinking when he accepted such a proposal. He is sure the captain knows his father well, yet he still chose to commit such a crime. James then casts a spell on Philip and Jance, ordering them to run to the Count's residence and reveal everything they were planning. They both get up and head toward the castle, as Jane instructed. Jane calls for Black and tells him to return to the castle, because the sun is about to rise. He is about to leave when suddenly someone attacks Philip from behind and slams him against the wall. Both Philip and Jance have been hit and nearly killed. James sees 4 men appear. One of them laughs loudly and calls them foolish. Jane wonders where this madman has come from. He even dares to turn on those who once followed his orders. He casts another spell on Philip and Jance, preventing their end for now. They will only fall after completing at least the task he assigned to them. Their bodies begin to stir as they try to rise in the middle of the office. Hai, the leader of the criminal organization, orders his men to drag them over along with the boy in the dark robe. Without turning around, James speaks. Are you looking for trouble? He asks. Hai commands his men to move Philip and Jance aside. He'll deal with them later. Right now, his focus is on the boy in black. Jane glares at him, his expression stern. But before Jane can act, Hai strikes first, launching a powerful spell that hits him directly. Hai follows up with several more spells, each one landing with force. He laughs, clearly enjoying himself. This is entertaining, he says. He casts one final spell, and Jane vanishes completely, leaving no trace behind. Hai stands tall, satisfied with what he's done. Moments later, a man approaches and asks, what exactly did you just do? Hai angrily asks, what are you talking about? I'm sure I attacked the little guy. But he is shocked when Jane appears behind him and asks, is this all you've got? He calls out, was it fun to kill your comrade? Hai is stunned, wondering, why did this guy die? I was sure I killed him. I turned him into ashes. An ominous aura suddenly surrounds him. James stares at him and says, you shouldn't act like this when you only have 3rd-class mana. Furious, Hai uses his 3rd-class explosion magic spell, Buster, and attempts to strike. He thinks my magic may not be on par with 5th-class explosion magic, but is enough to burn that small body of his to ashes. Suddenly, a yellow light envelops the entire area, obscuring their vision. After a moment, Hai feels his body being manipulated by an unseen force. James appears again and calmly states, humans feel helplessly weak when facing those who are stronger, and I enjoy manipulating the minds of those weaker than I am. He has affected his mind to the extent that he feels like a tiny creature compared to James. After a while, he falls to the ground and dies. His comrades are shocked to see that the little guy has killed their brother Hai so easily. They are now scared of him and intend to run away from there. But James extends his hand toward them, saying, consider yourselves unlucky. He then closes his fist and casts the spell Eraser, hitting them all. He turns toward Hai, who is now under his control, and asks, answer my questions. Hai calls him master and says, I will answer every question. After some time, Hai reveals everything to Jane about their involvement in human trafficking. But it's nothing different from what Jane has heard before. Jane thinks he can now inform his father about the human trafficking through those two. Now he wonders what he should do with Hai. Even though he held back, Hai's soul is completely ruined, and even though his body is fine, he will die soon. First, Jane decides to turn him into an undead, since he is a 3rd-class magician. But even if he turns him into one with this kind of soul, he will soon start rotting away. Maybe if it were on the battlefield, but the physical appearance of an undead will only be poisoned in a peaceful place like this. After thinking about all the possible ways, he has one last option to use now. He smiles and exclaims if Hai is a 3rd-class magician, that he should already be filled with mana. He uses his black magic and starts sucking Hai's mana. After some time, he has absorbed all of the mana from his body. There were impurities mixed with the mana due to a human's physical limitations, he exclaims, but I'm lucky to be able to eat a large amount of mana like this. He then turns toward Jance and Philip and asks, what will you do now? He has forcefully filled them with mana and raised them back, but they won't stay like this for long. In the next moment, Black appears, helping him gather some dark energy. Jane thinks, I can't let them die before revealing the truth to my father. He uses his necromancy magic on them so that they stay alive. It is the ability to raise the dead and use their bodies. Although it's similar to bringing them back to life, it's not entirely the same. This is because bodies raised from the dead using necromancy are no longer living beings. It's literally about raising the dead, beings that are no longer alive, going against nature's natural course. From now on, Jance and Philip are his loyal slaves. Jane declares they will live a life beyond death. He calls Black and asks him to help. Black releases his dark energy and puts it into Jance and Philip. Jane also uses his black magic, abandoning their lives while instructing them to arise. Soon, he will wake them up. Now their bodies will become undying, passing beyond death. He calls them sinners and asks them to come to him. Jance and Philip scream in pain, even in their dead state. After some time, they have successfully become his slaves and ask Jane for his orders. Jane observes that there is still black smoke in the air and wonders if he is missing something. Black tries to tell him something, but he gets angry and asks him to answer his question. Black comes into his hands. Don't worry, he says, you did perfectly. However, he adds, Jane must be the one who was lacking. Although he usually doesn't dwell on his past achievements, sometimes it's a bit disheartening to know that they are gone. He thinks to himself, wondering if he can still use them with the black smoke around them. Maybe he should get rid of them. If they keep emitting black smoke like this, we won't be able to do anything about the order of genies he uses. Suddenly, Black jumps from his place and bites his cheek. Jane angrily shouts, how dare you bite my cheek? Black tries to tell him something to remove the black smoke. He then sits on Jan's head and releases his energy. It is surprising for Jane to see that Black can do things like this. Black uses his powers to remove all the black smoke from their bodies. Now they are completely normal, and he can use them easily. Suddenly, Jane observes that Black seems tired, having overworked his body. He praises him for his good work. Now it's time to give them their names and consciences. He casts an awakened spell on them, and it starts working on both Jance and Philip. They come to consciousness and just stare at him. Surprisingly, Jane observes that they are feeling confused and overwhelmed. He decides to give them time to figure things out. After some time, Jance asks, are you the one who made us this way? Jane replies, yes. Jance is shocked by this response and wonders, who are you? How can you be this strong when you look to be only around 9 or 10 years old? He can sense an enormous and frightening aura around Jane. He thinks to himself, this kid is exactly like the beings I've only read about in books when I was little. He's an evil being who shouldn't exist, someone whose existence defies the reason of the world. Jane observes his wonder and asks, do I look like a demon lord in your eyes? Philip replies, I don't know if you're a demon lord or not, but I can't see you as a human being. Jane notices that Philip is acting aggressively toward him, and his eyes aren't those of a subordinate looking at their master. He thinks this is partly due to his own shortcomings. He moves his finger in the air, causing Philip to fall to the ground. He then stares at him and says, I will forgive you this time, but the next time you make that kind of face toward me, I can't guarantee you will avoid your demise. Philip gets up, frightened. Jane also warns Jance, keep this in mind. This is what it means to be a subordinate of the soul, whether you wish to be or not. As long as you're bound by contract, your lives belong to me. Jane then smiles and adds, I am not a demon lord. Jance respectfully asks, can you tell us who you are? Jane removes his cloak and replies, I am a dark magician. I am a dark magician who once tried to kill the gods, and even now that remains the sole purpose of my existence. He smiles again, saying, you only have one job, to surveil the genie church and gather information from them. Philip and Jance respectfully reply, we will obey your orders. He also orders them to bring someone who might know something about human trafficking. He needs to make that person the reporter instead of them. They bow before him. In the next moment, when they raise their heads, Jane has disappeared. They are relieved that he has left. Jance asks Philip to get going because his orders are absolute and they need to carry them out. After some time, Jane is walking along the street with Black. He says they will be fine since he has tightened the knot of subordination on them very tightly. They won't be able to disobey his commands. With this, his father will be able to solve the human trafficking incident himself. Black says, he's something. Jane replies, I can't just let those kinds of things happen. I'll be taking this territory in the future. Suddenly, Hin appears from behind and bumps into him. Jane angrily asks, are you blind? But he is shocked to see a little scared kid in front of him. The kid shouts back, you're a kid too. Jane remembers that his appearance is also that of a 9-year-old. He brags and says, I'll let you off this time, but watch out from now on. The kid doesn't like his attitude. He's talking like an adult, yet he doesn't have a single white hair on his head. Suddenly, Black grabs Jane by the hair and pulls him, demanding, stop right there. James turns around and sees the kid glaring at him, clearly angry. James realizes that Black is doing this because the kid made fun of his color. However, he's still furious with Black for interfering, especially after he stopped his owner with his head. James glares back, his voice cold. Watch your mouth. The kid looks at him, then starts running in the opposite direction, shouting, I'm sorry. James turns to Black. Are you satisfied now? After some time, they return to the castle. James scolds Black for his behavior, warning, don't ever do that again, or I won't let you off the hook. Black replies in his own language, and James wonders, where is he learning all these things? Exhausted, James lies on the bed, drained from pushing himself beyond his limits. He thinks he will probably only get busier from now on, because he has been living a carefree life up until now. He never expected a god to appear in his territory. More importantly, Genies is his least favorite god. He believes that no matter how many followers Genies has, he will chase every one of them out. On the other side, Jance approaches a boy and asks him about the eldest brother. The boy is shocked to see him alive. He is still stunned because HY had told them that he would kill him. He wonders if they have both defeated HY, but they don't even know how to use mana. Suddenly, Jance punches the wall near the boy's head. I won't ask you again, Jance says, his tone firm. The boy is left wondering how Jance got so strong in just one night. Furthermore, he notices the absence of other members. If they knew Jance had returned, they would have surely caused an uproar. The boy hesitates before replying to Jance, I don't know where the eldest brother is. Just then, Philip appears behind him. Is that the truth? Philip asks. The boy responds, you can ask anyone else. And they will all tell him the same thing. Philip thinks he needs the boss there in order to carry out his master's commands. There is a high chance that he knows something about the Janus Church. He again calls the boy named Pep and angrily asks him where the boss is. Pep, frightened, believes he must give him the right answer this time, or else his head will be cut off. He replies, our boss likes women and liquor, so you should check around the bars related to them. Jans calls Philip and says he has a good point there. They turn around and head toward the bar. Pep is relieved that he is safe for now, but suddenly Jans turns around and punches him in the face. Can you bring him to the master? Jans asks Philip. He wanted a guy, but the question is, where should we hold him? Jans suggests, tie him up in the forest. Philip responds, we could put him in the storage at my house. Jans picks Pep up by the shoulder and begins to carry him away. At the same time, the little boy who had encountered James arrives at the scene in the fight. He is shocked to see that everyone is dead there. He thought he would get beaten up because he hadn't met his quota the day before. But now, there is no one there to beat him up. He decides to run away for now, before any possible misunderstanding arises with the other members. The next morning, James wakes up late. He's exhausted from the previous night. He gets dressed and heads toward the dining hall for breakfast. He cancels Black's summons since his father can sense his presence. Good morning, he says, wishing them all a pleasant start to the day. How did you all sleep? The Count affectionately returns his greeting. Morning, James. James looks around, but his mother isn't there. Where's Mom? He asks. Suddenly, she appears from behind the door and tries to scare him. James acts cute and says, I had no idea where you were. Although he can already sense her presence, he plays along as if he were truly frightened. Are you scared of me? She asked with a playful grin. James, still in character, replies, I was scared, but it was fun because I got to see you. Her face lights up with joy. She hugs James and Sarah tightly. Meanwhile, Amy, watching the scene, just wishes they would stop doing this. After that, they start eating breakfast. His mother hugs Sarah again and James just stares at them. He also wants to rub her cheeks because they are so soft. Suddenly, he realizes that he is thinking in the wrong direction. He picks Sarah up in his arms and starts loving her. Meanwhile, his parents talk about an event that is happening tomorrow. James surprisingly asks them, is something happening tomorrow? The Count asked his wife, didn't I tell the children? She replies, I forgot about it because your son had made me worry so much. She is referring to that full-body breathing technique incident. James is sure she must have endured a lot. Judging by her personality, he apologizes to her, I'm sorry for making you worry. She replies, I'm all right knowing that nothing happened to our son. However, if he keeps pushing himself like he did that day, I might break down in the middle of the hallway because I'd be so upset. James promises her, I will never do that again. He again repeats his question, what is going to happen tomorrow? His mother reveals that they will be attending a ball tomorrow. It will be a large-scale event hosted by Count Simon and Count Welton. Most of the nobles living in the northern part of the empire are expected to attend. She's thrilled because this will be the first time her children attend such a formal gathering. A few hours later, James summons Black and asks him to check in with two individuals, Philip and Jance. With Black's help, Jane quietly enters through a window. Before long, he reaches the place where Philip and Jance are waiting. He asks them, did you do what I requested? Philip apologizes and says, we haven't found anything on the Zen cult yet. It was only recently established. James understands and thinks even high-level investigators would struggle to uncover anything in just one day. He then asked about the other task he assigned. They gesture toward Pep and say, "We brought him here." Pep is taken aback when he sees James' hair color. He instantly recognizes him as a member of the Welton family. Philip adds, Pep is affiliated with the Leal group, and he's aware of a dangerous plan High is preparing. However, he knows nothing about human trafficking. James orders them to untie him, stating that he will interrogate himself. As soon as they untie him, Pep begs for his life. "I really don't know anything," he says. "But if you let me live, I'll get you any information you need." Jane calls him child and says, "I have no intention of killing you. I just need you to run an errand." Pep feels an overwhelming sense of ominous energy from him. He starts crying and pleads, "I'll do anything you ask. I'll even find my boss if you want me to." Jane replies, "There's one thing you have to do." He grabs Pep's head and orders, "Go to the Count and report everything you've done." Pep gets up and starts walking, while Jance and Philip feel bad for him. Jane calls to them and says, "Don't pity him. He won't be chased by the organization. The Count will deal with him first anyway." He orders them, "Leave the city and hide." They reply with a simple yes. Jane, somewhat surprised, asks, "You're not going to ask why today." Philip also replies that he knows the reason why he gave them this order. Jane thinks his father will probably exterminate the level, and in the process, the existence of these two, who have been abandoned, will be insignificant. James says he will be away for a couple of days, so they should keep a low profile until he returns. He is about to leave when Philip calls him from behind. Philip asked him, "What have we become now?" He already knows that they are corpses, and he has accepted it as it is irreversible. He doesn't want to go back to his previous state either, because he is satisfied with his power. However, he still wants to know what kind of being he is. Jane asked him, "What are you curious about exactly?" He replies that their strengths have grown exponentially compared to when they were alive. Philip asks, "Is it possible that we have become high-class undead?" Jane is also shocked to hear this. Philip doesn't understand why their master is shocked and thinks he must have asked a stupid question. Jane laughs and says it was funny because people normally ask. If they have really become undead, he thought, "I've never seen people adapt as quickly as they have." Philip thanked him for his appreciation. However, he added, "I've never seen anything like this in my entire life." The undead normally refuse to accept their state. They had lost their humanity and turned into monsters, but these two were the direct opposite. He then replied to them, "You're just zombies. It's just that your appearances have been preserved the way they were before you died." After they turned into zombies, their strength had surpassed that of a normal person. Jane laughed and said they might become high-class zombies depending on what they do. He then headed back to the castle, and they hoped their master would return safely. Black whispered in James' ear, "These guys are pathetic," but Jane found them interesting. They reminded him of someone from the past. He then headed back to the castle. He had already wasted too much time. That night, a huge stir erupted at Welton House. A member of Livell, a large crime organization rooted in his, has accused his own organization. The Count not only beheads him, but also delays his departure to deal with all the other issues. Therefore, only 3 of them are heading to Rein, the largest commercial city in the east. Jane thinks he doesn't need to go by carriage when he can get there in an instant with a single teleportation skill. The technology has surely become better compared to the old days. His mother and sister are also with him. He thinks there is so much advancement in the fields that it can't even be compared to the mythical ages. He has no idea how long it has been since his death. The events of the ages after his death were written down in the history books. There is writing about the invasion of the demon kind and how the demon lord descended as well. However, the past few hundred years have been peaceful, without any of those things happening, and Jane has been the very being that ended that peace. He calls all the gods stupid and thinks they didn't even manage to create a union in that long time. He is sure that this time he will be able to take them down more easily than the last time. Countless lives will be lost in the process, but that is none of his business. He looks toward his sister Sarah, who is sleeping peacefully. First, they have to return from this ball safely. After a few hours of travel, they finally reach Ryan, a quiet city with old stone streets and buildings that carry the weight of history. Jane really likes the city and feels compelled to appreciate its beauty. His mother tells him that it is the largest commercial city in the kingdom after all. They won't be able to find places like it anywhere else, with such an enormous amount of money flowing through its economy across the entire continent. Jane observes the city and thinks about the saying that Ryan is the biggest reason why the Sullivan Kingdom is so wealthy. Now he can see enough proof of it. His mother calls him and says they have almost reached their destination. James smiles, his heart beating fast just thinking about meeting Count Simon. His mother hugs him tightly, saying, "My son must be nervous." She asked him, "Do you look up to Count Simon just because he is going to be a magician?" Jane seemed exhausted by her love and hugs, replying with a simple yes. She tells him Count Simon is amazing. He's a great magician who ascended to the 7th class when he was around the same age as your father. He is also one of the 2 leaders of the Eastern Noble Group alongside your father. On top of that, he is the Lord of Regon. She continues, his magic resembles a red lotus, fitting for his alias, the Red Lotus Magician. This flower is said to have taken thousands of lives. Jane asks, what kind of person is the Count? His mother replies, he is someone with an impressive bloodline and striking hair. Jane isn't particularly interested in the Red Lotus Magician or the 7th class. What fascinates him is the power that is said to have claimed thousands of lives in a single attack. He is curious about the magic that could achieve such a feat. His conversation with Marquess Lin had been too lackluster, far too short to make much of an impression. But now he wonders what kind of conversation he will have with Count Simon. After reaching their destination, his mother steps out of the carriage and moves outside. Jane follows her and gets out of the carriage. A man is already waiting for them. He asks for confirmation about whether they are Count Welton's family. Are you Count Welton's family? He inquires. Once confirmed, he explains that he will be guiding them to the castle. He leads them to a luxurious room and says, you can stay here throughout the duration of the ball. He also instructs them to call upon their private butler if they need anything. Jane's mother is pleased to see this. Count Simon has been so considerate of us, she says with a smile. The butler then calls for Jane and shows him his assigned room. His mother asks, please return right away after you finish unpacking. After a few minutes, 2 aides begin preparing the queen, as she looks absolutely beautiful. Jane, unable to hold back, praises her beauty. You look stunning, he says, his admiration clear. She smiles, happy at his words. You look so handsome today, she replies, her eyes bright with affection. One of the maids interrupts gently. Please, your highness, restrain yourself today. You might ruin your makeup. The queen looks at her angrily. Can I hug my son once? She asks, her voice a little sharp. The maid shakes her head. If you do, your highness, your dress will wrinkle. Youngest Sarah, meanwhile, finishes her preparations and looks stunning as well. Jane and his mother praise her, saying she looks like a doll. She smiles, pleased with her brother's compliment. He then tells her to bear the discomfort for a while longer. After some time, they all get ready and head to the ballroom. Jane wonders if the ballrooms of nobles are always this extravagant. He asks his mother, is Count Simon's taste usually this lavish? She replies, you'll surely be surprised when you see it. Meanwhile, 2 women approach from behind and call out to Lady Welton. They praise her dress and beauty. Jane notices they are trying hard to impress the Welton family. He reflects that he has seen such people before during the mythical ages, even though those times are not recorded in history. Foolish ones, he thinks, would even suck up to the gods. He smiles, thinking how good his mother is at handling such people. At that moment, Ruwal Banner, in charge of the administration of the Regon land, asks for everyone's attention. He welcomes them on behalf of the Simon family and requests that they take their designated seats as the ball is about to begin. He also welcomes Count Simon and his family, who will be arriving shortly. As soon as he enters the ballroom, Jane feels an immense pressure. A red-haired man, Count Simon, appears, welcoming everyone to the ball while hoping for their pleasant stay. Jane observes that he is not a 7th class mage, but is around the same level as Marquess Lin, or maybe even slightly stronger. He smiles, thinking that the rest of the Lotus Magician's abilities are above his expectations. After some time, Count Simon and his wife approach the Welton family's table to greet them. Lady Welton greets them warmly and is relieved to see them happy and healthy. Count Simon then asks, why is Count Welton not attending the ball? She replies, he'll be here by night. He didn't come earlier because there was an issue back in our lands. He looks toward Jane and asks, is this your son? She introduces Jane to him as her son. She then introduces Sarah Welton. Say your greetings, she says, and both Jane and Sarah pay their respects. To them, Count Simon's wife really likes them. Jane observes that Count Simon is trying to examine every nook and cranny of his body. He smiles and releases her aura, asking him what he wants to see. Count Simon smiles and asks, is your name Jane? Jane replies with, yes, and announces we will see each other later. He then turns toward the next table to offer his greetings. Jane thinks to himself, this man is stronger than I expected. I can't wait to have a conversation with him. After that, the event fully starts and everyone is enjoying it. Count Simon's eldest son is observing Jane and his movements. He then asks his father, what do you think about Count Welton's son? The Count looks at him and asks, why are you so interested in a 10-year-old? He replies Jane may be young now, but he will be the one to lead the Welton family in the future. It will be a good idea to become acquainted since they are of the same generation. The Count observes his son and thinks about the reports he's received on his son. He seems to be acting like a leader among the noble children these days. It seems like he is trying to vie for his acknowledgement. His son calls him again and asks if there is anything he can tell him about Jane. The Count ignores his question and asks the waiter to bring him a pair of teeth. His mother calls him and asks him to get along well with them because their families have been in an alliance for a very long time. He smiles and asks her not to worry about it. But in reality, he has no thoughts of getting along with Jane. He just wants to drag him down and have him stand beneath his feet. Suddenly, the Count gets up from his seat and walks toward him. He looks at him affectionately and says, "Get along with Jane very well." His younger brother, who had been quiet during all these scenes, can sense his elder brother's intentions. But instead of saying anything, he just gives him a smile. After some time, Jane gets up from his table and says he wants to visit the banquet. His mother instructs him to make many friends there, but he just wants to enjoy the alone time she has given him. He seeks a quiet place away from everyone. He comes outside to visit the castle from behind. He thinks Count Simon must have a knack for business, not just magic. He is looking forward to speaking to him. Suddenly, someone calls him from behind and asks, "What are you doing here?" James hurriedly turns around, using his second-ass magic bullet to attack his opponent. But it's a little girl who gets scared by his attack. When he realizes she's just a child, he vanishes the magic bullet. The girl shouts at him, "How can you do that so suddenly?" Jane counters, "Why did you speak behind me like that? You should feel lucky I didn't stab you." He asked her, "Who are you? How did you appear behind me?" The girl hesitates and asks, "Should I tell you?" "I don't really want to, especially since you shocked me just now." Jane doesn't like her at all. She had completely hidden her presence, and now her speech is boring him. Suddenly, he uses his magic and shoots right between her feet. The girl is stunned as she sees a mark on the ground where he just attacked. Jane brags it was an air bullet, a second-ass magic. "If you don't have high enough magic resistance," he continues, "it can easily pierce through your skin. That would be enough to cause instant death to a little kid like you." The girl, in a state of shock, wonders if he's serious. Did he just try to kill her? Jade asks again, "Who are you?" She is terrified and quickly responds, "I'll tell you, but please don't attack me again." She introduces herself. "I'm Ash Val from the Viscount family of Valley. I'm the eldest daughter of the Viscount family and a spiritualist." She explains a spiritualist is a mage who has made a contract with mysterious spirits born in nature. There aren't many spiritualists in the continent. Their existence is considered extraordinary, and they can receive the title of Baron. She adds, "I was able to approach you without making a sound thanks to the wind spirit." James thinks to himself, even a spirit ritualist could hide from her in her prime. But he is surprised to see a girl of his age as a spiritualist. Normally, someone starts training to become attuned to nature at the age of 10. But this girl must be a genius who was born already attuned to nature. If she starts her official training, she may even be able to make a contract with the king. Ash then angrily asks, "Who are you, and how did you use such dangerous magic?" James smiles. She's trying to interrogate him after revealing her identity. It seems like she has a strong personality and doesn't want to lose. The girl calls him again. "What are you thinking about?" James introduces himself. "I am Jane Welton, the successor of the Count family of Welton." Ash is shocked to hear that he is a Welton. This is a concerning fact for the family of Val, who are loyal subordinates of Count Welton. On the other side, Count Welton has arrested the boss of a small organization. He says he let their gang exist because it was annoying and he was uninterested in the matter. But his gang actually had some positive effects. The man is seriously injured and begins coughing up blood. Count Welton lifts his face with his shoe and demands, "How dare you operate a human trafficking business on my land?" He glares at the man and asks, "Do you want to die? Because this is something you should not have done unless you were prepared to face death." The Count's eyes burn with fury as he adds, "I will grant your wish. I will kill you." The man stammers, "Please don't kill me. I beg you." Ignoring his pleas, Count Welton commands his guards, "Hand him over tomorrow." He then turns to his secretary and orders, "Prepare a carriage for me. I will depart immediately for Reen." Soon they leave the city. The criminals are shackled and awaiting their fate. In the shadows, a mage hides behind the bushes. He mutters to himself, "Plan A has failed, but I'm ready with Plan B." As he speaks, he clutches a spherical object in his hand, likely his Plan B. At the same time, James approaches the banquet entrance, but Ash continues to follow him relentlessly. He stops for a while and angrily asks her, "Why are you following me?" He clarifies that the fact her father is Count Weldon's servant has nothing to do with them. She feels sorry for her behavior, especially after finding out he is Jane Welton. Jane looks at her and says, "Drop that strange, formal way of talking." He warns her, "Don't follow me again." But unexpectedly, she grabs his hand from behind, which annoys Jane. He turns to her and asks, "Why are you bothering me so much?" Ash replies, "It's my first time beating someone my age. I want to be friends with you." Jane is shocked. He didn't expect her to say something like that. He wonders to himself, why would she want to be friends with me? I'd understand if she wanted to be a servant. He assumes that making friends must be important for a child like her. but he tells her bluntly, that's not my problem. Turning away angrily, he adds, look for someone else. I don't need friends. She calls out to him, crying, but he keeps walking. In his mind, he thinks she doesn't realize at her age that friends and any close relationships make you lose your rationality. He remembers a trauma from his past life and thinks that if only he had dismissed those kinds of emotions from the start, that his past self wouldn't have had to experience something like that. He feels sad thinking about his past life. It seems like the girl has reminded him of someone from his past. He is about to enter the banquet when Count Simon's son, Alf Simon, appears with two of his friends and calls him from behind. From his blood-red hair, he recognizes him as Count Simon's son. James turns around and asks, what did you just call me? One of Alf's friends speaks rudely. How dare you talk so disrespectfully to our brother? The other continues, do you even know who Alf really is? He's the eldest son and heir of the Simon Count family. Suddenly, James raises a finger to his lips and casts a silence spell on them. It affects them immediately, and they both fall silent, unable to utter a single word. Alf, shocked, asks, did you just cast a silencing spell on us? Jane laughs and replies, I seem a little bit better than those monkeys. Alf angrily asks, why are you so arrogant towards someone older than you? Jane responds, get straight to the point before I do the same to you. Alf tries to manipulate him, saying, I didn't come here to start a fight. I just wanted to have a little chat with you. But it's incredible that you can use the silence spell. Jane rudely retorts, I don't need to listen to your meaningless blabbering any further. Just go on your way. Alf gets angrier at his rudeness and asks, do you know who I am? Jane replies, I'm sure I know. You're Count Simon's son. Alf smiles, pleased, so you at least know my name. Now we can have a nice chat. He then clarifies the reason I was acting so rudely is because you were speaking so informally. Don't misunderstand. James understands he's joking, realizing they likely would have tried to suppress him by force if he hadn't shown them his magic skills. Alf smiles again. We both will become the core of the nobles in the eastern region in the future. So it will be good to become familiar with each other from a young age, James thinks. He clearly tells him to become his subordinate. Alf replies rudely, I don't want to become friends with you. I'm not even interested in whatever you're doing. Being rejected, Alf becomes seriously angry. He casts a magic spell and says, I will destroy your magic skills mercilessly. He then challenges Jane, you have no choice but to serve me as your boss. James smiles, knowing Alf had wanted to resort to brute force from the start. He exclaims, I changed my plans slightly because you use magic, but now I'll stick to how I usually do things. His two-faced attitude, especially at such a young age, disgusts James. He wants to teach him a lesson. James asks, do you think our parents will let you do as you please? He warns, you'll get in trouble if something happens to you. Hal smiles and exclaims, you don't need to worry about that. He shows Jane a ball-like object and says, as long as I have this. No one will be able to see them, James said. He activated the ball and Alf noticed that it was simply an illusion magic artifact. Now no one can see us, Alf bragged. Soon, you'll be begging me to show some mercy. He then cast the spell on his friends. They could speak again. Relieved, they had been trying to talk for a long time. They glared at James. Who will forgive you this time, they challenged. James smiled. I want all of this to be very interesting. Al thought Jane hadn't realized the situation he was in, but Jane interrupted him. Don't deactivate the artifact, Jane warned. Otherwise, everyone will have to witness you suffering in absolute agony. Suddenly, blood began to pour from their eyes and noses. They were in a state of shock. James smiled and moved his finger slightly. With a simple gesture, they collapsed to the ground. Soon, the artifact deactivated. Jane had disappeared. They were still bleeding. Their heads felt as if they might explode. Alf, in shock, realized he lacked power over Jane. He also finds out that Jane is a fourth-class magician, and he is only a mere second-class magician. He wonders how something like this happened. Jane was born into a family of knights, and Alf wonders how he has become so skilled with magic instead of swordsmanship. He gets up, thinking he won't forgive Jane and will surely get revenge. He is determined to crush his talent and will make it so that he won't be able to use magic ever again. After some time, Alf, along with his friends, is walking on a balcony while hiding from others' presence. They are going to steal an artifact from his father's room to teach Jane a lesson, but his friends seem scared and ask, Are you sure this will be okay? Alf angrily snaps, Shut up and follow me. Suddenly, his younger brother Renan appears from behind and calls out to him. Alf asks, What are you doing here? Renan smiles and exclaims, It's so upsetting to hear that from you. You think I can just sit still after my older brother got hurt? Renan then offers him the artifact, the very one Alf was about to steal. He gets shocked and asks, Where did you get something so dangerous? Renan smiles and replies, It isn't important this time. He then says, Go and teach Welton a lesson. Alf's face twists into a devilish smile as he thinks, now I will completely destroy Jane Welton. That night, Count Welton arrives at Regan. Count Simon himself goes to meet him, extending his hand in a warm greeting. Welcome, Simon says, happy to see him. Count Welton is also pleased to see him and is surprised that Simon came in person to welcome him. They both smile, thrilled to reunite after such a long time. After a while, they move to the drawing room, where Count Welton asks, so how was the party? Simon responds, it was a success. I also met your son. Count Welton's interest peaks. What do you think of him? Seeing how quickly Simon responds, Count Welton observes that Simon is quite foolish when it comes to his own children. Simon sighs, then asks, but is your relationship with the family still the same as it was before? Count Welton smiles proudly, replying, my children are the reason I live, which causes Count Simon to feel a twinge of envy. Count Simon changes the topic and talks about James, saying, I am truly surprised. I was completely astonished to see him. Count Welton observes, you're talking in circles. He then asks, does your son seem to have talent in his eyes? Count Simon replies, these words are just taking him lightly. He is the best from what I have seen. In short, I can conclude that there may have never been a Huon as talented as him in history. The Count tells him, that's the same thing Marquess Len also said. He knew of James' talents when he was younger, though he never thought it was that extreme. Therefore, I asked a favor of the Marquess. The Count continues, a person born so talented in magic should become a mage. It would either be a help to themselves or the world. Count Simon smiles and says, it is surely amazing that you would have such a master. But the Count reveals, the Marquess declines. Count Simon understands this and says, it's understandable. That child is an unequal genius. He would be able to enlighten himself and challenge himself to become a legend as a 9th-class mage. It is envious for him that Jane was born more talented than he is. However, he wants to see just how far the power of the Supreme Wizard can really extend. This confession shocks the Count. Count Simon clarifies to him, humans are too weak. They may have built a great civilization, but that is simply from their standpoint. Compared to dragons, human magic is extremely weak. But at least, thanks to sword masters like me, humans are currently able to live the way they are. He smiles and adds, as if a 9th-class mage is born, even dragons, the masters of magic, will not be able to make light of him. Count Simon strongly desires for humans to become the masters of the world. However, according to Count Welton, it's just arrogance. But this much arrogance is fine for Count Simon. He asks him to remember the forgotten history that was erased. The forgotten history is a secret only known by a few within the entire continent, he says. About 10,000 years ago, history disappeared because of a certain incident. Because the extraterrestrial transceivers did not share their secrets with humans, Count Welton knows that Count Simon's plan was to gain power in order to avoid being controlled by them. To prevent the repetition of human civilization and the disappearance of history due to the unknown, humans must grow strong. After some time, their conversation ends. Count Simon asks Count Welton to rest. He then goes to James' room, where he is sleeping quietly. Simon stares at him for a long time, wondering if his son is truly such a genius to warrant such high expectations. As a parent of a child born with great talent, Simon is deeply worried about him. To him, James is simply a cute and loving son. He promises himself to do his best for James and wishes that he will grow up to be a just person. The next morning, all the families gather again in the Bull Hall. James knows his father is upset, but doesn't understand why. Meanwhile, Ash appears and calls out to him. James isn't happy to see her and replies, we finished talking yesterday. And now he doesn't have any business with her. She smiles and replies, I have business with her. She calls someone and James doesn't want this since she is increasing the number of people. He gets up, saying, I'm leaving. I have no intention of getting along with those guys. Ash tries to stop him, saying, at least introduce yourself. The families are close. Suddenly, Rebecca Val, the eldest daughter of the Viscount family of Val, appears and asks her younger sister to speak formally to the Count's son. Jane is shocked to see her there and wonders, what is Jane doing here? Jane is the woman he loved the most in his entire past life. She was sacrificed to the gods for her own sake, and it was how Diablo became a monster devoid of emotions. In this life, her younger self appears before him in a different state. He is lost in his thoughts when Alf reaches the scene looking for him. He has a ball in his hand and now intends to kill him. Unaware of his presence, Jane calls Rebecca by the name Jay. Ash thinks he's fallen for her sister. Suddenly, Alf activates the artifact and declares, Jane will call me boss from now on. Jane and Ash are under his attack. Rebecca rushes to Ash, standing behind Jane, but he stops her. Don't interfere, he says. After a while, Alf stands shocked after failing with his artifact. Everyone gathers around them. Alf had used the Phoenix Race, the 6th class of fire magic his father created. It wasn't something that little kids could block. He is stunned to see that Jane has successfully blocked the attack. Now it's James' turn. He casts a spell, intending to teach Alf a lesson. Suddenly, Alf feels smoke enveloping his body. It reaches his face, and before it can engulf him completely, Count Welton appears. He places his hand on Alf's face. Uncast your spell, Count Welton orders. I'll handle this situation from now on. Rebecca and Ash are fine, but they seem shaken by the incident. Jane closes his eyes and falls unconscious into his father's arms. In the meantime, Count Simon also appears and witnesses the incident. Count Welton is in a state of shock. He knows that if he hadn't intervened, Jane would have killed Alf. At first, he thought he had made a mistake, but the spell cast on him couldn't be regarded as such. If he hadn't stopped him, Alf would be dead. Count Simon is also in shock upon seeing James' tremendous power. He realizes that if the artifact had activated, everyone there would have burned to death. But James distinguished that artifact in seconds, which means he is a 9th class mage. He is pleased, thinking that Jane might truly fulfill his long-cherished dream. Suddenly, Lady Count calls out to him. The child tried to kill my son, she says. How can you just stand there like that? Lady Welton interrupts. The one who tried to kill her son was Alf. He insulted James and used the artifact to attack him. Lady Simon angrily replies, my son is just a little child. Lady Alton stares at her, and she is asked to continue what she was saying. Count Welton gently takes her hand and asks her to leave with him. Lady Simon is filled with anger. She turns to Count Simon for support, hoping that, even if he's strict, he will defend their son. But she is stunned when Count Simon calmly admits his son's mistake, saying he acted inappropriately on a significant occasion. He sincerely apologizes to Lady Welton for his son's behavior. A deep silence falls over the hall. Lady Welton thinks to herself that it's difficult to stay angry after such a sincere apology. She thanks him and decides to be the first to leave. Count Simon then suggests that Count Welton take some rest. He turns to the guest, apologizes for the disruption, and encourages everyone to return and rest as well. Soon, the hall empties out. Lady Simon turns to her husband. How could you do that to our son, she asks. Our son was treated unfairly by that child, she exclaims. Count Simon remains silent, gazing into the distance, and asks her to shut her mouth. He says many eyes are there, so they should return first. At night, when Alf comes to consciousness, Count Simon visits his room. Lady Simon asked him, how can you do this to your own child? You should have sided with him. Ignoring his wife, Count Simon asks, did you do all this just to gain my attention? When Alf doesn't answer, he angrily demands, speak. He asks, are you not aware that your actions reflect badly on me, the East, and the entire kingdom? Alf is crying. He only wanted his father's attention, but now he is scared of him. He replies, Jane was so rude. I only wanted to teach him a lesson. Count Simon angrily asks, who gave you the Phoenix Race? When Alf remains silent, Count Simon grows angrier. I don't like repeating myself. Fearful, Alf responds, Renan gave it to me. After some time, Count Simon calls Ren into his room. He is angry at Alf for even handing him the spoon to eat and for failing. He decides to act knave for now. He smiles and asks his father, did you call for me? Count Simon looks at him, then asks, did you give your brother the Phoenix Race? Yes, he replies. Why would you give him something so dangerous? Count Simon demands. He explains, Kid Jane was bullying my older brother. I didn't want to see him suffer. But Count Simon's words shock him. You gave him that thing because you wanted to manipulate him, he says coldly. He feels the anger rise and retorts, I didn't do it for his sake. I was just trying to manipulate him. Renan is stunned. He wonders how his father knows about his intentions. Alf, too, is taken aback, but he's equally shocked to learn his brother's true motives. Count Simon continues, his voice steely. I have no intentions for either of you. He pauses and adds, even though you're both my blood, you lack the talent I expect. If you want my attention, you must prove you're worthy of my bloodline, not waste your time on these petty tricks. He stares at them both, then turns to leave. You will clean up the mess you've created, he commands as he walks out. Therefore, they have to go apologize to Jane Welton. As soon as the sun is up, they must ask for forgiveness until they are forgiven. Alf is getting shivers at the thought of meeting Jane again. He calls Ren and asks, are you willing to apologize to him? Renan doesn't answer, and Alf wonders if he was shocked by his father's words. He's stuck on the lines his father just said, that they have to prove themselves. Alf swears he will prove his worth. On the other side, Lady Welton stands beside James' bed. He is still unconscious. She is shocked to see the bloodlust James had for Alf. She had thought it was normal for children to play fight, but it wasn't when she activated the artifact. She thinks she can't forgive them, even if Count Simon apologizes. Suddenly, she hears James' voice. He pulls the blanket to hide his face. Seeing her son in this state only makes her more worried. Count Welton appears and asks, are you okay? She seems sad and replies, I'm worried about our son. Count Simon asks her what she wants him to do, and he will do as she wishes. She replies, Count Simon politely apologized on the spot, and I don't want to create a divide in the northern nobles because of this. She continues, however, I am happy that Alf was scolded heavily by his father. After that, they leave James' room so that he can rest well. But in fact, James is awake and can hear their conversation. He understands that he couldn't control himself at the time. He gets up and thinks about Rebecca, who is actually Jane from his past life. He wonders if she is reincarnated. It's not so strange, considering he has reincarnated after several tens of thousands of years. But Rebecca couldn't recognize him and doesn't even have memories of her past life. He thinks it must be a prank of fate to see that Jane has reincarnated at the same time as him. He wonders if it is a plan by the 12 gods. Suddenly, Black appears and whispers something in his ears. James understands and says, they wouldn't leave me alone if the 12 gods knew I had reincarnated. He smiles and thinks about Jane's dead body from his past life. He believes he needs to meet her new version, Rebecca, again. Somewhere in another city, a mage writes a letter for someone, informing them about a new mage who has appeared in the world. He writes about the eldest son of the Welton family, a 9-year-old child presumed to be at least a 4th-class magician and ridiculously talented. He gives the letter to a pigeon and watches it fly away. The next morning, James comes to the garden for a walk. Black also enjoys the fresh air and seems to be in a good mood. He thinks it's nice and quiet since most of the people have left. He wants to meet Rebecca before he returns. Suddenly, he hears a voice from his surroundings. He looks around but can't find its origin. Expanding his mana to check where the voice is coming from, he soon pinpoints its source and starts following it. He finds Rebecca near a lake standing with a spirit. The undivine spirit gets scared upon seeing James. Rebecca stands up and asks, what are you doing here? She smiles and introduces herself again as Rebecca Ball. It surprises James to learn that she is the water elementalist, especially since Jane was also a water elementalist in his past life. Rebecca doesn't understand why he's shocked and asks, why the sad face? James, still in shock, is lost in thoughts of his past self when he used to love her. Rebecca, thinking he's reacting to the events of yesterday, steps forward and hugs him. Everything will be fine soon, she says, trying to comfort him. James thinks to himself, this feeling is nothing more than remnants from my past. After some time, they sit down and begin chatting. Rebecca asks, are you feeling all right? She laughs and continues, my father always says that hardships pass quickly when we share the burden with others. Jane, curious, asks, are you talking about Vic Campbell? Rebecca nods and replies, yes, and I was sad. We couldn't talk more yesterday. I'm grateful we have this time today. James smiles and says, I had the same exact thought. He watched her closely, thinking, she's a different person. And maybe it's better this way in this life, he said. He then asked her, does the Ballo family traditionally make contracts with wind elementals? She replied, I wanted to make a contract with wind elementals as well, but it didn't work out because of my high natural affinity with them. Wind elementals came to visit me, but they refused to make a contract and left after meeting me. Then one day, an undying came and told me that it was my destiny to make a contract with them. It was an important decision, and I should have talked it out with my father, but I accidentally made the contract on the spot. Jane nodded. I know that the contract with the Elemental King is different from other elemental contracts. It's a soul contract made on each other's lives. He observed the moment your soul reincarnated as Rebecca, the Elemental King would have noticed. Jane paused, then asked, did the Vic Count scold you for doing so? Rebecca replied, he didn't get mad, but he seemed a bit disappointed. Jane thought for a moment, then said, it's rare for an elemental to approach someone and ask them for a contract. It's unfortunate that it wasn't with the elemental he wanted, but she was chosen by the water elemental. He advises Rebecca to believe in herself. She then smiles and thanks him for his precious advice. He gets up, saying, I will be heading off now. He leaves her without receiving an answer. Rebecca seems surprised by him. She has a feeling that James speaks like an adult. Meanwhile, James talks to Black. I spoke too formally with her, he admits, but Rebecca feels rather mature to me, so it's hard to talk to her like a kid. He enters the cast where someone calls him. It's Renan and Alf, who were waiting for him the whole time. Jane asks, what's the matter? Alf immediately apologizes to him. It's shocking for James that they are apologizing all of a sudden. He smiles and asks, did the Count make you come to apologize? He then asks, why is your brother here as well? He turns to Alf. Were you too scared to come apologize by yourself, so you brought your younger brother? Renan reveals that he was the one who gave his brother the artifact. James is surprised to learn that both brothers tried to humiliate him. He asks Renan about his name. Renan smiles and replies with his usual introduction. James observes the mana surrounding him and thinks his talents are impressive. Still, it's incomparable to Alf's. He seems witty too. James wonders, wasn't a son like him enough for Count Simon? Renan smiles again and says, luckily, nothing bad happened. He then asks, can we leave now since we've apologized? James stares at him, smiling faintly, thinking, does this kid think I'm a fool? He didn't even show up during that mess yesterday. He must believe that everything, aside from his father, is beneath him. But if I let him be, he'll surely create a bigger mess. James calls out to Alf. He'll have trouble fighting for his spot as heir. Alf, angered, asks, what are you talking about? James turns toward Renan and asks, is that true? He steps closer and adds, is this really none of my business if you're the one behind the crime? But he deserves proper punishment. Renan shockingly asks, what are you talking about? James casts a spell on him, and Renan finds himself in a dark place. He feels his body growing colder, as though it is going to freeze. He hears James' voice warning him, this is your last chance. After some time, Renan finds himself back in the castle, paralyzed by fear. He wonders if he escaped James' magic, but soon realizes it was just an illusion. He covers his ears and starts screaming loudly. Tears fill his eyes, and the only thought that roams through his mind is, this is my last chance. His mind tells him to kneel in front of James, right then and there. Immediately, he bows before him and apologizes. A few hours later, the Welton family prepares to return home. James seems exhausted and mutters to himself, it's so tiring being out here. I'd rather shower with Mom's kisses and stay home. Meanwhile, Count Simon of Vic appears and remarks, you seem to be in a good mood. James smiles and replies, I'm just happy to be going back home and resting. Count Simon also smiles, but there's a hint of sadness in his expression. I didn't get a chance to chat with you, he says. James' smile fades a little. I was looking forward to it too, he admits. Count Simon offers, you could stay a bit longer. James shakes his head immediately. No, I need to go home and rest is stronger. I'm completely exhausted. Count Simon nods, understanding. The magic world has started to watch you, he says, his tone serious. James replies with a resigned smile. I was already expecting this. Do you know about your true identity? Count Simon asks, studying James closely. Yes, James responds without hesitation. I also punished your son, Renan. Count Simon doesn't seem surprised. I was already expecting this, he says calmly. James raises an eyebrow, curious. Aren't you angry with me for punishing your son? Count Simon shakes his head. We only receive the consequences of our actions. James is taken aback, his eyes widening slightly. That's surprising, he mutters, piecing things together. Now I understand why those punks are so messed up. After a moment of thought, James suggests maybe we should teach Renan some magic. He seems to be a talented guy. Count Simon replies that he knows his son's abilities better than anyone else and that, so far, what Renan has shown doesn't seem significant to him. Still, James gently suggests you should try mentoring him. With proper guidance, he'll grow far beyond your expectations. Pointing toward Count Simon, James says your strict approach may be holding him back. He's surrounded by people who unintentionally suppress his potential. He continues, those two boys didn't get the support they needed because they were dismissed too early. Then he adds, Renan has incredible hidden talent. Count Simon, taken aback, wonders, did I misjudge my own son? A potential even I, an 8th class mage, couldn't see, was recognized by this child. At that moment, he feels as though a great mage is standing in front of him. His astonishment grows when James says, with your son's help, I may be able to break through my current limits. Count Simon asks in disbelief, how do you know that? Before James can answer, his father calls out, it's time for us to leave. James simply says, it's just a kid talking. Feel free to take it lightly. Count Simon remains standing, regretfully thinking he wished he had spent more time with him. James, when he had left, stood there for a moment. 2 months had passed since they returned from Regan. One night, he went out with Black's help to meet Philip and Jane. He angrily shouted at them for being late. Philip replied, we were late because Azad was dawdling. I apologized for the inconvenience. Jane then asked them to report what they had discovered. Philip began, the Zev Church has been doing good deeds both here and beyond without asking for anything in return. They've been providing food to the hungry and shelter to those without a place to stay. As a result, they've gained a lot of goodwill. He continued, recently, they've started running an orphanage. James, curious, asked, when did they start moving? Philip replied, it seems to have started right after the collapse of the river. The Zev Church officially began its missionary work shortly after that. They visited and ministered to the poor, preaching God's will to them. He paused for a moment, then added, at first, the citizens didn't pay much attention to them. But through continued acts of kindness and mercy, the people of the territory slowly began to warm to the Zenith Church. They soon became members of the devout faith. As a result, the Zenith Church's position in Heath has risen to an unbelievable level. Philip reveals the Zenith Church is currently being worshipped as the most benevolent and respected church in Heath. Jane is sure that there is no way God would do something purely for the sake of others. He asks Jance and Philip, do you believe that war and peace can coexist? They look at each other and reply, no. After a brief pause, Philip reveals, I believe they are connected. James agrees with him, saying, Zimith is also like this. He is like a piece laid atop a mountain of blood and bodies. War is the moment when his divinity shines. He asks them, what are Zenith's priests doing right now that goes against him? Are they using his good deeds as a shield for his work? James continues, I want you to find the real reason. I am determined to uncover every single detail of what Zenith is planning. The next morning at the Zenith Church orphanage, a boy named Ricky is cleaning the floor. He is happy to be there. This place is heaven compared to begging and getting beaten daily. The priest asked him not to worry because they will take care of him from now on. It's been a month and a half since he entered the orphanage, and this place is happiness for him. He thinks if they had never come to the orphanage, that his younger sister and he, who were street rats, would have died in the streets. He enters the room where his sister Anna is waiting for him. He talks to her politely since she is blind. When their parents learned this, they abandoned them and ran away. In order to protect his sister, he did all sorts of evil deeds, but living on the streets was difficult, and the adults were too cold toward them. They had a desperate life where no one helped them. One day, the church's priest came to him and extended their hands toward him and Anna. For Ricky, it was the hand of God, and on that day, he and his sister were given a new life. Now, he wants to spread the happiness he has obtained through God's grace and become a priest of God to spread and read this miracle. After some time, some children called Ricky and Anna, informing them about another student, Shino. They revealed that Shino was apparently favored by God. As a result, he would be leaving for the main church next week to become a priest. It was shocking to Ricky that Shino was going to become a priest before him. That same night, James stepped out of the house to survey the area. After reaching a certain spot, he ordered Black to go down. Suddenly, he spotted a man lying unconscious on the ground. James approached him, sensing an immense amount of energy emanating from the figure. At first, he assumed the man was just a priest due to the holy energy radiating from him. But then James noticed the sword of a high-ranked cleric. That meant the man was a knight. James was puzzled. Why would a holy knight be lying unconscious here? It seemed like trouble. He wondered briefly if he should kill him. Without much thought, he placed his shoe on the knight's head. Suddenly, the knight stirred, waking up and grabbing James' leg. James jumped back, frightened, and struggled to free himself. The knight appeared to be in bad condition and seemed to want to say something. After a lot of struggle, he manages to mutter, I'm hungry. James is shocked to hear this and thinks he should just let him starve to death. He leaves him there and asks Black to go. The next morning, James is stunned to see the same man sitting at his dining table. He now seems to be in good condition and is having breakfast with them. I thank Count Welton for his help, the knight says. If it weren't for your help, I would have died in the streets. The Count replies, I didn't do much. It was thanks to the troops who brought you back. The knight smiles and says, they are all your soldiers, so it's all thanks to you. The Count then asks, is it normal for a holy knight to die from starvation? Smiling, the knight replies, it's not a common occurrence, but we are still human. When we reach a high level, we can hold out longer than normal humans. James feels uncomfortable in his presence and wonders why his parents are treating him so nicely. The Count then asks, do you belong to the Pyro Church? I serve the goddess of mercy and punishment, the knight replies. Pyro, the Count asked his wife, were you surprised when you heard about Pyro? She replied, I was really surprised. The knight then asked her, why are you surprised? She looked at him and inquired, do you know Saphira Bishop? The knight, surprised, asked, is the madam from Afton? The lady Count responded, she is from the Bell family. He was taken aback. He immediately stood up from his chair, bowed respectfully, and paid his greetings to her. James didn't understand what was happening. He knew that the Pyro Church existed in Afton, the territory where the Bell family was located. He was certain that anyone a holy knight would show such respect had to be at least a bishop. He tried to act cute, calling his father's name repeatedly. Then with a smile, he asked, why is that person being greeted in that way? James looked like a 9-year-old, curious and a little embarrassed by his own behavior. But the Count, seeing his son's confusion, said, it's a long story. I'll tell you more about it later when I have the chance. He is now more embarrassed that his father didn't tell him, even after he did that. However, he thinks that if the Bell family has close ties to the Pyro Church, it will become trouble for him, because she is someone he will eventually have to kill. After some time, when Count Welton and the knight sit in the drawing room, the Count asked him, how did you end up here? As far as I know, the Pyro Church shouldn't have any business in the eastern region. He continues, are you here to explain the Pyro Church's influence? The knight immediately replies, I was just pursuing someone and somehow ended up here. He adds, I'm talking about someone who is doing unspeakable and atrocious experiments, things no human should do. The Chimera creator. The Count is genuinely surprised. The Chimera creator is in haze. He asks, where is he? The knight becomes quiet for a while, then apologizes, saying the rest of the information is top secret, even within the Pyro Church itself. I can't tell anyone, but I will tell you more if you listen to my request. The knight makes a contract with the count. The count asks him to clarify whether he wants his help or not. The knight replies, yes, if someone who is his sword master helps me, I'm sure they'll be of great help. The count takes some time to think about his decision. It is revealed that the chimeras are beings made from various creatures, but the creators of these chimeras are treated worse than most criminals because at the core of a chimera is a human. There could be chimera creators who don't use humans, but there haven't been any known creators who do so. The count replies, I can't promise to always help you, but since I know about your in-laws' connections with the Pyro Church, I can't just turn a blind eye to this. The knight smiles, happy to hear this. Count Welton continues, I will surely help you in this matter. The knight gets up, cheering. The count then asks, why is the Pyro Church after the Chimera creators? And why are they requesting help from the kingdom? The knight replies, I'm sure the kingdom would help them if they knew about it. But the Pyro Church's prestige will be greatly damaged as well. The Chimera creator that the church is pursuing has sacrificed over 10 holy knights. This means he has made chimeras that are capable of using holy power. A few hours later, Jane enters the dining room since it's tea time. It's the first time that he is looking forward to tea time. His sister Sarah warmly welcomes him. While he is drinking his tea, his mother observes that James seems curious about something. He asked her, why that night? What happened? She smiles and says, I was sure you were going to ask that. She then asks, are you curious about how our family is connected to the Pyro Church? Jane listens intently as she reveals, my grandfather, whom you have never met, is the Pyro Church's savior. Jane is shocked to hear this. Your grandfather is the church's savior, he asks. She nods and continues, a long time ago, an extremely precious item was stolen from the Pyro Church. That's when my mother and grandfather offered their assistance. She pauses before adding it was known as the Port South Garden in Iden, an incident where the followers of the Demon King tried to incarnate him using the divine relics of the Pyro Church and failed. Her mother's grandfather died while preventing that incident. Afterwards, the folk Crutch appointed the Marquis as an honorary archbishop and pledged to treat the Bell family lineage with bishop rank for the next 100 years. Jane observes that she looks a bit sad. It seems like she was close to her grandfather. Jane thinks that making them bishops is a ridiculous form of compensation, but he guesses it makes sense since it was their only divine relic. Jane decides that he will kill Fos someday, but for now he will use him as much as he can. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted when his mother calls him. He smiles and replies with a cheerful yes, then asks for another cup of tea. On the other side, at the orphanage, the priest informs all the children that their young brother Shino, whom their father, the Holy Zenith, chose, will leave today. They all pray for his future path and raise a toast to celebrate this meaningful day. Shino seems truly happy, knowing he is going to the main church. Meanwhile, Reiki is also happy to see him off. He and his sister Anna also go to bid him farewell. Ask him not to cry because he's lonely since he'll be following along soon. Shino replies, I won't cry. I'll be waiting for him. After a while, the carriage leaves. Reiki looks at him with determination, thinking that he will become a priest someday too. Some time passes and a priest informs Shino that they have reached their destination. Shino is surprised it was such a short distance. He is taken aback to see a building called the main church. Curiously, he calls out to the priest, is this really the main church? The priest does not answer, instead telling him, follow me quietly. Shano stops, looks behind, and says, it seems like we've reached the wrong place. The priest guides him inside and urges him to go into the building. Shano feels uneasy, something doesn't seem right. He heads down into the basement, continuing to call the priest, this isn't the right place. The priest remains silent, offering no reply to his questions. Shino opens a door and is horrified to find a mysterious creature inside. He hurriedly closes the door and calls for the priest, saying there is something scary in that room. The priest then calls someone by the name of Bishop and says, I have brought him. The bishop is a man smiling mysteriously. Sho seems scared of him and asks, did God not choose you? The bishop replies, I have been chosen for sure. Shino starts crying and asks, why am I in this ominous place rather than the main church? The bishop reveals, this place is the utopia we have attained. I now look forward to seeing what a pure child like you will become. He turns into a monstrous creature and asks, come inside Shino so we can perform our experiment on you. He puts his hand on Shino's head and says, you will become a very nice chimera indeed. The next morning in the Heath territory of Count Welton Belbart Street, known as the biggest street in Heath, Jane walks out into the night. He doesn't want to be there, but his father had asked him to complete the task this morning during tea time. Jane wasn't happy with his decision, but he couldn't say no. He thinks to himself how unlucky he is to be caught up in this situation. Meanwhile, the knight is genuinely surprised by the stamina and memory of a 9-year-old child. He realizes that the count must have had a good reason for asking him to bring Jane along. He thanks Jane, saying, "Thanks to you, I was able to move around without any issues." Then he suggests that Jane return now as their tour for the day is complete. James, still curious, asked if he may pose a question. He says, "What were you talking about with your deer last night?" The question catches the knight off guard, as he was expecting something more childish. With a chuckle, the knight replies, "We were talking about how handsome you'll be when you grow up, since you already look charming now." Jane immediately realizes he's teasing and snaps, "Stop saying things even kids wouldn't believe." The knight tries to reassure him, "We really did talk about you. Your father cares about you deeply." Then, laughing, he adds, "But I can't tell you the details. It's top secret." Jane thinks it seems like there is something between him and this, and that's why he received a guide to show him the geography. The knight treats him like a kid and asks, "Are you mad at me?" Jane then calls to him, saying, "There's still one place we haven't gone." The knight asks, "What place are you talking about?" Jane replies, "We have to go to the Zenith Church in Heath." After some time, they reach the Zenith Church in Heath. Ricky is already there doing some cleaning. He's surprised to see unexpected guests. Ricky recognizes Jane and asks, "Aren't you the black-haired one from before?" The knight asks Jane, "Is he your friend?" Jane remembers that night when he encountered that kid. He acts like he doesn't know him. He rushes toward Ricky happily and asks, "Did you dye your hair?" He almost recognizes him. Suddenly, a carriage rushes toward Ricky and the priest shouts, "Get out of the way." Ricky is almost in front of the horses and they're about to smash into him. The knight rushes to save him, but it's too late and he won't be able to make it on time. Ricky is in a state of shock and wonders if he is going to die. The horses are approaching him. While the knight is rushing to help, Jane moves quickly and casts a spell named Chain Area. A powerful magic covers them, slowing the horses' speed. The knight grabs Ricky and moves swiftly. He can feel the chain surrounding them, pulling them away from the carriage. After a while, Jane is in a state of shock, wondering if he is dead. He hugs Jane tightly and thanks him. Jane frees himself and says, "Let me go." Meanwhile, the knight is staring at Jane, thinking about the magic he used, and tells them everything he knows about the church. He smiles and says, "This is the orphanage where the kids who don't have anywhere else to go stay." Meanwhile, a priestess calls Ricky and asks him about the 2 people he has been escorting. Ricky replies, "They saved me when I was about to be hit by a carriage." She thanks him and says, "It seems like you were about to suffer through a truly terrible ordeal." The knight smiles and replies, as a priest worshipping Fro, "It's something that should have been done." She is surprised to learn about Utho. The knight continues, Jane was the one who saved Ricky. Jane introduces himself, "I am Jane Welton, the son of the Lord." She apologizes, "I'm sorry for not recognizing you. I was just so shocked by the news of the accident." Jane frowns, not understanding her reaction. He thinks if she were born in Heath, that she would have known right away after seeing my hair color. He observes that she seems too shocked right now and wonders if she is hiding something. The priestess asks the knight, "Have you come here to bring Ricky back?" He clarifies the reason he came there after hearing that the Zenith Church laid its foundation in this land this year. The priestess asks them to follow her if they want a tour. She also calls Ricky, saying, "Show the young master around." Jane observes that she is trying to separate him from the knight, Ross. He wonders if she is trying to get rid of him. He then calls the knight and says, "We'll have dinner with my parents tonight. We'll meet a little later." Ross is surprised to hear this and sees them off with a smile. Ricky now speaks to him formally and shows him the orphanage. He says, "Talk to me like before. Don't make things awkward." Ricky is happy to hear this and says, "I'll surely talk to you nicely." He adds, "Follow me. I'll show you the entire place." He then takes him to the room where he and his sister Anna reside. He opens the door and calls, "Anna, I've brought a friend." She gets up from her chair excitedly. Jane is shocked to see her. Ricky turns to her and says, "Say hi to Jane," and that he is an amazing person. He looks toward Jane, who is still staring at Anna, and asks, "What is wrong with him?" Jane is shocked. He can see that this child is born with the qualities of a saint. Her eyes are overflowing with divine power. She is a messenger of God sent from the heavens. She possesses a power that allows her to use the worshipped God's strength more freely than anyone else. These people are endowed with a powerful divine energy within one of their body parts. Her name is Anna, and she may be blind because of this overwhelming divine power. However, the moment she awakens her powers as an adult, she will be able to see the flow of the entire world through her godly eyes. There is a high chance that she will become an annoying enemy in the future. He wonders if he should kill her now, but there's no way a cleric wouldn't know about her, especially if he could already sense her power. It might be too dangerous to strike her down just yet. Ricky calls out to him, "Have you fallen for your sister? You've been staring at her for so long." Jane, angered, replies, "This is not the reason." Anna hits her brother's head with a book and calls out to him. "There's something I'm curious about," she says. After a brief pause, she asks, "Can you help me with this?" He reads a book to her, while Jane continues to stare at her, wondering whose power she was born with. He thinks to himself, "I need to be careful with these siblings." Just as he's about to leave, Ricky calls him. "Are you going to the bathroom?" he asks. Jane replies, "I'm going back now." He stands up, adding, "I'll see you off at the entrance." As they walk, Ricky asks, "Will you come again?" Jane thinks, "This boy talks a lot." Then Ricky asks, "What do you want to be?" Jane looks at him, slightly surprised. "Is this a question you're asking as a friend?" He wonders, feeling his heart flutter for some reason. Ricky continues, "I just wanted to stay with Anna, but after coming here, I changed my mind. Now I want to be chosen by Zenith and become a priest." Jane listens, taken aback. Ricky adds, "Yesterday, I was really jealous when a friend from the orphanage was chosen and headed for the main church." Jane is shocked. "They've sent a boy to the main church?" He asks, unable to hide his surprise. He remembers all the incidents about the church and human trafficking. He asks him shockingly, "Where were you before you came here?" Ricky replies, "I was in the streets." Jane asks, "What were you doing before coming here?" Ricky seems scared of Jane's expression and says, "I was a henchman for a reaver." This really alarms Jane. On the other side, the knight Raz thanks the priestess for guiding him and says, "It was pleasant speaking with you." She replies, "I will guide you back to the young master." Raz observes that she is very tight-lipped and wonders if it is because she doesn't trust priests from other churches. He also assumes that these people might be connected to the Chimera incident. After a while, they reach the place where Ricky and Jane are. In the meantime, the archbishop appears with a paladin behind him and says, "It seems an honored guest has arrived while I was away." He recognizes Jane and greets him respectfully. Jane introduces himself while thinking it's surely the Zenith Church that has been targeting the children. The archbishop then asks, "Who is Rose?" And he introduces himself, saying he serves Pharaoh. However, he is unable to understand their goal or what they are trying to do. The archbishop calls them over and says, "It's a shame that I was away when you came." Jane feels a strange energy from the paladin standing behind him. He has a strong divine power, which means he is a paladin. Jane looks toward Raz, whose reaction is more unusual than before, which surely indicates something strange about that paladin. After some time, they are walking back toward the castle. Jane tries to give him a hint, saying, "I heard from Ricky earlier that a friend of his was chosen by God and sent to the main church. He felt really jealous and said he also wanted to become a priest." Raz laughs loudly and says, "Ricky is a good kid, so he will surely become a priest one day." Jane looks at him strangely and thinks that wasn't a good enough hint. He then asks, "Did you hear from your father about something?" Raz tells him that his father destroyed a criminal gang called Revert 2 months ago, and apparently, they were kidnapping and trafficking children. Raz was shocked to hear this when James told him that Ricky had also been at Rever before coming to the orphanage. James smiled as he watched him. "Do you finally connect the dots?" he wondered. "Will you give me one more chance to make you understand?" James then asked, "Is the Zenith Church a church that does charity work?" Raz clenched his fist. He thought, the Zenith Church hardly ever does charity work. If they set up an orphanage to use children as material, then they are the real culprits. Later that night, he went to the Count and reported everything he had learned about the church and the orphanage. The Count replied, "I was only observing the Zenith Church. They have been influencing the territory in a positive way." Raz also told the Count about his meeting with the bishop and the paladin, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. The Count asked, "What couldn't you figure out?" Raz replied, "I felt a strong divine power, but I couldn't tell if that person was a paladin of the Zenith Church. It felt like the divine power was something else mixed in with it. So he was most likely a chimera that was able to use divine power." The Count immediately says, "I will send my knights to raid the church." But Raz stops him. "We need to be sure." He is determined to find evidence so that they can attack with proof. The Count warns him, "It will be too dangerous on your own." But Raz is prepared for the danger. The Count asks, "What are your chances of winning?" Raz replies, "I feel that I have the upper hand in this situation." The Count states, "I will send 3 men with you." Suddenly, 3 knights appear behind Raz. He is shocked to see them because he didn't feel their presence. The Count tells him these are the Shadow Knights who protect the Welton family. They are the expert level, so they should be helpful enough. Raz observes they may be wielding long swords, but their presence and appearance are those of assassins. He wonders if they are really knights. He thanks the Count. "I will make sure to reveal their true intentions." At the same time, James, with the help of Black, he is listening to their conversations. He thinks using clean slating children as material is the perfect idea. But this isn't something a god should do. He lies on his bed, and seeing as how they are taking it around despite not being complete, it shows they might be in a rush for some reason. He calls Black and orders him to go to Razor and deliver a letter. Black leaves through the window. James gets up and thinks he should start getting ready as well. He will surely need higher class magic in his future fights. He activates a skill named Memorized, a technique that allows someone to use magic smoothly by imprinting spells and mana operations in their mind in advance. On the other side, Philip and Jance are hiding in a room at James' orders, looking for any suspicious activities from the church. Jance asks, "How long must we stay here?" Philip replies, "Until they start moving." Jance, seeming tired, says, "There's not even a mouse lurking about." Philip replies, "All we have to do is follow our master's orders." Jance sighs, "I'm going then. I'm getting bored." Suddenly, a knight appears from somewhere and attacks them, saying, "I will kill you." Jance immediately dodges the attack and moves to the side. They are shocked to see the brutal divine power emanating from the knight. The knight rushes at them again, shouting, "I will kill you." Philip turns to Jance, saying, "Go, hurry, and tell the master." Jance tries to run, replying, "I'll be back quickly." But the knight follows his movement, aiming to attack him first. Philip pushes Jance through the window, sending him falling to the ground. In the process, the knight attacks Philip and slashes through his body. In his last moments, Philip calls out to his master. Meanwhile, James appears through the window, smiling as he asks, "Does your servant call for his master?" He has cast a dimensional spell, ensuring no one will find out what happens here. He memorized this spell with help from Black, though 6th class magic is still difficult for him. The knight stares at him with red eyes before rushing toward Philip, who is lying on the ground. James stands beside him. He casts his spell, Gravity, a 5th class magic spell. It intensifies the gravity in the area, suppressing the target so that they can't move. The knight in front of them is affected and becomes immobile. Now James uses another spell, Rip of the Dead, a magic that summons the dead to restrain the target. The knight falls to the ground, yet continues to emit his death aura. James casts his last spell, Sacrifice, a magic that summons souls and creates a huge explosion. A massive explosion erupts, and after some time, when the dust settles, the knight is still on the ground, sitting as before. James observes that he is at an expert level. The knight suddenly gets up again and rushes toward James, shouting that he will kill him. James stands still and calmly says, "Come at me. You've met the wrong match." James activates his spell, Marionette, which surrounds the knight from all sides. It is a spell that attaches strong tendrils to the target. The knight falls to the ground, unable to lift the restraints. He struggles to free himself, but all in vain. James observes him, noticing how curious he looks about his current situation. "You should know," James says, "fragments of the dead went into your body with the explosion that just happened. Everything that belongs to you now belongs to me, and there's nothing you can do about it anymore." The knight, defeated, realizes that he has lost control of his body. He cannot use his magic anymore. "I will use the best weapon against an enemy that can't be defeated," the knight mutters. James watches in shock as the knight begins to cast a spell, his words barely audible. "No," James gasps, horrified. "He's casting a self-destruction spell." James rushes toward him, desperate to stop him, but it's too late. He can't reach him in time. Worried and helpless, James steps back, raising his hands. He casts a shield spell to protect the surrounding buildings from the imminent destruction. If it weren't for Black, James thinks relieved for a moment. The knight, however, manages to break through the dark dimension, releasing his maximum holy energy in the process. He calls Black and asks him to absorb all the light around him. After Black absorbs the energy, James casts a spell on the knight, trying to kill him. But as soon as he strikes, the knight turns into a chimera, revealing his original form. James casts a spell, creating a chain area, attempting to tie him up. A multitude of chains appear, ensnaring the knight as he struggles to free himself. James then casts the Death Boom spell, an explosion of darkness powerful enough to tear through armor. The knight's physical body reaches its damage limit and becomes immobile. The chimera emerges, transforming back into its original form. The creature leaps through the window and escapes. James chases after it, but it's already gone. Philip calls out from behind, "Where did he go?" James replies, "I've lost him." Philip asks, "Don't we need to track him down quickly?" James answers, "It doesn't matter to me." Philip doesn't understand. He can't grasp how losing an enemy could be fine with James. He apologizes to him, saying he is unable to understand his intentions and asks, "Why is it okay for you?" James replies, "It's not easy to erase Black Mana's traces." He continues, "The moment that dark hand pierced through my lungs, my whole body was filled with black mana. This means I can always find you whenever I want." On the other side, the bishop is in his room writing something on paper. After a while, the chimera appears through the window. The bishop is shocked to see that it has been defeated. "It was the essence of our research," he mutters. "I never expected that a chimera holy knight with holy energy would be destroyed." At the same time, Philip asks James, "Do you think our enemy will know that black magic was used on the chimera?" James reassures him, "Don't worry, enemies won't be able to find out. he smiles and adds, "My current powers are completely different from black magic." However, his smile fades as he says, "I don't understand why black magic is so weak against holy energy. From the beginning, my power was created for the purpose of killing gods." God killing is a type of darkness designed to destroy holy beings and completely erase existence, leaving no trace behind. He shows Philip the kind of magic he's been using. This is why, no matter what their enemies do, they will never be able to uncover any details about him. Jane lifts the corpse into the air with his magic and turns to Philip, asking about Jans. Suddenly, Jans enters the room and asks Philip if he is all right. He's relieved to see his master already there. James says, "I've solved the problem." Then he asks, "Where did you run off to?" Jans replies, "I fainted for a moment after falling from the window earlier, but I came right up as soon as I woke." Jade is shocked. "A zombie fainted," he mutters. He withdraws the orders to monitor them. "They notice too quickly," he says. "We'll get caught if we keep staring at them. We need to be more discreet." James sits on Jans to punish him, then casts a spell on Philip to heal his injuries. "Be careful with your body," Jane advises. He tells Jans, "Stay close to Philip and keep him safe until he recovers." He then jumps through the window and leaves for the castle. On the other side, the bishop has closed the chimera into a container. He is still in a state of shock. He doesn't find any clue about the person who did this, nor who could have made an expert-ranked chimera paladin, combining 4 life forms into this state. He wonders if Count Welton is responsible. But if it were him, the main body wouldn't have been able to come back alive. Not only that, but the connection between him and the paladin was severed in an instant. He thinks severing magic is impossible without a barrier. And if it's a mage of that caliber within this territory, he briefly thinks of young master Jane Welton, but he dismisses the thought, reasoning that Jane is only a 4th-class mage. Someone must be at least a 5th-class mage to face the chimera paladin. He realizes they will need to increase the speed of the experiments before it's too late. Suddenly, someone appears behind him, places a dagger to his neck, and asks, "Is your second plan a failure as well?" When the bishop doesn't answer, he assumes that he has failed. The bishop seems scared of him and says, "My plan wasn't a failure. It hasn't been completed yet." The man moves the dagger closer, causing blood to stain the bishop's neck. He asks, "Is it okay for a chimera in that state? Because it's incomplete." The bishop immediately replies, "That's not what I mean. Something annoying got in the way. It'll be complete with just 1 or 2 more experiments." The man smiles and says, "You're a smooth talker, for someone who can't even identify what that annoyance is." He then asks, "Do you want to become a part of the experiment yourself?" With that, he disappears, adding, "I'll be watching. It's over for you if the count steps forth." The bishop grows worried. The knights are monitoring him. They are known as the 7 Swords of the Zenith Church. 7 knights protect the archbishop in the main church of Zenith, and they are all master rank. He slams the table angrily. How dare they treat you like this? He is the archbishop. Once he completes this experiment, he thinks things will be different. He will climb up to that position. On the other side, Jane brings the knight's body to the castle. He takes it to his room and observes the body. "I averted it," he thinks to himself. However, he is impressed. They get a divine chimera, which is quite interesting. He is about to touch it, curious to see what life forces they put into it. He observes how well they connect to the parts. The legs of an insect, internal organs with fire resistance, and compound eyes. At last, he finds the base of a human's body. It looks like a total of 4 life forms, each with magic resistance and great speed, were combined. He then checks its core. It is a bead imbued with divine power. They've made the chimera into a paladin using this bead. Jane wonders, is Zenith planning to start a war? No matter what his goal is, Jane thinks there is no more disgusting person than him. He believes Zenith still sees humans as nothing more than insects and tools, just as always. Jane remembers everything from his past life. Humans already lost everything once due to his atrocities. The reason why he ascended to this earth after thousands of years is to stop them all. He abuses the 12 gods and thinks they will never be tolerated a second time. On the other side, the bishop talks to someone on a magical device. "It was beyond my expectations," he says, "but at least the main body survived." The other man shouts at him. "Excuses will not work," he yells. "After all of my hard work becomes nothing but rags." The bishop apologizes. "This happened because of the appearance of an unknown third party," he explains. The man shouts at him again. "What are you planning to do now?" he demands. The bishop smiles. "I am thinking of picking just one person," he says. The other man frowns, questioning him. "Are you thinking of choosing the same test?" he asks. "If you give me that kind of material, then I can test to my heart's content." The man slams the table in frustration. "Don't dream about it," he exclaims. "The quality of the same test won't be wasted on a mere chimera." The bishop smiles again, exclaiming, "The next match has been decided. He is a faithful servant of Zenith and the only blood relative of the same test." Ricky, unaware of their conspiracies, was happily doing the cleaning in the hallway. After some time, the priestess came to visit him and asked about his health. She then informed him that everyone was asked to gather at the worship hall. The next moment, all the children gathered in the worship hall. A kid named Ben had brought Anna there and called Ricky over. Ricky angrily asked, "Why are you with my sister?" Ben replied, "I brought her here since they said everyone should come." Ricky pushed him away and ordered, "Go to the other side." Ricky then turned to the other children and asked, "Why did they gather everyone today?" Anna assumed maybe another person got chosen by God. The bishop greeted the students and said, "We have good news for everyone." He revealed, "Another oracle has been passed down to us by our God." The students began talking to each other, and it was clear they were thinking the same thing, like when it happened to Shino. The bishop smiled and said, "What you're all thinking is correct." He continued, "Zenith desires one of you this time as well." The children were amazed to hear this. While the bishop thinks they are all foolish idiots who only wish to be chosen without knowing a thing, he smiles devilishly and says it's a blessing for them to become a paladin. He then reveals that the one god Zenith desires this time is Ricky, who will become the next Chimera. It's raining today, and James sits with his mother in the hall listening to a storybook. She asked him, "Do you enjoy tea time on a rainy day with me?" James hardly replies. A scent of rain is refreshing, and being with Mom is even better. She hugs him tightly and starts kissing him repeatedly. In the meantime, a servant knocks at the door and informs them there is a guest for the young master. He adds that a commoner child said he was his friend and came to find him. James doesn't understand who has come and calls him his friend. He then asks the servant to bring him in. After some time, Ricky enters the room and formally introduces himself. Lady Welton smiles and is happy to see her son's friend. She asked him, "What is your name, and where are you from?" She then asked him why he has come to see James. Ricky is about to tell her how he met James in the streets at night, but James quickly puts his hand over Ricky's mouth, stopping him from speaking. James then turns to his mother and says, "Go and rest." She thinks her son is embarrassed in front of his mom. With a small smile, she agrees to leave, but only on one condition. "You must kiss me goodbye." This is more embarrassing for James, but he has no choice. He leans in, kisses her cheek, and softly says, "Please go now." She leaves with a final remark, "Enjoy your tea time." Once she's gone, Ricky bursts out laughing. "Your mother must really love you," he says. James, still feeling uneasy, asks, "Why are you here?" Ricky, excited, replies, "I've been chosen by God. I'm leaving soon, so I came to say goodbye." James is stunned. He knows exactly what being chosen means, and the shock is evident on his face. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Raz is guarding the church. He looks tired, having not seen even a hint of that strange paladin in days. He hasn't learned anything while keeping watch after that fateful day. As he gazes around, he wonders, have they hidden those things underground? Suddenly, he sees Ricky walking past him. He calls him Mister and greets him. Raz also greets him warmly and says, "Call me Ham." Ricky then replies, "I wanted to meet you too." Before the meeting, he reveals, "I was given an oracle from the god Zenith. I will be departing for the main church tomorrow morning." Raz is shocked to hear this and wonders, "Is this how your process works? Do you trick children like this?" He places his hand on Ricky's head with affection and wishes him, "Good luck in your future." Ricky happily replies, "I will become someone who will help those in need just like you." He then sees him off and leaves for the church. Rose calls the Shadow Knights who were nearby and asks, "Did you hear that just now?" They will be following the carriage Ricky will be riding tomorrow morning. The next morning, Ricky thanks all the children for seeing him off. He promises, "I will return after becoming a priest." Ben tells him, "Don't worry about Anna. I will make sure to take care of her." Anna smiles and says, "Make sure you come back as a priest." He hugs his sister and advises her to listen to her sisters and father at the church. He has tears in his eyes and promises her that he will write to her often. After a while, they set out on their journey and Ricky is with them. In the meantime, Roz reaches there, hiding his presence. On the other hand, James finds out that they have left with Ricky. He casts a spell and exclaims, "Now let's see if the hidden bug is doing well." He discovers traces of black mana that belong to the Zenith Church. It is revealed that 3 things are needed to make a holy chimera. First is the sacrifice offering. Second is the chimera creator, who would lead the experiment. And finally, a high-ranking priest who can infuse holy energy. James thinks there is only one high-ranking priest in this area, Jean's bishop. He is the only one who can do this. James believes Raz and the other knights will be able to handle the laboratory on their own, but he only needs to deal with the bishop. He gets ready and leaves the house with Black's help. On the other side, they take Ricky to the building. The bishop is on the other side of the wall and steps forward, saying it's time. He laughs and exclaims, "The child, who is an orphan, is going to become a holy knight." However, the path to receiving God's blessing is an arduous one. Ricky stands on the other side of the mirror and exclaims, "We'll see if I can overcome this trial." He is about to grab him from behind, but suddenly someone appears, blocking his hand. James has arrived and pushes him back, throwing him to the ground. The bishop angrily asks, "Who are you? How dare you attack me?" James, wearing a cloak, replies, "You speak very roughly for a cleric." The bishop says, "You must be the one who defeated the Holy Knight." He casts a spell in anger, asking, "How dare you interfere with my plan?" He casts a powerful spell, Babel Sanctuary, and with its effect, his strength will multiply many times. James thinks to himself, if this is a sanctuary developed by a bishop, then he possesses great power. To destroy a boulder with one hand, the bishop muttered, "I'm ready to end this fight quickly." He launched an attack, landing a hit on James. The impact was shocking. James laughed, his eyes gleaming. "I'll use you as an offering," he declared. But the bishop froze when James taunted, "Is this all you can do?" James then infused his black magic mana into his hand and delivered a powerful punch. The bishop winced. "How dare you use black magic in the sanctuary?" he gasped. Pain spread across the bishop's face as he struggled. Blood dripped from his wounds. He was bound and at James' mercy. "Look at your sanctuary," James said coldly. "It's being consumed by darkness." The bishop stared, horrified. "Impossible," he whispered, his voice trembling. James' laugh echoed, a deep, mocking sound. "It's certainly possible," he responded. Without warning, James hurled the bishop to the ground, slamming him into the wall. Blood trickled from the bishop's mouth, and he collapsed, sitting against the wall, weakened. James approached him slowly, his gaze intense. "I have many questions for you," he said. The bishop's breath was ragged. "Do you really think I'll answer?" James smiled, his voice cold. "I don't need your answers at all." He casts a spell that enables him to open his mind and obtain all the answers. The bishop screams in pain, struggling to free himself, but it's in vain. On the other side, the man behind this task grows angry. The experiment has been delayed. He strikes the priest standing nearby and shouts at the bishop for being late. The priest rushes to see what's happening, but the man attacks him from behind using his chimera. "You're way too slow," he exclaims. He scolds every one of them for their sluggishness. Suddenly, he senses a presence above him. The Shadow Knights are entering the lab. He realizes the bishop was being followed. One of the Shadow Knights informs Rose, "I feel a breeze coming from the back." They turn their attention to the bookshelf, noticing something unusual. There's a book that stands out, the only one that's exceptionally clean. Roz picks up the book, and the door in front of them opens. He grabs his sword as the air beyond smells foul. Without warning, they are attacked from the other side. Rose immediately blocks the strike with his sword. He wonders what immense power he is facing from the other side. He is attacked again, and this time he barely manages to hold himself. A Shadow Knight asks him, "Are you all right?" He replies, "I'm fine. It seems like we've come to the right place." On the other side of the wall, a huge chimera monster is bound in chains. Meanwhile, James reads the bishop's mind. He learns about the Xanat's order to create a strong army, no matter the cost. James asked him, "Did this oracle really come to pass?" The bishop replies, "Yes." James then instructs, "Go and inform Count Welton of everything you just told me." The bishop is about to rise when James stops him. He casts a brainwashing spell that allows him to leave. The bishop, now completely under James' control, heads immediately toward the castle. James reflects, "I reinforced the brainwashing spell. He shouldn't be able to reveal anything about me." James then uses magic to transform into the bishop and leaves. The man is angry. If the experiment is not done on time, he could die as well. He turns toward a glass pillar behind him and mutters, "I have no choice but to send this one out." After a while, the glass shatters, signaling that the creature inside has escaped. He looks down at Ricky, unconscious in front of him, and thinks that maybe he can keep his body alive. At that moment, the bishop enters, apologizing for being late. The man, furious, demands, "Why are you so late?" Jane, in the man's body, appears to be injured. He explains, "I was ambushed by a suspicious person. I had to kill him first." The man asks, "Who was this suspicious person?" The bishop replies, "It was the same person who killed the Holy Knight. He was too strong to be captured alive." The man grows impatient. "Then start the experiment. If we delay any longer, it will ruin everything." He asks, "Where is the body?" The bishop hesitates before asking, "Do you plan to continue in the presence of intruders?" He shouts at him, demanding that he hand over the body and the specimen he has sent. He promises that he will take care of the intruders. James wonders what exactly he sent and why he calls it a specimen. The man then hands him a chimera. A smile spreads across his face as he says, "Finally, I'll be able to confirm the results." He places the chimera on Ricky's body, murmuring, "A great chimera will be born." Turning to the bishop, he asks, "What do you think?" James hesitates, unsure how to respond. Finally, he says it will probably be stronger than the failure from before. The man raises an eyebrow, confused. Why would you say something so obvious? Without answering, he injects the chimera and begins to merge it with the body. He eagerly turns to the bishop. Are you happy now? The bishop smiles and replies, yes. But the man isn't satisfied with the answer. He glares at him, his voice cold. Who are you? The bishop smiles again and responds, I'm your subordinate. The madman snarls, you're not Lincoln, the bishop I know. He lunges ready to attack. Meanwhile, Ross and the other Shadow Knights have taken care of all the chimeras guarding outside. They decide to head down to the basement to see what is happening down there. Suddenly, Ravas feels something behind him. When he turns around, he sees a Shadow Knight being grabbed by a huge chimera. The others try to help and attack the chimera, but it is on an entirely different level compared to them. Raz feels a surge of worry because the space is too narrow for him to fight effectively. He moves swiftly around the chimera, thinking he needs more room to strike. He rushes toward the exit, hoping the chimera will follow him. As he nears the door, he activates his skill, the Sword of Judgment, and attacks the chimera from all angles. It screams in pain for a while, but to Rose's shock, it attacks again. He is so close to the creature now that it's too late to dodge. The chimera is about to strike, but just then, someone appears and hits its hand, stopping the attack. Two Shadow Knights have arrived and saved him from the chimera. One of them tells Rose, retreat for now. Roz points to their injured companion and asks, are we going to leave him behind? They reply that the order they were given was to assist in the completion of Raz Armatic's objective. Therefore, they weren't to pay any mind to anything else. One of them moved toward the chimera to distract it. He created a path for the others. The other one asked Raz to move for now, but he was still worried about their companion. I will die fighting that monster alone, he said. He replied, we are the Shadow Knights, and we act in order to produce the most optimal results. Our objective is absolute obedience to the leg. This is the only purpose for the Shadow Knight's existence. Our lives are but tools when confronted with the leg's orders. Raz was shocked to see that they were ready to complete the objective, even at the cost of their lives. But to him, it was nonsense. I will never tolerate such a thing, he muttered. In the meantime, the knight fighting the chimera fell to the ground, getting caught under its attack. He shouted, hurry, leave now. Suddenly, the roof cracked in front of them and collapsed onto the knight and the chimera. Raz just stood there. Shockingly, as he looked at what had just happened, the chimera emerged from the marble and seized the knight in its hand. The third knight quickly spoke, Rose, move out of the way for now. But Raz refused, shaking his head, I can't leave him behind. The chimera, with its enormous strength, began to squeeze the knight in its grip, preparing to crush him. Raz drew his sword, his eyes hardening. I will end this quickly. The knight tried to protest. You can't. I'll be fine. Rose interrupted, his voice firm. He then raised his sword high, declaring, I serve the goddess of benevolence and judgment, Pyro. He focused, gathering his mana into the blade. With a swift motion, he launched himself toward the chimera and slashed with all of his might. As the blade struck, he cast a spell to vanish, reappearing behind a creature. Again, he struck, slashing the chimera repeatedly. It screamed in agony, its resistance futile. Raz's thoughts flashed for a moment. I had used my power as a divine executioner. The truth soon became clear. There were 7 divine executioners of the Foherch. They were the 7 paladins, each blessed with divine powers by Foe, the goddess of benevolence and punishment. However, their power came at a great cost. It was short-lived and carried severe side effects. But it exerts a powerful divine power. The Shadow Knights save their companions, who is still Alice. Raz tells them, this is the power bestowed upon me by Fo, the goddess of benevolence and punishment. Once the divine executioner's power disappears, all the pain they suffer will be passed on to Raz, but he is happy to see them alive and thinks there is no need to tell them that. On the other side, the madman attacks Jane with his chimera powers. Jane activates Black's characteristics to save himself. He shouts at the madman, how dare you disturb my experiment? Jane replies, that's something you shouldn't be saying, not after messing with your own body. The madman smiles and says, I have created art on my body. He takes out huge wings from behind him and exclaims, I will show you my art soon. Jane doesn't like his chimera wings. You have such bad taste, he says. The madman grabs one of his chimera wings and tries to attach it to James' body, saying, it looks very interesting. It's enough for you to play with. He channels his power to restrain the chimera. The stranger shouts in frustration, you dark mage. Jane casually replies, why are you so upset over me breaking one of your toys? He uses teleportation magic to shift their location, making it impossible for anyone to trace them. He thinks angrily, how could a child interfere with my plan? He tries to break the barrier but fails. Fuming, he demands, where have you brought me? They are now in a forest with James standing before him. The stranger asks, "Why didn't the shield break?" James smirks and responds, "Maybe because you're too weak." James then teases, "Enjoy your time with me in this forest." The stranger glares at him with purplish eyes and says, "Once this is over, you'll regret standing in my way." He orders the Chimera to attack, but James dodges every strike. From atop a mountain, James observes, "Things down there should be wrapping up." The stranger grins and declares, "I already sent 2 elite fighters to your companions, and they will have killed them all." James wonders what elites he is talking about, but Madman rolls over the Chimera around his arm and says, "This all is none of your business." He attacks James, but James is able to dodge him somehow. James smiles and says, "The knights have taken care of 1 Chimera, but they will never survive since I sent 2. James comments, "Your foolhardiness is pretty over the top." But the madman rushes toward him and says, "I am not a fool. I am confident in my experiment." James observes there are 9 different living species in his body. It seems like they can't call him a human any longer. He adds, "The combination of all his abilities is pretty good too." James dodges his attack while thinking, "I will definitely make him my servant." On the other side, Ross and the Shadow Knights enter a room. He asks them, "Find the child first." He thinks, "I have 20 minutes left. We need to find Ricky before the power of the Divine Executioner disappears." They look here and they're in search of Ricky when Ross feels someone's presence. Someone attacks them, and Rose jumps from his place, shouting for the Shadow Knights to dodge his attack. He is shocked to see a Chimera that can use Sword Kai, and it is the most powerful of them all. Meanwhile, a Shadow Knight calls out to him, "Look to the other side." Roz turns to see another Chimera appear. This one resembles a demon horse and an ogre. Roz is worried. Those are monsters even expert ranks struggle to deal with. He thinks to himself that even he can't defeat them, but then he recalls Rick's smiling face. He realizes he has to fight them to save him. With resolve, Roz draws his sword, calls for the Shadow Knights, and orders them to prepare for battle. On the other side, Ricky regains consciousness. He slowly rises from the bed, his eyes glowing with a yellow light. "Where am I?" He wonders aloud. He calls out for the priest, asking where he is, but there is no answer. He is taken aback to find that no one is around. Suddenly, his gaze locks on the show's half-body encased in a glass pillar. Ricky recalls their last meeting and is struck with confusion. Why is he here, in such a condition? He thinks, horrified. He wonders if they were all chosen by God. If so, it must be a blessing. But Shino's state doesn't seem like a blessing. He wonders if something this cruel can really be a blessing. He gathers himself, thinking he needs to get out of there as soon as possible. He grabs the handle of the door, but then turns his face towards Shino's body. He promises, "I'll come back for you soon." He starts running, his thoughts consumed with anger. He will never forgive the G's church. As he runs through the hall, he hears sounds of fighting. He wonders if someone has come to save him. He decides to head in that direction, though the blood everywhere makes him uneasy. Still, he pushes forward and is relieved to see Raz fighting the Chimera. Excited, he calls out, "Mr. Raz." Raz is doing his best to dodge the Chimera's brutal attacks. He looks at Ricky smiling and says, "Call me Hyen." The Chimera's gaze shifts to Ricky, and with a growl, it charges straight toward him. Raz's face hardens with concern as he shouts, "Shadow Knights, block him." The Shadow Knights quickly move into position, running to intercept the Chimera. But it's too late because the Chimera is in the way of Ricky and the Shadow Knights. Ricky is so scared that he cannot move. The Chimera leaps from its position ready to attack. Ricky thinks to himself, "This is the end. I'm going to die today." In that instant, Roz reacts quickly, slashing the Chimera with his divine sword. There's a violent explosion. Ricky disappears from sight. Roz, stunned, wonders if he failed to save him. When the dust settles, Ricky's voice calls out, Hyen. Tears fill his eyes. Roz urgently calls, "Come to me. It's still dangerous." Ricky rushes toward him, throwing himself into a tight hug. Roz scans his surroundings, noting that the Shadow Knights are struggling against the Chimera. He calculates that they can last for another 10 minutes. But he knows he can't fight and protect Ricky at the same time. Gripping his sword tightly, Roz makes a decision. "Ricky, head out first," he commands. Ricky looks at him, confused, but Rose understands. If he stays, he'll only be a hindrance. Roz turns and starts running in the opposite direction. While running, he calls Rahayang and says, "Come back safe and sound." Without turning back, he gestures with his fist, signaling that he will return. He then looks toward the horse demon, thinking he is the only one he needs to get rid of. On the other side, Ricky is running up the stairs, replaying the explosion he just faced. After that light took down the monster, he could feel his stomach lurching. On top of that, he got a strange feeling from that creature. He looks toward a door and thinks, "This is how I'll escape." He steps outside and breathes in the fresh air. Tears start to fall as he reflects on how everything about salvation and faith was a lie. Then he thinks about Anna. She must be alone at the orphanage, and he needs to save her immediately. Suddenly, he feels a strange sensation. For some reason, he feels compelled to enter the forest. Without thinking, he begins walking toward it. Meanwhile, the madman is still fighting Jane. He shouts, "I will end you with my last attack." Jane finds it difficult to fight him. He tries to attack him repeatedly, and there are explosions echoing through the forest. Jane is amazed by his great power and thinks it would be dangerous if it just grazed him. He then prepares a magic spell, thinking it will be enough to face him. The madman mocks him. "The playtime is over. It's your time to die now." He readies another powerful attack and attempts to catch Jane with his chimera, but he is shocked when Jane disappears before his eyes. "Where are you hiding?" he calls out. Jane has used a barrier named Dark Dimension, intending to trap the madman, but the madman laughs. "A mere barrier can't hold me," he says confidently. Jane is shocked to see his barrier doesn't work on him. In response, he casts another spell, Tentacle Hurricane, and tries to trap the madman with it. However, he is surprised when he sees that the madman has combined the chimera's ability with magic. The madman laughs again. "I'm holding out longer than I expected." He believes Jane is lying down on the ground, and he is trying to trap him from there. He is shocked to see him behind. He shockingly asks, "How did you reach here? I was sure you were down there." James smiles and exclaims, "This is my real form." He explains, "I've used 4th class black magic, doppelganger magic. It creates a copy of oneself that can use the same abilities. The moment the two lock gazes, one of us will cease to exist." Jane lands an attack on him and adds, "The reason for your defeat is simple. You failed to properly gauge your enemy." He casts a spell on the madman, one that will cause his body to slowly rot away. The madman shouts, "You're using such tricks." He exclaims, "You'll be nothing once I kill you." Jane replies, "I've prepared one more thing for you. It's called the Black Ball." The madman seems worried and asks, "What are you scheming now?" Suddenly, he starts screaming in pain loudly. It is revealed that the Black Ball is a magic that triples the target's sense of pain in the area the sphere touches. Jane asks, "How do you feel?" As if his body is rotting away, the madman abuses him once again. James smiles and exclaims, "It looks like this punishment wasn't enough." He then casts another spell, Gravity, which begins dragging the madman down to the ground. After a while, an explosion erupts from the spot. The madman crashes to the earth. Jane lands and turns to black. "Take a break for now," he orders. The madman struggles to rise, but he can't. Jane watches, then comments, "Just the pain alone would normally send you into shock. How badly did you mess up your body by staying still?" It seems the madman is too broken to be used as an undead. Jane places his hand on the madman's head, seeking the information within his mind. Suddenly, 2 chimias appear from the side, charging at Jane. He moves hastily backward, and they collide with the madman. He is shocked to see that there are still chimias left. Panic rises in him. He's already exhausted too much mana. He attempts to kill the madman, but the madman endures the attack and heals himself. Jane grits his teeth, struggling to hold himself together, saying it would have been less painful if he had died at once. But in fact, he wondered how he should kill him, because he endured every attack. On the other side, Ricky was heading toward the forest. He felt like he had to go for some reason. Suddenly, an explosion occurred behind him. He thought he should head back. After that, Jane fell to the ground at some distance. He didn't have enough mana to create a shield and wouldn't be able to block the next attack. Ricky recognized him far in the forest, wondering why he was there. Meanwhile, the madman cast his last spell to attack Jane. "It will be the end of this fight," he said. Ricky ran to save Jane, still in a state of shock at seeing him. The madman activated another chimera, one that looked more like a dragon, and attacked Jane. Ricky ran to help him from his place. Jane shouted at him, forbidding him from coming forward. "Stay back," he yelled. Ricky stood in front of him and said, "My body moved on its own." Suddenly, the fireball-like thing hit Ricky, and an explosion occurs there. But the dust settles. Jane appears injured. He hurriedly goes to Ricky, who is unconscious. Jane is extremely worried and thinks Ricky has died. He believes that once again, someone has died because of him. In his past life, he committed the same crime. Someone died for his sake. He is in a state of shock as that kind of situation has resurfaced. The madman laughs and exclaims, "I can see a tearful scene coming from a mere test subject." He calls James, saying, "I'll send you off to your friend." James, still lost in his past life, remembers the people he loved, Jane, his friend, and some students. They always promised to stay with him, even in death. They died while saving him. In a burst of anger, James rises, using the spell of rebellion against divinity. It is such a powerful spell that everything seems to change. The madman observes the sudden shift in the atmosphere around Jane. He can feel his hands shivering from fear and thinks he needs to end this fight quickly. Jane whispers near Ricky, "Wait, I'll be back." He wonders how he can forget the spell of the first authority he had cast. An undead skeletal hand emerges from the soil. Following it, many undead bodies rise from the ground. The madman shouts at him, "What is your real identity?" It is revealed that the army Jane has created is a rebellion against divinity meant to confront the force of the 12 gods. This army is called the Necromancy. In short, it's an army of undead. The madman laughs at him. "You won't win with these low-level undead." But James smiles. "Look closely. All of these people have died at my hands." He orders them to go forth. "Satisfy your grudges to your heart's content." The madman has 2 chimias guarding him at this moment. They rush toward the undead and try to kill him. The chimias have dominated some of the undead, even breaking their skeletal bones. But there are many of them, and some have rushed toward the madman. He tries to get away from them, but they block his mouth so he can't say anything. Jane calls him from behind and exclaims this is his territory now, where death reaps death. The undead have taken him down. They all start hitting him to their heart's content. Soon, the undead army brings him and his chiras to the ground. James stares at him, wondering if he is finally dead. Suddenly, the madman spits a green-colored spherical object. James picks it up and realizes it is the bead of life. It is an artifact that charges itself with life force. Even considering his body's reconstruction, that vitality was simply impossible. Therefore, the madman had hidden something like this away. James feels a surge of happiness as he holds it. With this, he can surpass the limits of his youthful flesh. He then looks toward the undead army and orders them all to leave. In an instant, they disappear, obeying his command. Suddenly, James spits blood from his mouth because he has pushed himself too far. He looks at Ricky and thinks he can't afford to lose consciousness now. He can't let him slip away again. He prepares to cast a spell, deciding to keep Ricky by his side rather than let him go. He uses an ancient form of magic with the intent to preserve Ricky's life at all costs. But suddenly, a brilliant golden light bursts from Ricky's body, canceling the spell. James remains unaware of what's happening outside. A goddess appears before him and asks, "Who are you? Why are you trying to take what belongs to me?" James recognizes her. She looks like Pyro, but to his surprise, she asks, "Do you know who I am?" Elsewhere, the bishop is still on his way to the castle, intending to report everything to the count. Suddenly, one of the 7 knights appears without warning and swiftly strikes before the bishop can react. The knight walks away, saying, "The judgment will begin soon." Meanwhile, Raz has taken down the chimneys just in time. He smiles faintly, feeling overwhelmed by exhaustion. Yet he feels relieved no one was harmed because of him. The Shadow Knights are now rushing toward him. "Ask if he is all right," she says. He tries to get up when a sharp yellow light emits from his sword and spreads everywhere. He is sure that this light is the sign of the appearance of Goddess Pyro. At the same time, she surprisingly asks James, "Do you know me?" James, still shocked, wonders how she descended, thinking that the burden on the laws of causality from just an illusion would be so massive. She calls him again, "James, can't you hear me?" James covers his ears to block out her voice. She continues to question him. James shouts in response, "I only knew that Ricky's sanctity belonged to you." Despite that, she asks, "Were you trying to turn him into an undead?" James replies, "I was doing this because I didn't want him to die." She asks, "Aren't undead dead, according to you? Is that not a disgrace to the dead?" She angrily asks, "How dare you not understand the preciousness of life?" James shouts back, "You're the one who belittles life." The goddess is shocked by this accusation and looks toward Ricky. Jane doesn't understand her shocking reaction. She then reveals that Ricky will become her apostle. "I won't forgive him if he turns him into an undead," she says. James is shocked to hear this. He knows the apostle is the one closest to the gods. Their very existence ensures the status of pope, and they possess enough strength to be titled the strongest holy knights. This is shocking for James because, while he knows Ricky has some sanctity, never expected him to be an apostle. He smiles, thinking, "This is way more fun than I thought it would be." He apologizes to Pyro. "What can I do to make up for this?" he asks. Pyro smiles and replies that the darkness has already taken hold of him. Half of Ricky is already dead. Pyro angrily shouts, "Do you have any idea what you've done?" She stares at him, eyes burning with fury. "Do you have a death wish?" she demands. James smiles again, responding, "Things would turn out pretty badly if that were the case. If I die, Ricky will also die." He challenges the goddess this kind of threat. "That will not work on him," he says. "He reveals there can only be one apostle. If I lose him, I will have to spend a long time searching for another. Moreover, there are gods who descend here without any restrictions," he adds. "This means she badly needs an apostle." The goddess is shocked to hear all this. Jane continues, "I don't want to kill him because Ricky is my friend." The goddess, however, does not like James at all. "You're a wicked man," she says. "I'm sure you've come up with quite the plot to keep yourself alive." James raises an eyebrow and asks, "Why did you make me an apostle? There shouldn't be any need for an apostle in the world right now. The world is going peacefully, just as the 12 gods planned. The goddess is taken aback and asks, just how much do you know about these things? James smiles. You are the holiest of the 12 gods, he says, the one who loves all, so filled with love that you would gain authority to reform evil. He pauses, then asks, did the other gods cast you out? The goddess looks at him, her eyes burning with anger, but she says nothing. James knows she can't tell any lies that go against her sanctity, so she has to keep her silence. He then decides to reveal his identity and takes his past life name, Diablo Volpir. She shockingly asks him, how did you know that name? James replies, I am that man's legacy. She is stunned and says, that's impossible. They definitely cast a curse on Volpir. James smiles and says, if you don't believe me, hold my hand. Suddenly, she disappears from there and says, come to my apartment. We can discuss this properly. Ricky falls to the ground, still unconscious. James thinks if all goes well, I'll end up with a very useful tool. In the meantime, Ricky regains consciousness. When he opens his eyes, he sees James standing in front of him. He immediately asks, are you all right? James is surprised. You're worried about me when you're the one who's injured? After a pause, James tells him everything, how he made it this way with his dark magic. He wonders if Ricky will now hate him and hold a grudge against him. But he just replies with okay. James is shocked that he only replies with okay and asks if he isn't mad at him. Ricky replies, just because I am a dark magician doesn't mean I am evil. James says he was aware of this fact, but he sent him to a dangerous place anyway and even tried to kill his sibling. Ricky smiles and says, in the end, I saved you. I didn't kill Anna either. James angrily grabs his hand, but suddenly a sharp light emits from Ricky's body. The countless wounds on James' body begin to heal. He smiles and says, I thought it would work. So I tried this on you, and it really does work. He then feels Rose's presence from a distance and informs James about it. James says, I'll have to go then before Rose sees me. He also warns him, don't tell anybody my secret. Ricky smiles and says, I'm not stupid. We'll soon see each other again. The next morning, the Count visits the genie's church Hayes branch with a night rose. The judges affiliated with the genie's church appear in front of him. One of them apologizes to him and says, due to special circumstances, we are able to name ourselves. The Count asks, why have the judges come here? The man replies, we have come under orders from the higher-ups to track down heretics. He then hands over a chimera. We found this while investigating. Afterward, we identified Father Lincoln as a heretic. After receiving his confession, we executed him. Roz is shocked by this and thinks they are using Father Lincoln as a scapegoat. He tries to interrupt and reveal the truth, but the Count calls him to silence. I forbid you to say anything. The Count commands, then smiles. I must applaud your bravery. He stares at Rose angrily and exclaims, you dare commit murder in my territory. The man immediately bows before him. We simply punish sinners in the church, he says. Count Welton replies firmly, I am the judge over this land. Nobody may harm another person in haste without my permission. He pauses, then declares, the genie's church has crossed the line. The priest judge continues to beg for forgiveness and thinks he will kill him at this rate, but he can't just stand back. He calls the Count presumptuous and says it would be wise of him to turn his back on the genie's church. Suddenly, the Count swings his sword in the air and cuts his head off in just one slash. He screams in pain while the Count stands still. He then declares that his right arm will be next, followed by his head. He orders him to get out of his if he wants to keep at least his head. Meanwhile, Raz is also shocked to see this and thinks the Count didn't bring up anything related to the Chimias at all. He placed all the focus on himself being the lord of this territory. If things go on like this, then it's clear that they will be on top. The priest judge bows his head before the Count and asks him for forgiveness. I am now ready to pay an official compensation, he says, and requests the Count to let this pass just this once. He is aware of the fact that he's a stepping stone for the Eastern expansion. He requests the Count to reconsider his decision, but the Count declares, I will not take my words back. He has decided to cut all ties with the genie's church. He walks away from there quietly, and Rose, shocked, wonders if this is how the Count does things. The priest judge admits the decision and says he will withdraw soon. Roz smiles but feels bad for these abominations. After that, the genie's church paid a hefty compensation and withdrew. The very next day, a guest came for Ricky and Anna. They were shocked to see the Knight Rads. He greeted them respectfully and introduced himself. I am the Holy Marshal of the Pyro Church, Raz Armatic. He revealed that they would become a symbol for the Pyro Church as apostles of the goddess. He turned to Anna and said, you will awaken as a saintess someday. When that time comes, I will gaze upon the world with your holy eyes. He also stated, Halfton will do their utmost to welcome you. Ricky interrupted him asking, is it really true that my sister is a saint? Raz held Ricky's hand and assured him, soon Anna will be able to see. He hugged his sister and says it's a relief for him. It is also noticeable that the simultaneous appearance of an apostle and a saintess is an omen of great troubles to come. Raz prays to her goddess, hoping that he still wants these two to protect him, even if such trouble draws near. This is how those two siblings came to depend wholly on the Pyro Church. In the meantime, Jane Welton is still at his house facing the challenge of a lifetime. The 12 gods are currently split into factions, and that must also be the reason why Genies pushes itself to develop to meet Holy Knights. However, he can guess that Pyro has been isolated to some extent. He needs to visit Ifan if he wants to know more. Therefore, he decides to do so. He gathers his courage and says, I need to do this. He tries to act cute and calls his mother and sister. He hugs them all speaking with love. They are surprised by his sudden change in behavior. He starts the conversation by saying, I like drinking tea with you and Sarah. She is surprised and asks, do you find this activity troublesome sometimes? Jane replies that he would never do that. He wonders how she knew that. She asked him if there's something he wants from her. He replies that he is just in a good mood today, but she knows he definitely needs something and asks him to say what he wants. Jane happily replies that he wants to go to his family home in Eden. He acts cute and says there is a mountain with very big water bubbles. Her mother is happy to see him acting cute and asks him to act cuter if he wants to fulfill his request. Cain thinks he has never once succumbed to any hardships because he is the great dark magician Diablo Volpir, but it can't help now. He makes a heart with his hands and expresses his love for his mother. She gets happy and says she will always listen to her lovely son's request. She then tells him she has already planned to go to her family home next week. James seems exhausted and thinks he will surely kill Pyro once he is done using her because of this. After that, when he returns to his room, he finds Knight Raw in his way. He asks him where he is coming from. James replies that he met his mother and Sarah. He asks him why he has such a bad expression. James replies that something bad happened on his way. Raw smiles and says, your problems will surely pass one day. James ignores him and asks, what are you doing here? He replies that he has something to discuss with the Duke. He wants to inform him that he is heading back. He smiles and says, I felt that I should tell you directly. He also tells him that he and Anna are going with him. He seems somewhat emotional and exclaims, farewells aren't permanent. Jane wonders why he is talking like this. Rose assumes James is friends with Ricky and Anna. He adds, I don't know when we'll all meet again, but it will still be great to see each other as adults. He then hugs Jane tightly. Jane is still confused about why he is acting like this. Roz smiles affectionately and says, I don't want our friendship to change. He then leaves, saying, I'll see you plenty of times because I'll visit often. James sees him off, quietly thinking that Pyro tends to gather people with strong emotions, just like herself. The next morning, Count Welton receives a request from his father-in-law to bring James and his wife along. He doesn't quite understand what his father-in-law is planning. Lady Welton smiles and says, even my late mother could never figure out what he was thinking. Count Welton worries for his wife and children since they will be traveling without him. She gently rests her head on his shoulder and reassures him, don't worry. The most elite Knight Order, the Welton Guard, will be escorting us. Count Welton has great faith in the Knight Guard, though he still wishes he could accompany them. She smiles again and says, no one would dare make a move on them, not when you're Duke Welton. What's more, she feels reassured knowing that Knight Raz will be traveling with them. She's genuinely surprised to learn that Raz is a holy marshal as they rarely leave Afton. Count Welton assumes Raz's presence must mean the matter is truly significant. Still, he can't help but worry about Jane, knowing she carries a power far beyond her years. If, just like last time, he fails to suppress his emotions and bursts out, he doesn't know if even the leader of the Order can stop him. His wife smiles and says, we don't need to worry about Jane. She tells him everything that happened today, including how Jane acted cute and expressed his love for her. Count Welton really wishes he could have seen it for himself. She then smiles again and states, I believe in our son. She holds his hand lovingly, expressing her affection. I'm really glad to meet you, she says. That night, James is experimenting with the bead of life and is very pleased with the result. He had to break it into dust and absorb it, which took longer than expected. But its effects are better than he thought, and he is happy to see the results of his hard work. I wish black luck, he murmurs. Reaching the 6th class is just a matter of time now. He still has a long way to go to regain his prime, but now he can easily kill someone on the level of that madman. James heads into the forest where he meets with Philip and Jans. He informs them that he is going to Efton, and it's quite far, so he will be away for some time. Philip and Jans are shocked to hear this. Philip exclaims, Efton is at the northern frontier. A round trip alone would take 1 month. Jans asks, do we still have to keep chopping wood? James stares at them and asks, do you have any complaints? They hurriedly change the topic. James then says, don't worry. This time you'll be coming with me. He casts a spell and exclaims, I've remembered something I had long forgotten. A black light surrounds them. They ask James, what is this? Jane reveals it's my undead storage. Simply put, it's our new house and we will live in it. But they don't seem to like the place. Jan says, I don't want to live in such an ominous storage. Jane frowns. He doesn't like his attitude and thinks no one who's ever entered before has dared to talk back. He kicks Jance and says, follow my command. They hurriedly follow his orders and get to the storage house. James smiles, thinking they sure are an interesting pair. Because he never expected them to have such distinct egos and emotions, he is sure that they will be very useful if he raises them well. Meanwhile, Jans and Philip like the storage box because it's better than they expected. It's way more spacious than he thought. When they step outside, they really appreciate the box. It felt like we were being filled from the inside, they'd say. Jane brags, this is my first authority skill. He continues, this skill is called the rebellion against divinity. This paste is formed purely by my own power, and the undead in my rebellion absorb this power and are strengthened by it. Philip asks, doesn't it put a large burden on you? Jane counter-questions, are you worried about me? Philip immediately bows before him, I apologize for questioning your power master. Meanwhile, Jance asks, can you make us stronger in one go? Philip quickly tries to hold his mouth, hoping he doesn't say anything that might upset their master. Jane laughs out loud, truly enjoying their company. The following day, they are ready to leave for Aftomen, and the carriage is already outside the castle. Calergino lifts Jane in the air and plays with him like a doll, which is really embarrassing for him. He then advises Jane, make sure to protect your mother, your sister, and your friends. He looks at Jane and asks, can I trust you with this? Jane replies, yes. Calergino hugs him affectionately and adds, return safely and soundly. As they begin their journey, a man stands up and introduces himself. I am Jack O'Brien, he says. Since we'll be off soon, I will explain our plans. Ricky and Anna are also traveling with them. Anna wishes, I wish Rose could have ridden in the carriages with us. Ricky responds, he voluntarily joined the escort. Jane then hears an announcement. It will take a little longer, but we are taking the safer route. Lady Sears tells Jane, Sarah falls asleep immediately every time we ride a carriage. The next moment they all leave while Count Gina Welton stays behind with the other servants. That night, Roz decides to guard the rear. Jane can see him through his window. He thinks about the goddess Pyrrho and wonders what she has to say to him. Seeing as how nothing happened despite him bringing up the name of Diablo Volpir, it must mean that the goddess hasn't told the other gods about it. There aren't any questions in his mind, and he is sure that a lot of things will change when he returns. After some time, when Sarah was sleeping peacefully, Ricky woke her up. He introduced himself with a smile, but she got scared when she saw him and started crying. Similarly, 2 days passed peacefully on the journey. Jane fell asleep in his seat, along with his mother and sister. Jane looked through the window and saw Raz outside. He asked him, is everyone tired now? Jane woke up from his voice and questioned himself about how long he had slept. Ricky answered, you slept for 2 hours. Raz called them over and asked, can I tell you a story to get you away from your boredom? He began telling them a legend about this area of the Matri Mountain Range. Jane didn't like the title, but Ricky happily asked him to tell him the story. He states that it's a story about a long, long time ago, when the dragons flew through the skies and elves roamed the mountains. At that time, the mighty mountain range was actually a single mountain. But one peaceful day, 2 dragons appeared there. Jane listens attentively, eager to hear about the dragons. Roz continues the story. An evil black dragon and a good blue dragon named Matri appeared there. Matri had a lover who was a human mage, but it was a fact that a human and a dragon couldn't be together, for they couldn't accept such a thing. The dragon tribe sent the black dragon out to kill the mage. In that great battle, Rose says that great mountain was split into many sections and gorges were created where violet torrents flowed through. The black dragon was driven out after that desperate struggle, but Matri's lover died in the end. Matri, after sending off her lover that way, hid deep within the mountains, waiting for him to return. And if you're upset asks, was this the time when the rain began to fall like this without end? Roz replies, yes, this is the reason bards would call the rain the dragon's rain. Jane, lost in his thoughts, believes this is not a legend, but something that actually happened. He calls Rose and is about to ask a question about the story, when suddenly, lightning strikes nearby. Everyone is startled by the flash. Lady Sears hugs Sarah, who looks frightened. James smiles, but an uneasy feeling settles over him. At the next moment, lightning strikes a tree, sending it crashing onto the carriage where the lady and children are riding. The horses lose their balance and rear up, lifting their legs high. Lady Sears clutches Sarah tightly as the carriage tilts dangerously, but in the chaos, she loses her balance and tumbles off along with Sarah. Jane reacts instantly, rushing to save them. She calls out to him, grabs Sarah first. Jane casts a spell, summoning a magical wire, and responds, I can save both of you. The magic wire wraps around them, holding them steady. Jane breathes a sigh of relief, grateful that he has saved them, but his mind lingers on the wreckage of the carriage, wondering what exactly just happened. Suddenly, he feels the support he was holding has disappeared. Lady Sears calls him, urging, "Save yourself." He replies, "I'm fine. I'll use levitation magic." But he is shocked to realize he is unable to use magic. A skill named Mana Burn has been activating all around them. It's a higher magic that completely burns the surrounding mana to disable mages. He wonders who activated this spell. The first person who appears in his mind is the goddess Pyro. But then, a dragon comes to mind. Could it be a dragon? Unable to use his magic, he falls from the cliff. Lady Sears, who is at the top of the cliff, screams for her son. She tries to jump for the edge to save him, but the knights behind her forbid her to do so. Suddenly, Ricky activates his divine energy and tries to stop her. She glares at him, her eyes filled with anger. He quickly apologizes, saying, "I was just trying to help." Anna holds Sarah, who is crying for her mother. After a while, Rose appears in front of her and reassures her that Jane will be fine. He clarifies, saying these aren't just empty words. He knows exactly how talented Jane is. The torrents may indeed be dangerous, but once Jane's magic returns, he will be able to survive without any problems. He also states, "I will go down there and bring Jane back alive and safe." That night, Jack calls him and says those torrents creatures are even dangerous for him. Sir Rose asks Lady Sears to give him 3 hours. "I will make sure to return," he assures her. She grows quiet, then says, despite knowing the risks, she will still ask this favor of him. She extends her hand sadly and requests, "Please return with my son, James." He holds her hand and respectfully replies, "We will definitely return." On the other side, when James opens his eyes, he finds himself tied by both hands in a strange place. A lady dragon calls to him and asks, "Had you awakened?" While he is shocked to see a living dragon, she counter-questions him, "Are you also a dragon?" James asks her if she can't see that he is not a dragon. She exclaims that she knew the moment she saw him that he wasn't a dragon. However, it doesn't make any sense because there is no human who isn't a dragon, but contains such potential like him. Moreover, the mana James has is similar to how dragons gather mana. James wonders if his original breathing method is similar to that of dragons. She sticks to her point and says that humans are poor when it comes to breathing mana, since they lack intelligence and talent. They can't even imitate dragons. However, she finds James different and asks if he is a half-dragon, but even high elves don't compare to dragons. James angrily replies, "Why does she keep saying things that don't make any sense when she can see me right in front of her eyes?" She smiles and says James is really proud for someone who is captured. James angrily responds, "You're the one who is mistaken, thinking someone is a dragon and going around kidnapping people." She looks surprised at the word kidnap. James then asks her to remember the sudden wind and the lightning that struck next to the carriage. What made it definite was the mana burn, which had been created artificially by a dragon. She replies, "I did all this because I just wanted to take a look at him for myself." James shouts at her, "Because of you, my mother and Sarah were in danger." Suddenly, he realizes something and wonders, "Why am I so angry right now?" He then changes the topic. "I guess it makes sense to be curious about me." She asks, "Cut off your cuffs and we'll talk calmly." She refuses to untie him, saying, "It's more fun for me to see you like this." James angrily shouts at her, but she annoys him further. "Your expressions are so funny. It makes me not want to let you go even more." James thinks peeing on people like this is definitely Blue Dragon Matri's personality. However, it is said that blue dragons are the most gentle of all dragons. They are especially friendly to humans, and their emotions toward them are the same as what humans feel toward dogs or cats. If James had met a red or black dragon, which are famous for being violent, or a slight green dragon, then they would have killed him. He considers himself lucky to be found by her. He asked her, "Why did you kidnap me if you thought I was a dragon?" She releases a killing intent and replies, "I just want to kill you." Jane forces a smile and asks, "Can you let me go now?" She replies, "No." Jane looks scared now. He asks, "What's the reason you want to kill me?" She answers, "I'll make up a reason soon." She then proposes one possibility. "If I use you as material, I could create a master-ranked dragon soldier." James thinks to himself that she won't just gain a master-ranked soldier, but his powers could exceed that. He calms himself, reminding himself not to assume anything when facing death. He tries to act cute, calling her Nuna, and asks, "Why do you want to kill dragons?" She angrily snaps, "None of your business." James smiles and asks, "Is it because of that human lover?" Without warning, she attacks him, sending him crashing to the ground. She then warns him, saying, "If you talk about this again, I will make it so you can't live or die." James doesn't listen to her and provokes her, saying, "Your tribe didn't accept my lover, so you betrayed them to keep me alive." She gets angry and releases her mana. "How dare you speak as if you know something?" she demands. James continues, "You never wanted to kill me or turn me into a dragon soldier in the first place. You could have just brainwashed me from the start, But you didn't, he brags. You're kind, almost to the point where it's hard to believe you're a dragon. These were the same words once spoken by the human she had loved. She angrily declares, this is your last chance. There will be no second. Jane observes, realizing she is serious. He had been very careful with his words just now. Then she smiles and exclaims, you're really a strange human, almost as strange as the person I once loved. Jane asks, what do you mean by that? She talks about the protagonist of the story, who humans know only through word of mouth. On the other side, the night, Ravas is still looking for Jane. It is raining heavily and the rain doesn't know when to stop. He is worried about Jane and wonders what he is doing right now. At the same time, MAGE tells him her love story that began 700 years ago. The person I loved was a black mage, she says softly. His name was Canon. James smiles and asks, you really loved a black mage? She thinks he is surprised to find out that someone who uses white magic could love a person who uses black magic. However, she continues, Canon used black magic to discover the truth of the world. He was a righteous mage who rose to the 9th class. Jane is shocked and exclaims, there is no human who has been able to reach the 9th class in thousands of years. She interrupts him gently, I will tell you the reason now. She reveals, Ken was searching for the truth of the world even before he met me. Together, we searched through countless ruins, and it was during that time that we fell in love. They were very happy together, but that was until the day the Dragon Lord's command was issued. The Dragon Lord called Kenon and said he never should have committed a crime. Every dragon moved to kill Kenon. They ran away, but there was a limit to that. She asked Kenon to run and took him to a place where the dragons couldn't track him. The place was a ruin, bound by a powerful constraint that allowed only one person to enter. She hid Kenon there. After that, Matri was banished for 1,000 years. To dragons, 1,000 years isn't a long period of time, but Kenon came to try to save her after a few dozen years. And after learning the truth of the world, he was worried about her condition. He asked, why are you staying idle when you're the species best at magic? The other dragons laughed at him, saying Kenon had gone crazy. The truth was something difficult for a human to accept. But Kenon saved him, and they hid in the vast mountains after losing their pursuers. But Kenon died at the hands of dragons. And now she thinks it was actually better that things ended this way. She tries to convince herself that he is at peace now. After that, her tribe didn't stop. They began to erase Kenon's existence, the records he left behind, and even the people he had met. Everything was erased. This place is where Kenon's existence remains. It is the last place he is protecting. Jane now understands why his stories of past lives haven't been heard. The first thing he did after reincarnating was try to find a trace of his past life in the books, but there was nothing about Diablo Volpir. The records were exceedingly clean, as if someone had intentionally erased all traces. He thinks they must have erased his existence, just as they did with Kenon. He always thought the 12 gods were responsible for this, but it was the Dragon Lord. Kenon, the 9th class mage, went as far as to learn black magic to uncover the truth of the world. He wonders just how much Kenon knew about the black magic that had to be erased. He asked her, is this by any chance Kenon's grave? She asked him why he asked this question. Jane replies, I and a fellow mage wish to honor his life. She gets quiet for a while, then says, come with me. She takes him to a place where Kenon's grave is. Jane is shocked to see his bracelet on the grave. This bracelet is called Absolute Immunity, one of the 3 items created by Diablo Volpir to face the 12 gods. It was an artifact that was completely immune to all diseases and curses. He wonders if this was the reason Kenon was searching for the truth of the world. He learned the truth of Diablo Volpir's existence after finding that bracelet. If he asks Matri for the bracelet, she will probably kill him. She pays her respects to Kenon's grave. Jane asks her about the bracelet. She replies, it belongs to Kenon, an object with tremendous power. It has saved his life countless times. Jane thinks it is magic for cleaning and protection, as there isn't even a speck of dust on it. He smiles and asks, is this all that Kenon has left? She stares at him angrily and asks, why do you question this? Jane remains calm and replies, I don't have any hidden agendas. I'm just curious. Kenon was someone who pursued the truth of the world. I was wondering if there were any records he left behind. She calms down and says, Kenon did leave one diary. He asks, can I see his diary? She refuses immediately, no. Jane then asks, what is the truth of the world? She stares at him and says, you're crossing the line. This isn't something that a mere human is worthy of knowing. Jane interrupts, Kenon gave up his life to find the truth. He may have failed in the end, but you protect this legacy. Instead of using it to preserve his memory, Khan would rather have humans inherit it. She calls him an annoyingly clever kid and demands, clarify yourself. I need nothing to keep his memory. I remember everything about him. Jane replies, I remember Jane's last words from my past life. And she asked him not to forget her ever. Maitri then leaves him, saying he can't understand since the kid is still a kid. She then brings up Cannon's diary, which is sealed in chains. She clarifies to him that she is not showing this to him because he has convinced her, but it will be useless since there is nothing written on it. She tells him that it's impossible for a human to unseal it. She then asks Jane to stop following her, promising to return him to where he came from. Jane calls her from behind and asks her to wait. He warns her not to be surprised by whatever she sees from now on. He activates his black magic, which truly shocks her. She is astonished to know that Jane is a black mage. His power is completely different from what she saw earlier. She surprisingly thinks even Cannon's black mana wasn't this dark. Soon, he unseals the book and opens it. The first phase was related to the imperial calendar. 22nd year, 3rd month, 16th day. Cannon wrote that he ate a blue dragon, and she told him he was filthy because he was a black mage. The next day was noted in the imperial calendar. 22nd year, 3rd month, 20th day. Cannon wrote that Mayatri ended up traveling with him. Thanks to her free-heartedness, the journey became much more enjoyable. The following day, he arrived at the marked location while riding on Mayatri's back. It was a place untouched by human hands. He called it Deadman's Land. Similarly, on the 12th month, the Dragon Lord commanded the Dragon tribe to exterminate him. His only concern was for Mayatri because she had betrayed her kind. He wanted to let her go, but he couldn't because he loved her. After that, on the 3rd month, 8th day, the date on the tombstone was marked 65 and 966 years ago from today. In the 5th month, on the 1st day, they settled inside a mountain somewhere. They had come to get away from the gaze of the Dragon tribe. Next, they planned to head to Garmin in the northwest. It was the name written at the bottom of the tombstone. Jane read the diary and closed it. Maitri starts crying, thinking about him. Jane believes he knows which tombstone Cannon is referring to. Before going to war, Diablo Volpir engraved these words of despair for the past and hope for the future. That was 65,966 years before Cannon discovered it. After that, Diablo appears 700 years later. This means he was reincarnated exactly 66,666 years after his death. He wonders where Garmin is. He wrote those words as if he were confident of his victory, but he doesn't remember writing anything about him. He wonders if someone else found his tombstone before Cannon. He smiles, thinking that this is truly praiseworthy for him. It was the truth that the 12 gods hid in a perfect cell. Even if it is a fact that human beings were reduced to slaves of the 12 gods about 70,000 years ago, they don't need to be disappointed. This person has once again ascended onto this earth, so the 12 gods will soon be destroyed. He will make sure that humans know freedom once again. Meanwhile, Mayatri is still crying because Ken wrote that he loved her, but he never told her in words. He only said she was annoying and clingy. James smiles and asks, "Have you already told him that you still have your memories?" He believes that Cannon is still alive in her heart. She smiles and replies, "You really know how to speak good words." Jane just smiles at her, thinking, "I'm not a kid." Manager really hopes that she can go back to when Cannon was alive. Jane puts his hand on her head and says, "Everyone thinks like this." She grabs his hand and asks, "What about the black mana I just saw? Are you really a black mage?" James smiles and replies, "It's just typical dark magic." She interrupts him, saying, "I tried using dark magic to break the seal before." James, shocked, asks, "You learned black magic?" She replies, "I brought some magicians who could use black magic. I threatened one of them and told him to follow me if he didn't want to die. And he obliged right away. In society, this is called threatening and kidnapping." However, no matter what they tried, the diary didn't react to anything until James and his weird black mana came along. She hated to admit this, but James had the power Conan sought, something out of this world. He then decided to tell her the truth and revealed that he was a magician fulfilling Conan's dying wishes. He told her about a one-man army who challenged the 12 gods. That man had many comrades, but all of them either died or betrayed him. Eventually, he lost the 12 gods and was sealed in the realm of eternity. Yet, he never gave up, even in that moment. Chang, therefore, had returned as his successor, and he wouldn't give up like the man before him. He was Can, and maybe someone even older from a much longer period ago, surpassing him in even generations after he dies. But his wish would continue until the 12 gods were killed. Maitri asked him to follow her. She picked up the bracelet from his grave, and says she is sure he would give his permission. He hands it over to Jane and asks him to take it quickly before she changes her mind. He wears the bracelet and promises to be careful with it. He can hear a light emitting from the bracelet, and it seems like it is greeting him. Maitri also promises to put everything online to help if the time comes. James seems really happy after receiving a dragon's promise. She then opens a doorway and kicks him to leave immediately. She prays at Cannon's graveyard and thinks his dream is still ongoing. He appears right in front of Rose, who is still looking for him. He holds his hand and takes him back to Lady Sears. She hugs him tightly when she finds him. Ricky and Anna are also happy to see him safe and sound. The Welton Knights thank their knight Roz for saving Jane, saying they will forever be in his debt, while he tries to tell them that he did nothing. He seems exhausted because he even used the powers of a holy marshal to find his traces, but couldn't at the same time. In his school in the Seldom Kingdom, country of Pyro, some students were getting scared because of a rat that appeared in the lab. They shouted at their classmate, Benna, asking why she wasn't blocking the rat properly. "Why aren't you doing anything?" one of them yelled. Benna apologized to everyone, but in order to catch the rat, they threw everything lying around the laboratory to the ground. She was left to clean up the mess created by the other students. Benna couldn't help but wonder, when will that rat just get lost? Meanwhile, some girls were gossiping behind her back, speaking about her in harsh whispers. "He's such a retard, just looking at her makes my blood boil," one of them said. They whispered, wondering why she was even in their school. "Why does she even belong here?" Another girl scoffed. However, they acknowledged that, thanks to Benna, they looked much better in comparison. Benna, embarrassed, overheard them, her face burning as the words pierced through the air. Meanwhile, a girl called out to her rudely. Benna, bring all the supplies on the list, she snapped. They blamed her for the fact that they had to redo the experiment because of her. Benna apologized, feeling as if everything was her fault. "Sorry, it's my fault," she muttered quietly. Everyone laughed at her, making fun of her. Her heart sank and she was on the verge of tears, wondering why things always had to be this way. The escort reaches the estate of Count Pyro. They gather at the breakfast table, and the Count thanks everyone for coming all the way there. He happily asks them to enjoy the special meal he has prepared and to get some much-needed rest. Ricky and Rose are surprised to see the delicious meal, thinking it is the best they've ever had in their lives. Lady Sears thanks him for the meal. Later that night, James steps out of the palace to take a look at the city. He thinks it's the perfect time since Ricky won't bother him either. A moment ago, Ricky had been following him like a shadow, continuously asking where he was going. Jane takes out Black, who also wants to enjoy a nice stroll. Meanwhile, two thieves eye Jane from a distance. They find his bracelet very attractive, and, according to them, it shouldn't belong to a kid. One of the thieves smirks and says, "The school director will really like this. He might reward us for it." After a while, Black informs Jane that two boys are following him. Jane doesn't know their intentions, but he smiles and exclaims it's nice to see them, since he was getting bored anyway. Soon, they lost Jane while following him. Jane then gave them a hint about his location. He smiled, thinking he should take a test, but suddenly, a doorway appeared behind him. Before he could even react, someone dragged him inside. The thieves appeared in the hallway, but Jane was no longer there. On the other side, Benna was the one who had dragged him, though he didn't know her. Angrily, Jane attacked her, thinking she had been the one to strike first. Benna tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. He cast a spell on her, but she countered with black magic to save herself. Jane was shocked to see that she could use black magic. After some time, he slammed her against the wall. She seemed to be in bad shape. "Did you just use dark magic?" Jane asked. "Why did you trick me?" Benna started crying and replied, "I was just trying to help you. It would be bad if you got caught by a dark magician." Jane wondered aloud, were those thieves dark magicians too? She cried louder, saying, "Everyone is like him to me." She abuses her for no reason, even when she tries to help them. Jane asks her to stop, but she continues to cry and starts abusing herself. After some time, she tells him the whole story. She explains that she is from the same school as those guys, and since he was being chased, she saved him. She sits in front of him and says, "I feel pity for you. You're just a small child. If those magicians had caught you, you'd have been subjected to experiments." But now she questions him, "Are you really a child?" After seeing his power, James smiles and asks, "Don't you have a large stake in those cruel experiments or whatever? Just because you saved me, you think I'll see you as someone on the side of justice?" Benna tries to explain, "I didn't become a dark magician because I wanted to." Jane points his finger toward her and calls her trash. "You're no different from the others." Benna replies, "I am different. I don't want to torment living things. Every time I pulled my hand, it was an extremely painful process for me." Jane ignores her, saying, "I'm not interested in your story." Benna gets up and takes her leave. She is about to leave, but suddenly gets hit by something and falls to the ground. Jane has created an invisible wall in front of her. He smiles and says, "You can't leave. I still have so much to ask you." At the same time, the school head, Garb, is looking for her. He asks the students, "Have any of you seen Benna?" After some time, Benna answers James' questions. He then asks, "Will you show your loyalty to us?" She replies, "No matter how mean you are, I have to spend over 10 years with you." Jane activates his magic and says, "I'll just have to do it the way I've always done things." Benna is shocked to see his black mana. She doesn't sense the peculiar discomfort of black magic or the malicious feelings that usually disturb the living. Jane puts something into her brain and says, "Let me know if you change your mind." She asked him, "How did you create that black mana?" She grabs his hand, insisting, "Tell me." Jane pulls his hand away and says, "I won't let you off. Not like this." She starts crying again and requests him to take her as his disciple. This is shocking for Jane, but he refuses immediately. He is about to leave when she grabs his cloak from behind. She starts crying again, saying, "I lost my parents 10 years ago in an accident. I had no choice but to become a dark magician." She continues, "The experiments that sacrificed the living were incredibly cruel. My companions condemned me for being pathetic, stepping all over me. Even then, I couldn't run away." Tears stream down her face as she adds, "Now I want to stop. I want to put an end to all of this." Jane, with a stern look, asks, "What does this have to do with becoming my disciple?" She responds, "Your black mana. It's not something made by sacrificing the living. I need that kind of strength." Jane pushes her away, saying, "You're wrong, and more importantly, I don't want you as my disciple." He steps out into the city where the darkness still lingers. He remembers his disciples from a past life, how they came to him for even the smallest of things. But in the end, they were the ones who betrayed him, even trying to kill him. He thinks about Benna. According to her memories, there are more than 20 members in her school, and the specialty of the school head's garb is curses. Now he has decided to go and take a look at the school himself. After some time, he uses his invisible magic to observe the school Benna is talking about. The students have used a girl's head as an experiment, keeping it in a jar. The girl is still alive. She begs someone to save her. Her pleas fascinate them. Humans typically beg for death, but she still has hope. One of them asks the other, "Don't get other body parts?" The other replies, "We're sure on body parts because we've been doing a lot of experiments lately. But we've heard we'll be getting a ton of test subjects soon." Jane quietly observes them, wondering why they have the guts to hide inside the academy, conducting dark magic experiments. The students walk away saying, "Running experiments on humans really is the best. Nothing else compares when you look at the speed and quality of the results." Jane now understands just how far dark magic has fallen. He also sacrificed countless lives in the past to stand up to the 12 gods in his previous life, so he is in no position to judge them. In order to kill the gods, he forsook his humanity and bore all these sins. Now he faces yet another task. If the seeds he spread have grown into monsters, it is clear what he must do. He must reap them himself. On the other side, Benna is worried about Jane, wondering where he has gone. She needs to find him and take him out quickly. Suddenly, a student appears, grabs her hair, and demands, "Where have you been all this time?" His name is Hilla. He had asked her for a task, but Benna had completely forgotten it due to her focus on Jane. He pulls her hair and sneers, "Are you getting a little too relaxed?" With a cruel motion, he throws her to the ground and activates his magic. "I've stomped down bugs like you before," he says coldly. Benna, groaning from the impact, apologizes to him. "Please stop your magic," she begs. Hilla doesn't listen and casts a spell named Pain Struggle. Benna begs before him, asking, "Please forgive me, just this once. I promise I won't forget what you say ever again." Suddenly, she hears Hilla's voice talking to someone. She asks, "What are you doing in there?" Jane stands in front of her, looking at her intently. He asks, "Are you scared of someone like me?" He stares at her, then orders, "Stand still." Benna is shocked by his sudden gentleness as he asks, "How long will you stay like this?" Meanwhile, Hilla smiles devilishly. He exclaims, "I don't know who he is, but he's certainly not smart." He then threatens Jane, "I'll kill you since you come from outside. It will make an interesting addition to my experiment." Ignoring him, Jane calls out to Benna. "Choose what you want," he says. Benna replies, "I don't want to be a part of you." Hilda casts a spell on Jane and lands an attack. Benna screams, "I don't want to fit in with people like you." Jane listens to her and she exclaims, "I don't want to live like this any longer. I want to be stronger. I want to change." Hilda shouts at her, asking, "What did you just say?" Benna is terrified by Hilla's expression, and Hilla exclaims, "You're surely prepared for what happens if you defy me." Jane calls out to Benna, saying, "You've taken a step forward." He barely moves his fingers, and with a subtle motion, nullifies Hilla's magic. Jane looks at Benna and says, "The first step is always the hardest, but the second step won't be as hard." Hilla shouts at him, asking, "Who are you?" He then questions him about his strange mana. Jane casts a spell to erase his face, and black mana floods the air. Benna watches in shock as Jane wields his power. Meanwhile, Headmaster Garb smiles, pleased to observe the mana around him. He thinks finally Benna the Valkyrie has awakened. The conditions for personality control had been excessive, leaving him worried that she might never awaken. Now with a smile, he thinks, "I no longer need this tiresome place. The Valkyrie's strength is now mine." On the other side, Benna apologizes to Jane for using her magic, but he is shocked and wonders why someone so timid is a Valkyrie. It is revealed that the Valkyrie is the high-ranking angel known as the Fighting Angel. Their immense strength is enough to wage war against the 12 gods. Although it ended in their loss, they fortunately managed to avoid extinction. They hid themselves in places far from the 12 gods' sight. Jane is sure it must be the headmaster's doing. In order to make it easier to handle her, he suppressed her personality for a long period of time. It is also a fact that Valkyries are fundamentally a race that hates to bow their heads. So, Garb must have made her this way, likely to make it easier to control her after she awakens. Meanwhile, Benna thinks Jane is angry for some reason. She asks him to forgive her for whatever she has done. Suddenly, they hear a red alarm, signaling that an intruder must have rushed in. Jane tells her to call him by his name and assures her that the alarm is not for him. Suddenly, they hear the headmaster's announcement. Whoever brings Bennett to me will be rewarded. Ben doesn't understand why the dean is doing this. Meanwhile, the students get to work and start looking for her. Jane reveals everything to her about her being a Valkyrie. She is shocked to hear that she is different now. Jane casts a spell around them and says, I already told you that the second step won't be hard. After some time, all the students have gathered in front of them and demand Benna from Jane. They can hear the head's voice asking Benna to come to him. A student tries to speak, attempting to inform the head that Benna is there, but Jane casts a spell and brainwashes her. She falls to the ground. Jane turns to Benna and says, you currently have no free will. Perhaps you have been acting as the dean's slave for a long time now. This means that everything the students did to you was according to the dean's will, because he wanted to suppress your personality. Meanwhile, the other students cast multiple curses: stiffness, migraines, retching, and sneezing. But Jane applies a reverse curse. It affects them all, and they begin to suffer from their own curses. Jane calls and asks her to get herself together, but she sits on the ground, saying, I'm so angry. I've endured all of this for so long without knowing a thing. Jane kicks her, saying, if you're really angry, then go fight. She falls to the ground, replying, I don't know how to fight. Meanwhile, a student casts a curse of itchiness on her, but she moves backward, relieved that she dodged it. However, another student casts a curse of odontalgia. She grabs his hand and pushes him away in self-defense, sending him falling to the ground at a distance. Jane calls her, saying, recognize your true strength, believe in yourself, and fight. Another student humiliates her, saying, in the end, you're just an idiot. Benna casts a spell of blindness on her, but she blocks his attack. She can feel her body moving exactly how she wants it to. It feels like this body doesn't belong to her. Jane calls the remaining students, asking, what do you want to do now? You've realized by now that you can't win against them. He thinks he has already agreed to harvest everything anyway. He calls Black, and Black appears on the student's head. Jane calls him and, laughing, asks, have you finished all the Rockies? Black hands over a spell to every student, and Jane casts a spell, Violet Violence. Suddenly, the students attack each other and kill themselves. In the meantime, the headmaster, Garb, becomes aware of the chaos. He sees that all of his children are dead. He greets Jane with a smile and says, you are the place of my owner. Seeing Jane's skills, Garb asks, has your appearance faded, or do you have some kind of chronic illness? Jane replies, I'm really just a 9-year-old kid with these kinds of skills. Garb smiles and exclaims, I know what kind of settings you have. He asks Jane to work with him, impressed by his incredible skills. Jane asks, what can I do for you if I work with you? Garb then asks, do you have a plan for success now? For me, swallowing a nation won't be a problem. Jane asked him, you have a specific methodology in mind? Garb laughs, thinking Jane is being far too ambitious, even though they haven't agreed on anything yet. Kane, however, firmly refuses to join forces with him. Garb responds, you'll regret this decision soon. Meanwhile, Benna asks, why did you have them bring me here? He replies, because you're an exceptional girl. You have a rare vitality. I brought you here to prepare for a moment when your true potential awakens. Benna is stunned by his words. The dean continues, from the moment I discovered your abilities, I've been working on ways to guide and reshape your development. In fact, this school was created with that in mind. Still reeling, Benna says, but every time I was mistreated, you were the one who comforted me. Garb smiles and cuts in, yes, I did. But notice, I never actually stopped it. He chuckles lightly. In truth, I saw those moments as necessary steps. Now, if you awaken, shaped by everything you've endured, then everything will finally come together. Suddenly, a black aura surrounds them, which is shocking for the dean as well. Benna becomes aggressive as the dean reveals the truth to her. Jane tells him, I just erased her malice towards me. Garb doesn't believe him. That kind of thing isn't so easily cleared away, he says. James smiles and replies, it's incredibly easy and truly simple. However, he adds, but I guess it was impossible for me. No matter how hard I try, I'm still a trash mage who can't attain the 7th class mage rank. Garb's anger flares at this and he shouts, cursing Jane loudly. The 7th class is considered taboo in the world of the black mage. If anyone were to reach it, they would be killed in the most violent way by him. Just like Garb, the curse master, he may have reached the highest rank when it came to curses, but he was unable to surpass the wall of the 6th class. This is why he becomes so furious when Jane calls him like that. In a fit of rage, Garb attacks Jane, vowing to make him suffer for eternity in dark despair. He casts a spell called Burning Snake and launches the attack at Jamie. The previous day, he went to his master, who asked him to provide more bodies to experiment on. At present, he casts a spell. James smiles and says, "Your head must hurt, as if your brain is being ripped apart." Garb is confident in his abilities and exclaims, "I'm not called the Cursum for nothing." Jane casts a spell while saying, "I shouldn't get careless." Jane tries to inflict him with mind magic, but Garb laughs and asks, "Do you have something else to show me?" However, James' spell is too strong and starts affecting him soon. James reads his mind and observes that he is thinking about something. James smiles and wonders if he's thinking that it's fine to interfere directly with his own brain, but it's too late for him. He casts a curse spell, Dark Spear, and sends it upon him. Garb smiles and says it will be far enough. He casts a reflective curse on James. James' dark spears stab through Garb's body. Garb approaches him and says, "You're in a terrible state." In the end, the abyss he created wouldn't be easy to escape from. But before James could escape, he intended to destroy his mind. He cast a spell of aesthetics of slow and exclaimed, "I will be eternally trapped in a single moment from now on." James found himself falling behind, and it was narrated that when a second is divided into tenths, hundredths, and thousands, humans experience cognitive dissonance. This is a condition where the end can't be seen. Even if it's only a second, no one can withstand time that is split tens of thousands of times. Garb laughed and said, "This is my ultimate curse." But James smiled and replied, "This curse won't do anything to me." He pushed Garb behind and added, "Something like this is useless for me." James cast a spell of explosion, causing a blast to erupt. Garb screamed in pain and tried to resist, but he couldn't. James continued to curse him, saying, "This will be enough for you." He then cast multiple spells, Stonebreaker, Stone Blitz, and Chain Whiplash, Spark Bomb, and attacks him at once. After some time, he is defeated by James. He lies on the ground and asks, "How did you defend against the attack?" James replies, "I did this with my absolute immunity artifact." Garb is shocked seeing his bracelet. "There is no such thing that exists in reality," he says. James smiles and responds, "The world itself is normally absurd." Garb is about to close his eyes, but James kicks his stomach and says, "Did you really think I would let you die peacefully?" He then casts a spell, the Door of Heavenly Defiance, and exclaims, "This is the sin I committed solely due to my greed. I am the one who sowed these seeds. I will be the one to reap them." He continues, "You will forever become a sinner, an existence that is neither alive nor dead. You will continually die at every moment, but as an immortal, you will never fully die." James looks at him with cold determination. "You will become my servant, one who faithfully obeys my orders." With that, he reaches into Garb's chest and pulls out his soul. "Your soul will be my subordinate for all eternity." Garb begs him, "Just kill me." James asks him to stop talking. He states, "From now on, your name will be Nero. This name will become your existence." His soul, he says, is trapped on the floor of Heavenly Defiance for eternity. After a while, Benna regains consciousness and immediately calls for the dean. James turns to Garb. "Introduce yourself to your master as one who has become a slave." Garb's soul greets the great existence and declares, "I am Miro. I am the first lick created by James." James turns to Benna and asks, "What do you feel after hearing this? These are the words of someone who put you through hell for the last 10 years. Benna falls silent, then quietly responds, "I don't know what to feel." James presses, "What will you do now?" She replies, "I can't think of anything else." Benna again requests, "Take me as your disciple." James refuses once more. She asks, "Why?" James answers, "The reason is simple. You are a Valkyrie." Valkyries were fairies that existed in the distant past. They are intrepid, unwilling to back down, and struggle to prove themselves right. However, they were ultimately defeated and became an unfortunate species. Jane has no idea how their blood survived until today, but she may be the last Valkyrie. Benna asked him, "What does this have to do with me not being able to become your disciple?" She is shocked when James reveals, "I don't know any Valkyrie magic. Therefore, there is no reason for me to accept you as my disciple." The next morning, Jay sets out on a journey with his family. Sarah and Anna are happy to see a pink squirrel with their brother, but in reality, it is Benna. James tells her, "Be thankful I know how to use transformation magic. If I didn't, I would have left you." Benna requests, "Please save me," but there is nothing Jane can do for her. The next day, they reach Puro, where Lady Sears greets her father. She has come to see him after 9 years. She apologizes and says, "My bad daughter has finally come to see you." Jane and Sarah are seeing them while greeting. Surprisingly, Jane thinks he still doesn't know what emotions he should express after reincarnating. It's still uncomfortable for him when someone shows affection or love toward him. He longed for revenge to the eternal abyss and always felt that emotions were unnecessary. He always thought those emotions made people go crazy. Suddenly, Sarah gets worried about seeing her mother crying and starts crying herself. She calls her grandpa a bad man because he made her mommy cry. "Don't say that to your grandfather," Lady Sears says gently. But Sarah continues to scold her grandpa, shouting, "I hate him." Lady Sears takes Sarah away. Jane tries to calm the situation, saying she'll get over it soon. She's pretty simple. The grandpa smiles and says, "I always wanted to meet you." Jane smiles back and replies, "I also wish to meet you." He is relieved that Jane likes him. Jane then adds, "There's no reason to dislike you. You're my mother's father." He hugs him tightly and says, "I'm so happy to see my grandson." Jane wants him to leave him, but he can't say anything. After some time, he sits with Lady Sears for tea and says, "Even though I am a fourth-class mage, I was still able to see a portion of that child's power. The entire kingdom will soon turn its eyes towards Jane." Lady Sears also seems worried and responds, "I know that very well, and Count Lytton does too. Having great talent invites greed. Right now, he and I may be able to stop them, but there will come a day when that won't be enough." Lady Sears points toward an item her father had gifted her. "This will be quite helpful as a shield when I have to protect my family," she says, her tone somewhat relieved. "It makes me feel better to know that a mother can protect her son." But she becomes troubled when she adds, "I am worried about my husband. He has become an enemy of the Zenith Church." Her father, too, is concerned. "It won't just pass by quietly," he warns. "Those people are extremely twisted monsters. Because of them, the FO Church is in a troubled situation. I believe the Zenith Church is planning to completely get rid of the FO Church." On the other side, in James' room, Bella transforms back into human form. James scolds her, "Why are you transforming?" Bella replies, "Please, stay like this. It's so uncomfortable being like that." James asks, "What will you do if you get caught?" He pauses and adds, "I'll deny I even know you. They might throw you from the cliff or hang you to burn you to death." James then says, "Transform back." Reluctantly, Bella becomes a squirrel. James notices a pendant on the floor. He picks it up and asks, "What is this?" When Bella remains silent, he taps her head and repeats, "What is this?" Bella pleads, "Stop hitting me on the head." James, irritated, snaps, "You don't even have any more brain cells to kill." He examines the pendant closely, thinking it's an artifact, though he doesn't know its effect. Suddenly, a great killing intent fills the air. James realizes it's coming from where his mother is. He hurries toward her, thinking it's surely an assassination attempt. "I need to move faster." He jumps from his place and spots the assassin. He is so strong that it seems impossible for him to be defeated. James realizes he may need to escape with his mother. Using fusion magic, he hurriedly opens the door, but the assassin reaches him in no time. He smirks and says, "You've used a cute trick." He grabs James by the collar. James knows he must use his black magic to save his mother. He's about to release his black mana, but then his mother and grandfather call his name. Its grandfather smiles warmly and says, "My grandson is truly an amazingly talented person." Meanwhile, Lady Sears scolds him harshly for treating the assassin this way. She angrily asks, "Is this how I taught you?" James quickly apologizes, but she continues to berate him. The man, Sir Barl, steps in and asks Lady Sears to stop. He admits, "It's my fault. Things turned out this way." Lady Sears glares at him, asking, "What do you mean?" Sir Barl introduces himself. "I am Sir Barl. I have heard that the heir of the Count family of Welton is quite talented, so I decided to test him a little. He is the Tempest swordsman and also one of the 5 sword masters in the Gallium Kingdom." She stares at him in surprise and looks toward James, who keeps his head down. Lady Sears looks at him and asks, "What do you mean by a test?" Barr replies, "I only revealed my existence slightly to this child, adding a bit of intimidation." Lady Sears becomes furious upon hearing that and starts shouting. Meanwhile, her father asks her to calm down. "It's not like he threatened your child." Lady Sears is still angry and warns Barl, "If you ever do something like that to my child again, I won't take it lightly." Barl apologizes to Jane for his actions. "I'm sorry," he says. "I was too arrogant." Her mother also apologizes. "I'm sorry, Jane, for being so bold." Jane replies, "It's okay. Since he only did it to me, you couldn't have known." Then he recalls the incident and thinks that Barl targeted him and exposed his existence. But he wonders how someone so strong could take on his eraser bolt like it was nothing. And he realizes he is terrifyingly strong. After that, James asked him, "Are you a sword master?" Barl replies, "That is correct." James' grandfather smiles and says, "You've got a sharp eye. His name is Barl. He continues, Barl is known as the Swordmaster of the Tempest. It is revealed that the Seldom Kingdom has 5 Swordmasters, each with unique abilities. While it's impossible to rank them precisely since they don't battle one another, the world considers one man, called the Sword King, Swordmaster TX, to be the strongest. Count Welton is seen as just below that level, while Barl is considered to be on par with him. After hearing this, Jane gives a polite bow and says, "It's an honor to meet you." He introduces himself, "I am Jane Welton." Barl looks at Jane and says, "You should learn swordsmanship." Lady Sears reacts sharply, asking, "What are you trying to do this time?" Barl calmly responds, "I want Jane to study the sword." Jane is surprised by the suggestion, and Lady Sears questions again, "What are you talking about?" and says that Jane is learning magic right now. Barl responds, "I know that, but it's a separate matter. I believe you'll be able to master the sword if you learn it. The blood of Count Welton runs strongly in you." James' grandfather adds, "If a swordmaster says that, it's probably true. But James' talent for magic has never been seen before." Barl replies, "I know he has the talent to become a 9th class mage. I've heard something like this before." He recalls when Marquess Lennell told him that Jane Welton keeps growing to high levels even if he does nothing but breathe. After remembering that, Barl tells James, "The sword is different. It'll be hard to regain your skill if you miss the timing." James thinks to himself, "The sword will be useful if I can master it, but returning to when I was most powerful is my priority." So he replies, "I like to focus on magic first." Barl nods, understanding. "I get what you want." The meeting ends. It gets dark, and Jane walks into the garden thinking, as expected, of the garden of the great Bell family. "It is so well managed," Jane muttered. A while ago, Benna had questioned him after his meeting with the Swordmaster. "Where are you going?" she had asked. Jane had told her, "Go to sleep," and walked away. Afterward, he sighed, "It is so lovely that it's quiet now." He stood there for a moment, his thoughts drifting. "It felt like a massive wall in front of me," he said quietly to himself. He clenched his fist and looked at his hand. "I was lucky to obtain mana breathing and the blood of life," he continued, "and I even got back my perfect cell. But it's still insufficient." James sighed again, the weight of his thoughts pressing down on him. "I will soon be stuck in a rut," he murmured. The 7th class is where one starts getting called a great magician, a level that cannot be reached by simply becoming stronger. He paused, his gaze fixed on the ground. If from the perspective of magic a magician has established meets a level, and that's when the so-called permission of magic opens the door to becoming a great magician. James turned towards the stream, his steps slow and deliberate. He looked at the flowing water, thinking deeply. "It would be very easy for me to walk the path I did in my previous life," he said, almost wistfully. "But I can't win against those people by doing the same things I did in the past," he continued, his voice filled with resolve. "I lost to them, using those strategies." He gazed into the water, a shadow passing over his face. "I fully understand that. Thanks to that person, he needs to grow even more," James thought. He reflected on Barl and wondered how he related to his mother. The gloomy expression on Barl's face told a different story, one that Jane couldn't quite grasp. As Jane pondered, a monster suddenly appeared. Instinctively, he raised his shield to protect himself. At that moment, a silver-haired man appeared before him, smiling. "You should be more careful," the man said, his voice calm. Sable quickly dealt with the monster, asking, "How dare you disturb my time?" He then attacked the creature with a bolt of lightning. James, still in shock, glanced at him and tentatively reached for the shield. After a while, Sable turned toward James, its smile softening. "Are you all right?" he asked. James nodded, still processing the situation. "I have an esteemed guest from the Welton family was here," Sable continued, "but I haven't had the chance to meet him until now. I've been a bit busy." James looked at him, all slowly dawning on his face. He realized that Sable had the power to destroy the monster in an instant. Though Sable wasn't as strong as Barl, James could feel his unwavering strength. Sable smiled again, noticing the shift in James' thoughts. "I apologize for the late introduction," he said. "I'm Sable, Mark Bell's aide." Jane was taken aback. An aide this powerful? He was shocked. Sable's smile remained as if he were used to such reactions. "Ask him not to be so wary of him and swear that he is one of the servants loyal to the Marquis." Sable calls him young Master James, and James is again surprised that he knows his name. Sable replies, "I know your name because I am an aide." James, still puzzled, asked, "Explain that to me. Why does such a big monster appear in such a place?" Sable laughs and says, "It is the Marquis hobby." James is astonished. Fighting with monsters is a hobby here. After some time, Sable goes to the Marquis, who asks, "Has there been any progress?" Sable replies, "While we discovered that they are a group of demons, unfortunately, we lost track of them." Marquis responds, "To think that the Demon King's followers have appeared in broad daylight again. This can be worrisome." Sable nods. There are rumors of demons in the surrounding territories as well, but the only place where serial killings have occurred is oft. Marquis Grave says it's happening. They are back for revenge. He pauses before adding, about 50 or more years ago, his father killed a leader of the demons, and he tried to make them pay by making the demons fall apart. Sable smiled upon hearing that. Mark, however, became furious. The demons will be erased from the world again by the hands of the bells, he declared. Sable laughed. I await your command for that, he replied. Mark paused, then spoke again. We should stop here for today. Several people nodded in agreement. I will take my leave now, one of them said. Sable added, I couldn't tell you this earlier, but I met young Master Jane on my way here today. Mark was slightly shocked. Where did you meet him? Was it too late? He asked. Sable explained the monster at the pond was attacking him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lady Sears opened the door and rushed toward her child. She reached Jane and asked, Are you all right? Jane replied, I was safe, thanks to Sable's aid. At that moment, Mark and Sable exchanged smiles upon seeing each other. Lady Sears, relieved but still worried, said, I was so worried. She then told Jane, I will seriously punish you if you go out again at night. Jane looked down, his expression sad. I won't do that again, he replied. And Lady Sears asked him not to answer so half-heartedly. At the same time, Mark laughs and says, I made sure to ask people to block out that area, though. I guess they made a mistake. Lady Sears becomes furious upon hearing this. Are you still doing that hunting water monster nonsense? She asks. Haven't I, your mother, told you repeatedly that it's dangerous? Mark asks her to calm down, then turns to Sable. Come, say hi. Sable steps forward and says, It's an honor to meet you, before introducing himself. Lady Sears smiles, introducing herself as well. I heard it was thanks to you that Jane is safe. Sable smiles back. I'm sure Jane would have been able to defeat it even without me, but it was my honor to witness what he's capable of with mine own eyes. Meanwhile, Jane looks at Sable, thinking to himself, he's quite a decent man, strong and quick-witted. He feels that Sable seems different from yesterday. Suddenly, Lady Sears grabs Jane from behind and says she is not nearly done with what she wants to say. However, Mark laughs and says, It looks like my grandson will be having indigestion before he gets to eat anything. Then Jane looks at his grandfather and asks, Do you want to come along with me? After that, Lady Sears asked her father and son, Where are you going? After some time, Jane leaves the home and says, I barely made it out. He looks around and wonders why there is no one on the streets. Then he approaches an old lady and asks, How do I get to the Pyro Church? The old lady replies, Head in that direction, and walks away. Jane tries to stop her for a minute, but then suddenly he hears a noise. People are shouting, There's a demon and a murderer. Jane looks in the direction of the crowd gathered around someone. He steps into the crowd and requests, Make way for me. Then he sees a guy who has been killed by someone lying on the ground. After that, two corpses appear and ask people to step aside. One of the corpses asks the other, How many will face the same fate? The second corpse says he will report to the Marquis first. Meanwhile, the people are mumbling that a demon did it, and they would feel too uneasy to roam the streets anymore. Jane looks at that corpse and thinks that hearts are usually used in rituals to summon the demon race. He says to himself that the adults are uneasy because they probably believe he has not noticed anything. Jane observes that their objective is to get revenge for the Portsmouth incident, or more accurately, to take revenge against the Bell family. He says to himself that the Pyro Church is also in an emergency. He remembers his friends and says it's no wonder they had no contact. After that, he joins his hands and says, It looks like I have to step in again. Then, using his powers of invisibility and flight, Jane stands at a tree, looks into the castle, and says, That is the place. He sees a bishop entering there along with his group. Jane looks at the bishop and thinks, He has incredible holy energy. By looking at him, Jane wonders if he is the archbishop and hears only 3 of them. Moreover, he has a powerful divine energy that gives him goosebumps. A guy with blonde hair approaches the archbishop and tells him something. Meanwhile, Jane looks at them, wondering what they are talking about. On the other side, the archbishop senses something and looks upward. The guy with blonde hair then asks him about the matter. It's nothing, the archbishop replies. Probably just a squirrel. The guy with blonde hair tells him, The Marquis is waiting for you. The archbishop nods. We should visit quickly. It's been a while. I will have to meet the young miss too. On the contrary, Jane wonders why the archbishop's instincts are so sharp. He wonders, is the archbishop going to the Marquis family? However, it might work out better now that all the strong people are not here. He could infiltrate. Meanwhile, inside the church, Anne asks Appa, has something happened? As a result, he starts laughing hard. And then Anne asks him again if something good has happened. He stands up and replies that he guesses so. Moreover, he asks Anna to rest for a while and tells her he will return. After that, he looks around and says that this is his front yard and there is no hiding place. So he calls James' name. When James enters the church, he starts feeling something coming from over there, wondering if it is holy territory, a place that worships God. He perceives someone pushing him, and he turns back to see who that is. James turns and is surprised to see his friend in front of him. James' friend tells him that he was going to scare him, but it's not that easy to do it to him. As James tries to say something, his friend Ricky puts his hand on his mouth and asks him to keep quiet, saying he cannot get caught by others. After that, Ricky asks James to follow him because he knows a place where he can stay. After a while, they both reach the Archbishop's office, and James asks his friend if he is talking about this place. And he replies that the Archbishop is a good person and would probably be okay with this. Then Jane asked him, "How could you appear behind me without exuding your presence?" On the contrary, Ricky changes the topic and asks, "Were you not here because you missed me? Aren't you pleased to meet me?" Jane gets annoyed and asks him again, "How did you manage to do that?" Ricky replies, "It's because this area is under the jurisdiction of the goddess." He pauses before adding, "While I have not yet achieved the full power of an apostle, I am slowly attaining it here. Or I should say, I am assimilating with this place." James observes his friend and thinks that if Ricky becomes omnipotent within the church or something, he cannot feel the power of the undead from him at all. Moreover, he didn't expect his apostolic powers to become this strong. He thought he knew some powerful tricks or something like that. Then Ricky becomes a little more frank with him and says, "You came at the right time. The goddess has been looking for you." Without another word, Ricky kneels to pass on the message of the goddess. A bright light appears behind him. James is shocked to see it and wonders if this is different from before. He recalls when a part of the goddess's existence was here personally. However, Ricky suddenly appears in front of him, wearing changed attire. Repulsive demonic energy is awakening, Ricky says. A dark forest is where everything will start. The goddess, now speaking through Ricky's body, informs James it must be stopped before it spreads rampantly. If not, my territory in this place will fall. James is astonished to hear this. The goddess again urges, "Go to the dark forest. I hope you suffer no losses. I leave this to you." After delivering her message, the goddess leaves Ricky's body and disappears. Meanwhile, Ricky shakes his head, saying, "I'm feeling better now." Seeing his friend recovering, James asks, "How can the goddess say what she wants and leave like that?" Ricky smiles and says, "I apologize on her behalf. She's not in perfect shape right now when she descended forcefully the last time she met me." It seems that it placed a much heavier burden on her than expected. James still could not understand it properly and asked, "Why did she ask me for help?" Meanwhile, there are tons of pyro believers here. Moreover, he never imagined a god would ask a human for help. Ricky replies, "It's because you are the only one who can do this." He continued, and the goddess said that he who is that person's successor would understand. James seems to grasp the matter and asked, "Did she say anything else?" Ricky replies, "She's not connected to you right now. I think she will be resting for a while." After that, James goes on his way. Ricky watches him curious and asks, "Are you leaving?" James responds, "I need to return before the owner of this room comes back. I'll see you later." After James' departure, Ricky looks upward and wishes that his friend would be okay. On the other side, James returns to his palace and is relieved, thinking he was not late. Meanwhile, Sable appears and asks, "Have you gone somewhere?" James smiles and says, "I went for a stroll and now I feel uneasy." After that, he asks, "Why were you looking for me, Sable?" Sable informs him, "An important guest will be here today, the Archbishop of the Pyro Church, Saphira." James becomes happy and responds, "I'm going to meet an incredible person." Then Sable tells him, "Lady Sears is looking for you. She says you should pay your respects." James smiles and replies, "As expected, I return at the perfect time." After that, he asks, "Why has Sir Barl gone? I haven't seen her around." Sable replies, "I don't know either. He disappears on his own from time to time." When Jane is about to leave, Sable smiles and recommends, "Don't get too interested in that person." Jane asks, "Why?" Sable smiles and replies, "I'm saying this for your sake. Also, I hope you get a good rest. I'll come for you when Saphira, the guest, arrives." After that, several people caution him, "Be more careful when you take a stroll. You shouldn't go to the Mirren Forest." He refrained from going there because it was a perilous place. However, Mirren Forest had little to no light. Instead of soil, the ground was a sticky swamp. Deep within the swampy forest, where the grass was as sharp as blades, something huge was beating. An apricot-colored object with disgusting blood vessels extending all over, in the shape of an oval egg. A man stood before it, his eyes filled with blood, his posture hunched as if tied. Yet, just looking at the giant, beating egg made a smile form on his lips. The strange man placed his hand on the apricot-hued egg and said, "My child has to hang in there a little longer. Soon you will escape this suffocating place. He continued, "The day you wake up will be the day we accomplish our calling." Meanwhile, James sat on a couch with his mother and sister after resting. Some questions lingered in his mind, and he wanted to clear them up. So he asked his mother, "Can I ask you something?" Lady Sears smiled and encouraged him. "Of course, ask me anything." As James is curious about his mom's relationship with Barl Lennox, he asked her about it. Lady Sears remains silent for a moment. James, pressing further, asks, "Can't you tell me about it? Is there something I'm not supposed to know?" Lady Sears smiles politely and responds, "There's nothing secret about it. To understand the whole story, we have to go back to when I was 7 years old, the first time I met him." She continues, "Barl was also 7 when I saw him in our mansion, accompanied by his father. My father glanced at him and remarked that he almost didn't recognize him. Barl's father smiled and said he was just shy, that all Barl ever thought about was swinging a sword. He mentioned to my father, Mark, that he was worried because it was hard to find good instructors for him these days. Seeing Barl's father troubled, Mark offered his services. Barl's father was extremely grateful and said, 'I would be truly thankful if you could do so.' And that was how Lady Sears met Barl for the first time. She was absolutely over the moon to see him. She told him with joy that there were a lot of butterflies over there. However, Barl hesitated to go with her. Marky laughed and said, 'It seems our tomboy has taken a liking to Barl.' After hearing that, Barl's father looked at him and said, 'Go and come back.' Although Barl was quite confused at that moment, he went along. From that day, they both became friends. Lady Sears looked at him as her brother and enjoyed their time together. One day in a forest, Lady Sears plucked an apple and asked, 'Would you like to have it?' Excited, she tried to jump from the tree, but fell. Barl quickly called out, 'Be careful,' but she could listen and fell anyway. Barl lay on the ground, protecting her so she wouldn't get hurt. Lady Sears, still excited, said, 'That was fun. We should do it again.' However, Barl disagreed and said, 'No, we're not doing that again. You need to stop being so reckless.' That's how they used to play together. After some time, when they both returned, Barl cut the apple in half and gave one piece to Lady Sears. She looked at the apple and said, 'It looks good.' She was quite impressed with Barl's action when he split the apple into 2 parts with his hand. So she brought many apples and asked him to do it again. Barl was amazed to see so many apples and asked, 'When did you bring all these?' The sky darkened, then turned light again, and Lady Sears announced, 'I've made up my mind. I will learn swordsmanship.' She looked excited and added, 'Barl will be my teacher from today.' Although he wasn't very happy with her decision, he replied, 'I knew it.' As Lady Sears was eager, she tried to show her sword skills and asked Barl, 'What do you think of my talent?' He gazed at her and replied, 'Don't do that. You have no talent.' 3 years later, Barl returned and informed Mark about his decision. Mark got annoyed and said, 'If you got yourself involved in that gold mining incident,' he sighed and continued, 'I've warned you many times. It's dangerous.' Barl disagreed and replied, 'It couldn't be helped. I couldn't just sit back and watch my family's reputation get dragged down.' Mark shouted, asking him, 'Didn't you say it would cause you to lose your family's name? So what's the point of reputation if that's the case?' However, Lady Sears, worried to see Barl in such extreme anger, replied to her father, 'It will turn out fine,' Barl said. Before anything else could happen, a servant entered and informed Barl of his father's worsening condition. Upon hearing the news, Barl rushed to his father's room. He found his father dead, his mouth bleeding. After the family tragedy, Onyx's family fell into ruins. One day, Mark asked Barl to stay at his house for safety purposes. Lady Sears, seeing her brother in pain, cried. She held his hand and asked, "What will we do now?" Barl was silent for a moment, then said, "Everything will be fine." About a year later, Barl became absorbed in training his swordsmanship for revenge, while Lady Sears, feeling increasingly alone, spent most of her time sitting quietly in the forest, lost in her sadness. Barl was so busy with his training that he didn't realize Lady Sears had been hurt and left him supporting her. 4 years passed. There was a kind of party at Lady Sears' palace. A man approached her and asked, "Would you like to go for a walk? I've heard you were alone." However, she politely refused. Meanwhile, Barl, who had been observing the man for a while, became furious when he heard this. He stormed over, grabbed the man, and began beating him with his friends. "If I cut off your tongue," Barl spat, "I'm sure you'll stop saying such things to Lady Sears." The man bulled and cried out, terrified by Barl's wrath. Lady Sears screamed when she saw the beating and yelled, "Barl, stop! Don't do that!" Barl turned to look at her. She seemed unhappy, and in her eyes he saw disappointment. He realized then that he was no longer the man she had once known. The party ended shortly after. A few days later, a cart entered the palace. A man with green hair stepped out and introduced himself. "I'm Jane Welton," he said. "I come to seek advice from the market. Who oversees my family?" Lady Sears' face lit up with a smile upon seeing him. She introduced herself and stated, "It is an honor to meet the head of the Welton family. I hope your stay is comfortable." Lady Sears appeared impressed with Count Argino's personality, and the feeling was mutual with Argino. After that, he mentioned Mark Welton is famous for being a genius at swordsmanship, adding some even say he will become the next sword expert. Count Argino humbled himself, replying, I am merely learning your family's swordsmanship. Mark interrupted, saying, no one can deny that you will soon become a swordmaster. Count Argino once again showed his humble side, stating, that is overpraising. Meanwhile, Lady Sears couldn't help but smile, finding herself liking him more. Later, when Lady Sears was on her way to her room, Barl stepped in front of her and said, we need to talk. However, Lady Sears was in a foul mood and did not wish to listen. She responded, I have nothing to say. Barl, growing angry, asked, are you going to see that punk again? Lady Sears replied, he is the head of the Welton family, so he should not say that so recklessly. Barl was shocked to know her thoughts about Count Argino and asked her, do you not like him? Up until now, he has only looked at you. Lady Sears turned and stated, a person I treated like my real brother would never treat me like this. He never listens to what I say, only tries to control me. So now he should stop. At first, Barl was shocked. Then suddenly he became angry. He grabbed her arms and asked, do you not know how I feel? Meanwhile, Count Argino appeared and frowned when he saw that Barl had misbehaved with Lady Sears. As Welton shouted, Barl glared at him and said, get out of the way. This is between us. Welton replied, I cannot do that. I won't allow you to misbehave with Miss Lady Sears. Barl became furious and rushed toward him to attack. However, Welton grabbed his hand and said, apologize to Miss Lady Sears. Barl gritted his teeth in anger and challenged a duel. I challenge you. Deep inside, he was jealous of him and did not like Welton. Welton looked at him and stated that he accepted the duel. Meanwhile, unhappy with the duel, Lady Sears rushed to her father and told him the whole story. She requested that her father stop the two of them because they were going to kill each other. Mark told her his wish and said he was considering marrying her to Barl. Lady Sears was shocked to hear that. She then stated that she would not do that because the Barl she had seen so far was either a demon who wielded a sword or a person who only monitored her to check if she was meeting another man. Mark replied that he had done so because he loved her. Lady Sears became angry and said, that is not love in my eyes. She started crying. She added, the kind and caring Barl of the past no longer exists. After seeing his daughter crying, Mark asked, do you happen to know about Count Welton, and would you wish to marry him? Lady Sears did not reply properly, and then Mark interrupted, saying, I understand what you mean. You should take your leave now. After that, Lady Sears left the room, and Marquis became somber and apologized to Barl, having understood his emotions. Elsewhere, it began to rain, and Barl, injured, fell to the ground. Welton sat beside him and calmly said, the victory is mine. At that moment, Lady Sears rushed over and asked, are you all right? Barl looked at her and replied, I'm fine, assuming she was speaking to him. However, Lady Sears hurried over to Welton and embraced him. He smiled and said, I'm stronger than you think. There's no need to worry. Barl was deeply hurt to see Ben quietly slip away from the scene. The next morning, Marquis was informed that Barl had left during the night. Marquis simply said, perhaps this is best for everyone. Later, Lady Sears and Welton were married. 3 years passed, and while she was pregnant with their first child, Welton shared news about Barl. Welton told her that Barl had become a swordmaster. He also believed that Barl had set out to bring justice to the 3 noble families responsible for the Onyx family's downfall. Lady Sears paused in thought and stated that there was also something she wanted to tell him. She then expressed that she thought they should name this child Jane. Welton smiled and responded, that's a nice name. He asked her if she had thought about a girl's name, and she told him that she thought of the name Sarah for her daughter. The scene shifts to the present. Lady Sears tells Jane, this is how we ended up meeting each other again this time. Lady Sears has narrated the whole story, but James still thinks about something, looking slightly confused. Lady Sears smiles and asks her son, are you curious about my past? Jane wonders, was there that much detail? I was unaware of all that. Her sister Sarah looks at James, trying to read his mind. He thinks to himself, my father could beat a man as strong as Barl, so that's why I inherited his body. Meanwhile, Benna informs Jane, your face is making weird expressions. Jane quickly composes himself. At the same time, a servant enters and tells Lady Sears the Archbishop Saphira has arrived, so they are supposed to welcome him. On the other side, Marquis Bell and Saphira, Archbishop of Pyro Church, greet each other along with Drex and Sable. They cheer and laugh together. When the Archbishop sees Lady Sears and her children enter, he recognizes her and calls her a tomboy. Lady Sears smiles like a child. The Archbishop had been a gift-like presence in her childhood, and she asks, how can you say that after all these years? Sapphira moves towards Lady Sears and says he should call you an immature brat. Marquis laughs and adds the immature brat he's talking about is already the mother of 2 children. Just then, Jane and Sarah appear on stage. They introduce themselves and greet the Archbishop. Jane offers a polite greeting to Sapphira, while Sarah, the shy one, stands behind her brother and greets him quietly. Afterwards, Sarah rushes to her mother, Lady Sears. Everyone laughs at the sight. Sapphira smiles and says, the apostle talked about Jane a lot. I also heard that you two are best friends. Drex interrupts and says, the apostle told me to tell you, Jane, that he wishes to see you soon. Jane gives a naughty smile, thinking they've already met, and replies, we will surely meet soon. After the introductory session and some light conversation, Sable says, I'll guide you inside. Mark then says, although it's a shame, we'll go there later. I need to speak with the Archbishop. When the Archbishop hears this, he wishes Lady Sears and her children, may the goddess's blessings be upon you and your 2 children before leaving the place. After that, Lady Sears begins pampering little Sarah and asks Jane, would you like to go where there's a big water droplet? Jane looks at his mother, asks her about the Mirren Forest, and then tells her that Sable warned him not to go there. Lady Sears is shocked to hear the name of the forest from her son. She asks, how do you know about it? Did you go outside by any chance? As Lady Sears inquires about the forest, Jane realizes he shouldn't bring it up and smiles, saying, I haven't gone outside. However, Lady Sears remains unsatisfied with his answer and asks, what did Sable tell you about that place? Jane replies, he just wanted me to be careful. Lady Sears states, I always say that, but you can't go out alone. Even if you're a magician, you're still young. Jane responds, I'll keep that in mind and never go outside alone. After a while, Lady Sears points in a direction and says the Mirren Forest is over there. Jane replies, it looks like a normal forest. I wonder how it's dangerous for us. Lady Sears explains that it is one of the world's 6 largest restricted areas. One of them, Ariadne's Great Forest, exists beyond that forest. Strictly speaking, the Mirren Forest is also a part of the Great Forest. Jane thinks the odds of what Pyro calls a dark forest are high. After explaining all that, Lady Sears again warns Jane not to go there. Jane acts like he will obey his mother's order, but he thinks he will go there anyway because the dark forest Pyro spoke of is right here. When the day turns into night, Jane has his view towards the forest along with Benna. He looks around and says, this is the place I was supposed not to enter. James smiles and states, it truly is a place that gives off bad vibes. And then he enters the forest with Benna. As James enters, he tries to use his chain lightning and explosion skills, but cannot succeed. He wonders if it is a forest where he cannot use black mana. Suddenly, Benna pushes him to protect him from an attack. She suggests, James, don't just stand around. This place is too dangerous. James smiles and replies, I'll take care of that. After some time, Jane asks Benna, can you also use black mana? She replies, I can't use black mana, but I feel better than ever. My body feels light and I can feel strength coursing through me. James turns and states, that's a good thing in this situation. You might be one of the forest tribe Valkyries. Like elves, the forest energy has influenced you. Benna looks at her master's thoughtful face and asks, why do we have to come here? He replies, I've already mentioned it. Benna, still puzzled, asks, are we here at the request of that goddess? Do we need to do more? James is about to explain when suddenly they both get trapped by a black hole and begin to fall. They are both astonished by the incredible speed at which they are falling, unable to protect themselves. James realizes he cannot fly and knows he will die if he hits the ground at this speed. They crash onto the ground. Benna, confused and shaken, asks, are we alive? She starts sniffling, looking around, and wonders, where are we now? Then James replies that he has to look around for that. James sees a light appear in front of a gate and says, it's a ruin. We must leave or enter the gate. Suddenly, the door opens mysteriously. Benna is overjoyed to see this, but James remains cautious. I don't know who did this, he says. It's interesting. To think I'd see the characters I use in my past life here. They both enter the door. On the other side, outside the mansion, a soldier senses the scent of blood. One of his team members informs him, we found someone lying unconscious. His heart is missing. It must have been the demons. The soldier moves toward the body, observing it closely. Informs Sable of this, he orders his companion. While examining the corpse, he mutters to himself, based on the state of the body, he's been dead for at least 4 hours. He glances around and adds, this is the patrol route. The area soldiers pass during shift rotations. But why hasn't anyone reported this yet? The soldier opens the schedule and says, I don't want to point fingers, but you should look at the patrol schedule for this area. When he looks at the schedule, a demon attacks him from behind. The demon rips out the soldier's heart and mocks him, saying, keep searching. Let's see if you can catch me. After killing the soldier, the demon senses someone nearby. He turns around and sees Sable standing in front of him. Sable unsheathes his sword and says, "We've finally met. You've put me in quite an uncomfortable position." The demon scoffs and replies, "You've been bothering me because you're the chief advisor." First, the demon laughs, but then he is stunned as Sable strikes. The demon starts cursing, bodies contaminated with demonic energy shouldn't die so easily. They deserve a painful death. Terrified, the demon begs, "Wait a minute." But Sable continues his relentless assault. Meanwhile, on the other side, Benna asks Jane, "Are you all right?" Jay mutters, "I think I'm going to die." But now he is feeling the beat of life. Benna is still sniffling. "I was so scared," she says. "I thought we were going to die." Jane replies, "It's true. The giant armored soldiers were equipped with anti-magic, automatic rapid-fire traps, and a horde of war scorpions that would never stop. It was unpleasant." Standing outside the door, Jane adds, "This is where I feel someone compelling is sleeping." Suddenly, the door opens. A gigantic bear appears before them. Jane had been thinking about the bear, but Benna gets excited. "Wow, look at that bear," she exclaims. "It's so cute." She turns to Jen. "Look at the big teddy bear." Jane, sensing danger, warns, "Look out. That teddy bear is about to attack." At the same moment, the bear charges at them. If you have any sense, it growls, "You would never come here on your own 2 feet." Jane looks at the bear, confused. "Do I recognize you?" he asks. The bear attacks again, and asks him to stop pretending because he does not know who he is. Meanwhile, Jane uses his shield to protect himself, but cannot succeed, and is attacked by the bear. Benna rushes toward him to see if her master is all right. On the contrary, Jane is injured and lying on the ground, thinking that almost all of his ribs have broken. Benna helps him get up, and Jan says that he is not dead. He believes it would have been much worse without the bed of life. At the same time, the bear reaches him again and states that since it nearly fired that power, there is nothing he can do to stop what is coming. Jane comes to realize that he is the one who blocked his black mana and asked him how he could do that. The bear becomes furious and says there is no need for him to know that because he will die there. After that, Ben steps in front of the bear to protect her master. However, outside the mansion, the demon is angry and asks Sable why he wants to kill him. Sable replies that he crossed the line, messed everything up, and that he had told him to leave the soldiers alone. The demon states that the sword master has gone again and there is no need to be afraid. Sable smiles and says it seems he has not been punished enough. Then he attacks the demon once more and says, "It is not because I am scared of the sword master. What matters is that you, a filthy demon vermin, should be following my orders. I have said everything should go according to the Father's will." The scene shifts to the forest, where Benno looks at the master and wonders, is he using 6-colored heavy rain to attack the bear? Although the attack is ineffective, they are both shocked to see a bear in front of them. The bear states, "This results from your flailing. Give up." Dan gets annoyed and says, "I do not want to just accept that." Benna adds, "You're the one who attacked us for no reason, so you should not question us." The bear responds, "You left a disgusting object in my forest. Since you committed a crime, you should be punished." James is amazed to hear this. "This is the first time we've been to this forest," they say. They repeat the same to the bear. He replies that they are telling lies because they talk about power. Protecting the filthy demon egg is his power. James is astonished to hear that and thinks to himself that he has no idea there is a demon egg in this forest. So the bear asks him to quit pretending. "I will kill all of you because you are demon followers." As soon as the bear is about to attack, James informs him, "I came here to get rid of that thing at the request of the goddess Pyro." The bear stops instantly. "Are you speaking the truth?" he asks. James responds, "I will bet everything on it. If you don't trust me, follow me. I'll show you the reality." After hearing that, the bear says, "This forest is part of the goddess's territory. If you were lying and smearing her name, you would have been struck down by heavenly punishment immediately." However, he cannot feel any divine presence coming from James. Your power, it doesn't come from a god. The bear is talking about the black mana, and James replies, "It's true. I am a follower, and they have just made a deal." He explains that the goddess told him to head to the dark forest and prevent the awakening of that repugnant dark magic. Moreover, she told him he would understand why she sent him instead of one of her followers. So he is in the dark forest once he gets there. The bear is trying to figure it out and says, "It's hard to believe, but I can't not believe it either." Benna interrupts and asks, "Tell us about the demon egg and the power that protects it." The bear responds, "The egg appeared in the forest about a month ago. I went and take care of it immediately, but a dark power was guarding it. That power is incredibly dark, deep, and mighty. When I tried to break the egg with all my might, I couldn't succeed. No matter what I did, I couldn't break the barrier. I've been blocking the power guarding the egg ever since." After hearing all that, James states, "If that's true, why don't I feel any golden authority from you? And how could you block that power?" The bear replies, I could block it because of an artifact, like this ruin. However, Jane is unaware that the entire ruin is an artifact, so he again asks, who made this place, for what purpose, and how do you know the ancient language? The bear states, I am not entirely sure. All I know is that this place was made approximately 600 years ago. Jane asked him, why are you still keeping the dark power blocked? The bear could not understand his question, and Jane explained again, I broke the power protecting the egg. I could have broken the egg right there, but on the other hand, you're still keeping that black mana in an unusable state. The bear responds, I am blocking the power because the egg is still intact. Moreover, to block the dark power, the artifact user has to be in the ruins. I have not yet found anyone who can help me break the egg. Angrily, the bear tells them his name, Baron, when Bennett calls him a bear. Baron the bear easily says the word inferior when he is motivated, but has no way to put it into action. Seeing him angry, Jane interrupts and asks, do you feel this girl's power? Baron says if he's talking about her, Valky's life force. Jane replies, I'm not talking about that, but a power similar to mine. I'm talking about Benna's power, because it has also been blocked. He pauses, then adds, I wonder how it compares to the power protecting the demon's egg. Dean explains, it's different. The power I blocked is exactly like Jane's power. Jane, feeling certain, says, I'm sure I'm the only one who should have my black mana. Release my power and let us go inside. I need to see it for myself. Turbaran, still unsure, asks, are you sure? Should we go inside? Benna steps forward and says, please believe us. Once Master Jane gets his powers back, he can deal with the demon's egg right away. Also, the goddess sent us deer. Finally, Turbaran nods and agrees, all right, I'll release your power. He unblocks James' power. James smiles, looking at his hand as his powers return. Then, without warning, he begins to use his power. Turbaran and Benna come under the influence of his magic. On the contrary, James enjoys his power because he thinks no one can ever control him. Tan shouts, becoming angry. What are you trying to do? James, still under his black mana magic, states, it's fantastic. He adds, I'll be able to control it fully and now no one can defeat me. Suddenly, James coughs up blood. Baron shouts, noticing the overuse of his black mana magic. James smiles, replying, that's far enough. Tan threatens him, saying, I will self-destruct the ruins if you don't stop moving. Benna looks worried, seeing the blood from her master. James reassures her, I'm fine. Meanwhile, James observes, it's like a firewall, strong, though it couldn't completely stop me. Baron states that his link with the ruins is disconnected. If you're the reason behind this, how did you do it in such a short time? As James' powers return, he smiles and says, I told you, I'm the submaster, and I was the key to my master, who is north of only one well-versed in artifices. He adds that there would be an artifact capable of blocking his power, and there is no way he would leave this and go. Now he investigates it, and it seems like it didn't completely block his power. Turbaran is still confused. James explains it doesn't make sense to block his powers when it can even prey on the Gorus, as if something like that existed. There was probably an expedient. Moreover, it lowered the probability of Moma's concentration breaking through the originality of spatial coordinates. For example, activating anomalous energy fields interferes with the maneuvering sight. He continues. Then he holds Benna's hand and says, don't follow me. Even if you wanted to, you probably wouldn't be able to leave the ruins. After hearing all this, Tan gets annoyed at Jane and starts abusing him. However, Jane just keeps laughing at him. On the other side, Mark has been informed about the death of 9 soldiers in a single night. He wonders, how could this be possible? What is going on in his? He inquires about those involved, including Sable and the actor. One of the guards replies, no one has seen him since midnight yesterday. Mark is surprised to learn that Sable is currently not in the palace. However, Sable is standing atop a building, convinced that they are about to arrive. Meanwhile, Mark arranges a brief meeting with Archbishop Saphira to discuss the matter. He asks if there has been any response from the Grand Temple. The Archbishop informs him we've already sent a group of sacred envoys. They should arrive tomorrow afternoon. While sitting on the couch, she adds, it seems a master-level figure will be among them. Mark replies, that must not have been an easy decision for the Pope. Outside the palace, Sable murmurs it will be over before they arrive. I will act first. In the dark forest, Benna senses her master's presence and remarks, this is frustrating. She is stunned by the intensity of his power and then asks, what about the words appearing ahead of us? Jane replies, something is drawing near. Raising one's hand, the sea's moonlight floats in the dark sky, black and rippling in the sea of starlight. As Jane touches those words, he flashes back to his memory when he once read about the splashing of the black seas and the falling starlight. The dead extended their hands into the waters. One moonlight rises in the dark sky. The older man captures the darkness with arms raised, and that is what will swallow the darkness to the end, a monster that desires all. He recalls that he promised to do that in the distant future. After a while, Jane realizes that his memories are complete and he can suddenly remember heavenly defiance. However, strangely, there is no sense of incongruity despite the gap in his memory. When Benna sees him recalling something, she asks, "Have you learned something?" Jane looks at her and replies, "I am learning something." Then he shows her a ring and asks her to have it. He tells Bennis that he took an artifact when they left the ruins, so she should infuse it with his mana. While commanding the will to use it, Benna picks up a hammer after wearing the ring and asks, "Am I talking about this command?" She holds the hammer-like object in her hand, clearly fond of it, and thanks her master for it. Jay responds, "Now scout around the area with that thing in hand." He then places his hands on the words again and mutters, "Looks like this will take some time." He grows frustrated when nothing has happened and nothing appears. Meanwhile, a girl suddenly appears about to attack Jane. When Jane notices her, he commands Benna, "Block it immediately." Benna grips her weapon and tries to block the attack but fails, getting injured in the process. As she struggles, Jane examines her power and in turn says, "You have good senses." Turning to face her, Jane asks, "What business does the genie's church have in a place like this? Are you here to destroy the demon egg or are you trying to protect it?" The blue-haired girl, a priestess from the Zenith Church, responds, "I also wonder about seeing you here." She hesitates before adding, "But I don't want to clear your doubts." Then she looks at Benna, calls her a girl with pink hair, and says she is holding a hammer. Unfortunately, she hates those two things, pink hair and the hammer, but as she has both, she will kill her first. After saying all that, the priestess attacks Benna. Benna tries to block it. She appreciates the effort and says, "You were pretty good, but you must die." At the same time, Jane shouts, "Benna, dodge her attack." Benna tries to dodge, but fails to do so properly. The fight begins. They hit each other with their respective weapons. The priestess asks, "Is this all you've got?" Benna replies, "I have many other tactics to attack you." After fighting for a while, the priestess launches another attack on Benna. "Try to block this one," she says. This time she attacks Benna from behind, injuring her badly. Jane shouts, seeing Benna bleed. He thinks that's just a small blow, but if he stops to help her now, he won't be able to concentrate on the battle. Before Jane moves from his spot, Benna calls out, "Don't do it." She adds, "I can still fight with these injuries." The priestess smiles to see his passion and states, "It would not hurt if I slice you in half in one go, though you will fight in that condition." Benna smiles and says, "I have no choice but to fight. I must do as my master says." The priestess looks impressed by her and calls her a good slave person. She adds, "A little kid like you needs to act out sometimes." Benna smiles and responds, "I do know that, but I can only act out with people who are older than me." The priestess becomes furious upon hearing that and is astonished when Benna uses her curse of sense reversal skill. She observes Benna's skill and says, "That's black magic." As the priestess defends herself against Benna's attack, she thinks, "The curse is already gone. I only have one chance now." Meanwhile, the priestess becomes enraged and attacks Benna with all her might using her weapon. A blast occurs and a sharp golden light appears. Everything catches fire. Benna is lying on the ground, thinking, "My body is out of energy now. I need to get up and protect Master." But she cannot do that. Her eyes are about to close when she sees the priestess in front of her. She thinks she needs to protect her master. The priestess, annoyed by hearing the word master, sneers and says, "I will rip him into pieces right before you." James smiles at her words and responds, "He hasn't done anything yet." Then, using his black mana magic, he attacks her instantly. Gluttony is a black magic that devours everything, turning it into food. James decides to consume it all because he despises the holy power it carries. Meanwhile, the priestess still cannot identify the type of attack or magic Jane is using against her. Jane then thanks Benna for holding out under her attacks, saying, "I've finished absorbing it." He assures Benna, "You don't have to worry anymore. I'll be enough to deal with that priestess." In response, the priestess tells Jane, "I'll go easy on you because you're cute. But now, I'll show you my real power." Jane realizes she is not just a regular priestess. The atmosphere has completely shifted. Holy power is more than just a bishop's and combat power. "He will be a bothersome opponent," the priestess said. She looked at Jane, her expression wary. "The magic you cast just now absorbed everything from me, even if it was only for an instant." After a pause, she asked, "Are you a black magician?" Jane shrugged. "I'm not sure what you'd do if I were." The priestess tightened her grip on her weapon. "If that's the case, I will destroy you." Suddenly, James' eyes turned purple. "If you're about to do that," he said with a smirk, "I'll introduce you to someone new." He stepped forward, standing before the unholy gate. "Nebro, come forth." A bright light appeared. The priestess's eyes widened in shock as Nebro emerged before her. Jane, with a glance at her, kept her busy with Nebro. He moved toward the demon standing before the egg. The demon observed the egg carefully. He muttered to himself, I'm sure that if more hearts are offered as tribute. At that moment, James spoke from behind him. As expected, you're enjoying all that dark energy. The demon turned in surprise. His eyes narrowed, and he asked, Who are you? Jane looks at him and says, I know you're that filthy demon follower. The demon asks, What is your name? Jane replies, You don't need to know that. We should end this. One of his companions then attacks the demon, saying, I will fulfill James' orders. The demon is struck, falls to the ground, and starts crying, My baby. Suddenly, the giant egg disappears, and everyone is stunned to see it vanish. Jane quickly tells Raza, Stand back. The effects of that egg will be dangerous. Raza steps back, wondering, could the dark energy inside the egg be tying the demon down? Jane answers, it was bound to happen. The egg should have absorbed enough life force by now. Soon, a demon will emerge from it. Meanwhile, the priestess fights with Nebro and shouts, Die. Nebro, the skeleton, responds, telling the undead to die is pitiful. The priestess, clearly frustrated, thinks to herself, I don't even know what happened to the egg. If the plan goes wrong, the master won't let it go. Nero and the priestess stand in front of each other. He senses her energy and states, that is a monster that can stomp on even death itself. She looks into his eyes and replies, Even if I die here, I will not go out without being you well. Without warning, she attacks. Nebro, realizing her strength, shouts, Master, escape safely. I've judged her power. Meanwhile, in the temple, Saint is stunned, sensing the impending danger. He says, Everyone will die. If we stand still, we will all die. Anna, confused, asks, What do you mean? Just then, one of the church members rushes in, urgently informing Saint of the danger. We must leave immediately. Saint grabs Anna's hand and says we should go. We are only a liability if we stay here. Elsewhere, one of the soldiers knocks on every door, quickly informing everyone, the Marquis has called for all of you. When the Marquis orders the troops to gather for the attack, Lady Sears bursts in, clearly in a hurry. The Marquis looks at his daughter and calmly says, Do not worry. Gather the children and take them with you. And then Lady Sears starts crying and informs her father that Jane is missing. Mark is stunned when Lady Sears tells him that she thinks Jane went into the Mirren Forest. However, in the forest, Jane has concluded that he hates demons, a breed that intimidates and holds contempt for weaklings and a being that harms living things purely by its existence. Meanwhile, Raza suggests that Jane escape immediately. The other, holding Benna in his arms, asks him about observing all circumstances from outside. Sable says to himself, if it entirely escapes, even I will have a hard time handling it without the perfect cell. By seeing the current condition and the opponent's power, Raza once again says, we will die. Now Jane asks him to take that kid and run away as far as possible, up to somewhere safe where the demon's energy does not reach. The guy holding Benna leaves the place after listening to Jane's orders. Then the giant demon appears and asks Jane if he thinks he will be fine, alone. Because it is no fun if he concedes so easily. The demon seems to appear saying, as expected, rising to the surface in this manner is incredibly annoying. Jane looks at him and calls him a demon of nobility. The demon then asks, are you a human who knows a thing or two about us? I'll delay eating you a bit, since I applaud your knowledge. The demon introduces himself. I am Ruetta, the Baron of the Great Devil Domain. Jane looks at him thinking, that means he is at least a masterclass. This is going to be a tough job to deal with. Ruetta notices James' thoughts and says, don't be too scared. Now that I've arrived, there's no going back. Meanwhile, Jane activates his absolute immunity, a perfect cell, and says, you're so kind to explain all this to me. Ruetta looks at the bracelet in James' hand and remarks, you have something nice over there. If you give it to me, I'll offer you a peaceful death. James smiles and replies, I'm not crazy enough to do that for you. Ruetta responds that he leaves him no choice. Now he will see how well he can handle his attack. James jumps high and activates his skill, Leviathan, to deal with the Baron of the Devil Domain. However, Sable smiles upon seeing this and comments, it's unsatisfying. The weakest of the five nobles, the Baron, is in front of me. He looks around and states, it may feel like a calamity to humans, but even so, they shouldn't have left someone to defend their home. On the other side, Razor runs fast, holding Benna, trying to escape the forest instantly. Meanwhile, Raza wonders, can Jane deal with that monster alone? Benna becomes conscious and says, the fact that I still exist is proof that my master is still alive. She opens her eyes, looks around, and becomes furious, realizing that he is out of the forest for her safety. She glares at Raza, who informs her, the boss told me to take you and run away because a demon has broken loose. Benna is not satisfied with his answer and demands, let me down. After that, Benna stands in front of a rock and asks, is my master in there? Rasa responds, Jane will be fighting that monstrosity right about now. You should understand that if you go, you'll only be a burden. Bennett replies, even if I die, I don't care as long as I can buy him a little time. Rasa shakes his head. There's no point. You can't defend yourself properly in your current state. At that moment, he is attacked by some unseen force. Bennett is startled to see that the creatures the undead summoned have been deactivated. Coincidentally, an explosion erupts at the same time. Bennett thinks about the priestess who called him a bug and how she had said he needed to be stomped on to stop him from ever getting back up. She mutters to herself, how much longer will I just let this happen? She realizes she needs to fight back. She needs to step forward. At the same time, a voice emanates from the hammer saying, you are a young Valkyrie with strong, pure blood. Though you haven't fully ripened yet, I will know how to use you for today. And she should remember this feeling. The hammer rises high and the figure holding it introduces himself as Filion, a weapon forged by a legendary blacksmith, created to be wielded by her queen. So she should give it her all. In the forest, Jane thinks to himself that he no longer has the strength to stay airborne. He's lost too much energy. If only he had a little more life force from the beat of life, or if he'd been able to summon Black to buy some time for a high-level technique, things might have turned out differently. Jane reflects quietly. Then Turberin appears and says, it's admirable that you've remained so steadfast. Jane looks at him and asks, how did you manage to get here? Turberin replies, I've been in this place for 600 years. I know it well. Jane reaches out and takes his hand. Tan says, to think that you stayed and faced the enemy alone. Truly, your heart is noble, worthy of the goddess's blessing. Jane replies, I don't see it that way. Suddenly, a surprise attack comes from the demon Baron, but Teen steps in to shield him just in time. Then Baron and Tepperton started fighting with each other. Baron said, I would like to finish my mail, so let me attack Jam. After being struck by him, Baron told Tepperton, I was going to chop your arm off right then and there. You're pretty strong for a creature of the surface world. Tepperton gazed at him and replied, you're right, and you're pretty quick too. He attacked Baron instantly, and as a result, Baron coughed up blood. Tepperton informed him, I didn't come alone either. He then called out Benna. Benna had appeared and attacked the monster on the head. Together, Benna and Tepperton joined forces to attack the demon. Then Benna landed on the ground. She looked at her master, Jan, winked, and said, I finally made it here. Jane observed her hairstyle and asked, what's with the new look? She replied, I look cool now. Tepperton interrupted, saying, we can talk later. Focus on the enemy. It's not over yet. Baron stood up against them and said, you're right. The fight isn't over yet, and there is more they can fight with. On the other side, while walking through the forest, one of the comrades tells Mark they cannot advance further due to the evil energy. He asked Mark, why do we not move after waiting for the Pirate Church people to arrive and receive their blessings? Mark thinks that only the Order of Fear is holding up for a while, but if they waste more time here, anything bad can happen to Jam. Then suddenly, Mark receives a gust of wind and starts reading it, holding it in his hand. However, the priestess runs fast to get out of the forest and says, the evil energy is not good, but I have summoned the demon and my job is done. Hopefully the boss will not punish me now because I have done my job. Inside the forest, Baron and Benna are lying on the ground. Baron looks at them, laughs, and states, I was surprised. I wasn't expecting that I would be able to have a fight of this caliber on the surface world. Moreover, he can sense a power capable of annihilation from Jam when he looks at him. Meanwhile, Jane activates his magic, Road to Ruin, to attack him. It is a dark magic that releases all the energy absorbed by Leviathan at once, possessing a power capable of large-scale destruction. Jane attacks and thinks it is the last chance that Benna and the bear gave him. He must use it in the right direction. Baron responds, you would have died too if Van hit your head. He continues now, if you have any last words, you can say them. I will attack you. Jane replies, just kill me already. Don't waste words on it. Suddenly, he senses the wind shift. Barl appears ready to help in this war against the demon of Baron. Before entering the forest, Jane had requested the Marquis not to let anyone join. He knew it would only lead to a meaningless death. He would take care of the demon himself. Meanwhile, Sable enters the Pyro Church. The Archbishop, sensing something, remarks, I had a feeling, but I didn't expect a guest. Sable smiles and asks, has the Apostle already left? The Archbishop joins his hands and responds, if you respect the goddess, leave this place. Sable gets stunned to hear that. He asks, are you saying that I don't have to go if I don't respect the goddess? The Archbishop responds, if that's the case, then I must do something about you. Sable smiles at his words and asks, do you think you can do it? Do you think going up against Genie's first sword is easier for you? Then Sable raises his weapon and declares, may eternal peace be engraved upon the edge of my sword. Today, the goddess will suffer significant losses and be eliminated. On the other side, Jane is shocked to witness Beryl's power. He mutters, I couldn't see it clearly, but that quick slash with such an unbelievably great sword, coupled with a horrifying level of control, is that the authority of the wind. Beryl looks at him and asks, why are you here? James smiles and replies, I'm just curious. Everyone keeps telling me not to come here, so naturally, I came out of curiosity. Beryl shrugs and says, I saw everything. Jane wonders he's talking about the demon rite. Beryl smirks, I'm just joking. However, everyone has secrets they do not want others to know. Janie is impressed by him and says, you made an exact idea about me. He steps forward and asks, why are you here? I heard you had left this place. Barl replies, I took on a task because I was the right person. At that moment, Taryn appears, asking Barl, who are you? You look firm. Barl introduces himself, saying, I am one who seeks the secrets of the world. He adds, I'm here to retrieve the item entrusted to this place by the request of Isis. Barrett inquires, are you talking about the frontier? Barl responds, I would like you to open the gates of Gia. Meanwhile, James, who has heard the name Gia for the first time, begins to think about it. Theron apologizes, saying, I cannot open the gate for you. I am not Gia's administrator. The bear asks James, are you talking about the ruins? After a while, they move forward toward Gia. Barl tells Janie that, on top of the demons, he did not expect him to be messing with Gia. James laughs and states, we should get started on it. Meanwhile, Taryn extends his hand towards James and asks him to pass over the authority to him. Barl looks at him, gauging his reaction. Then James joins his hand with Baron, and the bear tells them, I'll be opening it now. After that, the gate opens, and they all step inside. James looks around, lost in thought, when someone appears before them and welcomes him, calling him the owner of black mana. James looks at him and says, you're the thought that prevented the seizing of the system previously. I knew you weren't just a simple firewall. Are you the creator of Grimia? The person replies, you are correct, and introduces himself, I am Armenian. I was a genie artifact creator and an N-class magician who was very real in the human world when I was alive. James states, I can't believe I'm hearing this. So, in that case, you're the frontier or something like that? Armenian replies that he is very close to Isis and that he is not on the frontier. He is just holding on to the lighting dragon sword of the Graham upon her request. But Gia is not just a place made for watching over the Graham. He adds that it was created for the sake of someone he has been waiting for, a person who could wield the black mana with the power to kill gods. He says he is waiting for someone to control that black mana. After hearing all that, James asks, how do you know about the ancient language and other things that are supposed to be forgotten? Not even Ganon knew about the power to kill gods. James looks at Armenian and adds, I will eliminate you if you don't give me a satisfying answer. Armenian replies, there are places left behind by beings in the world, and the ancient language was something I learned while seeking those traces. James is shocked and asks, are you saying a trace of Diablo Volpir exists? Armenian questions him, is Diablo the name of that person? Because I could not find it, despite searching for it my whole life. And the person who inherited that person's mana is he, so it is all ready for him to give that power to him. James feels the power and says, this is an incredible amount of energy, even though the bead of life is filled. Meanwhile, Armenian shows him an object and states, Gia is an artifact that can take different forms and has unlimited possibilities. Moreover, the user's will can determine its shape and function. He is helpless in front of the truth, having done everything in his power for the sake of that day. As James holds the object, Armenian tells him, I will transfer all the authority to you. After receiving the authority, Jane becomes happy and states, I never thought it would be this unbelievable. This artifact is on par with the 3 great divine weapons I've made. It's even more powerful than they are. After a while, it starts raining. Roz rushes toward the church, shouting when he sees the archbishop injured and in terrible condition. He comes to the archbishop, touches him and says, you need healing immediately. The archbishop replies, it's futile. Another type of holy energy interferes with the healing. The archbishop tells him he is okay and should immediately protect the apostle and the saint. Roz asked him, is this the doing of the genie's church? The archbishop replies, be quick and go after them to save the apostle and saint. Roz starts crying and asks, how could you leave me here in such a bad condition? The archbishop sighs and responds, I understand your feelings, but it is a necessity. He places his hand on Roz's head and gently requests, you must go now. Roz, with a determined look, replies, I will avenge you. The archbishop, shaking his head, advises, do not seek revenge. You must protect others. Go now. Inside the forest, Barl asks Jane, are you okay? Jane responds, I feel a little nauseous, but I'm okay. Jane then asks about the item. Barl holds the item in his hand and says, I've done what I had to do. I have the item I needed. Meanwhile, Perrin turns to Jane and asks, do you know about the GIA? Jane, puzzled, replies, I'm not sure. I came here later than you all. What is it? His connection to Gia is completely cut off now. He wants to know what happened while he was in there. Jane responds, I'm Evermenian, the creator, and gave Gia to him. He then shows Gia and adds, look for yourself. Perrin and Barl are surprised. Barl says, it's an even more powerful item than the Graham. Team gets shocked. Did Mr. give that to you? Jane replies, he was the creator. He gave me full authority after the Graham was taken. Tan still doesn't understand, but why were you chosen for it? Jane pauses, then asks, come here for a second. Jane places his hand on Terran's face. Terran asks, are you healing me? Jane replies, I'm not healing you. It's not quite that. Think of it as a magic, something similar. It's for Gia's sake. Meanwhile, Barl urges me to go back. Lady Sears will be distraught. Jane replies, I forgot about my mother. We should go back now. Suddenly, he feels that his friend Ricky is in danger. He stops instantly in his tracks. Barl looks at him and asks, is something wrong? He replies, I can feel that the goddess's apostle is in danger. Barl responds, if the goddess's apostle recently appeared, you must be talking about your friend. Jane shouts, this is not the time for this. We need to go to him immediately and save him. However, Barl does not let him go. He grabs him and places him on his shoulder. Where do we go? Barl asks. Jane replies, we're heading toward the southeastern part of Afton. Then, both of them leap into the air, soaring high to save the apostle. Meanwhile, Terran thinks to himself, I couldn't say goodbye properly. Now it's time to return to my hometown. Elsewhere, a comrade informs Marquis the scout reports say the demonic energy seems to have disappeared. Marquis nods and replies, that's good news. Suddenly, some soldiers rush toward him and inform him groups of demons have appeared inside the territory, causing terror indiscriminately. Thankfully, the knights left behind have suppressed them, but apparently there are demons disguised as civilians and soldiers. Mark replies, I took them lightly by not paying sufficient attention to them. He is also informed that the archbishop has been assassinated, and according to the witnesses, Sir Sable was at that location. On the Sable side, he smiles and tells Raz, you cannot stop me alone. Raz gazes at him thinking, I never thought he would be this strong. After that, he asks Tyan, don't worry, I'm here to protect you. Raz then inquires, when could you plan all this? Sable replies, I never thought I'd get to kill the goddess's apostle. Raz observes Sable's attack and warns his two companions, stay back. Don't come over here, as they are worried to see him injured. After that, Rose says to himself, I'm sure I dodged it, but I still got injured. Sable then comments, you cannot stop me, even if you are a sword master. He smiles and adds, it took me much time to realize that. He then activates his power, the reversal of cause and effect. He states, my power is the reversal of cause and effect, and as long as he attacks him, he will get injured. Moreover, he can hasten the result, ensuring that he becomes injured. Sate looks at Sable, wondering what kind of ability that is and how such an illogical power could exist. Sable adds, there are a lot of monsters out there in the world, and unfortunately for you, I am one of them. He goes through him, saying, think of me as one who ranks high among those monsters. As Sable moves through Raz, he is injured badly, and Saint rushes toward him. Suddenly, a strong wind blows, making Raz stronger, and he leaps high into the air. Sable looks upward, his voice filled with disbelief. I can't believe you make me, a first sword of Zenith, step back. What kind of nonsensical divine power is that? Raz attacks him and says, you should ask your god such a question. Sable jumps, replying, Father hates it when they question him. On Saturday morning, he'd surely tell you to keep swinging your sword instead of asking something so useless. And so, they swing their swords. And Sable says, I am sure, I have already mentioned that I cannot stop him. He again activates his power, the reversal of cause and effect, to attack him. Raz smiles and says, although you cannot stop me, I can attack you using my power. As a result, Sable falls. Raz then tells him, you are a weak human in front of the power of a god. Moreover, you must face the penalty of the reversal of cause and effect, and you will suffer when you cannot endure the consequences. After a while, Sable gets up and says, to think I would realize such a thing now. It's an obvious development. Moreover, it truly is a strong divine power. It can fully heal the dying and help me escape from its power. Raz snaps, shut your mouth. He then tries to attack again. Sable blocks the attack and responds, as long as the goddess does not dissent herself, you are nothing but a mere human. After that, they start fighting again, and Sable tells him, I cannot be stopped this time. Ricky shouts, look, Raz. Then James appears and uses intense pain and giant lightning to assist Rose in his attack. After that, he commands Ricky to give it to Rose instantly. Ricky catches that power and defends himself from Sable's attack. Jane and Roz rush toward Ricky, asking him if he is okay. However, Ricky is startled to see Jane in front of him. Jane tells him, I stepped up because it looked like you were in danger. Meanwhile, Raz explains Sable was the one who caused all of this. He was an informant for the Zenith Church. Barl is shocked to learn that Sable was Marquis' assistant. Jane looks at him and asks, are you telling me that Sable was the assistant? He is unsure, even though he used magic, but he didn't know about that connection. As they are all busy talking, Barl is suddenly attacked by Sable. Sable sneers, I was aiming for the kid's neck too, but as expected from a swordmaster, Barl sees it coming. Rose grows angry and begins to scold him, thinking Sable is under attack and will not strike again. Meanwhile, Sable laughs, reversal of cause and effect is not the only skill I can use. The one he used just now had a greater price. Suddenly, Barl asks everyone to stand back because he will face him. Sable calls him boring when they both come in front of one another. He says that Barl shows no emotions despite losing an arm. I didn't think you would play fear, he adds. Barl decides to move forward. It doesn't matter. Barl responds, I'll work you to pieces with the wind. At the same time, the clouds are thundering. James is looking at them, observing the fight. He thinks that he would have died if it weren't for Barl. Then Rose asks Jane if he will be okay. I don't know, but Jane replies, we'll have to wait and see. We can't thoughtlessly butt into a fight between two swordmasters. Roz looks at Sable and states, reversal of cause and effect is a cheat-like skill. Sir Barl can slightly see that move, but it still won't be easy. He adds, its uses will be limitless if used in defense, not just attacking. However, Jane observes them and thinks that this is as expected. He cannot sit still and needs to enter the fight. On the other side, Sable states, since we are both skilled masters, do you think you can face me? Sable strikes a cut on Barl and says, unfortunately, the number of years I've lived compared to you is vast, and I still have quite a baby face. Meanwhile, Jane and Roz shout in disbelief as they watch Mr. Barl get injured and attacked by Sable. Sable then looks upward, turns to Jane and says, it's your turn, before leaping high toward him. Jane is shocked to see him coming. At that moment, Roz steps forward and says, I will stop him with a goddess shield. Sable laughs upon seeing the goddess's shield and taunts, if you've forgotten, I'm not the only one blessed by God. A shield like that is nothing in front of my father's power. I wish for everything to proceed as father wills it. As Sable relishes the thought of things going according to his father's will, Jane uses Gia and the object to strike back at him. Meanwhile, Roz is also doing his best to defend everyone. And then Sable laughs and asks him not to resist because it is futile. On the other side, Barl is injured and lying on the ground. He apologizes to Lady Sears and says her son is alive and protected. Meanwhile, a voice comes from the object telling him, you are not reminiscing over someone else's mother. Barl gets up, shocked to hear the voice. It continues, we should call it something like healing magic. Moreover, I will keep your secret. Stay alive and do your best to protect them. If you don't, they'll all be wiped out. Barl feels a surge of power and attacks Sable from behind. Sable, stunned, turns to face him. Barl states, I don't know where this power comes from. You should ask the little kid there. Sable looks at Jane, his eyes widening in shock as he sees Gia in its hand. He gets attacked by it. He mutters, these pricks will not work, wondering about the power. Jane shouts, don't look down on me. I've formed this power to annihilate you. Sable tries to defend himself, but he wonders why his divine power is scattering and being affected by Gringya. After a while, everyone regains consciousness. Raz asks about Jane and looks around for him. He sees Sable sitting on Jane, saying, I'm happy I can end you here. Roz and Ricky rush towards him to save him. Jane thanks them, unable to move his body. However, Sable attacks him again, saying goodbye and strikes him with his weapon. The scene shifts to the present, where Jane has a bad dream. He wakes up instantly. His mother shouts upon seeing him gaining consciousness, if you run off like that again, I'm going to kill you. She hugs her son, and Jane is still shocked to see that he is safe and in his bedroom. He apologizes to his mother, then reflects on what happened, thinking about Jia. Suddenly, he recalls a necklace given to him by someone. He was advised that when in need, this artifact would be of great use to him. Jane wonders if the artifact the older man gave him can really do something. However, his mother and sister are still worried about him. His mother states that he takes after his father. Jane wonders what kind of things he could do. Then he asks about the necklace from his mother. She shows him a necklace, and he thinks the blue light has gone. Lady Sears tells him, this was given by your grandma to you. He replies, I heard she passed away before I was born. Lady Sears adds, your grandma could see the future. On the other side, Sable reaches the southern region of Bayan, a desert more than 10,000 kilometers away from Afton. He keeps running and thinks that he got flung from the northern region to the southern region. That woman still cannot be seen here. He recalls when a woman requested him not to try to hurt her child anymore. She told him that if he could leave somewhere far away now. Then, Sable gets annoyed at her and tries to crush her when she informs him, "You cannot stop this, no matter how strong you are, because the price has already been paid." Sable looks around and wonders, is this that guy's territory? And he'll leave before anyone notices him here. Meanwhile, Blazer looks at him, welcomes him, and remarks that he's curious why someone as busy as him would come here. Blazer is the high priest and knight captain of the Church of the Sun God Ra. He tells Sable that if he answers truthfully, things will be resolved quickly and without unnecessary pain. Sable looks up and calls him a terrifying figure. Elsewhere, Jane is attending the Archbishop's funeral. He says it all still feels like a dream. Jane reflects that the Archbishop was always kind and generous to everyone, and his passing feels like the fall of a great star. Whoever caused this will not be forgiven. He gazes at the Archbishop's body and wonders if there might be a way to preserve his spirit in a meaningful way. James smiles slightly, thinking that his own approach might differ from what has been taught traditionally. At that moment, Ricky informs James that Pyro wants to speak with him following the battle with the demons. As they prepare to enter the church, Ricky reminds James not to emit any magical light inside, as it is against the rules. Once inside, Jane asks his friend about Sable, believing that the situation may have been resolved peacefully. Ricky responds that it looks like he does not remember and tells him that Sable disappeared with the light from his necklace. James states, "I don't know the details about that necklace, only that my grandmother, with future-seeing capabilities, made it and gifted it to me." After a while, Ricky says they have raised the Sanctuary of Origin, where the goddess stands in the water and prays for something, joining her hands. James looks at her and asks his friend, isn't she just going to appear for a while and then disappear again like last time? He then asks Ricky to keep quiet because the goddess is telling him to stop being disrespectful. After that, Ricky leaves the place and says, "The goddess is coming. You should talk to her." The goddess comes before James and thanks him for all his efforts. She states, "I could strike a blow to Zenith because of you." Meanwhile, James requests, "Please withdraw some of your power. It feels like I will explode and die here because of it." The goddess looks at him and says, "It seems I was being inconsiderate. I forgot that humans are beings who are depraved. However, he ought to feel proud because he is a human that a god has accepted." On the contrary, James looks unhappy with her statement and grinds his teeth angrily. Someone informs the higher authorities of the Genie's church headquarters that the plan has failed and Sir Cryan has also gone missing. The man with white hair shouts, "I even gave him the soul in the church repository." The guy with blonde hair looks at him and states, "I have no words. We've searched every corner of the region, but other than Canna's corpse, we haven't found any other traces at all." The white-haired man becomes furious and thinks, "This is bad. The battlefield's helix shows that if we try to start a holy war without Creon, we'll lose big time. The battlefield's helix is a divine object that can deduce the results of a war by running a simulation." The white-haired man states, "It looks like the political pressure from making a contract with the demon race will intensify." The blonde-haired guy responds, "I am aware of it." The white-haired man thinks to himself, "We're supposed to start a war right away to turn the tide in our favor." But they have no choice but to wait for him to return. He orders the blonde-haired man, find Cran no matter what, bring him back at all costs. The night turns into day and Lady Sears cries. James is not in the palace again. He is in the Pyro Church, where he tells the goddess Pyro, "I gained Diablo Volpir in the forest." Pyro replies, "It's hard to believe you coincidentally obtained Diablo Volpir in the mountains." James responds, "I can tell you nothing. I just happened to find it." Pyro still doesn't believe him. "Are you asking me to believe such a random thing?" James replies, "You should." The goddess Pyro sighs, "Let's forget about it. It's unimportant right now." James looks at her and says, "I have a question this time." He continues, "I know Diablo, my spiritual master, is your arch enemy. I'm curious, what has happened to him?" Pyro responds, "I don't know. He was sealed in the realm of eternity's primordial darkness. Even gods cannot do anything in that space, so he does not know about him." Jane makes a rough guess. He might escape. She responds, "It's impossible. There's no way they would seal him in a place where he would even have the slightest chance of escape." After hearing that, Jane thinks to himself, "I'm certain now. They don't know he's dead. They don't know he's transmigrated." The goddess Pyro then speaks up. "It's been a while since I've seen this bracelet. To think it has reappeared in this world. It's caused us a lot of trouble." James states, "I'm looking for the remaining two objects, the indestructible aloofness of All Might and the killer of gods, the God Killer." Pyro considers this for a moment before saying, "Do as you please. I'll turn a blind eye to it." James then inquires, "Have you been ostracized?" She replies, "I'll answer you. It doesn't seem like you're making fun of me with that question." Pyro reveals the secret. The genies Lily and Brahmin have teamed up, and Diane and Kalan have teamed up on the other side. Tantus and Arbolato are teamed up, while Ra, the Flame Emperor, is on her own. Jane is shocked to learn that the Sun God is alone. Pyro tells him the Flame Emperor has been alone from the start. Ra is more like ruling as an absolute god than truly being alone. Jane observes, based on what you said, I don't think she should feel in danger just because she's alone. Pyro replies she feels that way because of his genies. He thinks of himself as Ra's hunting dog, and Ra abandoned him. He has made her his target, blaming her for it. He also intends to steal her power and fight Ra. At this, she becomes furious and exclaims, how dare he step out of line? Jane looks at her, noticing that her hair has turned black. He thinks she needs his strength despite him being a dark magician. Pyro states, my black mana is primordial and pure, unlike the wickedness of filthy beings. Jane mutters to himself, she scorned that power so much in the past. But he is Diablo Volpir's successor. Pyro replies that doesn't make any difference and asks, are you saying you cannot work with me, one of the 12 gods? That's ridiculous. She places her finger on his hand and adds, you are the one who approached me by mentioning your name. Jane replies, I'm just saying that I don't think we can fully trust each other. She responds, in that case, we need to instill trust in each other. When Jane asks her about the strategy, she suggests check your palm. Pyro continues, I've already given you my token of promise in the form of a symbol on your palm. Meanwhile, Ricky and Raz pay their respects, saying the sword that protects the goddess's justice, and the holy official pays their respect, the newly appointed saint. Jane looks at his palm and says, it's nice to meet you all. I look forward to working with everyone. He adds, however, a saint is someone chosen by God. They receive a token on their body and are treated like a bishop. While they don't influence the world, they are freed from other influences because they are sacred and inviolate. After a while, Ricky appears in front of Jane. He apologizes for arriving late and explains that he was delayed because the genies got in his way. Thanks to their help in the face of danger, Ricky adds, I was able to protect the holy territory. James smiles and responds, it's all right. I'll come back at another time. He pauses for a moment, then continues, but being able to move freely without belonging to any church is great. Meanwhile, Lady Sears becomes worried upon hearing that James joined the Pyro Church, even though he is a Welton. She can't believe he is a saint. Sarah hears the word saint for the first time. Curiously, she asked her mother about it. Marquis smiles and says, I'll tell you who the saint is in detail. Just then, a servant enters and informs Marquis that Barl has broken up. Lady Sears gets up to check on Barl, and Marquis asks, will she be all right? Lady Sears punches her son's head lightly, then tells her father, you ought to thank him. After all, he saved my son. Jane nods and adds, I'll go along as well. They both enter Barl's room, where Barl is surprised to see Lady Sears standing in front of him. Lady Sears sits in a chair before him and asks about his health. Jane observes both of them and says, Barl knows nothing about emotions. When Lady Sears leaves the room, James sits on the bed before Barl and tells him, I'm relieved. I was worried my arm wouldn't heal properly. Barl gets annoyed and asks, what nonsense are you saying in front of a patient? Don't speak like that to me. Jane laughs and replies, I'm saying all this because you're a kid. Barl thanks him and Jane responds, I did nothing. More importantly, I heard you had something to tell me, something your mother said. Barl nods and says, I do have something to tell you. He pauses before asking, do you know about the frontier? Jane replies, I've heard it's a suspicious association that seeks the world's secrets. Barl then asks him to follow him. A 9th class magician within the frontier would teach you everything. Jane responds, they're probably not human. Barl adds, they are not human, which is why they will be able to help him grow more powerful. Jane is aware of his identity and says, I can't believe you're asking me to learn magic from someone beneath me. This is unbelievable. Barl responds, it's fine. You should seek help from them. They are a 9th class master. James states, even if this is a chance to learn magic from someone who could change the map of the world, I'm not fully ready. It's true that being a 9th class is amazing, but I'm far off in life. When Barl tries to figure out his statement, Jane laughs and says, I'll get there in the not-too-distant future. Then he thanks Barl, I'll come by to play sometime. I'm curious about the leader Isis. Barl explains, they're extraordinary. You should definitely come to play someday. I'll introduce you to Isis. The day turns into night. Jane enters his bedroom where Benna is crying and asking, how could you abandon me like that in the forest? You're so evil. Jane replies, I didn't abandon you, and just left her with someone who could protect her at that time. Benna is unsatisfied with his answer and again asks, have you completely forgotten about me? Jane asks her to answer this question honestly. Benna glares at him, her frustration growing. James smiles and says, "Of course, I don't intend to forget about you. It just looks like, based on how you're complaining, you've completely healed now." He observes the scarf she's wearing, sensing mana from it. He says, "That's probably the artifact I gave you." Bennett keeps complaining, "Do you have any idea how hard it was for me to work here?" James observes her closely and asks, "Can't you fly? I think you're awake." Suddenly, a sharp light bursts from a hammer. James says, "It's probably better if I explain." Both he and Benna are shocked to see the hammer appear right between them. The hammer speaks, explaining to James, "To save you at that time, I had to awaken her for a single moment, forcibly, because of Benna's strong desire and support. You should be grateful to me and to her, because if it weren't for us, you would have been finished by that demon." James gets annoyed at the hammer and asks, "Is there a ghost haunting it or something? Why is this hammer causing such a fuss on its own?" The hammer retorts, "Punk, how dare you compare me, the grade itself, to a mere tool? Even if you're Ben's mustard, you shouldn't say things like that." Benna, however, is shocked. "You've been here too?" she exclaims. She thought she was the only one who could hear the hammer's voice. Meanwhile, James thinks, according to this ego weapon, it was pointing at me when I couldn't even hear its voice. On the other hand, Benna begins to cry. The hammer tells her, "Don't cry over something so trivial." Jane, looking at the hammer, asks, "Was this awakened as a one-time thing? To fully awaken it, doesn't it need to carry some kind of duty? I found the Valkyries hang out." Benna freezes in shock. There's a place where the Valkyrie is alive. She wonders aloud. She didn't know such a place existed. Teen adds, "That's right. It's located deep within the areas of our Great Forest." James explains, searching for it will be impossible. The Great Forest is a place where even a swordmaster struggles to survive, and it looks like he does need to carry out that mission. Time passed quickly after that. For their holy mission and protection, Ricky and Anna journeyed to the Great Temple of Pharaoh. Moreover, the Welton family was off on another journey. In place of Raz, who had left with the Ricky siblings, Surlock joined the Welton family to represent the cooperation between the family and the Pharaoh Church. 15 days later, they finally returned to Heath, where Lady Sears and her children met with their father. Welton was happy to see his wife and daughter and then asked about Jam. "Jame has returned," came the reply. Jame appeared in front of him. Welton looked at his son and said, "You've grown taller and look quite powerful this time." That night, they all slept in their bedroom. Sarah snored when Jame wasn't there. He went to Barl and asked him about the sword. "I'm curious," James said. "What does a sword mean to a swordmaster?" Barl paused before replying, "Do you know I was once called an evil spirit? The sword is my self-reflection." He states it was only after repeated regret and self-reflection that he realized what he was wielding was not a sword, but hatred. That was when he became a true swordmaster. James states that he has learned how he became a swordmaster. He then recalls when the goddess Pyro asked him if he wished to know the history that had disappeared. He consented to knowing the history, and Pyro stated that it might be a bit difficult now, because a certain keyword had been set. The movement is approaching. Every god will be able to learn from that situation. It is something that cannot be avoided. So, whoever approaches that secret will all learn of it. And each time that happens, the hardliners will be sent to erase that existence. Jane guesses she is talking about Brahman, the dragon god, and replies that it is right as his children, the dragons, will step up. It is what happened at Canon. Then, if I have the confidence to face one of them right now, Jane asks, "It will be impossible for you to proceed as you did in the past." Pyro responds, "So, you need to look for another method." Jane reached the training ground the next day. Mr. Welton was surprised to see him. "It's surprising to see you here," he said, looking at Jane. Jane glanced at his father and replied, "There's something I need to speak to you about. I wish to learn swordsmanship." The scene shifted to inside the palace. The Marquis stood in front of Tina's picture, gently touching it. Tina's voice broke the silence. "Do you know, I truly detest my power. It's because of this useless strength that I killed my entire family." Airy, standing beside her, softly said, "Be with me. I will become your family and protect you, so you'll never have to use that power again." He paused, then continued, "I still don't understand that prophecy. Was it truly necessary?" Tina's eyes darkened. "You never knew the mercenary who saved your life on the battlefield, the one who became your assistant. He was a traitor." Airy's gaze grew intense. Was it truly necessary for all those lives to be sacrificed? Tina smiled faintly and extended a necklace toward him. "You'll know soon enough who to give this to." Mark looked at her confused. "Why must you be responsible for the distant future?" Tina asked him not to cry. She says that this is the first time she is proud of her power. If he had not held on to her that time, she would have died. Mark holds the necklace. Then Tina asked him to watch over their child, who will inherit their blood. After that, she disappears, saying, "May we pray that he does not become the calamity of this world." On the other side, in the Seldom Kingdom, Welton Country, Eric Tedry, the holy enforcer of the Pyro Church, comes to meet Argino Welton and discuss some critical issues. First of all, Eric says, it is an honor for me to meet Count Welton. Welton thanks him for traveling such a long way and expresses his regret over Archbishop Saphira's death. He becomes angry and states, no one would have thought that the genie's church would utilize the demonic clan to attack us. Eric thanks him for his concerns and reassures him, our church will not forget the Count's help. Count Welton, still angry, states, if I could have my way, I would attack the genie's church's head temple right now. Meanwhile, Lady Sears tries to calm him down. Then Welton says, I will make those losers pay for messing with my family. Eric states, our church will also assist you in obtaining your objective. Welton thanks him, saying, I appreciate your help without hesitation. Eric replies, there's no need for formalities. The saint's work is also the work of the church. After that, Eric leaves the castle. Welton is left pondering something. Lady Sears looks at him and asks, what are you thinking about? Welton replies, I'm thinking about Jane. Who would have thought he'd become the pirate church saint? Although they said it was possible to work freely without being connected to the church. Upon hearing this, Lady Sears becomes sad. She says, I should have looked after him more carefully. I want to apologize. Welton replies, it's not your fault. No one could stop a 9-year-old child who is a 6th-class magician. I'm just worried about the timing. He adds, as everyone knows, a pyro church is on the brink of war with the genie church, and at that time. Disappointment is because of war. Lady Sears smiles and asks him if he worries that the war will control Jane. He tells her that his father had said this to her before he left. Moreover, he might have been chosen because of the war, and Jane might put himself forward for Ricky's stake. She states that it is unexpected that she was worried about him instead. And to be honest, she is so scared that if something happens to her son, she will not survive. She starts crying and says, even though I am scared, I must believe in him because my mother told me I must watch and believe in him until the end. However, Welton requests that she not cry. I will bring Jane back. You should believe in your husband. No one will hurt our child, not even if it is a god, because I will protect him at any cost. The next day, Jane tells his father that he would like to learn the sword. His father asked him, why do you want to do so? Jane replies, I want to learn the family's sword techniques fully. Welton inquires about the magic, and he replies that he will train it alongside magic. Welton laughs when he hears that and asks him, do you mean you're going to learn the sword for self-defense? He replies, that's not the case. I want to learn the family's sword technique properly. When Welton observes that Jane is serious about learning swordsmanship, he states, you take the sword too lightly. Jane responds, that's not true. Then his father explains the family's sword techniques cannot be learned concurrently with magic. The sword is not something frivolous. Welton adds, you're looking down on the sword. I can't teach someone with that attitude. Jane replies, I'm being sincere. After that, Welton grabs a stick and asks his son, show me your determination to learn the sword. He states, I will not use aura, but you can use everything you have. I'll receive the blows from your sword. Jane looks at his father and asks, are you saying I can use magic? Welton replies, you can use magic, a sword, or whatever else. So, if you block my sword once, then you'll pass the sword to him. So all the trainees start mumbling and laughing at him because they are unaware of Jane's power. After that, Jane looks at his father and thinks he is on the same level as Sable, maybe even higher, and he cannot feel any energy from him, making him scarier. Welton asked him, are you ready? Jane thinks he should break the wooden sword because it is possible that he did not cover it with aura. As James says, I'm ready. Welton moves toward him, and Jane wonders if he's planning on killing his child. Instantly, he uses his black mana to defend himself and block his father's attack. Welton tells him, the sword is not simple, and this will hurt. Jane responds, I've also mentioned that I was sincere, and then uses the hand of destruction to attack his father. Welton wonders about his son's magic skills when he states, you can't stop with this. You can show your determination only through this. Welton looks impressed and asks his son, where did you learn this magic? Jane replies, I created it. After hearing that, Welton realizes the power of his son. He doesn't need a teacher to level up his magic. He then tries to make him understand, saying, you already have outstanding magical talent. You don't need to learn the sword. Jane replies, I've never looked down on the sword. I'm not learning it to be cool. I want to learn it for my future. Welton asks, what future are you talking about? Jane responds, it's exactly as you've guessed. After that time, I realized many things. Magic alone is not enough. I need a new strength to face what's to come. Jane looks his father in the eye and says, I may be young, but I'm not immature. I am determined by what I say. Welton nods and states, then you should come here at 6 o'clock in the morning starting tomorrow. Jane is overjoyed knowing you will finally learn sword techniques. Meanwhile, a palanquin leaves the palace. A queen-like girl sits inside and says, I want to beat young Master Welton as soon as possible. At night, Jane returns to his bedroom. Betta is snoring, and he gets annoyed at her. He looks at her and mutters, I can't believe I have to deal with this. Jane thinks to himself that he should just hit her and wake her up to sleep well. Suddenly, Benna stirs, sits up, and starts crying. Has the squirrel gone? She asks. James sighs and replies, go back to sleep. I need to pay for what I did yesterday. Benna, still half awake, lies back down and resumes snoring. The next day, at 6 o'clock a.m., James reaches the training ground. He wonders, what kind of training will I do today? I wasn't expecting to learn secret techniques right off the bat. Though he may be the family's young patriarch, James knows it will still be difficult to learn since he doesn't even know the basics. He picks up a wooden sword and says, I'll excel with this in no time. More importantly, James knows the physical body he inhabits is special. It carries the blood of a famous sword family and has been strengthened by the beat of life. With that, he thinks, this time, I'll surprise my father. The voice captain, Hamilton Leonardo, tells everyone that he will be in charge of their training from today onwards. James is surprised to see the voice captain and asks, isn't my father going teaching himself? Leonardo is shocked by the question and wonders why a kid who has just started learning the sword expects to learn from the great sword master. He then informs James that he will be teaching him for a while. James observes that Leonardo does not look too happy to teach him. He looks at him and says, you don't seem to have a wooden sword. Leonardo replies, there's no need for that in today's training. First of all, you'll be running the training grounds starting now. James doesn't understand and asks, why am I supposed to be running? I'm here to learn swordsmanship. Leonardo gets annoyed and states, from this moment on, you are not to call me sir, address me as instructor. James becomes worried about Leonardo's behavior and wonders why it feels like he must obey him. Leonardo tells him, all your answers will be action. James becomes sad instantly and responds in a slow voice. Then Leonardo shouts again, asking, is that the loudest you can be? James shouts back, replying louder this time. Leonardo says, now I understand what you were saying. After that, James starts running. It has been 3 hours since he began. Welton smiles at the sight of his son running and says, I knew Hamilton Leonardo was the best at training people. Lady Sears comes over looking concerned. It's so harsh for our child, she says. I can't watch this. Welton replies, Jane needs to be harsh if we don't want the name Welton to be sullied. Besides, it's not even that harsh yet. This is just the start. Once he starts wielding a sword, I have no intention of going easy on him, even if he's my son. Lady Sears is shocked. You could be a little gentler with him, she suggests. Welton responds, my father was never gentle with me. I'm sure Jane will do well because he is our son. Then he comes close to her and says, I forgot to tell you that Viscount Bale's family will visit tomorrow. Lady Sears gets angry at him and asks, why are you only telling me this now? There's no time for preparations. Welton smiles and says, there's still 1 day left. Viscount Bale is my sword brother, so it's okay to prepare a grand welcome for him. Lady Sears turns to him and replies, that's why we need to prepare even more. She pauses for a moment and adds, I'll leave first. I don't even know where to begin. Lady Sears leaves and Welton calls out, wait a minute, I have more to tell you. But she doesn't listen and continues on her way. Welton sighs and mutters, too bad for James. I would have gone a little easier on him if his mom had tried one more time at 11 o'clock in the morning. Meanwhile, James is still running tirelessly. Leonardo, watching him, is impressed and says to think he has that kind of stamina at 9 is commendable. As he runs, James reflects, thinking to himself that he kept paying attention just in case there wasn't enough, but he hasn't been using his mana or holy energy, and has just been running with his physical strength without any rest. On the contrary, Welton says it is a little disappointing, but since Jane has chosen to go with magic, I will support him to the best of my ability. Leonardo thinks it seems the young master is not just talented with magic, there is something they are not aware of. Then Leonardo asks him to stop running, but James does not listen. He keeps going. So Leonardo steps forward, places his hand on James' shoulder, and says, stop. Jim looks at him and asks, isn't over now? Leonardo replies, yes, it's over. This is it for today's training. James responds, that's a relief. I can rest now. Then he falls to the ground. His instructor is shocked to see him. Leonardo looks at him and says, I don't know what to put in my report for this. It is getting dark. James is lying on his bed, thinking, is this my room? Am I going to faint during the training? Suddenly, his sister Sarah enters the room. James looks at her and asks, but why are you crying? Sarah sniffs and says, I thought my brother had died, so I'm afraid of losing him. James smiles at seeing his sister's concerns and replies, I'm fine, so you don't need to worry about me. Meanwhile, Benna tells James, it's a bit tough for me, and I want to rest. He responds, I had an even tougher time, so you can suffer for a while longer. Then he says to Sarah, stop crying and play with the squirrel. At that moment, Welton enters the room and tells James, you seem all right after your first training day. They both get surprised to see their father standing in front of them. Welton picks up Sarah and says, I'm so proud of you for looking after your brother. I heard the nanny baked some cookies for you. Sarah becomes happy at the news and rushes outside to eat them. Afterward, Count Welton looks at his son and says, I thought you wouldn't be able to move an inch because of how sore your muscles would be. Jane replies, fortunately, it seems I'm all right, and I can't say it's thanks to the Bead of Life. The Bead of Life is an artifact that stores life force and helps in self-recovery and physical growth. Count Welton sits on James' bed and says, you must have been shocked when you saw Hamilton Leonardo at the training ground. Jane laughs and replies, it's true. I thought I'd be learning from him. Count Welton taps his head and says, you still have a long way to go before you can learn from a swordmaster. Jane responds, I think I might be treated differently because I'm his son. Welton smiles and replies, there's no doubt you're an incredible son. He places his hand on James' head and asks, has something happened to you? Jane replies, I was running, but I can't remember anything from a certain point onwards. After hearing that, Welton recalls when Leonardo informed him, your son has been running for 5 hours and 17 minutes, which is far beyond my expectations. He has unbelievable stamina and mental fortitude. After remembering all of that, Count Welton smiles and says, don't worry, my son, and says that he has completed the training. Jane is shocked to hear those words from his father. Welton thinks that his record was probably around 3 hours and 36 minutes when he was Jane's age. So he smiles and informs Jane, you'll pick up the sword starting tomorrow. Your stamina is unbelievable, extraordinary. Jane becomes happy to know that they are not going to run anymore. His father also explains there is no need to run any further. Count Welton adds, to maintain your stamina, you will need to run for an hour a day. If you don't want to do so, you should pretend this never happened. Jane replies, I will run for an hour because I want to learn the sword techniques. Moreover, Welton explains, you will be learning the basics from Leonardo for a while. If you take this lightly, it will backfire on you. When Leonardo was an instructor, he was quite scary. Jane laughs and says to himself, I'll see the hat and those sunglasses again. Welton adds, if you can endure that, I'll teach you my vision, which is also the Welton family's sword style, the dagger. Jane wants to know about the dagger, and his father states that it will not be easy. But if it's you, you'll be able to do it, he says, so I will be waiting for you. The next day, Leonardo asks Jane if he is discouraged after seeing that he is his instructor. Although it is a great opportunity to learn the sword from a swordmaster, Jane is not upset about learning from a mere expert. Jane responds that it is not the case and tries to hide his expression. He thinks that he went too far overboard at dawn. Nostra night sky above the Welton territory. Green asks Jane if he is ready for training. He replies, I will do it because it is the need of the hour. He looks at Benna and asks her, do you remember what I said before? The world is going to change quickly, and we will be at the center of it. So I go against those 12 gods. If I'm not stronger, I won't be able to succeed in my mission. Benna becomes excited and tells him, I will do my best. He replies, the training will be hell. After that, they both enter a training ground where they continue practicing. Jane thinks he should have held back. Meanwhile, Leonardo looks at Jane and thinks that yesterday's run was exhausting. He knows he cannot go easy on him today. He starts the training and says, hold the sword. He continues the basics of the sword are split into slashing and stabbing. For slashing, there are the front slash, the upward slash, left and right slashes, diagonal slashes, etc. All of these are part of it. Jane thinks it's more complicated than he expected, struggling to understand the terms properly. Leonardo adds, next is stabbing, and asks, do you remember your instructor's demonstrations? If your replies are clumsy, I'll make you run. Jane looks at his feet and says, my steps seamlessly connect all my movements. I also use my muscles efficiently, which is impressive. Although I use little strength, it seems like my destructive power has increased. Leonardo is taken aback. To hear those words from Jane, he looks at him. Jane observes his expression and wonders if there is really something to be so surprised about. He says, all movements start with the feet, which I heard from the swordmaster 60,000 years ago. Leonardo replies, that's a good answer. Today's training is simple. You're supposed to do what I demonstrated 1,000 times. Nothing else. Jane is shocked to hear this and begins practicing because he must obey the orders. Leonardo watches him and thinks, I had planned to drill the basics into him for a year, 6 months, or even 3 months, but this will do. It's plenty. Then Leonardo stands up and tells Jane, your instructor will be leaving. Finish your 1,000 strikes before I return. Jane smiles and says, finally, I can catch my breath. Everything is fine. But his gaze is intimidating, so he keeps practicing. It's fun, he says. The more he swings the sword, the more ideas he has about combining it with M come to mind. So he starts doing it more aggressively, closely, and harder. He looks at his sword and thinks it may be in the distant future, which might lead him to a new field. Suddenly, a bird-like thing appears in the sky. Jane asks, is it recording properly? He then adds, We should finish up nicely. Instantly, Jane feels a presence of someone near him. He wonders, is there a human right in front of the training ground? The flow of their life force feels strange. Without hesitation, he teleports himself and asks, "How dare you enter the Welton family's estate?" Jane rushes toward her and sees that she is a girl with blonde hair. She looks at him and says, "You scared me." After a while, they both sit on a bench. The blonde-haired girl states, "I thought I was going to die." Jane then asks her, "Are you a wind spirit?" He looks at her and thinks they must be at least an intermediate-level summoner to maintain a spirit in the present world. He glances at her again and says, "It seems like you didn't just play around when you were at home." She asks Jane, "Can you recognize me?" She adds that she was training when a high-ranking spirit appeared to her. Its name is Ripid. Ripid is a well-known spirit who assists the Wind Spirit King Sulfit. Jane asked her, "What did Ripid say to you?" She replies, "Ripid didn't say anything. He just watched me, then disappeared." From the next day onwards, I could maintain Syl. Jane thinks to himself that she must consider him a kid. The world is not focused on her for no reason. Then the girl tells him, "My older sister is even more amazing." She adds, "She can already summon a high-ranking spirit. I know you'd be surprised because Dad was also shocked when he found out." Jane looks at her, thinking that it is surprising. At her age, summoning a high-ranking spirit is difficult. That means she is as talented as he is. It must be because she is a reincarnate. Moreover, King Elquin's spirit is considerate towards the soul of his contractor, the girl. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired girl suddenly shouts. Jane, worried, asks, "Is something wrong?" She replies that she forgot Dad told her not to say it to anyone. On the other side, in the Welton country estate drawing room, Welton asks his servant, "Is there no news from the people at the genie's church?" The servant replies, "It is true. They will soon make a decision." Welton states, either they will start a war or dissolve their religion, and then asks, "Is the leader of the 7 knights still missing?" The servant replies, "The leader is still missing. According to information from Tigris, it is sad that he has had to return to the main temple of the genies." Tigris is a secret intelligence organization and a business partner of the Eastern nobility. Welton responds, something is happening to that monster. Barl couldn't even be his opponent. He wonders aloud, what would have happened if I were in his position? He then declares, "The war will begin when I return." When Jane returns from training the next day, he sees that Viscount Bal's family has arrived at their palace. He apologizes for the late greetings, and Viscount responds, he's all right, because he heard that he was learning the sword and should work hard at it. There were great expectations of him. James smiled and thanked him for his kind words, then looked at the other members of Bal's family. Rebecca behaved strangely when she saw Jane, and he noticed something was wrong with her. She seemed a little off. He looked at her and thought that it was the first time he had seen her since the ball. He wondered why she was acting that way. It seemed like she was avoiding him. The next day, Jane was punished by his instructor, who told him that he had ordered him to relieve his fatigue. However, Jane had been distracted by other thoughts. "It is not the case," Jane replied. Leonardo asked him to keep quiet and get up. Afterward, he asked if Jane had finished doing 1,000 swings the previous day. Jane replied that he had completed them all and was ready for his test. Jane began showing his sword moves, and Leonardo was impressed. He thought to himself that he had no words. Jane was perfect. He wondered how someone could achieve such skill in just one day. Then Jane asked his instructor about his performance. Because he thinks it was not good, Leonardo tells him that he did a great job, and now he can start learning the steps. He explains that the former patriarch is the footwork his grandfather created. Chervil Welton, the former patriarch, is a world-acclaimed swordmaster. He taught the Welton family's knights the footwork he created to help advance the family. It is called the 100 Seas, the flow of the 100 Seas. Leonardo says, "You must wonder if this is correct." Jane replies, "I got your point." Leonardo adds, "I was that way initially, so you should pay close attention." Jane observes and thinks it resembles a resonance matching one's movement. The mana controls the space as he moves. 4 hours later, Jane wonders what he is doing differently, because this is what Leonardo did. Then he suddenly realizes that his mana got turned off. Leonardo tells him, "Every Welton knight can use the 100 Seas, but you might be the first to fail." Jane gets tired, falls to the ground, and says, "This is driving me up the wall." And this is the first time he has experienced being so stuck at something, even including his past life. The mana used for martial arts is different from the one used for magic. He says to himself, "I knew it." Wonders about water droplets. He looks around, sees Rebecca hiding, and says, "I can see you." Rebecca laughs as she watches Jane, who is drinking water from his palm. When they both sit on the bench, Jane thanks her and says, "It was refreshing." Rebecca thinks for a moment and then says, "That's why I've been acting like that, because I suddenly became sad." Jane comes closer to her and asks, "Talk to me. I know you have something on your mind. If it's hard to bring up, you can say it. Rebecca thinks that he's so close and replies, there's nothing like that. It's just, I've been thinking about you a lot. She adds, I feel shy when I see you, and my heart races. In that short conversation, Jane wonders if she is attracted to him because of Zane's soul. He replies, let's change the topic for now. Then he asks, did you hear from Ash that you summoned high-ranking spirits? Rebecca responds that Ash could not stop herself and says it all. She tells him it was only for a short time, though she had summoned the spirit. After that, she looks at Jane and says, I heard you're training with swords. Jane replies, it might not be enough to know magic, but it's not easy to learn the sword either. Rebecca observes him and states, you look uncomfortable in your movements. That's what Indaran said. I can communicate with it without summoning it. Indaran is a high-ranking spirit that assists the Water Spirit King. She adds, while spirits don't know much about human techniques, it says there should be a natural flow, like how your left hand should swing forward with your right foot. Rebecca continues, but it says you seem to be moving your body forcefully. Jane thinks for a moment and asks, is that the case? How can I correct it? Rebecca asked, try entrusting your body to the flow. Follow the direction of the water and wind. James says to himself, if I've been overthinking things, then he stands up and moves away. He says that he finally understands it's different from magic and that he cannot try to control his mana. So if he entrusts his body naturally to the flow of mana, it will be light, almost as if he is dancing on top of the water. He starts practicing the technique and wonders if he can use it for magic too, because he will focus on his mana more this way. At the spirit realm, a wolf-like spirit observes James' moves and states he is very talented, but there are tons of such talents in the world. After a while, James gets stuck in those sea waves. Suddenly, Rebecca enters, shouting, are you in trouble? The sea waves disappear and Jane wonders if he has overdone it. At the same time, Welton appears and asks, are you all right? James, scared, looks at his father and wonders if there is an intruder. James hugs Welton, who reassures him, you're safe. Then Welton asks, was there an intruder? James replies, there was no intruder here. I did this. He explains that he was using the 100 Cs and unknowingly caused this. Welton is shocked to hear that and asked him, have you used the 100 Cs? He thinks for a moment and then adds, the training ground is made of a special alloy that can withstand auras. There's no way the 100 Cs could have so much destructive power. James looks down, guilt in his eyes, and tells his father, try to combine the 100 Cs with magic. This was the result? I'm sorry for that. Welton sighs, his voice steady but tinged with disappointment. The complete footwork of the 100 Cs is something I couldn't even improve further. The idea of combining it with magic to add offensive abilities. It's because you're a magician. He pauses, meeting his son's gaze. Moreover, you do this because you chose the path of magic and the sword. Meanwhile, Leonardo speaks up, his tone serious. I'm certain you have nothing left to teach me after today. He looks at Welton, a determined look in his eyes. So I request that you teach my son the dimension-splitting sword. The dimension-splitting sword is the secret technique of the Welton family, where one can split space upon reaching a certain level. Because of its immense power, it's not something to be attempted lightly, if they do not have solid basics. James is surprised to hear that he will learn their technique quickly because he has just started learning the basics. Welton informs him that it is a technique only 2 to 3 of the appointed knights could learn. James is shocked to know that and then says to Leonardo, you told me that all the Welton knights have learned the 100 Cs. Welton interrupts and explains when they cannot master the 100 Cs, they usually leave the order on their own. Moreover, it's no wonder that it felt like it was a lot more difficult. Welton looks at his son and thinks, where the world is unstable, it is a coincidence that such a talented child has appeared. We should not worry unnecessarily first. He smiles and tells Jane, you did a great job. I'll teach you from tomorrow onwards. Jane becomes happy to hear that. Hamilton Leonardo then informs him, although I don't know the training of the dimension-splitting sword very well, it will be very tough. Jane replies, there won't be any problem. I desire to do so. And Leonardo says that a good attitude is needed to learn this technique. After that, Leonardo put his hat on James' head and said, this is your present, a token for you, who have completed the training with amazing results. I hope you will grow to be a great knight. Jane becomes happy, thanks him, and states, I have learned much from you. Hamilton Leonardo smiles and says, I have learned much too, calling him a young master. After a while, Jane is standing in a corridor. He says to himself, although he probably wanted me to focus on training, I can't believe he told me about such a meeting on such short notice. On the surface, it is a banquet to welcome Viscount Ball, but the true objective is something else. Welton seeks the attention of everyone and informs them. As you all know, things have not been good lately. The Genie's church attacked my wife's hometown, a fan, and put my family in danger. The heinous deeds of the Genie's church will not stop here. Eventually, a war will break out. Moreover, a huge war will involve the whole continent. Count Simon has sworn to fight alongside them against the genie's church. He tells everyone that the nobles of the East will always stand in this fight. Today's banquet will become the cornerstone of that future, he says. Meanwhile, Jane looks at his father and adds, the true objective is to have a meeting in preparation for the war with the genie's church. Suddenly, Ash enters. Jane looks at her and asks, why are you alone? Where's Miss Rebecca? Ash raises an eyebrow. Why do you address Rebecca as Miss, but not me? She inquires. Jane replies, we haven't decided that we'll speak casually yet. Ash becomes a little angry and retorts, it's because Rebecca acts way more like an adult than I do. I act like a child, don't I? Jane looks at her thoughtfully and asks, are you envious of her? Ash gets annoyed and snaps. It seems like you're the one who likes my sister. Jane shakes his head. I don't like her. I think she's a dark magician who has returned after more than 60,000 years. And there is no way he would like a kid. Ash once again asked him, do you not like my sister? He replies, it's true. She responds, that's a relief. Jane looks at her and thinks that he knew something was strange. Both had acted oddly before him. He then asked about Rebecca. After a while, Jane begins to feel that she is suddenly sick. However, he can't believe the day he would use holy energy has come. He moves towards Rebecca's room, and she is surprised to see him standing before her. Jane looks at her and thinks she's not sick, but loves sick. He tells Rebecca, I've heard from Ash that you're not feeling well. She replies, I'm better now. Jane asks, can I have your hand? He thinks she's just like Zane, always trying to put me at ease. Rebecca extends her hand toward him. He says, it seems you have a fever. You'll feel a little better like this. As Jane holds her hand, Rebecca says, I missed you. I kept thinking of you. She wonders, why is this happening to him? Jane states that he also worries about her more than others. But that is all there is to it, because he cannot get back those feelings of the past. He is incapable of something like love, which is why it is a pity. After some time, Jane releases her hand and says, we won't be able to see each other for a long while. I don't know when we'll meet again, but I won't forget about you. No matter how many years pass, I'll always remember you. Rebecca, with tears in her eyes, asks, can I write letters to you? Jane replies, you can. Rebecca, still tearful, asks him, will you write back? Jane promises, I will, and I'll see you next time. After that, Viscount Bal's family prepares to leave, and Welton advises them, be careful on the journey. Ash winks and says, I'll see Jane next time. Rebecca adds, we should meet again in the future. I'll write to you. Jane replies, I will surely write back. After their departure, Lady Sears asks Jane if he is unpopular. Welton replies, I wonder when you will bewitch both of Viscount Bal's daughters. Jane laughs and says, I did nothing like that. Welton states, although we've been delayed by a day, I can still sense the focus is on me. He then asks Jane to brace himself for what's to come. 4 months later, a man dressed in white sits on a rock eating bread. He mutters, this bread is so dry. It would be nice to have some milk. Milk. He turns to the mountain bandit and asks, am I saying the right thing? The bandit becomes furious and asks, how dare you speak to your subordinates like that? In a flash, the bandit attacks the man in white, threatening, you'll pay for this. However, the man uses dimensional magic and soul extraction to block the attack. The bandit begins screaming in pain. The man in white shakes his head, saying, I wasted unnecessary time here. I need to hurry. I'm already excited. He grins, his excitement palpable. I'm going to meet Jane Welton right now in the Welton family's arena. Jane is practicing with a dagger. He then looks at his father to see if he has done it correctly. Belton is shocked when he sees his skills. He realizes that the dagger is a weapon more difficult to initiate than to master. Although it took him 2 years to master the basics, Jane only took 4 months. He smiles and says, I can't help but admire your growth. There's nothing more I can teach you. Jane is surprised to hear that, but I've only just started, he replies. Belton explains, the dagger is a sword that cuts futility. If you can cut through space, it means you've mastered the basics. From here on, it's a battle of discovery. Welton reflects that once someone masters the basics, they can cut space. The higher the level, the bigger the shape they can create. Instead of having an initiation ceremony, they acquire Welton's 10-form dagger, the Welton family's visionary sword technique. Jane looks at the dagger in his hand and thinks, if I master this, I could cut non-material things. There was no technique like this in my past life. At the same time, a servant enters and informs Welton that he has a guest. Welton replies that he is not expecting anyone. The servant tells him that the 7th leader of the magic world has arrived. Jane mutters to himself, as soon as I come of age to enter the magic world, they come for me. He adds, if it's the 7th elder, then it's the best genies before him. Jane grows curious and excited. He turns to his father and asks, can I meet with him? Meanwhile, the 7th leader of magic sits on the couch. He looks around and comments, a great noble family is indeed different. Every artifact here is a masterpiece. He recalls the words of an older man who had warned him to be careful about Jane. Count Welton is a sucker for his son, the older man had said. The seventh leader of Magic Last, dismissing the concern. That older man scared me for no reason, he thinks. Everyone knows Count Welton is so docile. At that moment, the door opens and Welton enters. He introduces himself. The seventh leader smiles upon seeing him and says, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the representative of the magic world." The seventh elder, Siegfried, was originally a lowly enslaved person. He was a magician who accidentally recognized his own talent. A renowned magician took him on as an apprentice. At age 15, Siegfried entered the 6th class. By 20, he had achieved the 7th class and was appointed the youngest elder. At 30, on the brink of becoming an 9th class magician, he was considered the most talented in the magic world. Although that was before James arrived on the scene, he remained a force to be reckoned with. Welton looked at him and thought that the magic world was plotting something. He asked, "Why was you visit unannounced?" Siegfried replied, "I came here to welcome the best talent. Please forgive my rudeness. I thought if I had notified you beforehand, you wouldn't have allowed me to come." Welton responded, "I'm well aware of that. Although my influence has little to no effect on the magic world, I know exactly what kind of place it is." The magic world, Welton knew, was divided into 3 imperialist powers. The first was led by the king's teacher, the first elder, and Ginger. The second was controlled by the nobility, under the second elder. A high-ranking noble, Marquess Lionel, and the third faction, Equality, led by Luke Pretzel, the 5th elder, who comes from a common background. With figures like them in leadership positions, the magical world has become turbulent due to ongoing power struggles. It's a political game filled with strategy and hidden agendas. Jane, with his exceptional talent and prestigious lineage, ends up drawn into the middle of it. That's why Welton once considered whether to send his son into such a world. Siegfried replies, "I completely understand your concern. It's difficult to find anyone truly ordinary in the world of magic." He adds, "Those with outstanding talent can be controlled easily, and those trying to maintain their influence simply can't afford to take such risks." Welton remains silent in thought. Siegfried continues, "I won't try to sway you with light words," and then admits, "If I were in your position, I wouldn't want my son to step into that world either." But Siegfried explains, "There is an immeasurable wealth of knowledge in the magical realm, especially regarding the Crown of Omniscience. It's a key artifact said to hold all magical knowledge, and whoever wears it can absorb everything it contains." So, for a Graham magician, the chance to wear the Crown of Omniscience is given only once. Welton thinks that just because he is a father, he will not block off his son's potential. He replies, "I will ask Jane first." On the contrary, Jane is happy that he is going to that place. A report on wisdom, which contains all the world's knowledge, might enable him to uncover even a little of the lost pieces of history. Outside the palace, Siegfried looks at Jane and asks, "Are you out here on purpose?" He laughs and says, "I didn't know a child would greet me like this." Jane looks at him and states, "We should talk comfortably." However, Jane observes him, gets impressed by his personality, and thinks he deserves to be called a genie. His lungs and heart have 3 cores, but he plans to make another one. James says to himself, "I have a body specialized in manifesting magic, an ability passed down from my previous life." Siegfried smiles and tells Jane, "I will burn a hole in you." Jane apologizes and says, "You are much more amazing than I thought." Siegfried smiles and responds, "To think that I would hear those words from the rumored greatest genies of history is an honor for me." Jane asks, "Do you believe in such a rumor?" Siegfried replies, "It's wonderful. Though I thought it was an exaggeration, I am the real deal. My body is filled with mana." He pauses, wondering, "I wonder if I've improved Markslin's breathing technique." Though he feels bad for Count Welton, Siegfried muses, there's no way the old magicians will leave this 9th class magician alone. He continues, they can have this child for their own. When future Jane becomes a 9th class magician, the other 2 powers won't be able to go against him and fall. Then he asks, "Are you not scared of the magic world? Those violent others won't leave the young master alone." Jane replies, "If they come looking for me, I will treat them accordingly. So if the deal is acceptable, I'll agree." Jane turns and asks, "Have I not told you that the magic world's famous people would feed off a child?" Siegfried smiles, thinking, this one will not be easy to deal with. At night, Jay returns to his room and informs Benna, "You're coming with me. We're leaving tomorrow, so make sure you've packed everything you need beforehand." Benna looks at him, puzzled. If it's the magic world, then that must mean the holy land of white magic. But I'm a dark magician. James smirks, "If you're talking about being a dark magician, that you can't even cast 2nd class dark magic." Benna frowns, "When will we return?" James shrugs, "There's no set date. Oh, you miss Sarah's affection." Benna shakes her head, "It's not that." James smiles, "I'll make sure you won't have time to think about that. Training will be doubled there." Benna's eyes widen in fear, "I don't want to go with you." Just then, they're about to leave. Welton steps forward, handing Jane a magic sword. The name of this sword is Scud. Welton says, "Come back safe. It's fine to get injured, but make sure you return stronger." Sarah arrives just then, wishing her brother a safe journey. Lady Sears gets emotional, hugs Jane, and asks him to return safely. She also asked him to write to them when he arrives, and he says he will. Lady Sears states that she is sad because they will be separated for half a month. James is shocked to hear this, as he thought it would take at least 2 years. He then asks his father what his mother is talking about. Welton reassures Lady Sears, telling her not to worry too much because it is only half a month. Jay mutters to himself, "No wonder my mother was letting me go so easily." He then leaves, saying goodbye to them. He asks Siegfried if they are heading straight to the magic world. Sieg replies that they need to stop somewhere first, and he's sure Jane will like it. Jane asks about the place, and Zeep replies, "I'm talking about the city of Monastine. A large monostone market will open shortly." Jane thinks Street Durain is a monostone kingdom. Zeke looks at Jane and says, "You're really going to love it, I'm sure." So they should go to Street Durain now. After that, they reach the Selt mountain range, where Siegfried asks Jane if he has a sword for self-defense. Jane replies that it is not the case and that he knows how to use one properly. Siegfried asks again if Jane knows how to use both the sword and magic together, worried that one might weaken the other. Jane responds, "I steadily grow stronger, so worrying is unnecessary." Jane looks around and says, "In any case, I was looking forward to this place since I heard it was the center of power in the south, but it is pretty deserted." Siegfried replies, "Even if it looks that way, this is the lifeline of the south. The mineral deposits here feed 6 estates called the Rock Union. Moreover, Simmerman, where the magic crystal mine is located, is especially influential." Siegfried becomes happy and asks, "Would you like me to tell you something interesting about the Kelton mountain range?" He explains, 1,000 years ago, there used to be a huge volcano here that would constantly erupt. Its lava would cover villages from time to time, but nothing could be done about it. However, one day, an unknown mage appeared and headed for the volcano alone. The next day, the volcano stopped erupting, its huge crater now filled, and the mage who filled it disappeared without a trace, leaving these words behind: "When the sleeping monster wakes up, disaster will strike again. Be careful." James shook his head. "That's an absurd story." Siegfried smiled. "The Magic Society acknowledges the story to a certain extent. Some traces may have been found." At that moment, someone aimed arrows at them. Siegfried noticed it immediately. "This is a dangerous place," he said. James jumped high to defend himself and quickly saw the ambush. They moved forward and found a bandit-like man standing there. Glaring at Siegfried, the man cursed and yelled, "I came to get revenge on you for your hen. I swear I'll capture and kill you." Jane turned to Siegfried. "Do you know him?" Siegfried frowned. "I'm not sure. I can't remember him. It's annoying." And he guesses he should test him out since it comes to this. After that, he starts acting scared and requests that Jane help him. "I have to clean up after the 7th elder," he replies. Then Siegfried asks, "Don't be so mean. Use your sword against that person." Jane realizes that Siegfried is acting and wants to see his abilities. He holds his sword and thinks I should make it simple. Using the sky-splitting blade on this group would be a waste. Everyone is surprised to see Jane. The bandit-like man asks, "Don't resent me when I die." Jane moves forward and swings his sword to show them his real power. Siegfried is shocked. He thinks he took control of the environment in an instant. The mana is raging. He's incredible. Jane transforms the white ocean and presses it to attack them simultaneously. The bandit-like man falls, then starts abusing Jane. "I wasn't expecting that power from you," he says, "but I'll go easy on you. But must deal with him properly." Jane again swings his sword, using one of the 10 moves of the Welton swordsmanship, a curved slash. He successfully kills them all at once. He then asks Siegfried, "Are there any more suspicions?" Siegfried smiles, thinking that Jane is a true magic swordsman and shows no mercy. He laughs and says, "No one will be able to face you in 10 years. I never suspected you. It was amazing." Jane doesn't look pleased with the praise. "You only spit honeyed words when you're the one testing me," he replies. After that, Jane asks, "Shall we go further?" Siegfried answers, "I need to take what I can from these bandits." He begins picking up the money from their hands. They enter the city of Magic Crystal Syndrome, where everyone is busy with their own affairs. Siegfried looks around and says, "It's a strange but beautiful place. I hope the item I'm looking for has arrived." Jane asks, "Where's the store?" Siegfried replies, "We've reached it." They stop in front of a door, and Siegfried asks him if it is a bit shabby and why he is so surprised by this. He knows that when he was enslaved, he used to sleep next to a pig's filth. Jane does not listen to him properly and starts coughing. His lungs are rotting because of the dust, and he cannot feel any presence there. Suddenly, someone appeared. James said, I did not feel anyone there just now. Siegfried looks at the man and asks, did I not tell you I would come to receive the requested item? Miss Curiel replies, the item you requested has not arrived yet. Siegfried states, it looks like it is a bust this time. Jane thinks that a mage cannot see very well, so he is curious about the results if he tries something. Curiel looks at Jane and tells him slight magic is prohibited here. Surprised to hear that, Jane tries to defend himself using his shield, but fails. The shield breaks apart. When the shield shatters, James shields, and Curiel tells him this is an anti-magic artifact. It can even dispel all 5th class magic. That's why the shield is ineffective against this. Jane finds it hard to believe that a national treasure level artifact could belong to the owner of such a shabby-looking shop. Siegfried remarks, well, I suppose it's understandable she couldn't acquire the item. We'll return another time. Curiel replies, I'm not finished yet. I did acquire the item. It will arrive in 2 days. Siegfried looks delighted, but the older lady quickly adds, I can't simply hand it over. There are a few conditions. Siegfried responds, didn't you say you'd give it to me once you found it? Jane cuts in and politely asks, is there a condition, ma'am? Curiel calls him a sharp kid and says, I want you to bring me the heart of Shadow Sheep from the secret auction taking place the day after tomorrow. I'll provide all the funds you need. She adds, however, the Shadow Sheep dwells in darkness and only appears on full moon nights. It's a rare alchemical ingredient. If you can retrieve it, I'll sell the item to you at a low price. Siegfried decides to accept his condition and asks her to keep her promise. After that, they both step outside and Jane asks him about their specific item. Siegfried replies, it's a secret. He then explains to Jane Miss Curiel is known as the greatest alchemist and entrepreneur with branches worldwide. Moreover, all those branches are connected by a warp tunnel she created. Jane is impressed when he learns that she has created a warp tunnel spanning the globe. Siegfried adds, since she is an A-class mage who doesn't affiliate with any country, she is someone who can go wherever she wants. After walking for a while, they stop in front of a door. Siegfried turns to Jane and says, this is the place we'll be staying. Jane looks at it and replies, it looks normal. However, Jane hesitates to enter. Are we using separate rooms, he asks. Siegfried laughs and responds, is there any problem with using the same room? Late at night in the back alley of Sendra, a group of people discusses a secret auction that will open in 2 days in the basement of the Lydia Museum. One of those guys asked if he is sure that the specific item will be there. He replies that the item list is top secret, but it will probably be there. He again asked if he is sure that they can take it as long as they have that. The second man replies, to think that old book would guide them here. This is also God's will. After that, one of them asks the others not to get too excited and become reckless. They have to make sure to get it in their hands, even if it costs them their lives for the sake of their goal. On the other side, Jane enters a gate and asks, Benna, come out. Jane orders her to cast wind on him because they need to hide in Greenia until tomorrow. He adds, if we get caught by Siegfried, we'll be in great trouble. Meanwhile, someone is getting a cart full of stones. Benna gets excited to see that and asks her master, look at those magic stones. Jane looks at them and says, they're transporting those magic stones out in the open because they are low grade. Ben asks, how can they transport such high-grade magic stones? He explains that they will probably transport them more secretly. Moreover, they will hide them so no one can tell what they are or move them to a dark and remote place so that no one can know about them. A reaction occurs in James' bracelet. He says it's a perfect reaction, but he does not understand what it is reacting to. There must be something within the area. Suddenly, he looks at a box and says, there are at least 3 sealing spells inside it, and probably more than 6 if there are a lot. He touches his bracelet and thinks if it reacted this much after penetrating through those, it's one of the 3 great divine weapons. James starts following the box and hears one of the 2 guys ask the others, how amazing is the thing inside for it to be so heavy? The other person replies, the authorities mentioned it's an item that will be up for bidding in the secret auction. That's why they're treating it carefully. James looks at them and says, that doesn't concern me. I just want to observe, but I need funds to fulfill my objective, on the other hand. Curiel is holding a photo frame of Finn and says, I miss her more than usual today. She recalls when Finn asked her not to cry and said, I will be by your side whenever you play the harmonica. Curiel starts crying as she remembers her daughter. I can't save her no matter what I do, she says through her tears, but it's fine now. If I had the Shadow Sheet's heart, maybe it could have made a difference. She then looks at Jane through a globe. Why must you come here so late at night, she asks. Jane laughs. There's not much, but I want to borrow some money. Curiel asks, how much do you need? Jane replies, as much as you can lend me. The more, the better. Curiel hands him the money and says, leave the place. James, still lingering, says, I don't have anyone else to borrow from, other than you. He then asks, were you not planning on entering the shadow world? Curiel is stunned. How did you know? She asks, not expecting him to guess it. Jane laughs. It's rare for most people to know, but I know everything. He again asks, is the shadow sheep's heart not one of the materials needed to open the door to the shadow world? However, the shadow world is far away, opposite to the material world. It is an uncharted territory, unknown to this world. Moreover, the ruler of that place is the spirit king of darkness, Venu, and only those with her permission may enter. He looks at Curiel and states, this is not a place you can reach just by gathering the materials. However, he knows the way. She observes Jane and asks, how can I trust you? He replies, I will use a spirit's contract. A spirit's contract is a dangerous agreement where the contractor uses their soul as leverage, binding them even after death. Though it is wild, Jane decides to proceed with it because he is that desperate. Curiel inquires, what are the conditions? He replies, a deposit is required after the contract has been fulfilled. So the lady asked him to bring the contract. 2 days later, in the basement of the Louvre Museum, everyone gathers to attend the auction. Meanwhile, Siegfried and Jane entered, covering their faces. Siegfried turned to Jane and said, don't reveal my identity. Jane nodded but replied cautiously, it's a mask that hides my mana. We still need to be careful. Siegfried agreed, right, we can't get caught. Suddenly, James sniffed the air, his senses drawn to the forest nearby. He thought about the elf. Siegfried, noticing his reaction, asked, what's wrong? James shook his head, brushing it off. Nothing. I was mistaken. They made their way inside and took their seats. Siegfried looked around and smiled. Curiel got us good seats. Comfortable, huh? James glanced ahead and then froze. In front of them was the person he had walked past earlier. The familiar scent was gone. He furrowed his brow. Is that person with us? Before Siegfried could respond, an announcement echoed through the room. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Our first product is an enslaved person. The crowd fell silent as the enslaved individuals were brought out in front of the members. A man at the front spoke up, shall we start lightheartedly with 1 lakh? After a pause, he added, the price is rising exponentially. Jane looks at the enslaved person and thinks he must be uncomfortable, having been enslaved. Moreover, they are elves. The first bid ends at 3 million gold, and the following item is the Shadow Sheep's heart. Everyone is stunned to see this. Siegfried thinks the wait is finally over, and the sheep's heart is now up for auction. The auctioneer requests everyone to bid their heart's desire. As the bidding continues, Jane tells Siegfried, you need to participate too, and then asks Amy to be patient. When the bid reaches 43,500,000, Siegfried bids 1 billion, leaving everyone in shock. Jane is also surprised and thinks that such an amount could operate the He's territory for an entire year. No one in the hall dares to bid above 1 billion. Thus, the Shadow Sheep's heart is sold to Siegfried for 1 billion gold. The auctioneer states it feels like a storm just passed through and adds the following item is just as valuable. He then announces, let me introduce to you all, the ultimate stone, All Might. Jane became attentive upon hearing that name and wondered why it was being mentioned here. Meanwhile, the auctioneer stated, this stone has enough energy to maintain a territory the size of Saint Derain for at least 10 years. Jane couldn't believe his ears. Their stone was worth more. They planned to use it to maintain a territory. The auctioneer then asked, who will be the one to take this great energy stone? Benna raised her bid, 8 billion. The stone, known as All Might's ultimate stone, had been sold for 8 billion in gold. Siegfried, unaware of who Benna was, remarked she's wealthy enough to buy a rock for 8 billion. However, Jane thought she must have used 8 years' worth of maintenance funds for this. After some time, James said, we should receive our items and leave. We've seen everything worth seeing. But just then, the auctioneer announced, this item is a relic discovered around the vicinity of the volcano on Kelton Mountain. Both of them stopped to listen. James observed the relic has ancient language written on it. Suddenly, a strange event unfolded. Siegfried asked James to stay close and inquired about the incident. A man informed the head auctioneer, something bad has happened. Someone stole all the items. A lady, clearly upset, scolded her companions. How did my people end up as enslaved in an auction? The man urged her to calm down. Alex went to find the elves. The guy with blonde hair nodded and said, I understand your feelings, but our priority right now is to meet Mr. Han. We need to leave before the auction people arrive. Suddenly, James and Siegfried land there and order them to give back what they stole before they kill them all. Resultantly, they all get up for a fight. The guy with blonde hair asks everyone to prepare for combat. James realizes that just talking will not work here. He must show them his power. After that, James and Siegfried join hands to deal with and attack them simultaneously. The guy with blonde hair asks Adja to move because they will attack. She starts abusing them all and uses her power to retaliate, attacking Siegfried. Siegfried also uses his magic to counterattack. The guy with blonde hair goes high and asks, "How dare you use such a trick?" Siegfried attacks Aja and traps her in his magical circle. She starts shouting and abusing them. Meanwhile, the guy with green hair moves forward to attack them. Jane blocks his attack and states, "You're much weaker than I thought." He swings his sword, attacks the guy, who falls and wonders at Jane's power. On the other hand, Siegfried uses his magic, the fatal emotion, to attack them all at once. They all fall and a man appears holding a stick with circles. He enters and states, "I wondered why you ran so late. Something bad could have happened." When the group of thieves sees their leader, one tells the others, "We're safe." Jane looks at him and thinks to himself, to think he broke that magic in one group, he must be very powerful. Siegfried whispers in James' ear, "I can tell by looking at you that you're of a master class. We're at a disadvantage now." Jane gets annoyed and asks, "Why are you asking me, though? I'm an adult." He adds, "We don't need to fight. We need to get our items." Siegfried replies, "There's no reason for us to catch you. Others will come to chase after you." So they decide to negotiate with him. The man with the stick states, "I'm glad we don't need to worry about getting caught." They ask for their demands. Siegfried responds, "We'll back off if you give us the Shadow Sheep's heart and All Might." After that, he asked him why he demanded the All Might, since they hadn't bought it. Jane replied that he would explain it later. After a while, they appeared with their things, and the guy with blonde hair asked Raoul to return it to them. Raoul opened the bag and said they had gone easy on them back there. However, the group leader stated that it wasn't that they didn't believe them, but they would check just in case. As Jane opened the box, his hair color changed, and Siegfried was surprised to see that. Jane realized that his magic had been released, but the mana showed no movement. When the leader saw Jane's hair color, he asked, "Are you Jane Welton?" Siegfried wanted to know how the leader recognized Jane. He asked if he knew the person, and the leader replied that he had never seen him before. Then Jane called him Mr. and inquired, "Do you know Sir Onyx?" The leader was shocked to hear the word Mr. from Jane. Jane observed him and said, "You should at least do that much, since you're the most talented." The leader laughs and states that he knows him and that they are both frontiersmen. Siegfried gets concerned about Jane and says, "Step back, it's dangerous." He continues, "The dear leader's a rebel force that wants to take over the Harmonia Kingdom in the western continent, are called the Frontiers." Jane recalls hearing about a rebellion that arose due to corruption. "So the Frontiers," Jane begins, but the leader interrupts. "We should move from here first." The leader says, "I'll explain everything along the way. If we stay here any longer, it will get annoying." Siegfried responds, "You need to explain everything properly." On the other side, the head of the auction shouts and asks his guard, "Doesn't make any sense that you couldn't catch the trespassers. You said you were a fighting master. We pay you a huge amount for that." The fighting master replies, "It's time to fulfill the contract." Meanwhile, James, Siegfried, and all the others teleport to another place. The leader remarks, "This is amazing. Teleportation without a magic circle. This is impressive." Siegfried asked him not to talk nonsense and tells him to explain why the rebel forces entered Seldom. The leader smiles and replies, "We are not rebel forces, but freedom fighters. We came to Seldom to retrieve something because Barl, an executive, would not go after his homeland." James, growing bored with his speech, listens as the man with blonde hair continues, "I am the person in charge of this operation. Isis is keeping an eye on me, so I believe it's fine to tell you." He then shows James the relic. "This is what we are after," he says, "a monster sealed beneath the Self volcano long ago to the key to releasing behemoths. Black supports the technique, and Yorman controls the ocean which contains the great beast." He pauses before adding, "They are evil demons created by Diablo to fight against the 12 gods." James thinks to himself, if he were alive, he would have believed the war was lost and death had claimed him. Realizing something feels off, James begins to notice that traces of him are continuously being discovered in Seldom. He wonders, is this a coincidence? After that, the leader asks them, "Can we go now?" They all leave, and one of them asks Jim, "Will we see you next?" Meanwhile, the fighting master watches them and says, "This is where they were all gathered." Suddenly, he attacks the leader and his fellows. Introducing himself as Darius, he adds, "I am 2.01, alias Supreme Ruler of Darkness." As Darius moves forward, the leader tries to dodge his attack. Darius uses a 0.55 number to strike him and says, "This is not the place for you to get involved." The leader's jaw is attacked by Darius, and two of her fellows rush forward to save their friend. Darius uses 0.73 and 0.49 numbers to strike both of them, saying, "This applies to you too as well." After that, the leader steps forward and asks, "Is it my turn now?" He then attacks Darius with empathy, a counter skill that reverses the damage he would have inflicted on his opponent. The leader rises high to attack and says, "I will end things here." However, Jane gets stunned to see that fight. She cannot believe that the people on the frontier are that strong. The leader looks at Darius to see if his attack affects him. Darius asks him, is it an authority that alters reality? He adds, it seems useful, but compared to Cryan, it's nothing much. The leader smiles and says, it did nothing. Darius then asks him, give me the object and die a peaceful death. Meanwhile, Siegfried apologizes for the interruption. He says, we are just customers here and think we should leave. Darius gets annoyed and asks, what will you do if I don't let you go? Siegfried responds, I guess we'll have to cooperate. Jane thinks that this might be a chance to pay off his debts to the frontier. Siegfried looks at them and says, be careful. That person is Darius of the Unseen Iron Fist. He adds, he was the surviving champion of the underground fighting rings for 10 years, and rumors say he's defeated 2 sword masters. And that fighting with him will be fun. Meanwhile, the leader asks them to stay back. Jane then states, I should leave it to me. After that, he takes out the GIA lighting to attack him and says, this is my world-building artifact. Darius looks around and wonders if Jane created this space to allow him to control the objects around him. It is space recognition. Even if the eye cannot see it, the user can detect anything within range and determine its composition. Suddenly, Darius becomes furious and moves forward to attack them both. He punches the ground, saying, it's a heavenly war spear. He strikes 100 times. Siegfried, along with the other 2, attacks Darius using time-space coordinate manipulation. It is Siegfried's perspective of magic, which can manipulate time and space without casting a spell. He uses his skill and tells Darius, get away from me. On the other hand, Jane uses the Grammy transformation and a 5-layer wall to attack him. Darius observes that the space face has changed, and he is under their attack because Jane uses Omega Impact, a grand destruction spell that compacts space near the designated area. However, Darius tries to defend himself. Siegfried observes that he is using his aura as armor to cover himself. Jane mutters to himself, I cannot just stand here and keep watching. He decides to use a deep void to attack him. Darius thinks the kid is manipulating the space. He keeps bothering me. He adds, I prefer not to kill little kids, but if he resents me, I'll have no mercy on him. Then Darius attacks Jane. The other 2 shout in surprise. Darius punches Jane, saying, I was not expecting this. Jane replies, if you're a master, you shouldn't let your guard down. Jane then uses all of his might against him. It is an artifact that reduces all physical damage to 0, one of Diablo's 3 great divine weapons. Jim holds his weapon, thinking, if I swing this sword and use the dimension-splitting sword, I'll strike with all my might. He will wonder what will happen. Jane attacks him, and Darius asks, is this sword style? Jane thinks it was shallow. There is one more style, the alternate form, the White Sea. Jane uses the second style of Welton's sword. Then Darius holds his sword and says, the fight ends now. Jane is stunned to see his power. He mutters, you're a monster. He manages to deactivate Gia with pure strength. Siegfried and the leader rush towards him, checking if Jane is safe. Darius tells them, I never thought I would meet you like this. It's nice to meet you, though, because you are a friend of my grandpa Gerbo. Jane cannot believe his ears for a moment, still in shock. Darius continues, 10 years ago, I first met your grandpa at Lang's bar, where the strongest fighters gathered. Instinctively, Cherbil and he knew each other's skills. They met every day, sparring with their lives on the line. However, there was one technique he never used. Then Darius returns to his past, remembering when he asked Cherbil to show him the special technique one day. He replies that he can trust him with it. Then Cherbil tells him that his grandson will be born soon, and that this technique is solely for him. He asks Darius to observe and give it to him. The name of that technique was the Ultimate Technique Creation. After that, Darius shows them their technique. Jane wonders if he has removed space. Darius explains that although it is an imitation of it, it is tough because the world does not know about it. Cherbil achieved Grandmaster status with this technique. Grandmaster is the final stage that a martial artist can achieve. The Sun Church's Blazer, the Sun Sword, and seldom Sword Space are close to that, but from what is known, no human has achieved it. Then Darius asks Jane if he has started to understand it. He replies that he will never get it, but if he continues the path of the sword, he will eventually step into his grandfather's domain. Darius smiles, pleased to see his spirit, and says he will look forward to seeing how much he has grown the next time they meet. Then the Frontier interrupts, saying that he thought he came here to catch them. Siegfried calls him crazy and asks, why are you saying something you don't need to say? Darius responds, it's fine, I'll overlook it since I saw Cherbil's grandson. After that, Siegfried gets annoyed at the Frontier and says, because of you, the Frontier's image has worsened, you're foolish. On the contrary, Jane thinks they said they would release Venmos' seal. With their attention on something useless, he decides to use this opportunity to heal. Jane bows to the body of a blonde-haired guy and seeks permission. The Frontier looks at him and asks, are you healing him too? Are you thankful to him? Jane turns and replies, Forget the thanks. If you're really grateful, show me Behemoths. Meanwhile, the blonde-haired guy gets up and says, come with us. Jane wonders why he's saying this, but smiles, thinking, I'll soon see Behemoths. Then Aja asks for boss, haven't you gotten word from Alex? He replies, I forgot about him. I'll contact him now. After that, the person in charge calls Alex and tells him that something urgent has come up and they have found the sold elves. Alex replies, I'll call you later. Let them go. Jane thinks about the voice and tries to recognize it as Benna's. A few hours ago, Benna had said that they had just managed to escape. Then she looked for her master, only to find that he had abandoned her again. Meanwhile, someone shouts and screams for help. Benna's power informs her that it is an elf. She thinks to herself to think a Valkyrie cannot sense an elf. So if it is an elf, the ones who were sold off before were treated poorly. Benna then asks Fian to support her, saying, we should save them. In the present, Benna asks the villain and let them go. The girl with silver hair responds, that's what you should be asking. Where have you taken the elves? At that moment, some drops of water drip onto Benna's head. She looks upward and sees the hick above her. Benna states to think it would bite a person. Seems like it needs to be trained again. Benna jumps high to attack the hick, and the silver-haired girl warns, it's dangerous. However, Benna attacks its head and says, if it's someone over there, then the hick falls. The silver-haired girl is shocked to see that because knocking out a hellhound in one blow is difficult. Benna steps forward and sees that the elves have been locked up. The silver-haired girl then asks her to move as it is sealing magic. Benna thanks her for a moment. As they are on the same side, someone suddenly enters and shouts. They both turn to see him. A man orders, Bane, bring me those intruders. Bane moves forward toward the two girls and attacks them with his weapon. Then he says, you're so weak, you deserve to die. Suddenly, Jane appears and uses his explosive skills to attack Bane. Afterward, he smiles and asks Benna, are you still being pushed back by guys like this? Benna looks at him as James says, I'll take care of things here. You should take the elves and go. She gets confused and asks, how can I leave my master alone? James orders, go. After that, James asks the golden-haired man if he knows him. I will reward you, he says, because you understand quickly. He adds, I will elevate you with the energy of Leviathan. Benna, shocked, sees her elves standing before her. It will be all right, she says gently. Benna thanks her. I don't know how to repay you, but I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. Then she asks Benna about Valkyrie. Benna looks at her curiously. Do you know something about them? I know that Valkyrie has red hair, she replies. Suddenly, she recognizes Benna. Princess, she exclaims, you're alive. She tells Benna, I thought you had passed away after going missing 10 years ago. Then she urgently says, come with me. Just then, Jane appears, interrupting them. Stop, he commands. He informs her, Benna is my companion. You cannot take her away. Jane continues, this concerns the destiny of an entire race. It is not something humans can interfere with. At that moment, the Frontier app appears, urging them both to stop. He says they can no longer delay their mission, so he asks Braha and Alex to take the elves to their hideout. However, Jane asks Benna to go to their lodge. Before departing, Jia gives Benna a globe-like object and says, you can contact me through this orb if you want to see your family. Benna holds the orb in her hand, starts thinking about her family, and becomes sad. After that, they all gather at a mountain. Jane looks at the relic and says to himself, I've missed Behemoth for an eternity. I'm finally meeting him again. However, Behemoth wonders, is someone waking me up? He adds, my deal with her should have finished. If not, then who's waking me up now? The one in charge looks at him and asks, did you do it properly? Is the day of revelation finally coming? The Frontier responds, we've come to ask for your help according to our ancestors' contract. Behemoth gets annoyed and says, you've woken me up without knowing anything. You should have broken me after 66 years on the day of revelation. And then he asked Frontier if he had heard anything from Sure. James smiled and told the Behemoth, it's been a while. I'm back. He added, though I may look different, I think this energy Behemoth gets emotional when he sees me in front of him. It's so cute. Meanwhile, Frontier interrupted, saying, I need to talk to the small cow. The Behemoth, however, asked him to hold back. I can't get caught by them, he said. After a while, Siegfried asked James, had you seen everything? We'll be going now. James nodded and replied, we should go. Tell Behemoth I'll come back at night, so he should wait for me. That night, a girl with long hair approached the Behemoth and asked, are you awake? It turned out like you said. On the other hand, Benna was still thinking about her family. She then muttered to herself, I don't need to worry. I have a master's degree. He saved me from that hellish garb school. While Benna was lost in thought, James entered and called her name. She quickly hid the orb from him and said, they are leaving S. Dermain tomorrow. Suddenly, Jane tells her, you don't need to follow me from now on. Benna is surprised to hear that. She recalls the incident in the forest and wonders if he is saying this because she is weak and a burden. However, Jane asks her, "Go to the east. I'll make sure to leave space for you to return." He pauses for a moment before continuing. "You should go and regain the Valky's power." After a brief silence, Jane asks, "Do you know how to contact the frontier?" He then says, "Sleep now." Benna bows to him, thanking him for everything up until now. James smiles, and Benna starts crying. "I will return stronger," she says, her voice trembling. Afterward, James approaches Behemoth and asks, "Were you waiting for me?" Behemoth becomes happy to see his master, but suddenly James slaps him, saying, "Will you continue to be arrogant and speak informally?" The Behemoth thinks that his actions remain the same as before. He tells James Diablo left after the final battle. He mentioned he would return, so we should not follow him. A few days later, the demons felt his presence disappear. Yorman, the wise snake, said, "I will return so you can avoid the 12 gods' eyes. Wait for me." Behemoth hid at the bottom of the volcano and waited for his master. However, his longing for his master grew too strong. One day, an elf approached him. "I will make you fall asleep and free you from the pain," she said, "but you must promise to help the frontier." Behemoth agreed, stating that after sleeping, his body became smaller and his speech changed too. Jave asked, "Do you know about Jormungand?" Behemoth replied, "I don't know where he is, but I'm sure he's still alive." Jave then asked, "Were you and Jormund quite close?" Behemoth nodded and added, "I accept your mission. I will follow the frontier and find out about a person called Isis." He paused before continuing, "I have another request. A girl named Benna will also come with me. She is my subordinate and my friend. So, you should look after her." After that, Jane thinks about Benna and says to himself, "She should become strong enough that I can trust my back with her in a war that will someday break loose." At the Arth Magna, Zebfried meets with Curiel. He shows her the item and requests that she confirm it. Curiel gives him the payment and says, "This is what you requested." He replies, "I'll use the check you gave me last time since I got an item for free back then." Curiel states, "If there's no future trouble with the item, I don't care." When Zebfried returns, James looks at the box and asks him, "Is this an Ion's fragment?" It's the asteroid Iones meteor fragment that hit the continent 100 years ago. Eternal mana is condensed into it, where the mana is obtained from the natural world and amplifies mana 2,000 times. James asks, "How will you use it?" Zebfried replies, "That's a secret." Jane gets annoyed with him. Curiel tells Zebfried, "I have business with the kid, so you can go now." Zebfried asks Jane, "What business?" And he says that it is a secret. After that, Curiel closes the door and asks Jane to guide her to the shadow world. They both stand before a shadow. Curiel says preparations are complete. Jane replies, "If that is the case, I will start to reverse the world's other side, the opposite of light, into another world of black." After that, he seeks permission from the king who rules within the shadow and asks for a door to that world. Curiel looks upwards, her expression brightening as she sees a way for them to enter another world. Then James stops her. "I also got something for free," he says, "and will give back the money I borrowed. When someone returns a check, the soul contract is canceled, so I no longer have any dangerous factors. Moreover, Curiel can only enter after he receives permission." She responds, "You should have told me earlier." James turns and sees Curiel stepping forward. Then, a girl in black clothes appears before him. James looks at her and says, "I can feel the energy." The girl wearing black. Klaus smiles, asks him if he has returned, and calls him Diablo Volpir. The girl in black clothes tells James, "A long time ago Venus traveled around the world in human form, met Diablo, the mortal enemy of the 12 gods. However, in the end, he lost in the Fourth Great War and lost all of his comrades. Venus avoided the gaze of the 12 gods, brought him to her world, and allowed him to use a part of the shadow world. Thus, a new source of power, black mana, was created. But in the end, she heard that he died at the hands of the 12 gods." James replies, "He did not die, but he was sealed. So when he woke up, he was in the body of a child." He adds, "Someone wants to come here." She responds, "I would like to grant permission for that person." After that, James tells Curiel, "You need to walk straight." Curiel replies, "I left something at the shop beyond Avalon. It will be useful for you. It's a staff made of magic stones from the Tearing Fountain. Tank Fountain is one of the 6 forbidden areas in the world. The Cether Fountain was measured to have an enormous amount of mana. No one could go near it because of the never-ending whirlpool of a deadly poisonous lake water." James says, "It seems very expensive, so I should not give it to him." She replies, "My son Finn was around his age. I am doing him this favor." Curiel gets excited. She is going to see her son once again. James informs her, "What you will see beyond that will be an illusion of the deceased, and hell will become your eternal comfort." Jane then steps out of the house and says to Siegfried, "Let's go now." He responds, "It is time to say goodbye to Street Domain." Jim asks, "Are we going to the magic world now?" Siegfried replies, "Of course, that is our destination. On the way there, we'll talk about my stories, like the one about All Might, or the one about the Valkyrie Princess, which sounds interesting." 2 weeks later, they reach the magic world. James states, "It's a lot cooler than I thought." Siegfried replies, "This is the city that the first king personally built." James looks around and asks, "Is the city creating the magic circle?" He replies, "If I had told you now, that wouldn't have been fun." After some time, an announcement is made. This generation's best potion is a Poise X, available at the nearest pharmacy. Upon hearing this, James exclaims, "The magic techniques in the magic world are amazing." Siegfried adds, "They're at the point where they're as good as those from the Magic Kingdom." "I'm going to the store," he says, preparing to leave. "Look around the area while I'm gone. It'd be bad if I got lost, so I'll give you this magic map to help find lost kids." Meanwhile, a student from Phoenix Academy, Annie Mayer, is running fast. "I told him to get it before the entrance ceremony," she mutters, "or I'll be late." She thinks to herself, since Siegfried and the headmaster are coming to the ceremony, showing them the new magic I've learned would be great for me. Annie remembers when she showed her magic to her master. He had said, "I don't recognize your talent," and had asked her to be his apprentice. Annie sees Jane when she arrives at the academy. She notices a young child and wonders if he's a new student. Meanwhile, Jane enters the academy, looks around, and thinks to himself, "This was like an art train. If Hayes had something like this, it would be so convenient." As Jane admires the artwork in the academy, Annie places her hand on his shoulder. He turns around, startled. "Do you need something from me?" he asks. Annie is taken aback by the intensity of his energy. "Did I make the wrong guess?" she wonders. After a moment, James speaks up. "I'll be going if you don't have any business with me." Annie quickly stops him. "Wait, are you a new student at Phoenix Academy?" She grabs his hand, urging him, "It's not time to leave. The entrance ceremony is about to start." James sighs. "I was dragged along because I had nothing to do. But seriously, are you a student here too?" Annie nods, excitedly showing him around. "This is the main hall where the entrance ceremony will be held. Isn't it cool?" James observes the place, his thoughts growing weary. "I'm starting to get tired of all this." Suddenly, Annie becomes happy and congratulates him on his admission. James tells her, "I'm not a new student." After that, she says, "I must go now. The ceremony is about to start." Jane, growing tired of the conversation, responds, "It's almost time to meet up with the 7th Elder. I should get going." As he steps forward, the second son of Count Simon, Lennon Simon, asks him, "Why are you here?" James freezes upon seeing him and asks, "Who are you?" Meanwhile, Lennon wonders, why doesn't he remember me? Yet I still have nightmares about it. Lennon looks at him and recalls the time when his brother had asked him to. He would teach him magic after their father started teaching him. Everything had begun to go smoothly after that. One day, his brother told him, "You're quite good. You should attend the academy." Lennon asked, "Do I need to fight this monster?" His brother didn't reply. In the present, James once again asked him, "Who are you?" Lennon introduces himself, saying, "I am Lennon Simon." James replies, "I told Count Simon to teach me. I'm already in class 3. Lennon becomes slightly nervous and asks, "Are you joining the academy too?" He replies, "Someone as prickly as me can joke around now, but it's not that funny." Siegfried enters the academy at the same time and asks James, "Why are you here?" Everyone is stunned when Siegfried calls James master. James asks him, "Do you have an apprentice?" Siegfried smiles and replies, "That's not true." "We should go now. Everyone's waiting," he adds. As they're about to leave, Annie asks James to wait. She wants to say something. She starts crying and is shocked when Lennon speaks negatively about James. "Are you talking about the guy who was with the master?" she asks. He replies, "You don't really know much about him. Jane Welton is the one known as the greatest talent in the human world." Annie becomes happy upon hearing this, as she had a good impression of him from the very beginning. At the Central Magician's Tower in the magical realm, the grand meeting room is filled with the 7 elders, each representing a different faction. The 4th elder from the ability faction is also present. Ravenshan remarks that they are finally able to see the boy he has been eagerly looking forward to, calling him the continent's greatest genius. The 3rd elder of the loyalist faction, Serpent Gerald, responds coldly. The others are overreacting. The boy will only turn out to be a disappointment. Adelhart, the 6th elder from the Equalist clan, teases Serpent. "You seem scared of being overtaken by a 10-year-old child." The head of the Equalist faction, Luke Faisal, reminds her sharply, "Do not speak in that manner again." Adelhart, however, calmly questions, "Did I say anything wrong?" Her words cause Serpent to grow visibly frustrated. Open and Ginger, sensing the tension, urges everyone to calm down. "We shouldn't greet our guest in such a disgraceful state." At that moment, the head of the nobility faction, Marks Lynn, announces to the room, "The boy is arriving." The door opens and Jane Welton steps in, politely introducing himself. "Ivan Jane Welton, the first son of the Welton family." His presence takes everyone in the room by surprise. Adelhart quietly assesses him and thinks he must be at least a 6th-class magician. Marks, recognizing him, is struck by how much he has grown. He realizes he can no longer compare him to the boy he once knew. James, observing the elders, assumes they must be the powerful figures he has heard of. He notes that they all appear to be more advanced than he is. When he notices Gerald, he senses that although the man may be a 6th-class magician, his inferiority complex is hindering his development. Marks greets Jane warmly. "You become so much stronger," he says. Jane, attributing his growth to the breathing technique Marks taught him, replies, "It's all thanks to the breathing technique you showed me." Gerald, intrigued, comments, "So, you're also training in swordsmanship." He adds, "Your attitude makes sense now." Jane responds with gratitude. "I would love to spar with you someday," he says. Gerald, however, mocks the idea. A magician who spars? Sounds like a lowly person relying on physical strength. He sneers. Jane gives him a sharp glance and warns, "Be careful with your words." Reminding him that his father is one of those who train physically, Gerald tries to clarify his words. He says that he didn't mean it that way. Jane retorts, "It must have been too complicated for you to understand," and brushes it off. He points out that the third elder has made a mistake and suggests, "Jane, you should not take his words to heart." Often known as the king's teacher and one of the 2 official grand magicians in the kingdom, bears the title Magician of the Sky due to his weather-controlling powers. He then thanks Jane for accepting the invitation and welcomes him to the magic world, addressing him as a young magician. Siegfried interjects, pointing out Jane is a 6th-class magician. It is disrespectful to speak to him that way. Acknowledging the mistake, Ofen apologizes to Jane. He expresses his wish to support Jane with a research facility right away, but he explains, in the magic world, the rule is clear. Those who do not work should not play. He then asks Jane, "What do you think? Do you believe you can truly become a part of the magic world?" Meanwhile, James stands silently, taking everything in. At the academy, James appears exhausted. Siegfried, noticing his condition, expresses concern. "Is it too much for you?" he asks. James responds with a rhetorical question, wondering aloud, is the academy always in need of talented individuals? Earlier, during the elders' meeting, one of them unexpectedly announces that he would like James to serve as a temporary professor for 1 month. He adds, "Unless anyone voices an objection, I will take your silence as agreement." I believe Jane will do well, especially if the headmaster offers his support. Frustrated upon hearing this, Siegfried rushes out, declaring his intention to complain to the elders, who he calls crazy. "They're all crazy," he mutters. James stops him, saying, "I'm fine with the arrangement." Siegfried tells him to speak up if it becomes too much, reminding Jane, "Remember, you're still a headmaster, despite everything." Jane mocks him, pointing out a proper headmaster wouldn't forget about the entrance ceremony. To which Siegfried responds that he has his reasons. Jane, meanwhile, reflects to himself that he once swore never to take on another disciple. His mind drifts back to the time when he taught magic to children. He remembers one student successfully generating magic, while another looked disheartened and struggled to keep up. That student had seemed demotivated. However, Jane approached and advised her to take it slowly. She eventually succeeded in producing magic and began chanting with joy. Jane concludes inwardly that in the end, those children just needed to see their teacher trying in front of them. Now he tells himself to focus on the present. It is only 1 month and he shouldn't overthink it. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Becky excitedly asks, "How could you have failed to recognize Sir James, especially with those emerald eyes?" Annie agrees, wondering aloud why she didn't recognize him sooner. She recalls holding his hand and dragging him along with her. Becky, envious, says, "I wish I had done the same." Annie then questions Becky's constant use of the title Sir James, pointing out that they're all young. Becky responds with disbelief. "Are you really unaware?" She goes on to explain, "James is our star, the greatest genius of all time, the saint chosen by the Pyro goddess, and the only son of the prestigious Welton family." Uninterested, Annie says, "I'm heading off to study." Becky quickly shifts topics. Even from the beta class has recently improved his grades after taking supplements. Annie confirms, "Is it the same Even, who once considered dropping out due to a lack of progress?" Becky nods. "Yes, and I've bought some supplements for myself. Want to try one?" Annie declines. "I'm fine without it." Becky complains, "This is exactly why I dislike model students." Then she adds, "I'm going to the cafeteria." Annie, sticking to her plan, repeats, "I'm going to study." Phoenix Academy, where they study, is an institution for magicians founded by a legendary magician who helped establish the Seldom Kingdom. With a history spanning several centuries, it is considered the most prestigious academy in the magic world, producing thousands of skilled magicians worthy of its name. At that moment, the deputy headmaster, Javelin Cutter, introduces himself to Jane. "It's an honor to finally meet you," Javelin says, "and to have the opportunity to guide such a renowned individual." Jane replies, "The pleasure is mine," and introduces himself formally. "I am Jane Welton, a temporary professor," he says, then politely adds, "I would appreciate Katar's guidance." Javelin steps forward and says, "I will first guide you to the consultation office." Once they are seated in the office, Javelin explains class allocation at Phoenix Academy is based not on age, but skill. He continues, the academy is divided into 3 levels: elementary, middle, and high school. Each level is further split into 3 subdivisions: alpha, beta, and gamma. Jame is assigned to oversee the elementary alpha class. Javelin then hands Jame a stack of subject papers. "Please choose the subject you'd like to teach," he invites. He adds that, since the opportunity has come up, it would be preferable if James selected a challenging subject. As James scans the papers, he reflects internally that he feels most confident in black magic. However, he knows he cannot teach that. His thoughts drift back to his previous life when he was known as the Infinite Magician before he delved into black magic. He decides to choose a different subject and eventually announces his choice. Javelin responds, "That is quite an interesting pick." He adds that he will look forward to seeing how it goes. Javelin mentions that it is nearly time for the assembly and that he will go fetch Professor Silver. Jane looks around the room and observes that for a building that's 500 years old, the facilities are surprisingly decent. Meanwhile, just outside the office, a group of professors gathers near the door, clearly excited. Among them, Professor Sophie asks, "Is he really Sir James?" She comments that they heard he once stood his ground against a demon and is rumored to be best friends with a disciple of the goddess Pyro. They admire his emerald hair, saying it's just as beautiful as the stories claim, and ask for his autograph. James feels frustrated by all the attention and wonders to himself why they are acting this way. Soon after, Javelin returns with Professor Silver and points James out to him. They both notice the crowd of professors surrounding James. Javelin steps in to gently push them back and tells them that it would be difficult to continue if they behave this way. Silver comments, "The professors seem a bit too excited." He notes, "It's understandable. James' fame has clearly spread." Meanwhile, in the elementary section alpha class, a student named Finbick leans toward Annie, who sits beside him, and asks, "Did you stay up all night studying again?" Annie replies, "I'm determined to move up to the middle school section this time." As Finn drinks a supplement, he says, "I plan to advance this year, no matter what it takes." Annie, noticing the drink, asks, "You started using the supplements too." But before Finn can respond, she spots a new student entering the classroom. Simon Lennon, scanning the room, thinks to himself that none of the students here appear impressive. Convinced of his superiority, he plans to quickly display his talent and skip ahead of grade. Annie, recognizing him, casually refers to him as Red Hair and reminds him that they saw each other recently. Lennon flinches at the nickname. When she asks for his name, he introduces himself, saying, "Lennon Simon." Annie repeats his family name aloud, surprised. While Lennon internally boasts that he was born different from everyone else and is destined to enter the high school section soon, Annie, surprised to learn his full identity, remarks, "You must be the son of Count Simon," and offers to help him if there's anything he doesn't understand. Lennon remains proud and silent, but clearly annoyed. Just then, Professor Silver enters the classroom and greets the students warmly. He asks if they have all been well and tells them that he has someone to introduce. He gestures toward the door. He then calls James in. As James enters, Lennon is taken aback, wondering why someone like James is here. The other students begin whispering in awe and admiration. Professor Silver announces, "Jane is your new professor." Jane greets the class, but instead of a polite response, the students erupt with excitement. Silver tries to quiet them down, but the noise continues until Jane casts a spell and firmly orders, "Everyone stop." Silver then scolds the class, "You caused a ruckus in front of a highly respected professor. Does this really reflect the standard of alpha class?" Lennon continues to stare, still wondering about James' unexpected presence. Jane, clearly disappointed, says, "I didn't expect such behavior on the first day, but I'll give you a chance to redeem yourselves." He pauses, then asks, "Guess what subject I'll be teaching?" The students begin guessing, but none of their answers are correct. Eventually, Annie raises her hand and offers a thoughtful answer. She reasons that since James is a 6th class magician, he probably wouldn't be teaching basic subjects. She adds that more advanced topics, such as attribute dynamics and magic circles, are usually introduced later. However, since energy studies are already taught in middle school, she asks, "Will you be teaching magic circles?" James recognizes her as the girl he had accidentally bumped into during the entrance ceremony. He notes privately that although she doesn't seem to have a particularly high mana level, she was placed in the alpha class. He confirms her guess and compliments her analytical thinking. Annie beams with excitement, delighted that she was right. Yes, she exclaims with a wide smile. Lennon, feeling uneasy, watches Jane acknowledge her. He starts to wonder, who is she really? Professor Silver then wraps up the assembly. Work hard and make the most of the day ahead, she encourages before dismissing the students. Meanwhile, in the staff room, Jane appears visibly fatigued. As he reviews the teaching schedule, he murmurs to himself, classes begin tomorrow. He notes that he'll be co-teaching the first session alongside the previous professor. As he scans through the professor profiles, he murmurs upon noticing one in particular. The professor responsible for teaching magic circles is Heir, a 5th-class magician known for having written many academic papers. He is also the apprentice of Serpent Gerald. Professor Sophia enters the room around that time. She advises Jane to be cautious around Kinnack, mentioning that he tends to have an inferiority complex. Several other professors have already had trouble because of it. Jane thanks her for the warning. She then, a bit hesitantly, asks if she can have his autograph. Just then, Heir walks in. With a slightly sarcastic tone, he remarks, a popular person certainly is different, holding what looks like an autograph session in the staff room. He then asks Sophia to excuse them, addressing her formally. Please leave, he requests. Once alone with Jane, Kinnack greets him and leans in slightly. He comments, I've heard you began learning swordsmanship at the age of 10. He then sarcastically adds, it must be nice to have so much talent. While saying this, he places a hand on James' shoulder and warns him that he should be prepared. He doesn't intend to treat him kindly. In response, Jane firmly removes Kinnack's hand and replies, that's exactly what I want. The next morning in class, a student Hell shouts to everyone, the ghost professor is coming. She urges them to sit down. Kenyak, irritated by the nickname, warns her, if you call me that again, I will let it slide. He then informs the class, the great Jane has been appointed as the temporary professor for the Magic Circle class. He adds, even for a genius, teaching is no easy task. Moving into the lesson, Kenyak announces today's topic will be casting fixed star magic. Jane, silently observing, acknowledges that Kinnack has prepared the class well and is curious to see how good his lecture truly is. Kenyak continues explaining frequently used magic circles follow a certain formula. In the case of fixed star magic, they usually involve celestial symbols. The sun, the moon, and the stars, he explains the symbolism. The stars represent the universe. The sun stands for the world, and the moon signifies the night of the world. These are typically arranged within a circle, forming what is called a centralized magic circle. The placement and selection of symbols, he explains, can alter the magic's power. Once set, their positions cannot be changed. Though there's no absolute rule for the most effective placement, research is ongoing. At that point, night falls. Jane interrupts, questioning how Kenyak still doesn't know the answer. You can just draw guidelines, he casually remarks. Kenyak, surprised, wonders if the so-called genius truly has a method. Jane begins demonstrating drawing out guidelines and placing the sun and moon. Kenyak, noticing something off, remarks, your magic circle has collapsed. He reminds Jane that lines drawn with mana cannot be erased. It's a basic rule. Jane, unfazed, says, I'll erase them anyway. He explains that separating the key components of a magic circle makes things simple. Place the symbols where needed, erase the guidelines afterward, then fuse them. This, he explains, avoids redrawing the entire circle and allows positional adjustment. He refers to this method as his technique. Annie, watching, is stunned. Internally, she explains that Jane is breaking the very foundation of how magic circles are understood. She realizes that this discovery could shake the entire magical world. Kinnack, meanwhile, absorbs James' method and notes that if this is possible, that even 3-dimensional adaptations could work. Jane is impressed that Kinnack could leap to 3-dimensional structures so quickly. He admits the man is quite a genius himself. Kinnack, however, insists it's still too soon for Jane. Jane then snaps his fingers, and the magic circle transforms into a symbol that supports another magic circle. He explains that as long as space allows, one can infinitely expand such constructs of 3-dimensional, multiplex magic circles. He reveals that this technique is what once made the magician Diablo Volpir known as the Infinite Magician. Turning to Kinnack, Jane casually asks, what do you think of it? Kinnack, bewildered, realizes he's never encountered this concept before. He wonders, who is Jane really? Jane then addresses the class. This was just a visual demonstration, he clarifies. Now, I want you all to practice layering. Your task is to deconstruct a 2-star magic circle before the next lesson. Len, watching in disbelief, mutters to himself, is Jane insane? He calls something so revolutionary just a demonstration. As James scans the class, their enthusiasm catches his interest. He particularly notices Annie, sensing her desire to try. Elsewhere, Lennon practices drawing the magic circle. A girl beside him looks at his work and asks, "What are you doing?" He modestly replies, "I can barely manage it." Then his attention shifts to Annie. He notices that she seems to be trying to form a complex circle without using the layering method at all. Curious, he wants to speak to her, but before he can, she unintentionally bumped her head back against his. As she mutters, wondering why it isn't working, she suddenly dashes past him, straight to the professor, saying, "I need to understand." Lennon, left behind, wonders if she just ignored him. In the corridor of the elementary division, Javelin casually asks Kinak, "How did James' first class go?" Surprisingly, Kinak responds, "It was great." James overhears this and is taken aback, thinking, "I didn't expect Kinak to be capable of giving a compliment." Javelin himself is shocked and says, "That's the first time I've heard Kinak praise anyone." Kinak excuses himself, saying, "I have something to do." Javelin, not letting him go easily, insists, "You must attend the staff meeting." James, still observing, thinks maybe Kinak doesn't have an inferiority complex after all, and his lesson wasn't bad either. Just then, Annie calls out to James. He asks her, "What's wrong?" She explains, "I've been trying to replicate the magic circle you showed us, but every time I attempt it, it fails." She shows him the problem. The moon symbol in her current circle is clashing with the moon in the previous one. James wonders whether she'll understand if he explains it directly. But as she works, she deduces aloud, "You must be suggesting I raise the structure and align it." She then adjusts her drawing, and it works. Excited, Annie cheers, "I've done it!" But the circle quickly fuses and breaks down. Lennon, watching from behind, asks, "How did you manage that?" She simply answers, "I just copied what the professor demonstrated in class." Lennon, stunned, realizes that someone else is ahead of him. Jane watches in shock, thinking that although her construction isn't perfect, the fact that she successfully recreated a three-dimensional, multi-complex magic circle is incredible. He is convinced that someone must have recognized her talent already and decides that it's time he speaks with Siegfried. Jane heads to the director's office. As he enters, Siegfried greets him warmly. Jane notices an experimental mental filament in Siegfried's hand and curiously asks what he intends to make with the AI's fragment. Siegfried replies that the project is still in its experimental phase, explaining that the more amazing something is, the more difficult it becomes to handle. Siegfried then asks Jane what brings him there. Jane responds, "I have something to show," and proceeds to draw a magic circle. It's the same one I demonstrated during today's class. He tells Siegfried. Upon seeing it, Siegfried's expression changes. He is clearly surprised. Jane quickly clarifies, "I'm not trying to boast about my ability." He mentions a student, Annie Meyer, and adds, "Though I can go into much detail in class due to the theory's complexity, that student managed to replicate it." Siegfried, stunned, confirms, "You mean she copied such a circle just by watching you?" James affirms, "Yes, and she has remarkable potential." He then questions, "Why aren't you teaching her?" Siegfried explains, while Annie does have sharp insight, she lacks magical talent. He says he once advised her to consider joining the magic tool department, where her talent might be put to better use, but she insists on becoming a mage. Siegfried continues, saying that she's seeking someone to guide her toward becoming an archmage. However, no one has taken her on due to her lack of talent and the slim chance of her succeeding. Jane begins to wonder if that's the reason Annie has been persistently chasing after Siegfried, hoping he might accept her as a disciple. Siegfried then admits, "My reasoning may sound cruel, but the Magic Society forms the backbone of Seldium's power. We cannot afford to dedicate resources to someone whose future in magic is so uncertain." James stands up, preparing to leave. "I understand," he says, "and thank you for your time." Siegfried replies, "It was nothing." With a knowing look, he suggests, "If it bothers you so much, you could always teach her yourself. A master and disciple relationship that crosses age. It wouldn't be such a bad thing." James, clearly irritated, doesn't respond. Slams the door behind him and sharply responds that Siegfried should forget. Meanwhile, James stands alone, lost in thought. He reflects that this teaching position was never something he asked for. It was forced upon him. The idea of taking on a disciple feels absurd. He recalls the day he lost all his disciples because of the 12 God's schemes. That day, he resolved to fight this battle with his own strength alone. He vowed never to trust anyone again, nor allow anyone to stand beside him or guide him. James reminds himself that he won't repeat the mistakes he made in his past life. Annie, he tells himself, is a smart girl. She will find the right path on her own. It has nothing to do with me. A week later, on the practice grounds, Professor Silver addresses the students. "Focus," he tells them. "Today, you will be evaluating the amount of mana each of you possesses." He adds, "Word has spread about students in the beta class growing significantly stronger, and now I'm curious to see how the alpha class will measure up." Finn leans toward Annie and comments, "Professor Silver is probably referring to Ivan." Annie, surprised, asks, "Do you mean Ivan, the same one who ranked last place last year?" Finn confirms yes, and Becky also talked about him. Ivan is now ranked first in the beta class. Professor Silver calls for Lennon to go first. Lennon steps forward confidently and casts the magic skill he's been trained in. The force of his attack spirals with power and soars far into the distance, racking up a score of 2,000 points. The professor takes note of the sheer power, acknowledging that it's strong enough to destroy the target. The students around them murmur in astonishment, recognizing that it's a remarkable score, just what they'd expect from a Simon. Annie quietly observes, "I've never seen a score that high before." Lennon, glancing back at her, silently scoffs. He thinks to himself, foolish, especially when she possesses something far more impressive. He sees the damage to the target. Professor Silver announces that they will need a new one for the next round. Next up is Finn, who steps forward confidently. "Pay attention, Annie," he says, boasting, "I've been feeling great lately, especially after taking an A5 supplement earlier this morning." He releases his magic arrow, and for a brief moment, a glow flashes through his eyes. Annie catches the odd glint and wonders to herself, "What did I just see?" Professor Silver announces an increase of 700 points. He adds, with just a bit more effort, "Finn, you'll be ready to advance to the intermediate department." The students around them offer praise, clearly impressed. But Annie continues to puzzle over what she saw, unsure if it was real or just her imagination. Finally, it's Annie's turn. She steps up to the mark and mumbles under her breath, "What if I haven't improved?" But then she maintains her resolve, reminding herself of the effort she's put in. "Believe in your work," she tells herself. She releases the spell, and her arrow flies forward. The gauge measures her result, 247 points. Seeing the result, Annie quietly notes that it's the exact same score as last year. In the teacher's office, Javelin approaches Jane. "Have you finished for the day?" he asks. Jane nods, and Javelin expresses relief. "You're adjusting well to life at the academy," he says. "If there's ever anything you need, don't hesitate to speak up." Just then, Javelin's hands begin to glow faintly, signaling something urgent. "I'm sorry," he says, excusing himself. "The third elder, the superintendent, is calling for me." With a polite nod, he takes his leave. Left alone, Jane reflects on the mention of the third elder. He thinks to himself with a smirk, the temperamental old man holding that position is none other than the superintendent of education. The idea amuses him, and he sarcastically muses it must be the end of the world if that man holds such authority. A student walks past Jane, muttering a lesson under his breath. Jane glances at him and recognizes the student as Ivan from the beta class. Observing the boy's tired face and the way he mumbles while walking, James suspects he may be overworking himself with his studies. He briefly considers that perhaps Ivan is pushing himself too hard out of desperation, but quickly brushes the thought aside. He reasons that giving up can also be a path for those without talent. In the end, he decides it's none of his concern. Meanwhile, in the superintendent's office, Javelin knocks on the door. To his surprise, Kenyak opens it. Javelin immediately asks, "What are you doing here?" But Kenyak offers no reply and walks past him in silence. Watching him leave, Javelin mutters to himself, "I really can't figure out what that man is thinking." Still, as fellow teachers, Kenyak should at least try to get along with the rest of them. As Kenyak walks down the hallway, holding a bundle of papers, he remains unaware that a photo of Annie Mayer slips out from between the sheets. Meanwhile, within the academy grounds, Annie stands alone beside a pillar, her expression downcast. She quietly reflects, "Everyone else seems to be growing stronger. Everyone except me." Despite all of her hard work, she wonders if this is her limit. A fleeting thought crosses her mind. Perhaps she should have tried the supplement Finn mentioned earlier. Jane, passing by, notices her standing there. He questions inwardly why she's lingering in such a gloomy state and tells himself to just walk past. But despite his intentions, he finds himself stopping. "Is something troubling you?" he asks. Annie responds, explaining that during the mana evaluation, her score remained the same as the previous year, minus 247 points. Hearing this, Jane inwardly mutters she truly lacks talent in magic. But Annie quickly adds, with determination, "I won't give up. I'm resolved to become a grand magician and establish my family name, no matter what." Jane pauses, sensing the weight of her conviction. He wonders whether his future is destined to repeat the loneliness and betrayal of his past life. He turns to leave, but over his shoulder he says, "If you truly intend to hold on to that determination, and if she has the confidence to follow through with it, she should come to the staff room tomorrow." Later, as he enters the Blue Magician's tower, Jane recalls that Marks Lynn's laboratory is located at the very top. As he proceeds inside, a young woman approaches and greets him with a warm smile. "What brings you here?" she asks. Jane replies, "I've come to see the master of the Magician's tower." She reacts with mild surprise, commenting, "The master isn't someone just anyone can meet." When Jane tells her, simply inform him that Jane Welton is here. She repeats his name casually at first. Then suddenly she freezes as realization hits. With a quick bow of her head, she apologizes respectfully. I'm sorry, she says. This is indeed the master's chamber. Please go right in. James steps into the office. His eyes scan the chaotic room. He silently questions the mess, unsure of what he's even looking at. Grimoires, scrolls, odd artifacts, scattered everywhere. He can't tell where the voice is coming from until he infuses mana into the surrounding space. Noting that the entire atmosphere seemed to carry a certain mood, a voice called out from above. James looked up and saw Mark's lentil seed casually atop a pillar. The Marks asked, "What brings you here?" Jane, eyeing the research materials cluttered around, replied, "You seem busy with your studies." With a faint smile, Mark said, "No matter how packed my schedule is, I always have time for you." Jane muttered to himself. Clearly, he's pretending to be friendly. Changing the subject, James asked, "What's all the grimoires about?" Lentil responded, "I've been researching warfare magic aimed at decentralizing the followers of the god of war, genies, but it's proving difficult." James realized that once this magic was perfected, conflict with the genie's church might become inevitable. The Marks then asked again, "Why have you come?" James explained, "I want to teach any mayor mana breathing." Marks immediately understood the implication, but said, "I can't allow you to teach my vision magic to a child whose magical limit. At best, she's 5th class. James challenged this with a bold claim. "I can make her into a grand magician." Marks called him arrogant. You can't simply hand someone the perspective of magic. He acknowledged James' talent, but reminded him, "You're still only in the 6th class." James responded calmly, "The perspective of magic has already been completed in my mind, but I'm not satisfied with it. I plan to develop a new one. My 3-dimensional multiplex magic circle from a past life still isn't powerful enough to defeat the 12 gods. I need something greater." Mark stared at James. Stunned by the ambition, he noted, trying to build 2 entirely separate perspectives of magic is an impossible feat, even for a dragon. Yet something about James exuded overwhelming pressure. Mark started to wonder just who this child really was. Acknowledging James' confidence, he made a proposal. "We will duel. If you can satisfy me in battle, I will grant you permission to pass down the mana-breathing technique." James accepts without hesitation and draws his weapon. Marks, standing tall, says, "I will allow the first strike." James meets his gaze and warns, "Don't regret that decision." James activates his 100C technique and launches himself toward Marks without hesitation. Inside his protective shell, Marks is taken aback, unable to comprehend how James got so close. As James unleashes a magic attack against the barrier, Marks thinks, "This attack won't penetrate my shield." But James immediately follows up with Bunker Breaker, shattering the shield in a single strike. Marks narrows his eyes, beginning to realize that James might be reading his movements. He acknowledges James' skill aloud. "Impressive," he mutters, clearly impressed. Yet James notices something. Marks restores the shield almost instantly. Not wasting time, James draws power from the imaginary world, chaining together a series of advanced techniques against the shield. One by one, the strikes begin to leave scratches on the barrier. Then, with a final calculated blow, he creates an explosion that sends a shockwave through the room. James reflects internally on the nature of the spell. It's a close proximity ambush attack, combining clones and teleportation. However, maintaining 4 clones at once is rapidly draining his mana reserves. Marks reappears moments later, his cloak slightly torn. He comments, "That attack stings a bit." James points out, "The back of your cloak is still unrestored." Marks chuckles, admitting, "In my haste, I seem to have overlooked that detail." James mutters under his breath, aware that even with everything he has done, he can't fully stand against Marks. Marks remarks, "Being repeatedly hit is starting to bruise my pride." He now warns, "Brace yourself, James. This time, I will be the one attacking." James nods, acknowledging that he has no choice but to push beyond his Avalon technique. With intrigue, James says, "I look forward to seeing what you'll show me next." Marks notices James holding Avalon and remarks, "If you possess something like that, he must also have an impressive staff." James mutters to himself, thinking about how stingy Marks is. He is clearly unimpressed by the compliment. Marks, however, accepts James' silent challenge and lets the duel continue. He hurls another spell in James' direction. James analyzes the magic calmly, noting the wind's presence and calling it refreshing. As he grips Avalon, he reflects on the object's power. It has the ability to simultaneously contain the forces of both the real world and the underworld, something he finds truly remarkable. Speaking up, James tells Marks, "While this kind of magic isn't bad, I'm craving something a little more impressive." Marks laughs in response, amused by James' provocation. He accuses James of trying the same tactic again, just because it worked once. With a smirk, he unleashes another spell, confident it won't be effective a second time. Jane blocks the incoming magic with Avalon effortlessly. Observing this, Marks narrows his eyes and asks, "Are you trying to provoke me into using my perspective magic?" Jane, remaining composed, asks, "Is Marks willing to demonstrate it?" Marks replies, "I would be happy to see it as well." He raises his staff and says, "If you truly wish to witness it, then I shall reveal the insight I once gained." Marks explains it's not like natural disasters, thunder crashing, hailstorms, or lava eruptions. It's something even more dangerous. Once someone is caught in it, escaping becomes extremely difficult. As Marks casts the spell, Jane initially feels no difference, but then the world around him suddenly turns upside down. Jay realizes that Marks' perspective magic has taken effect. Though the scene appears apocalyptic, Jane quickly understands that it's a powerful illusion targeting the mind itself. Without knowledge of the language of thought, a person caught in it wouldn't even realize they're trapped. Jane also knows that in his current condition, he can't break free using ordinary methods, so instead, he chooses a different path. He decides to absorb Marks' mana, the root cause of the magic, and devour it completely. Marks observes Jamie carefully. Though Jamie appears composed on the outside, Marks senses that an intense internal struggle is taking place. He notes that when one's power is inferior to the opponent's, breaking free from a mind-type perspective, magic is virtually impossible. Realizing James' tenacity, Marks smiles and finally speaks. It's time to stop the bullying. Jane then unleashes a surge of magic wind and spins his staff, creating a powerful impact that disrupts the space around them. In that moment, he forcefully reverses Marks' perspective on magic. Marks watches in shock, clearly taken aback by what just happened. After the destruction settles, he admits Jane got him this time, finding it unbelievable that someone could reverse his perspective magic. "How did you do it?" Marks asks. Jane, looking at his sword, explains, "I initially absorbed the mana, hoping it would free me from the illusion. But as he continued, he noticed that even Marks' power began to be drawn into his sword." Marks asks if Jane is suggesting it was all a coincidence. Jane, however, thinks that calling it a coincidence wouldn't do justice to what happened. He realizes that the Grand Magician's perspective of magic has somehow merged with his sword, something that might evolve into his new perspective of magic. Jane then turns to Marks and asks for his opinion. Placing a hand on his forehead, Marks concedes. Enough, he says, agreeing to let Jane teach Annie the mono-breathing technique. Later that night, Marks asked Raymond for his thoughts on what he just witnessed. Raymond responds, "I was astounded. James' seamless fusion of magic and swordsmanship is on a completely different level compared to any magic swordsman I've seen before. Even more impressive," he adds, "is how Jane might turn that into a perspective of magic, something even grand magicians struggle to accomplish." Marks nods, calling Jane an unexplainable genius. However, Raven disagrees. He says he did not call Jane a genius just because of talent. He points out that Jane possesses powerful magic and superior swordsmanship. He has even been chosen by Pyro. Raymond questions whether it's even possible for a normal human to possess all of this. He suggests that Jane Welton might not be an ordinary human at all. He seems like someone intentionally created to be a superhuman. Marks warns Raymond to be careful with his words, reminding him that someone is always listening. He decides it's best to keep watching from the sidelines for now. He says they should observe Jane Welton and see how this child changes the world. Meanwhile, Lennon is pounding on James' door late at night, demanding that he come out. Jane appears behind him and asks, "Why are you here so late?" Lennon, visibly upset, confronts Jane, asking, "Is it true that you plan to accept Annie as your disciple?" Jane, keeping his composure, questions Lennon's informal tone toward a professor. Lennon ignores the correction and asks again, "Is it true?" Jane replies that it's not confirmed yet. Lennon then blurts out his request, "I want to be James' disciple too." Jane, stepping inside his house, says, "Now I understand why you showed up in the middle of the night." He then asks, "Is Count Simon even aware of what you're doing?" Lennon admits, "I haven't told my father." James sternly points out, "If you, the son of a powerful magician, choose to learn from someone else, people will talk. Some of them can't even consider that implication doesn't belong under my tutelage." He slams the door in Lennon's face. "Go back." Moments later, Jane hesitates but quickly opens the door again. He asks gently, "Are you crying?" Tears stream down Lennon's face as he cries out, "I can't let Annie surpass me. Please, Jane, accept me as your disciple." Jane, watching him, wonders, did I ever extend such an offer in the first place? He thinks that for Lennon's age, the boy is in decent shape, and more importantly, someone he can push without holding back. Jane finally tells Lennon, if Count Simon gives his permission, then I'll consider it. He explains this is a matter of respect toward the Count, Lennon's original master. Lennon immediately bows his head and thanks him earnestly. Jane warns, however, Others might see this as an act of ingratitude, and it could even get you cast out. Meanwhile, in Count Simon's research lab, Lennon sits nervously across from his father. The Count asks, "What's the matter?" Lennon hesitates for a moment before confessing, "I wish to become Professor James' disciple." As he grips the cup in front of him, he admits, "I've already approached Jane with the request." Count Simon quietly observes his son, noting that the arrogant child he once knew is now willing to set aside his pride to learn. To the Count, it's a sign that Lennon has matured. He finally gives his approval, but tells Lennon firmly, "Carry the Simon name with honor and never bring disgrace to it." In a shadowy alley of the magical world, a silver-haired guy, Ash, stands over Professor Silver, who kneels before him in desperation. Ash remarks coldly, "The doctor had high hopes for Apes, but it's a pity how things turned out." Silver, clearly addicted and trembling, pleads, "Please more." Ash notes with disgust, "Despite the ruptured veins throughout your body and the fact that your heart can no longer function properly, you still crave the substance." Silver begs again, desperate, "Please, just one more dose." Astra leaps forward and accuses Silver, "You did well distributing the drug to students," then smashes the remaining vial. Now it's useless. With a deadly kick to Silver's head, Ash calls him trash. "Your professor?" Even the magical world has fallen into corruption. At that moment, a girl in a blue overcoat appears and questions, "Was such brutality really necessary?" Ash, sensing her disapproval, teases, "You must be feeling sympathy for your colleague." The girl tells him to stop, but Asher simply shrugs it off. He says, "I'm leaving." Before walking away, he adds, "Call me again if someone else needs killing." The next morning, Jane enters the staff room and greets the other professors. Professor Sathya immediately asks, "Have you seen Professor Silver?" Jane replies that he hasn't and asks, "Has something happened?" Sathya explains Silver is absent without any notice. Jane, surprised, finds it strange. He says Silver didn't seem like the type to disappear without explanation. Javelin appears behind Jane and says, "I'll go check on Silver myself." He asks Sophia to handle Class Alpha for the day. Sophia agrees, saying, "I feel reassured knowing Javelin is taking care of it." Jane mutters under his breath, "It's probably nothing serious." Later, Annie approaches Jane and asks, "Is it true you plan to accept Lennon as your disciple?" Lennon quickly cuts in, saying, "I've already received permission." Jane, however, tells them both, "You're mistaken. Neither of you is officially my disciple yet." The two look confused and ask what he means. Jane explains that they'll both have to pass a test. He instructs them to come to his room after class and warns them that if they fail, that's the end of it. Amy promises to work hard, and Lennon also vows to give in his all. Jane acknowledges their determination and tells them to go. Afterward, while Jane reviews the class schedules, Professor Kinak approaches him subtly from behind. Jane is startled by his sudden presence and comments with annoyance, "Kinak, you shouldn't appear out of nowhere like that." He notes internally how strange it is that someone could get so close without him noticing at all. Kinak asks, "Are you planning to take Annie as your disciple?" Jane, a bit caught off guard, mutters to himself, wondering why Kinak is suddenly bringing this up. Out loud, he admits that he's considering it and asks, "Why does it matter?" Kinak leaps closer and urges him, "Don't do it. I don't want to see a great talent ruined so early." Jane, confused, asks, "What exactly does Kinak mean by that?" But Kinak simply walks away, telling him, "Remember my words." Jane wonders what that cryptic warning was supposed to mean. As the final class of the day concludes, the professor bids farewell to the students. Annie notices that Finn doesn't look well and comments on his appearance. "Finn, are you okay?" she asks, concerned. Finn brushes off her concern. "I'm fine, as long as I keep drinking this." Annie recognizes the bottle and points out, "That's already your fourth one." She suggests, "Maybe you should stop." But Finn roughly pushes her concern aside, snapping, "It's none of your business." Just then, Lennon walks up and notices the tension. "What's wrong with Finn?" he asks, looking between them. Without waiting for an answer, he announces, "I'm heading out first." Annie offers to go together, wondering aloud, "Why do you insist on going alone?" Lennon responds curtly, "Why should I wait? We're rivals." Without further explanation, he jumps out the window and takes flight. Frustrated, Annie mutters to herself. Irritated by his attitude, she insists that she won't lose just because of him before flying off as well. Meanwhile, Finn downs another bottle and sighs in satisfaction. He thinks to himself that a puffy really is effective, giving him an instant boost. He decides to head out to meet Ivan, knowing he can't afford to miss this rare opportunity. He reflects on how hard it was to obtain this chance. When they meet, moving toward their destination, Ivan tells Finn, "You're lucky," and reminds him, "You're only here because I allowed it." Finn thanks him politely, but thinks to himself how arrogant Ivan is. Still, he holds his tongue, knowing that with a puffy, he might be able to make it into the middle school division. Ivan shows a VIP invitation to the guard at the entrance. The guard, seeing the credentials, lets them in respectfully and grants them access. As they step inside, Finn notes the atmosphere. A man with silver hair greets them warmly, addressing them as young guests. He introduces himself as Ash, the manager of Trinity's lab. At James' personal lodging, Annie and Lennon land together, panting as she followed him. Annie complains, "It's unfair. I asked you repeatedly to wait, yet you went off on your own." Lennon replies, "I have no intention of hanging around with you. We're competitors, remember?" Suddenly, James hits them both on the head with a book. "I don't care if you're friends or not," he says, "but I refuse to tolerate fighting in front of the teacher." After that, Jay begins explaining the body breathing technique. Lennon remarks, "This is my first time hearing about it." Jave informs them, "It's a breathing method created by Marx Renmel. I expect you to learn it by the end of the day." Annie, shocked, asks, "Do you really mean by the end of the day?" Lennon, still unsure, questions, "Are you joking? How are we supposed to master the Archmage's breathing technique in just one day?" James tells them plainly, "If you're going to be my disciples, you should be able to do it. Otherwise, walk away if you aren't confident." Annie responds with determination, saying she will definitely learn it somehow. Lennon raises his hand slightly and says, "I will give it a shot as well." He then hands them the books and uses his weapon Gria. With it, he teleports them into a free space. Annie wonders aloud, "Where are we?" James' voice informs them, "This is a subspace I created. Only 12 hours passed in the outside world, while 24 hours passed inside." He explains, Bria can freely construct any shape, and beyond Avalon, it has the ability to manipulate time and space within this hidden world. James reflects, "I can't believe I was able to combine them. It's quite convenient." He observes the two, a boy with great magical talent but lacking insight and depth, and a girl born as a talented magic scholar, yet possessing no talent for magic. He is excited to teach them the body breathing technique. Meanwhile, as they walk through Trinity's research lab, Ivan mentions to Ash, "It's a shame Professor Silver could not come." Ash replies, "Therefore, Sir Ivan should make sure to pass things along properly, since he comes there often." Ivan states, "Professor Silver had especially valued me." Behind them, Finn begins to worry, feeling chills in his body. Ivan calls out to him, "What are you doing back there? Hurry up, we can finally put down those who look down on us." Aster agrees, as long as one has an apothemage. As they go deeper into the lab, Aster announces, "I will show you a special new product to thank you for visiting." Holding a bottle, he introduces Apis X. Its mana absorption rate and concentration are twice as strong as the previous version. He adds, "It is still in the experimental stage," and quietly mutters, "There are some minor side effects." Finn then asks, "Does Apis X have any side effects?" Aster approaches him and asks, "Why do you want to know? Are you feeling unwell after drinking Apothis?" Finn replies, "I felt a bit dizzy and weak afterward." Aster explains, "It's similar to muscle soreness. The increased mana absorption enlarges the core. In order to utilize that larger core, the body expends more energy." He assures that while it may cause temporary fatigue, the body will adapt eventually. Finn, feeling reassured, mutters with satisfaction Annie had been worrying for nothing. Ash then offers him a gift to Puffy's X. It's a nutritional supplement improved from a new drug. It will help restore your energy. After that, they leave the research lab. Aster shuts the door behind them, blows out his cigarette, and mutters, "The kids are fools. I can't believe I have to lower my head to people like them." The girl in a blue coat, Mary, comes over and tells him smoking is not allowed inside. Asher asks, "Are you trying to provoke me?" Mary replies, "You have no right to complain when you're making money without effort." Frustrated, Ash retorts, "I came here drawn by the scent of blood, not because of money." As he leaves, he says, "You can play house all you want," and adds, "I hope something interesting happens soon." Mary mutters to herself, while he is talented, he does whatever he wants. She thinks she should report to the professor when that person arrives. 8 hours later, Annie reads from the book. The mana must be split into smaller particles and absorbed by breathing it through the skin. Then she reads on, "The core should be expanded to multiple locations simultaneously to increase the absorption rate." While trying it, Annie notes aloud, "I understand now. Splitting mana into smaller particles allows mana to naturally build up in my body." She realizes this is the body breathing technique. Meanwhile, Lennon, rushing through the book, shouts in frustration, "What am I supposed to do with the mana?" Exhausted, he assumes Annie has already figured it out. She's better at things like this. Still, he reminds himself that he is a proud Simon. Feelings of inferiority and envy don't matter if they help me grow stronger. He resolves to surpass her in his own way. Watching them, James concludes it's surprising to see Lennon charge ahead so recklessly. Though it seems he is finding his own path, as expected, Annie is a step ahead due to her sharp intellect. However, Jane knows she won't be able to withstand the pressure of absorbing mana because of her weak core. The challenge for her is whether she can endure the pain that comes when trying to expand her core to various points. In contrast, it will be hard for Lennon to even grasp the concept of the breathing technique at first, but once he does, his natural talent will cause his mana capacity to grow explosively. Jane has already tailored the breathing technique to suit each of them, but from here on, it is entirely up to them. 12 hours later, while practicing, Annie feels as if her heart might burst from absorbing such a high amount of mana. She struggles with the idea of expanding her core in that state and wonders if her body can take any more. A strong desire to give up rises in her, but then she recalls the Mayer family. Thinking bitterly, she reflects that the head of her family is only a 4th-class mage, which she sees as pathetic. She reminds herself that this is the only way to restore her family's reputation. Observing them, Jane notes that Annie appears exhausted. He knows that to walk the path of an archmage, she must break through the limitations of her current core. Meanwhile, it seems Lennon has begun to understand how to split mana into particles, though Jane thinks he still needs to put in more effort. After 24 hours, James snaps his fingers, announcing time's up. The two of them are teleported in front of him. James then declares 24 hours have passed. The test is over. He tells them both, Annie Mayer and Lennon Simon, you have failed. Annie becomes sad and apologizes, saying, I'm sorry. I promised I would do my best. Lennon pleads for more time, suggesting things might change if we had more time. James interrupts angrily, what would that change? But then he smiles and contemplates, it's time to end the joke. He reveals, you have passed the test. Both of them appear shocked. James explains the real test was about demonstrating your determination, and now they are officially his disciples. Annie, overjoyed, hugs Lennon and celebrates that they passed. Lennon congratulates her but tells her to get off him. Watching them, Jane thinks they should enjoy their happiness while it lasts. The tear-wrenching hell training is about to begin. Meanwhile, Mary sits in the lab when a voice comes from a crystal ball asking how the test subjects were. As she looks at Ivan's papers, she replies, although Apoy's X was distributed, the subjects won't last long due to severe side effects. The voice suggests trying better test subjects next time, then asks about the supplemental side effects of Apoy's X. Just as she begins to respond, Professor Kinect enters and explains that they are currently researching that with the doctor, but there hasn't been much progress. The voice informs them that something will be arriving soon and instructs them to give it to the doctor, adding that they expect good news. Mary says, I need to bring Annie in as soon as possible. Kinect warns, Annie is quick to catch on, so approaching her carelessly would be dangerous. Mary, clearly irritated, retorts, you shouldn't suggest I would mess things up because of personal feelings. She bitterly adds, I must be stupid to think Kinect is someone who could understand that, and tells him don't delay things any further. Meanwhile, Annie wakes up and recalls that last night, James told her it was late and she should sleep there before going to school. She mutters, wondering about the time. When she sees the alarm clock, she exclaims, it's late. Lennon teases her, saying, you're finally awake, calling her a snoring demonic king and mentioning that she snored all night. But then Jane comes in and asks, who told you to say things that aren't true? Annie asks, was it a lie? James tells them, stop fighting. With a snap, James gives them necklaces, saying, these are tokens representing that you are now my disciples. Don't lose them. He also notes that both necklaces have the same design and jokingly calls them a couple's item. Linen. Frustrated, Lennon denies dating Annie. Annie replies, I don't like the idea either. Lennon then heads off, saying, I'm going first. Annie angrily follows him, complaining, you're leaving on your own again. Jane watches them go and remarks, it must be nice. Meanwhile, in class, Annie sits with her head down. Finn notices and asks, are you a little late today? As she looks up, about to respond, a girl notices her necklace and asks, what is that? Annie replies, Professor James gave it to me. It's a token that symbolizes I'm his disciple. Everyone around admires it, expressing interest in seeing it. Watching from behind, Lennon mutters to himself, I should never take mine out. Finn thinks to himself, Annie must have been chosen because she's smart and is Professor James' disciple. Just then, the professor enters and asks, what's all the commotion about, instructing everyone to be quiet. She then informs the class, Professor Silver won't be coming today, so it's self-study time. Finn wonders, is Professor Silver sick? She then turns to Finn and asks, are you feeling better? Finn replies, I am, and explains it's because Apoy's X makes the core bigger. Annie questions the claim, saying, there's no supplement in the world that can do that. She adds, you should stop using it. Finn suddenly raises his voice, shouting, I was at the bottom for 6 years, and I'm finally improving. Why are you trying to block my progress? With that, he storms off. Annie tries to explain, I didn't mean it like that, but Finn cuts her off, saying, it's fine. I don't want to listen anymore. Annie wonders what's wrong with Finn. Meanwhile, standing in the corridor in frustration, Finn thinks to himself, Annie must be jealous because my skills have improved, even though she's now Professor James' disciple. Just then, Professor Sophia approaches and asks, "What's wrong?" She notes, "You don't look well." She wonders, is the effect of Apoy's X already wearing off? Finn explains, "I fought with a friend, Annie. She said the supplement I'm taking seems suspicious." Sophia confirms if he means Annie Meyer. When he says yes, she asks if the supplement is Apoy's X. Surprised, Finn asks, "Do you know about it too?" She replies, "I know it very well. I teach about the potential of Apoy's X at Trinity Lab." She invites him to bring Annie along to attend her lecture. He agrees and she hands him a tester, encouraging him to drink it and do his best in today's classes. Finn accepts it and says, "I'll see you tomorrow." Meanwhile, FIA, who is actually Mary in disguise, wonders to herself that the current round of test subjects is nearing collapse. If a student dies, she thinks the headmaster will step in personally to investigate. She resolves to complete the experiment before that happens, imagining a world where the talentless are no longer looked down upon. She reflects the test might soon turn the world upside down. The next day in class, Annie, still worried about Finn, thinks she hasn't had a chance to talk to him. She wonders how to make things right. Finn then arrives and apologizes for getting angry the previous day. She smiles and tells him it's okay, noting to herself that he seems to be in a better mood. Finn mentions that Professor Sophia invited him to her special class and asks, "Do you want to come along?" Annie tells him, "I have Professor James' class today," but adds, "If it's just for a short while, it should be fine." She quietly thinks that if she refuses, he might get upset again and decides that returning quickly should be safe. Finn agrees and thanks her, saying, "I'm sure you will like it too." As they shake hands, she feels a sense of warmth. Meanwhile, at Trinity Lab, Kinnack asks Mary, "Is it true you brought Annie?" Mary confirms it, adding, "Annie is a test subject Kinnack should have already brought in." He asked about the side effects and Mary explains, Apothi is now in its most perfect state, thanks to the new materials sent. With those, the doctor has managed to remove most of the side effects. She calls it an honor to witness their success in person. However, Kinnack reminds her Annie has been accepted as Professor James' disciple. He warns going against Jane Welton would be a dangerous move, and suggests giving up on Annie, saying he will inform the doctor. Mary refuses, arguing they can't back down now. She says the side effects won't show until a week after ingestion, and if a solution is found within that time, it should be fine. Kinnack thinks she has completely lost her mind. He reflects that the greedy humans, desperate for results, are relying on a popes, but it only leads to addiction and destruction. Just then, Annie enters the lab and calls out to Professor Kinnack. "I didn't understand a certain part of today's teaching," she says. "Could you help me?" After he clears her doubts, she politely bows and thanks him. Meanwhile, Kinnack senses a presence nearby and mutters to himself, "Someone is still lingering in the drill hall. How bothersome." At the same time, Mary, monitoring the situation, informs Asht that Kinnack's movements are suspicious. She tells him to stand by as she might need his help. Asht responds with a smug remark, "In the end, you always end up meeting me." Elsewhere, Jane knocks on the door of Siegfried's office and enters. "Why was I called?" Jane asks, getting straight to the point. Siegfried, sitting calmly, remarks on James' bluntness. "You're so straightforward," he says, acting offended. "We've been close for years, yet here you are, asking with no pleasantries." James, unimpressed, crosses his arms. "I have disciples to teach," he replies, his tone curt, "so speak quickly." Siegfried pauses, eyeing Jane carefully. "Have you really taken on disciples?" he asks, raising an eyebrow. Jane nods. "I have Annie and Lennon," he answers. Siegfried chuckles softly, shaking his head. Surprising, he says, "I instigated the idea, but I didn't think you'd actually go through with it. You so arrogant, cocky, and cranky, like an old man." Jane sighs. "Is that all?" he asks, his patience wearing thin. Siegfried notes James' impatience and places his hand on a file of student identities on the desk. "Actually, no," Siegfried admits. "There's more. The real reason I called you in is to make a request." He pauses, looking serious. "As head of business, Professor Javelin usually handles academic affairs, but I need to be personally involved," Siegfried continues. "Before Professor Silver went missing, he had a meeting with some of the failing students from the beta class, students on the verge of dropping out. Showing James a bottle, Siegfried explains that after drinking Apophis, those students' grades suddenly improved. But now, every one of them was absent from class today. Jane immediately recognizes the bottle. It's the same supplement Annie's friend Finn has been drinking, he thinks. Siegfried says that if he personally investigates this, it will draw attention. He has a bad feeling and wants to entrust the matter to James instead. Just then, James' disciple Necklace begins blinking. Alarmed, he stands up abruptly, saying he has to go. Rushing out of the room, he thinks to himself that the necklace alerts him if Annie or Lennon are in danger, and likewise alerts them if he is. He silently hopes that nothing serious is happening. A while ago, in the small lecture room of Trinity Labs, Professor Sophia, who is actually Mary, stands at the desk and explains to Finn and Annie that for the past 3 years, they have devoted significant effort to changing the world of magic. She says it is meant to offer a chance to those without talent, and hope to those who face injustice. Observing her, Annie mutters to herself, Professor Sophia seems admirable. Meanwhile, Finn appears unwell, breathing heavily. Sophia continues her lecture, stating a magician's limits are determined at birth. She explains, while those born with talent achieve endless success, those without are left without opportunities, often living their lives ignored because of their lack of ability. She claims this is the unfortunate truth, supported by statistics for the past 30 years in the magical world. However, as Sophia speaks, Annie notices Finn's condition worsening until he collapses. Professor Sophia, Annie calls out, desperate for help. But Sophia continues speaking as if nothing happened. She steps closer and declares, we have developed a medicine intended to change the world, which we call apes. Annie is completely shocked by Sophia's reaction and behavior. Sophia then asserts this medicine is a form of salvation, one that dramatically expands the magical core of those born without talent, giving them the potential to become grand magicians. Annie says that it's insane and far too dangerous, expressing concern for the unconscious Finn. However, Professor Sophia calmly replies, what if that danger can be eliminated? Annie thinks to herself that such a thing is impossible. In order to gain something, there must always be a price. But in this case, the cost is beyond what a human can endure. She wonders how such a thing could even be possible unless someone else pays the price on their behalf. And if that someone is not human, can they withstand the danger? She then asks Sophia, is this connected to a god? Sophia, grasping Annie's face, tells her that she's wrong, but she is impressed by how far Annie's thoughts have gone. I always knew you were smart, Sophia admits. It angered me that someone so bright was dismissed just for being talentless. Holding up the bottle, Sophia says, you don't have to live like that anymore. She insists a pothy will be your salvation. She tries to force Annie to drink it at that moment. Professor Kinect bursts into the room and shouts, Mary, stop. He demands that she let Annie go as he hurtles a magic attack. Mary, unfazed, accuses him of interfering. You can't stop me, she says, throwing a magic-infused stone at him. Kinect breaks the stone with his own spell and declares, you can't defeat me. Stop now. Meanwhile, Annie alerts Kinect just as Ashter suddenly launches a surprise attack on him from behind. Ashter drives his sword into Professor Kinect's back, causing him to collapse. He grows worried for Kinect, but is interrupted when Mary grabs Annie by the neck and tells her, come closer. Ashter kicks the fallen Kinect and remarks, I should make things entertaining so the wait feels worthwhile. Meanwhile, Finn regains consciousness and mutters in confusion, why am I lying on the floor? Ashter notices Finn and calls him, the annoying kid from earlier. He smirks, adding, good timing, Finn, you've just been cancelled. As Ashter moves toward him, Kinect manages to bind Ashter's leg with magic, warning him, my component is right here, and it would have been better if he had not let his attention drift. Ash questioned that and swiftly slashed Kinect's face with his sharp sword. He then kicked him aside, saying, if Kinect wants to die first, I will gladly oblige. Annie cried out for Professor Kinect, but Mary struggled to hold her in place. She then slammed Annie's head against the floor, saying, I'm not finished talking. Mary warned, you will behave now. She insisted, once you drink the potion, you will have talent. Holding Annie's head, she told her, be happy. No one will look down on you anymore. At that moment, Jane arrived and demanded to know, how dare you mess with my disciples? He warned her, prepare to face the consequences. Mary saw Jane and wondered, how did he manage to get here? Jane replied, none of your concern. He ordered her, get lost, and threw a magic circle at her, sending her flying with the force of the spell. He then used his GIA, instructing Annie to rest inside it. He did the same for Finn, telling him to rest as well. Asher leaped towards Jane from behind, expressing his disappointment to Mary. I can't believe you were caught by a kid, he remarked before slashing at Jane. Jane dodged the attack with ease. Asher noted, you're surprisingly good at dodging, kid. Jane raised an eyebrow. How dare you call me a kid? He then summoned his subordinate, Raza. Raza appeared, asking, has my master called for me? Jane ordered, take care of Ash. Raza replied, your wish is my command, and charged forward to attack. Ash blocked Raza's blade with his own weapon, questioning, why are you following a child's orders? He acknowledged Raza's strength, but Raza, insulted, retorted, how dare you speak that way about my master? With that, he slashed Ash, sending him flying. As Raza observed Asher closely, he noticed the red eyes and felt a flicker of recognition. He recalled hearing about them before. Raza identified Asht as a bloodthirsty barbarian from a fierce fighting race originating from the southern continent of Alicia. Raza then questions whether Ashtar is truly as bloodthirsty as the undead. Ashtar runs toward Raza, irritated. "Your mumbling is getting on my nerves," he says. Meanwhile, Mary, having fallen to the floor, casts a magic spell. "I'm going to kill you," she tells Jane. As she begins to release her magical attack, Jane casually asks, "Do you really think you can kill me with such weak skills?" Suddenly, Mary finds herself unable to move. She wonders what's happening and why her body won't respond. Jane asks, planning to behave now. He then tells her, "Stay just like that." He casts a spell on her forehead, stating, "When you wake up, you will become my slave." Jane calls out to Raza, instructing, "Don't behead Ash." Raza asks, "Should I keep him alive?" Jane confirms, Ash might prove to be useful. Raza clarifies, "You mean Ash?" James suggests, "Why not try training him?" Raza agrees and grabs him by the collar and drags him away while Asher struggles and protests, demanding to be let go. James stands in front of a magical door and mutters, "It looks like I will soon have another useful servant." Just then, Professor Kinnack calls out to him, asking about the mysterious door that just appeared. James realizes he has forgotten about Kinnack and quickly apologizes. As Kinnack is about to say something, James uses Jia on him, saying, "Rest inside, Kinnack." Shortly after, Mary opens her eyes as James erases her memory. He commands her to awaken as his loyal servant. Mary bows and asks, "Have you called for me?" Jane questions her identity. She replies, "My name is Mary Valentine. I am an executive manager at Trinity." James thinks to himself, "I had suspected Sophia was just an alias." Mary, now under his control, explains Trinity seeks to create a world where magical enlightenment is fair for all of mankind. She reveals, "I was ordered to infiltrate Phoenix Academy, and their goal with apes was to eliminate the gap in magical talent." Jane reasoned that a project of this magnitude likely had backing from someone high up in the magical world, possibly an executive. He asked Mary how Trinity planned to resolve the dangerous side effects of apes, suggesting that solving that problem must be their ultimate objective. As Mary began to answer, her body suddenly started to deteriorate. Jane quickly realized that a taboo had been placed on her to prevent her from revealing too much. He muttered, frustrated, "Who do they think they're dealing with?" Without hesitation, he activated Perfect Cell, one of his 3 godly techniques. This powerful spell canceled all forms of phenomena, whether curses, brainwashing, or taboos, though it drained a significant portion of his mana. After stabilizing her condition, Jane demanded once more, "How do you intend to deal with the side effects?" Mary, now free from the taboo, answered plainly, "We join hands with demons." Jane began to suspect that the demon helping Trinity must be of royal blood, at least a masterclass being if it can withstand the side effects of a Poth. He demands that Mary reveal which demon they are in contact with. Mary responds, "We are connected to the demon king of greed." James, hearing the name, reflects that he has never come across such a demon before, considering that thousands of years have passed. He assumes it's possible that a so-called demon king like that could have emerged during the time gap. He then begins to wonder if the genie's church might be involved again. He instructs Mary, "Tell me everyone involved." She explains all suppliers, including Professor Silver, have already been eliminated by Ashtar. Professor Kinnack was killed by the researchers. James mutters to himself, Silver and Kinnack have both completely lost their minds. He asks Mary about the identity of their leader. Mary replies, although our leader is known as the Doctor, he remains focused solely on Ape House's development. Therefore, most orders have been coming from someone called the Professor. Jay then inquires, "Do you know who this professor is?" But Mary informs him that all communications have only ever been delivered through a crystal ball, and no one has seen them in person. Jay realizes that the crystal ball is an artifact equipped with detection, prevention, and unrecordable magic. He becomes convinced that a high-ranking official in the magic world must be involved. He then tells Mary, "Leave and continue acting as you always have. Report back when I call for you." She bows and acknowledges his command with a quiet understanding. Jane then returns to where Annie and the others are. Annie approaches him with concern and asks, "Are you all right?" Jane confidently replies, "Who do you think I am? I'm not someone to be worried about." His gaze then falls on Finn. He immediately notices that Finn looks unwell. Jane assures him, "You won't die anymore." He casts a magic spell on Finn's head and comments aloud, "With your core destroyed, you won't be able to live as a magician." He then instructs Annie, "Take Finn into a room and let him rest." Annie quietly complies and helps Finn away. As Annie and Finn leave, Keniak comments, "The entire space around us seems to be an artifact." He remarks, "Jane possesses some truly impressive tools." Jane replies, "I would have preferred a proper discussion about it. But unfortunately, time is not on our side." Jane then binds Kinnack with magical chains and says, I've heard from Mary about your involvement in the Apothe research. He demands, what do you know about the higher-ups? Kinnack responds, well, I've never met the professor. I did conduct research with the doctor. Jane presses further, who exactly is this doctor? Just as Kinnack is about to respond, his body begins to react strangely. Jane notices this and realizes something is wrong, though it doesn't seem to be caused by a taboo spell. Jane then places his hand on Kinnack's forehead. If you cannot tell me directly, I will simply read the memories from within your mind. Kinnack warns that Jane won't be able to access them. As Jane removes his hand, he notices a chip in Kinnack's forehead. A realization hits him, Kinnack might actually be a homunculus. Jane reflects inwardly, suspecting that the third elder is the one behind the entire AP's program. He realizes that it makes sense. Only someone like Serpent Gerald, filled with hatred toward the talented, would implant a chip like this inside his own creation. Given Gerald's extreme views, Jane isn't surprised by such a cruel design. Kinnack, now visibly shaken, says, I was created with an inability to speak about my maker. He asks Jane how he managed to learn the truth, questioning, can you truly read memories? Jane confirms to himself that he not only read Kinnack's memories, but also erased all the traces related to black magic from them. Jane then declares, even without delving into your memory, the clues were clear. Kinnack is a homunculus, and considering how closely you resemble your creator, it's obvious who that creator is. Kinnack acknowledges his non-human origins, but admits that it doesn't absolve him of the wrongs he has committed. I wish to repay my crimes with my own death. Jane, however, challenges that notion. What would such an act accomplish? He asks. Jane then releases Kinnack from the magical chains, telling him, you are now free, no longer bound to live as the third elder's obedient pawn. As Jane begins to walk away, he remarks, this freedom is a reward for saving my apprentice. He turns back briefly and tells Kinnack, your final judgment will be made after the third elder is dealt with. With that, Jane teleports away. As Jane vanishes, Kinnack urgently calls out behind him. The third elder is too powerful to handle alone. There's something more to him than you might know. Elsewhere, in a dark and heavily warded chamber, Serpent Gerald, the third elder, grits his teeth in frustration. His communication with Asher and Mary has been severed, and the it planted in Kinnack has been destroyed. His plans were just moments away from reaching their peak. He was on the verge of dominating the magic world, but someone interfered. Snatching up an Apis injection, Gerald speaks to himself with cold conviction. Everything is in place. With this version of Apis, he claims that even an 8th-class magical beast would be no match for him. His ambition is clear, to crown himself the king of the magic world. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Phoenix Academy, James stands before Zigri and explains everything. His discoveries, the corruption, the demons, the third elder's involvement. After laying out the situation, he concludes by asking for Siegfried's help. I need someone to stand with me in the coming battle. Siegfried listens carefully, then responds with gravity. The mysterious Professor James, whom you keep referring to, hasn't revealed their identity. If they can keep themselves hidden this well, you must not trust anyone easily. It's possible the third elder is the only one orchestrating all of this. Or he could be just a puppet for someone higher. James quietly agrees in thought. Siegfried has a point. Having been away from the magic world together, Siegfried remains one of the few people James feels he can trust. But the king's faction, which includes the third elder, is another matter entirely. James knows he can't risk trusting anyone associated with them. The fact that they all believe in equality for everyone is similar to the principle of Apothe. Although Jane considers Marx a trustworthy person, he knows demons are those capable of acting, so he cannot fully trust him. I guess we'll have to handle it ourselves, James says. Siegfried replies, I'll figure out how to handle the third elder. You go on and get some rest for now. As Jane walks through the corridor, Professor Javelin calls him and asks, haven't you gone home yet? James turns and says, I need to talk to the principal. Javelin tells him, if you have any issues with classes, feel free to talk to me. Jane replies, I will. Javelin then asks, have you seen Professor Sophia around? Jane answers, I think she left earlier. Javelin responds, I see. Stay safe on your way back. Jane wonders if Javelin is always in contact with the staff. He wonders if Javelin could easily step in as a substitute academy principal. As the superintendent, it wouldn't seem suspicious for him to talk with the third elder. Jane then calls out to Javelin. Javelin turns and asks, what is it? James asks, have you been in contact with Professor Silver? Javelin replies, I contacted him today, but it seems he's quitting his position. James says, I didn't think you'd be this close. Javelin asks, what do you mean? James says, Sophia is resting. Maybe you should call her Mary. He tells Javelin, you can stop acting now. Javelin then says, I was sure not to let my guard down. Looks like I've been found out. Javelin casts his magic spells and asks, how do you find my space isolation magic? He gazes at James, his red eyes glowing. James says he is a demon contractor. Javelin replies, I did my best to be careful, just in case. But now I've been exposed. He adds the thought of just in case always catches you off guard, and James' insight is quite good. James notices Javelin's ring and wonders, is that the same ring from before? Then the third elder Gerald arrives. He asks Javelin, how have you been taking care of things? James casts his magic circle and says, I didn't think Gerald would expose himself this quickly. Gerald shouts, you're an arrogant fool, James. I will make you obey. James moves toward Javelin, saying, you should show your best. He thinks I will attack Javelin first. As he charges forward, he is caught by magic. Gerald says, you fell for it. It was such a simple trap. James tries to use his mana, but it does not respond. Gerald, holding a gray orb that catches James' mana, says, you cannot use your mana. We prepared for every possibility. He adds, geniuses like Amy always have their guards down, and that is why he fell for it. At that moment, Siegfried arrived, casting a spell and shouting at Gerald, how dare you do such a thing in my territory? Javelin, observing the scene, remarked, I knew Siegfried had come. Gerald replied, Siegfried has been caught too. James, still bound by magic, muttered in confusion, what the hell is going on? Meanwhile, Kinect sat in silence, deep in thought. This situation might have been planned by the demons from the beginning. He realized, a sense of regret creeping over him. I have realized it too late. Annie approached him, her expression softening. Kinect turned to her, his voice heavy with guilt. I'm sorry. I've sinned greatly. She looked at him and replied, in the end, you still felt guilty and saved us. Now you just need to atone for your sins. Kinect sighed, his face reflecting the weight of his words. I hope it's not too late. I must do what I can. He paused and spoke again, his tone gentler. You're a smart child, a genius. It's a shame you haven't been blessed with mana. That's why I always worried about you, that one day you might let go of magic. His eyes grew distant as he confessed, I wanted to be a good professor. I was always envious of the creators of magic. He says he wanted to do his best when teaching students. He questions why he could be more gentle, kind, and warm-hearted. He wonders if it's because he is a serpent homunculus, but admits that's an excuse. If he had wanted to change, he could have, because that is what desire means. He thanks her for never giving up. I know Professor James is a great magician, he says. It's obvious that Jane will be at the center of the magic world in the future since she is my disciple. If she learns from me, she will surely be able to fill in what she lacks. He encourages her to learn with determination. It won't be easy, he says, but when it gets tough, think about your goal and don't give up. She replies, I will never give up. He says, I hate to report it, but it would be great if I could see you become a great magician. I hope your future is filled with glory, sealed with magic. Siegfried says, these are nothing but cheap tricks. Gerald laughs and claims, it's useless. This is the result of Siegfried's arrogance. Siegfried notices the seal and wonders, what is this? Realizing that it is not magic, Javelin explains, it's a sealing technique I acquired with great difficulty from a mysterious nation in the east. He adds, it's so strong that even the first and second elders cannot break free from it easily. Siegfried turns to the third elder and asks, do you really think you'll be safe after doing something like this? Gerald responds confidently, yes, I do think so. Siegfried then asks Jane, why do you appear the way you do? It doesn't seem like you're sealed. Jane explains, the gray orb is disrupting my mana. It will take some time, but if I can endure, I should recover. Gerald then casts a disappearing spell at Siegfried and commands, stop talking nonsense. Rest for a bit. As Siegfried disappears, he swears on his soul, I will kill you when I get out. Afterward, Javelin laughs and says, now that the biggest threat is gone, I feel a lot more comfortable. James adds, it will only be a matter of time until the seventh elder returns. What do you plan to do then? Javelin replies that James is in no position to be worrying about anything as a child of Welton. James accuses him, saying that a puffies must be the solution Javelin came up with because he couldn't overcome the wall of the 7th class. Frustrated, Gerald warns, if James keeps running his mouth, I will cut off his growth plates. Javelin tells Gerald that's enough and suggests they think about how to handle the situation. He says the remaining sealing technique should be used if another elder intervenes. He mentions that he doesn't want to leave James tied up like that, and that killing him would be disgusting. He notes that if the Welton and Bell families get involved, their future plans will be disrupted. He wonders aloud, should I just erase James' memory instead? Turning to Jane, he tells him, you are a lucky child. You are only alive thanks to your family. Jane asks, what are you really planning? Stating that he doesn't believe a demon contractor's true goal is equality and talent, he mutters, the third elder's goal is fixed on that idea. But in the end, the only thing a demon contractor truly wants is high-quality sacrifices. Through Apothecary's stable, and when those people become one with their magical nature, they turn into great sacrifices. Jane then asks Javelin, "Are you trying to bring down the Demon King?" Javelin replies, "As expected, Jane, you're smart. But why are you thinking so deeply? The magic world is just a pit stop." He adds, "Thanks to the genie's church, the work has become much easier." As Javelin places his hand on James' forehead, he says, "Sleep for a long time." James asks, "Did you make sure to isolate the space properly?" At that moment, Javelin suddenly feels a surge of power, and his body is severed into pieces. James remarks, "You were getting too close." Seeing this, Gerald shouts in disbelief, "Are you a dark magician?" James asks, "Didn't you consider that possibility?" He then declares, "I'll kill you after getting all the information." Gerald laughs and claims that James is no genius. He says James must have sold his soul to the devil to buy his talent, and insists that James is barely even worthy of what he has achieved. James calls his words disgraceful and says, "You need to shut up." He then uses the spirit of the dead technique. Dark magic flows, a power that destroys the soul and numbs the body. James wields his sword and declares, "I'll show you a demonic sword." Gerald hurls an attack at him, shouting, "You dirty dark magician, I'll destroy you." James blocks the attack and scoffs, "Is someone who can't even scratch my clothes really planning to destroy me?" He then questions, "Are you really a 6th class magician?" Gerald, stunned, wonders how James blocked his attack. He fires multiple strikes and demands, "What kind of trickery are you using?" James coolly replies, "I'm using techniques like deflecting, reduction, misdirection, and fusion, all high-level magic." He adds, "What you're missing, Gerald, is the perspective of multi-complex type magic," and mocks Gerald for being unable to tell the difference between dust and magical particles. Frustrated, Gerald launches another powerful attack and shouts, "Stop spouting nonsense, James." James dodges effortlessly using a magic circle and taunts back, "Did you really think those skills could take me down?" He then activates the 10 forms of the Welton style and summons a magical shield. Gerald snaps, "You sure talk big for someone your age." James retorts, "Do you even know what post-impact resonance is?" Then he unleashes the silent spirit technique and strikes with force. "This ends now," he declares. But in that moment, James suddenly remembers apes and realizes he can't let things end this way. He notices Gerald has vanished and mutters, "Pathetic." James silently vows to dismantle his entire organization. Just then, Gerald reappears from behind, radiating an even more intense power after injecting something into his body. With a twisted smile, he exclaims, "This is the power I've been waiting for." Jane wonders, did Gerald just power up? What did he use? Apotha remarked that such an unfinished medicine suits someone untalented like him. Gerald, full of rage, called Jane an arrogant kid and threatened to beat him to death. He claimed that while he may not have reached 7th class, he had definitely surpassed 6th class. Jane responded, "Those words are exactly what you should be saying," then called out to his soldiers to come forth. A little while earlier, in a hallway of Phoenix Academy, a professor walked along cheerfully, commenting, "It's almost time to go home." However, he suddenly noticed a strange figure ahead and wondered what it was. The figure, demon contractor Javelin, began to drain the blood from the professor's body, apologizing to him. The revelation about Jane Welton being a dark magician was quite valuable information, he said. The figure then remarked, "I'm going to surprise Jane." At that moment, Keenak arrived and launched an attack at Javelin, asking, "Are you the contractor responsible for supplying demonic blood?" He added, "The tractor really thought I wouldn't sense the demonic energy just now." The contractor retorts, threatening Kenyak, saying he must really want to die. But Kenyak strikes back, declaring that the one who is going to die is the contractor. Meanwhile, Jane gathers his undead soldiers. One of the commanders, Azad, gives orders. "Squad 2, spread out to the left and right," Azad commands. "Squad 1, cover any open spaces. Squad 3, prepare for simultaneous fire, followed by Squad 1's charge." Upon seeing the undead soldiers, Gerald remarks, "The skeletons are useless." As one squad approaches, he effortlessly crushes them, laughing. "This is the power of my new strength," he exclaims. "Come at me and I'll eliminate you all." Azad instructs, "Squad 2, move into the empty spaces. Squad 3, reload." James observes their coordination and wonders how they trained to such a level without his attention. He then calls out to Azad. Azad bows and asks, "Were you the one who summoned me?" James questions, "What are you doing, Azad?" Azad replies, "The Lick Negro told me." This is how people act when they have an army. Jane finds this strange, thinking that the Lick should not possess intelligence, as he specifically removed it during creation. He then wonders if the Lick somehow became enlightened during that time. As Gerald continues slashing through the undead with his magic, he mocks them and vows to end them all. Jane analyzes Gerald's magic, suspecting it might be a spell that breaks down objects into particles to destroy them. Realizing that the undead won't be able to hold much longer and that he might lose his entire force, he instructs Azad to retreat with the army. Azad asks, was my performance not to James' liking? With that, they vanish. Gerald laughs, assuming James' mana is depleted after trying too hard, and declares him worthless. Jane begins to gather magic and mocks Gerald's annihilation magic as weak. As he channels energy into his weapon, he announces, I will now reveal the true power of annihilation. Gerald responds with an insult, swearing to erase Amy without a trace. Jane charges at him with blinding speed, but Gerald narrowly dodges and unleashes his magic. I won't fall for the same trick again, he vows, declaring, this is the end. Meanwhile, in James' lodge, Lennon finds no one present. He wonders if they didn't have lessons that day. Looking around confused, he thinks maybe he was excluded. Suddenly, the necklace given by the professor starts to shine. Feeling a sense of dread, he mutters, something feels ominous, and begins to suspect that the professor might be in danger. Without hesitation, he flees the lodge. At the same time, James is pushed back by the force of Gerald's magic. He questions, is Gerald using his own life energy now? James then declares, I will trample over someone as insignificant as Gerald. He prepares to wield the dimension-splitting sword alongside Leviathan, commanding it to consume the destruction. Gerald laughs in defiance, claiming, it's useless. He shouts, Jane will die here while I survive, even if it means surrendering my soul to the Demon King. In response, Jane unleashes the second authority liberation technique using his sword. Noticing a huge creature, Jane wonders if it is an illusion. It feels strangely familiar to him. Holding a god killer in his hand, he questions why it is there. The creature asks, why do gods continue to persecute humans? Jane realizes that it is a version of himself from a previous life. He speaks of punishing those who disobey and accuses the gods of creating disgusting beings that cannot be forgiven. James understands that this is a fragment of his forgotten memory. He realizes that his authority of darkness not only has the power to annihilate everything, but also contains the gravitational force that pulls all things in. That is the true source of Leviathan's power. He then shouts, let my authority be remembered. Let my darkness be feared. Using the second authority liberation technique, he catches all of Gerald's magic within his sword. Gerald, growing frustrated, demands, how is my magic being contained? James replies, you wouldn't understand even if I explained it. All you need to know is that this is the sort of fusion convergence technique. Rising up with magic, James thanks Gerald for helping him break through the barrier. He begins slashing at him, declaring, you must be gone. Rising up with magic, James thanks Gerald for helping him break through the barrier. He begins slashing at him, declaring, you must be gone. Gerald screams in response to the attack. Meanwhile, Javelin, addressing Kinnak, who is sealed with magic, says, while the third elder was working on a strength potion, you created a space to grow stronger. Very human of you, creator and creation alike. He expresses his surprise, adding, I never thought you'd be a homunculus. Kinnak responds coldly, it's because of you that the students are suffering. Javelin, confident in his power, retorts, I've reached the level of a demon realm knight. Even with help, a 5th-class mage like you stands no chance. Give up. He throws an attack, which Kinnak barely dodges. Realizing a vast difference in their powers, Kinnak internally admits, I cannot win in my current state. Then, from within Javelin's shadow seal, a voice calls out to him, it's time to be fixed. Kinnak recognizes the voice as coming from a sealed figure, likely Siegfrieded. Determined, Kinnak punches the ground. With that action, Javelin's seal breaks. Javelin shouts in alarm, but Kinnak calmly declares, although I am a puppet created by the serpent, I have also learned from others about growth and freedom. I refuse to hand over the student's future to you. When Javelin throws binding magic, Kinnak forms defensive magic circles and blocks the attack. Javelin, now troubled, questions, what have I done? Kinnak replies, I have no intention of dodging anymore. He then uses cube breaker magic to shatter the cube trapping Siegfrieded. In the resulting explosion, Kinnak embraces death. Siegfrieded reappears and solemnly tells him, you have done well. Now, you may rest in peace. Kinnak's last words acknowledge, I owe you a debt from earlier. Turning to Javelin, Siegfried reminds him of his earlier promise, you said you would kill me once I escaped. Realizing he stands no chance, Javelin attempts to flee, but Siegfried instantly appears in front of him and delivers a powerful punch to his stomach, launching him into the air. Mid-flight, Javelin sees a small opening and tries to cast a portal to the demon realm. But before he can finish, he crashes into the ground with great force, causing widespread destruction. Siegfried declares Javelin won't be allowed to die peacefully. He traps him in a cube and states, you will suffer slowly before death. With that, he throws the cube far away and mutters, this is only the beginning. James, holding his sword, remarks, absorbing the opponent's power and converting it into one's own is my new perspective. This is what I now call a true demonic sword. He reflects, while leveling up, my senses have sharpened far beyond my age. Realizing that Javelin is still alive, Jane feels betrayed. Everything had been a lie, he says. I will inflict agony on you far worse than death. Sensing a presence on the rooftop, Jane ascends and discovers Count Simon waiting there. Simon compliments him. You found me. Have you broken through the 7-class barrier? James, surprised, asks, how did Simon even get here? Simon replies, let it inform me, and now is not the time to idle. The demons have intervened. They both turn their attention to the sky, observing an ominous surge of demonic energy. Meanwhile, Siegfried struggles to restrain Javelin and questions, is he transforming into his final form? He worries that such a transformation might endanger the students. James, observing, asks Siegfried, is this Javelin's true form? Siegfried admits, I tried to keep it small, but it got out of hand. Simon, arriving on the scene, asks, what do you mean? Upon noticing Simon, Siegfried asks, has the 8th Elder come too? James suggests, continuing the battle here will put the students at risk. We should move the fight elsewhere. The group then teleports to a barren land. Simon grows concerned, asking Jane, you're using 7-class magic without a seal? Siegfried remarks, it's hard to believe, even as we witness it. Jane insists, this is no time for amazement, and unleashes his most powerful flame spirit magic, creating an immense eruption that engulfs Javelin in fire. Simon, now stepping in, casts his own fire spell. While you keep surprising me, Simon says to Jane, fire remains my specialty. He activates his unique perspective of magic, generating a massive swirling inferno, the very power that earned him the title of Red Lotus. Jane watches in awe as Simon manipulates even the flames Jane had created, recognizing it as the 8th Elder's perspective of magic. Simon then declares with deadly finality, Javelin should burn alive. Noticing the aftermath of the destruction, Simon tells Siegfried to block it. Siegfried responds, I knew you would say that. Jane remarks, in his Red Lotus, beautiful in appearance, yet with great destructive power. Siegfried tells Simon, it still has monster-like destructive power. Simon replies, I don't want to hear that from you, Siegfried. Siegfried then asks Jane, did you reach 7th class in that short amount of time? Jane replies that is how it turned out. Siegfried laughs and says, if the other elders come to know of this, they will be so surprised that they will die. Simon tells him, don't laugh too frivolously. Know your place. Siegfried says, I don't care. I was a slave. Simon responds, anyway, we should return first. Siegfried asks, do we need to confirm that he is dead? Simon asks, are you doubting my magic? If the opponent is not a Marquest, it's hard to come out of that alive. Meanwhile, Jane stands there. From the destruction, a voice says, I need a little more time. A figure starts to form and says, I would have been given the power of the Demon King, but is this the end? It speaks to Javelin saying, you did well. If you're going to die, give up your body and I will kill all for you. Then a demon appears. James' eyes widen upon seeing it. A little while ago, at a vacant lot behind the academy, someone says the reverberations of demonic energy can definitely be felt here. The Marks arrives and asks, what happened? The reply comes, I don't know either. Raven calls everyone over, saying there's a black and burnt corpse. He begins casting a restoration spell on the body and recognizes it. This is Kiek Azier, a professor at Phoenix Academy and the 3rd Elder Disciple. Adelhart mocks the old man's serpent must have offered his body as a sacrifice to the demon. Luke scolds Adelhart for such a rash comment, but then notices demonic energy appear in the sky. He realizes it is coming from a count-ranked demon. Luke turns to Raymond and says, we should go too. Raven responds, I will leave it to you both. The Marquest and I will go ahead. Reinforce the magic world as much as possible. We may need to use the dimensional breaker. Suddenly, the newly formed demon Vios stands before them and remarks, you've reacted quickly. He pauses, then questions, why do you remain silent? Hiding will not prevent me from launching an attack. Vios is introduced as a count from the demon realm. Under the command of the Demon King of Greed, he possesses a mixed bloodline of dragon and demon, making him a demonically awakened count. Jane notes that his presence feels like standing before a dragon. He identifies him as a count-ranked demon, far more intimidating than Rotetta. The elders are frozen in place, overwhelmed by his presence. As Vios begins to approach, Jane notices and quickly reacts, managing to block the attack. He wonders how the impact is still so powerful, even though he uses all might to negate physical damage. Vios comments, you seem better than the others, and throws another attack, which Jane dodges. Vios then praises him again, saying, impressive. Try to block this and challenges him to block yet another demonic strike. Jane manages to block it by guarding his arms, but he realizes the real threat lies in Vios' demonic energy, not just the physical impact. Jane considers whether he must resort to using black mana. He then turns to the frozen elders and requests, keep what you are witnessing a secret. to witness a secret. Siegfried asks him what he plans to do. Verozio's growing impatient, demands more action. Jane replies, there is no need for further demands. I will entertain you. The elders begin to observe Jane closely, sensing a shift as he begins to channel his dark mana. Jane leaps toward Verozio, sword in hand. Viros hurls a magic attack at him, taunting, try blocking this. But Jane absorbs the mana into his sword instead. Viros, surprised, scoffs at the act of mana absorption and challenges him again, launching a stronger attack. I'll give you more mana than you can handle, he claims. As Jane continues to absorb it, he calmly states, I was waiting for this moment, and mocks Viros, suggesting you've never known what it's like to be bitten by someone weaker. Jane channels the absorbed mana through his sword and blocks Viros' next attack. The impact causes Viros to lose his balance and stagger slightly. He realizes it wasn't just simple absorption. And now he finds the situation interesting. Regaining his stance, Vio says, I won't fall for the same trick twice, and declares his intent to kill Jane in a single blow. Siegfried remarks, I'll hear the full story later, while Simon reminds Jane, you'll need to explain everything. Jane lands a strike on Viros with a technique and assures them, I'll explain after everything is over. He then combines two of his techniques to launch another attack at Viros. Frustrated, Viros falls at Jane, insulted that a mere human could challenge him. Jane turns to Siegfried and asks, can we isolate this space to prevent any power from leaking out? Siegfried asks, do you intend to keep fighting like this, urging the need to regroup with the other elders? Simon also speaks up, acknowledging your dark mana is different from that of typical dark magicians, but points out even with the three of us, we can't defeat Viros. Jane replies, not even the combined forces of all the magic world elders can win unless all sword masters gather. Otherwise, the magic world is doomed to fall. Simon asks, do you have a plan? Though skeptical, Jane agrees to follow his lead. He then turns to Siegfried for support. Siegfried responds, I understand, and shares a coded strategy with them. Meanwhile, Vios mutters to himself, I'm going to get scolded by the Demon King once I retire. Though he doesn't know what they're planning, he believes this is the end. And with that, he launches his demonic dragon's breath toward them. Jane then thanks both of them for their help. The bird sings in loneliness. A man stands alone on the black earth. An enemy stands there, one who removes the darkness. The false master of destruction stands before them. The words echo, one must not cry even if the entire world is lost. One must walk their own path, for their darkness cannot be stolen. Achieve what you will, and thereby die. Vios then notices that his breath is covered by something and begins to wonder, is this darkness? At that moment, the Demon King of Greed appears. Varios is stunned by its presence. The Demon King tells him, move. Varios refuses and warns, if the 12 gods notice its descent, there will be consequences. The Demon King then lands on the ground, causing a massive swirl of magic with its sword, and gives the order to close. Meanwhile, upon reaching the site of destruction, Marquest observes that what remains is merely the aftermath. The amount of mana present is overwhelming. He concludes it must be the work of a count-ranked demon, or possibly something greater. Raymond asks about the fate of the two elders. Ophan responds, I believe they have isolated the space itself, most likely due to the actions of the seventh elder. He probably gave everything he had. The magic feels more like a theft of space than mere isolation. Raymond then wonders aloud, does the elder intend to die along with the enemy? The Marquess says, if that is the case, we must also prepare for death. Raymond adds, if things get worse. They may have to use that. Ophan replies, I've already instructed Luke and Adelhart to make preparations, though I hope it won't be necessary. Meanwhile, Jane, inside the chaotic ocean, senses the magic energy surrounding him. He wonders what has happened, questioning how a demon has managed to invade his exclusive territory. He reflects that the chaotic ocean is an ultimate terraforming magic spell created by Diablo Volpir to combat stronger opponents. It is a space saturated with dark mana, enabling one to exceed their limits and turning the space itself into a weapon. Jane concludes that a stronger demon must have arrived, or remains confused about how he was brought into his own exclusive territory. Even the 12 gods could not have destroyed or stolen it from him. Suddenly, a voice speaks, prompting Jane to feel a strange surge of energy beside him. He wonders if the Demon King has truly arrived, knowing the risk involved must be immense. A Demon King's descent would typically disturb the natural order and attract the attention of the 12. Heavenly gods, he mutters, yet oddly there is no divine reaction. He views that Pyro would normally be outraged, loudly declaring his intent to kill the Demon King immediately. Of course, Jane knows he can deceive the gods using his dark mana, but he always believed only he was capable of that. That is what he thought until now. Jane then speaks, asking, is the figure before me truly the Demon King? The Demon King looks at him and replies, what are you? Jave is forced to admit that even he, the Diablo Volpir, nearly crumbles in the Demon King's presence. The Demon King questions, "How are you able to wield such power and look me in the eyes?" Jave responds, "I don't understand the motive behind your questions. This is my power, and I am not someone who trembles before a powerful foe." In response, the Demon King raises a finger and says, "Do not be arrogant." Jane rips his Jia, resolute and prepared to fight. Observing this, the Demon King states, "Such defiance is impossible." Assuming it must be mere bravado, James' eye color shifts to purple as he internally notes that all of the Demon King's bones are broken, yet the being still stands. James asks, "What is it that you wish to know?" In response, the Demon King grabs James by the neck and demands, "What are you to me?" James reflects on the word him. He is puzzled until he notices the Demon King's purple eyes. He internally realizes that while it's possible the Demon King may have come across dark mana by chance, those purple eyes are a trait that belongs only to beings James himself created. The Demon King then questions, "How do you possess the same purple eyes as the one I refer to as mine?" James retorts, "That's exactly what I wish to ask. How do you wield my power, my dark mana?" James shouts in anger, "How could a filthy demon like you have it?" Releasing his grip from James' neck, the Demon King expresses disbelief. "James, or the one you refer to, is supposed to be dead," he states. He demands that James explain his existence and throws off his helmet, warning that if James cannot provide an explanation, he will cast him into hell. Upon seeing the Demon King's face, James stares in shock and asks, "Are you Tra?" The Demon King, startled, demands, "How do you know that name?" James then asks, "Do you remember the Hills of Lampert?" They recall the moment when Traka lies injured on the barren land. Diablo wonders aloud, "How I arrived too late." He acknowledges that the injury Tra has sustained cannot be undone. Tra then asks Diablo, "Make me into an undead." Diablo hesitates, pointing out becoming undead means you will be bound to obey me. Traeger responds, "I'm fine with that." Kneeling before Diablo, he offers himself, addressing him as my liege, and requests to be made into an obedient subordinate. He expresses his desire to be used as Diablo's sword until the day the gods fall. Tra pleads, "Do not abandon me. Neither I nor any of the humans on this land will leave you." He assures, "We will remain with you." Even in death, Diablo remarks that Traka is truly an irritating man, greatly so. Yet he begins the process of turning him into an undead, declaring that he will take Traka's pitiful life and put it to good use. Tra expresses gratitude, thanking Diablo. Tra, surprised, asks, "How does James know something that only he and his lord are supposed to know?" As James attempts to explain, Tra shouts, "The place in question is known only to me and my lord. In a world where my lord no longer exists, I should be only one aware of it." James then urges him to accept the truth. "I am Diablo Volpir." In response, Traka quickly bows and asks, "Is it truly you, my lord?" James apologizes, saying, "I returned too late." Tra says, "I believe my lord had died at the hands of the 12 gods." James explains, "I was trapped in the seal of eternity, but managed to resurrect one day in my current body." Tra then questions, "What do you intend to do with such a body?" He won't even get the chance to kill the gods. James shares that he is only 10 years old in this body and has only recently begun to properly recover some of his powers about a year ago. Tricker reflects, even if Jane retains the memories of his past life, it's astonishing that he managed to face Balos, a demon close to a Marquess rank, after just a year of training. He continues, it is just as expected of his lord, expressing confidence that Jane will regain his former powers within 10 years. Jane then asks about Tra, noting that as a demon king, Tra has become too powerful for Jane to properly assess. Tricker replies, over 60,000 years have passed, and tells Jane it will be faster to see it for yourself. He then places a finger on James' forehead and commands all his familiars and undead to leave him. At that time, just before the final battle, Diablo's minions disperse after receiving his order. However, an undead knight, created with some dissatisfaction, is the only one to disobey. "Hey," Tra tells Diablo, "I will assist you until the end." Diablo traps Tra in a magic cube and tells him that it is his final mission. Tra asks, "What is it?" That is how Traka ends up in the demon world. The first 100 years became a time of anguish for him. Tra wonders why his lord has sent him to such a place, whether he was not helpful or perhaps useless, and questions why Diablo does not reclaim the black mana granted to him. In the following 1,000 years, Diablo completely erases all sense of reason within himself. The black mana, which should have depleted and caused Tra to vanish, is instead sustained by demonic energy absorbed through battle, allowing him to continue existing. When Tra finally regains his senses, he has already become a count in the demon world. Then 10,000 years later, he hears from a subordinate in the midworld that the 12 gods are erasing all records of the midworld. Upon learning they are even erasing traces of his lord, Tricker realizes his purpose. He must complete his lord's revenge in place of his master, who was persecuted and scorned by the 12 gods. Traka must become vengeance. Calling himself the demon god of vengeance, Traka is mocked by nearly all demons in the demon world, except for his loyal subordinates. Yet, after tens of thousands of years, Traka acquires such immense strength and power that even the 5 great demon kings hesitate to treat him lightly. Then, an opportunity for vengeance arises when a dispute breaks out among the 12 gods. He considers the humans who betrayed his master and now live as parasites under the gods and vows to destroy them too. Although Traka is not fully satisfied with the process, he believes the result is all that matters. It is the moment when revenge finally seems within reach. Jane realizes that Traka has spent his life in utter desperation. He is certain that Traka must have longed for an end, knowing it would have brought more peace, but he still chooses to carry on. Traka then asks Jane, "May I ask something? Why did you send me to the demon world?" Jane replies, "I had no idea that was where Traka had ended up. The only way to separate Tra from himself at the time was to send him to another dimension." He tells him that he had hoped Tra would live his own life until the black mana was exhausted, as he had wished for everyone to survive, even if he died. He apologizes, saying he never imagined it would be the demon world. Tricker responds that it's fine because it ultimately led them to meet again. Jane then kneels before him, saying that Traka suffered so much for his sake. Tra urges him to rise, saying he only did what a dark knight must do. Jane reflects inwardly, realizing he has to finally acknowledge it. His emotions are still alive. Though he once believed he had cut himself off from them, they push back after being repressed for so long. He understands now that his past and present lives are different, and from this moment on, his path, his purpose, everything will change. Jane then declares, "I will kill the 12 gods." Tra dons his helmet, saying, "It only fits." Jane mutters, "That is impossible at the moment." He is only just beginning again. Compared to his past self, who was a 9th class mage, he needs to grow even stronger to defeat the 12 gods. Tra says that if there is anything Jane wants of him, he should command it freely. Jane answers, "There is nothing yet, but I will call upon you when the time comes." He suggests, "Let's fight together," and thanks him for waiting. Trick kneels and replies, "Hearing those words is what I have desired for tens of thousands of years." He swears to remain with Jane until the very end this time. At the same time, outside the chaotic ocean, Simon remarks on how tremendous the black mana is, expressing disbelief. "The black mana, it's incredible," he says. Siegfried responds, "I'm not sure. It doesn't feel all that different from the black mana we're familiar with." He also notes, "The space inside is completely separated. I can't see through it with my magic." Simon comments, "I didn't expect you to use space magic. What's really happening here?" Siegfried, thinking to himself, assumes that since the magic is still in effect, it must mean the young master is still safe, Simon thought. However, he worried that if Jane were to die, the chaotic ocean would begin to crack. Just then, the chaotic ocean started to crack, prompting Simon to shout, "Siegfried, the ocean's breaking apart." Siegfried responded calmly, "I understand." Simon thought to himself, if what comes out of the space is not the young master, if it's not Jane, then I must use the red lotus immediately. Fortunately, Jane emerged, gasping for air. "I can finally breathe," he muttered before collapsing onto Siegfried. Jane soon lost consciousness and was taken to the hospital. Meanwhile, chaos erupted among the elders. They scrambled to regain control of the Magic Society. Phoenix Academy, now damaged, was temporarily shut down. Adele Hart stormed towards Siegfried, shouting, "What kind of principal blows up his own school?" Siegfried tried to brush it off. "Consider it a workplace accident," he suggested. Remaining by James' side as his guardian, Siegfried stood firm. Elders and disciples came to visit as Jane lay unconscious. 3 days later, Jane opens his eyes and asks, "Am I in a hospital?" He sits up and calls Siegfried, who's sitting nearby. Siegfried tells him, "Don't overdo it. Under normal circumstances, you should be unconscious for 3 months. Jane asks, "Is everyone safe?" What happened after? Siegfried replies, "It's all thanks to you. The other elders are taking care of the Magic Society matters." James says, "I'm glad everything worked out." At that moment, Siegfried casts a soundproof spell and lowers his voice. He tells Jane it's time for an explanation. Then he asks, "What happened in the world?" Jane realizes that there's no point in hiding the truth any longer. He begins, "I need to tell you something. I'm the reincarnation of the first dark mage, Diablo Volpir." Siegfried, confused, asks, "Who is that?" Jane mutters to himself, realizing that he got mixed up after meeting someone from his past life. He forgets that Diablo doesn't exist in this world. Siegfried responds that while he understands Jane is a black magician and has witnessed the black mana himself, the idea of reincarnation, especially putting aside Diablo Volpir's identity, sounds absurd. Still, he questions Jane, asking, "Do you truly mean that you are a reincarnation?" Siegfried thinks to himself, while it sounds unbelievable, if Jane really is reincarnated, then everything makes sense. The historically unmatched magical skills, the exceptional swordsmanship, and the ease with which Jane seems to handle killing. Jane then grabs Siegfried's hand, saying it would be easier to show than to explain. He reflects that Siegfried is too good to lose. He firmly believes that Siegfried would not betray him, even after knowing the truth. Jane places Siegfried's hand on his own head and tells him, "You can read my memories." Siegfried agrees and prepares himself, saying, "I'm ready to begin." Meanwhile, outside the ward, Annie and Layton stand together. Layton wonders aloud, "Is Jane awake?" To which Annie replies, "I don't know, but the substitute professor's term ended the day before." Layton questions why that would matter since they are Jane's proper disciples. Annie then brings up that she heard Lennon ask the 8th Elder for help. Surprised, Lennon asks, "How did you know?" Annie replies vaguely, "I just found out." Lennon tries to deflect, saying it's not because I'm worried about our teacher. It's just that it would be my loss if I couldn't receive lessons. Annie teases him, "You have a cute side." Lennon insists, "I'm serious. I'm just selfish." Annie laughs it off, telling him, "It's no big deal. Cheer up." At that moment, Simon arrives and asks, "Have you come to see Jane?" Both Annie and Lennon are stunned to see him. Simon then suggests, "Let's go in together." As they approach the ward, a doctor meets them and informs Simon, "I was just about to contact you. Jane has woken up and is currently speaking with the 7th Elder." Annie and Lennon leap toward the doctor, bombarding him with questions. Is Jane really awake? Is he okay? Is his mental state stable? And whether he will be able to use magic again. Simon raises his voice, telling them that it is enough. They both quickly bow and apologize. Lennon says, "I am sorry," and Annie explains, "I was just surprised." Simon, going up, asks the doctor, have the other elders been informed of Jane's awakening? The doctor replies, no one aside from the 7th Elder knows. Simon instructs him, do not contact them yet. Turning to Annie and Lennon, Simon tells them, wait a bit longer before going up. Both agree without objection. Inside Jane's memories, Siegfried witnesses the intense confrontation between Diablo and the Gold Army. The god of war, Genies, addresses Diablo with scorn, remarking how bold it is for him to show himself again after such a devastating loss. He mocks Diablo's rightful place, hidden in the deep, dark corners of the world. Diablo responds, my return is to reclaim the dignity of humanity. That is my true calling. Genies counters coldly, saying, no matter how much Diablo struggles, humanity's fate has already been sealed. But Diablo firmly retorts, such a fate is not something determined by frauds like Genies and the other gods. Genies ridicules Diablo for continuing to fight for humanity despite being betrayed by them, calling it pitiful. In defiance, Diablo unleashes a powerful attack and declares, I understand humanity's reasons, but you must still die, Genies. Genies, angered, shouts at his army, sever Diablo's limbs, and bring him in. As the divine army moves forward, Genies proclaims, this is the end for Diablo. Facing the overwhelming assault, Diablo mutters, so, this is how things end. With Diablo trapped within a sealing magic circle, Genies mocks him further. Even in defeat, Diablo sneers, you've almost died at my hands many times, Genies, and yet you hide behind another god. While laughing at him and calling him pathetic, Diablo declares, not even the 12 heavenly gods can handle me alone. All they can do is gang up on me and steal me away. With fury and prophecy, Diablo warns, once I awaken again, your radiant light will be consumed by darkness. You'll be left to suffer in despair, begging for death's release. Genies, unshaken, responds coolly, I will look forward to that moment. Upon seeing Jane's memories, Siegfried shouts in disbelief. Unable to accept what he just witnessed, he asks, Jane, is this truly real? Or am I dreaming? Jane calmly confirms, it's real. Those are memories from 66,666 years ago, long before I was born in this current life. It was a time when humanity had been degraded into nothing more than slaves to the heavenly gods. Shocked, Siegfried questions, were humans truly slaves to the 12 gods? Jane clarifies, it's not just in the past. Humans still remain enslaved to them. The 12 gods have repeatedly broken down and reconstructed human civilization to suit their desires. As it stands now, humanity continues to be observed and manipulated. Siegfried then asks, is this surveillance conducted by the Great Order? Jane replies, that assumption isn't incorrect, but the followers of the dragon, God Braham, were actually a species created specifically to monitor humans. He pauses before continuing. The more critical issue, however, is that we currently lack any historical record from the time I was sealed until the birth of the present civilization. Siegfried is stunned. Do you mean the world as it existed 10,000 years ago? He asks, disbelief in his voice. Jane confirms, yes, it was a forbidden era. The moment I tried to uncover its truth, I was warned. He lowers his voice, adding, the dragon will come. It was an ominous threat tied to the secret he was about to unveil. Just then, Simon enters the room. He asks, is it true? Both Jane and Siegfried are startled by his sudden presence. Simon, serious and firm, asks again, is what I just heard true? Jane meets his gaze and answers steadily, it is true. Humanity is currently confined to a continent, and there, every move is watched under the gaze of the dragons. Simon responds by saying he always suspected it. He knew that humans couldn't have been this weak by nature. He believes they were never meant to be as low as they currently are, and that their current state isn't the true reflection of their potential. Siegfried, curious, asks Simon what he means by that. In response, Simon admits that he had kept something from Siegfried, thinking he wouldn't have believed him even if he'd said it earlier, but now he believes it's the right time to speak up. Simon then turns to Jane Welton and says there's a group he wants to introduce him to, a group made up of people who share the same goal, to make humanity the rightful master of the world. Jane, hearing this, finds himself wondering if such people had already come so close to uncovering the truth of this world, even before he returned. Simon explains further that humans live in oppression because they are weaker than the other species. He believes that this weakness is not natural, or the result of suppression, because the stronger species feared the limitless potential of humanity and stripped them of their powers. He adds that it was an extraordinary coincidence that led them to uncover undeniable proof of this truth. Simon tells them 10 years ago, a project called Daybreak launched an expedition into Capri Cave, one of the 6 officially restricted zones. He continues the team included a swordmaster, a grand mage, and 20 elite rangers. However, the outcome was tragic. Only the swordmaster returned alive. Despite the heavy loss, Simon emphasizes the expedition wasn't without purpose. The team caught a glimpse of remnants from a glorious ancient civilization, one that belonged to humanity before its downfall. The swordmaster who returned brought back something of immense importance. The Ark Factory, which Simon describes as a powerful storage unit from a massive warship believed to have existed before the birth of modern civilization. Jane begins to wonder, could such a ship have survived, even though it should have been destroyed during the Fourth Great War? Simon replies, my group recovered numerous records from the Ark Factory, documents that reveal technology far more advanced than what we currently possess. He asserts that this is solid proof that humanity once possessed power greater than even the dragons or elves. Then, with conviction, Simon tells Jane, you're the second coming of that ancient humanity, a being who has appeared to rescue the species from oppression. He declares, you are the savior we have all been waiting for. Simon has waited desperately for the arrival of the savior of mankind. In his view, humans were once the most prosperous species in the world, possessing many great things. However, in truth, they lived in constant fear of stronger races. No matter what they achieved, they remained a pitiful species, stripped of true freedom. Still, Simon holds on to the belief that one day humanity will rediscover its original power and bring balance to the world. More than anyone, he has longed for the moment when that person, humanity's rightful savior, would finally appear. Simon tells Jane, aside from your overwhelming abilities, what stands out the most is your mysterious black mana. It exists on a completely different level from modern black magic. Simon assumes it must be power from a different era. Jane replies that Simon's assumption is mostly correct. Mankind was once highly prosperous, but they were never the true rulers of this world. Simon says, I had always believed that. He then brings up the Great War and the Ark, explaining that it was a warship used back then. Jane confirms this, explaining that the Ark was created by him and his comrades as a weapon of annihilation to oppose the gods. Surprised, Simon repeats the phrase. At that moment, Siegfried interrupts to affirm the purpose of the Ark was indeed annihilation, to catch and kill the gods. Jane then stands and formally reintroduces himself. He says, I am Diablo Volpir, the former leader of mankind's liberation army, an army that, in the end, left me as his only surviving member. He reveals that he created black magic to kill the gods. Simon, shocked, asks, were you truly the last one left? And what was the liberation army trying to liberate man from? Jane places his hand on Simon's head. It's a long story, he says, so it will be easier to show you the truth directly. After seeing Jane's memories, Simon is deeply shocked. He reflects on the tragic history of the fallen world and realizes that Diablo Volpir was the first dark magician who created black magic. Overwhelmed, he kneels in front of Jane. Siegfried, watching, wonders what Simon is doing. Simon bows his head and addresses Jane with great reverence, calling him the king of mankind. Jane, surprised, questions, what do you mean by calling me that? Simon explains, you led humanity through its darkest hour. You fought alone for the sake of mankind. Even in your final moments, you thought only of humanity. Such dedication makes you the true king of mankind. Simon then declares, from this moment on, I swear my loyalty to you. James, however, tells him to stand up. I would see myself as a king, he says, and does not wish for such a relationship. Instead, he requests that Simon simply lend him his strength and speak to him informally, stating that this is all he desires. Siegfried remarks, now that I think about it, the position of the third elder is currently vacant. He continues, if Jane becomes an elder, then my title as the youngest elder will be taken. From that moment on, he adds, we will be colleagues. I look forward to working with you. Jane thanks Siegfried, replying, I will be in your care as well. Simon adds, I too pledge to support Jane. Jane, however, asked him, please stop speaking so stiffly. He then sits on the bed and reminds Simon, earlier you mentioned wanting to introduce someone to me. Simon confirms this, saying, yes, the people I want you to meet are always with me. Jane asks, is the group perhaps Frontier? Simon replies, it is not. Frontier, according to me, is a multi-race group with unclear goals. It's considered a terrorist organization. Jane reflects on this, noting that Siegfried had also expressed caution regarding Frontier. Simon explains that his own group is a secret organization dedicated to focusing on the crucial points of the world and the future of humanity. He tells Jane that he will understand better once he meets the members himself. Simon suggests they leave now, mentioning that they have taken up enough of the patient's time. Siegfried tells Jane to rest well and assures him that they will return. Annie and Lennon notice the ward door open and quickly rush toward it. Approaching Jane, Annie asks, how are you doing? Jane replies, I'm fine. Lennon comments, I knew you'd be all right. Jane points out, you should say that after wiping your tears. He reflects that he ended up worrying his disciples just after getting them. Annie tells Lennon, I'm crying because you're crying. Lennon teases her, asking, when did I cry? Jane calms them, saying, I'm all right. Let's just get along from now on. They both respond that they will be in his care. During the 3 months, Jane is hospitalized. Many things happen within the magic world. In the palace of the capital city, the Seldom Church requests to dispatch its holy order. They clear out all individuals connected to the demonic race. The side effects of apotheosis are severe, and a continuous flow of people end up either in critical condition or dying. However, thanks to Finn being able to withdraw from his addiction, he just manages to survive. The third elder, Serpent Gerald, who is at the center of the incident, is branded as mankind's enemy, leading to the dissolution of his family. Kenyak, who is also involved in the plan, would have been sentenced as a criminal, but he is found not guilty because his sacrifice to protect the academy is acknowledged. With the headmaster's authority, Siegfried holds a funeral for Kenyak at Phoenix Academy, and some students who remember him see him off. The magic world, which had fallen into depression because of the shocking incident, receives good news several days later. Jane Welton, the most talented magician of all time, becomes a grand magician at the age of 10. The palace acknowledges James as a grand magician and temporarily appoints him as an elder of the magic world. James then gets off his bed. It feels good, he says. I'm all healed and there's nothing stopping me from using mana. He begins to open the door. I should get going now. Meanwhile, in James' lodge, Lennon and Annie are practicing. Lennon casts a spell. I'm trying fire and water at the same time, he says. I think I'm close. But then the water bursts out on them. He shouts at Annie, do it properly. How many times have I told you? Annie apologizes, but the water bursts on them again. What is happening? She wonders, looking confused. Lennon is equally puzzled. At that moment, James enters. You two should get along, he says, smiling. They both look at him. Are you all better now? They ask in unison. Jade nods. Yes, he replies. Have you finished your homework on multi-attribute activations? Explaining that being able to use multiple attributes simultaneously is fundamental, and that if they can't do this, they are done for. They say they will try again. Lennon then tells Jane, Headmaster Siegfried has said that when you are discharged, you should go to the Central Magician's Tower office. Jane wonders, is that where I'll be working from now on? He tells them, while I'm gone, you must do your homework. Do you understand? He then adds, if you can't, you will wear a red hat. While working in his office, Siegfried laments, where has my life of freedom gone? I once wanted to live as a playboy. However, he acknowledges, I have no choice but to help the young master Jane. A guard enters and informs him, Sir Jane has arrived. Siegfried tells the guard, let him in. Jane enters and asks, have I been called? Siegfried confirms, yes, and gestures for Jane to take a seat. How are you feeling? He inquires. Jane replies, I'm feeling good. Thanks to him, Jane asks again, why was I called? Siegfried notes, it seems you haven't heard the news yet. The palace has contacted me. James, surprised, asks, "What do you mean by the palace?" Seyfried then shows him a letter. The letter asks you to show respect and receive the royal command. The letter states that Jane Welton must participate in the Grand Magician Anointing Ceremony, scheduled for tomorrow at noon in the Freedom Kingdom's capital. Jane, appearing unhappy, expresses his discontent. An anointing ceremony at the palace? Siegfried remarks, "As expected, you clearly dislike the idea. Don't worry though, I'll be accompanying you." Jane mockingly responds, "I hate that even more." He then remarks, "An anointing ceremony is always the same." Siegfried replies, "Of course it is. A masterclass magician is considered the nation's strongest force. The emergence of such a person naturally warrants a nationwide event." Jane asks, "Is the celebration also part of the official ceremony?" Siegfried, impressed, says, "As expected of a great noble, Jane knows better than I do." Jane tells him, "Stop teasing. I'm being serious. It's genuinely annoying." He pauses, clearly irritated. "I find the whole situation very irritating." Siegfried thinks to himself that the young master is quite different from an old man like him. He then adds, "The Count has sent a letter." Since the incident 3 months ago, when the Count was advised not to visit, he had been sending letters from time to time. Siegfried continues, "I'll close my eyes so you can read it comfortably." He mutters to himself, "It's been exactly 1 month since the last letter was sent." The letter states that Jane's father expresses concern and affection, asking if Jane has recovered. It also mentions that Jane's mother soaks her handkerchiefs with tears whenever she thinks about him. Sarah, too, cried thinking of him. He admits, "I'm quite sad not being able to see my beloved son, but I understand James' reasons for keeping his parents from worrying." While he was out facing demons, he couldn't stop James. However, he was relieved and proud that his son had been given the honor of such recognition. He tells Jane, "We'll be seeing you soon." As Jane reads the message, he reflects that it has been a long time since he last saw them. He isn't sure what to say when they meet. His father adds a small note mentioning the Ball family sisters. They are likely to attend as well. Jane mutters to himself, "There's no way I could have forgotten the Ball sisters. One is like the reincarnation of Jane, and the other is extremely high-spirited." He sighs, adding, "Since they're children, it's not as though they could like me romantically. But because it's been so long, they'll probably be happy to see me again." Siegfried then teases him, asking, "Do you really believe I had closed my eyes?" Frustrated, James snaps, "Stop being so nosy." Meanwhile, as James returns to his residence, Adelard stops him from behind and asks to talk. James seems annoyed and responds, "It's you again." She raises her voice, saying, "If someone overhears us, they might think I visit you every day." James mutters, "Coming 6 times a week is basically every day." He then asks, "Are you going to challenge me to a man-at-arm wrestle again?" She replies, "I actually wanted to show you around my station." James asks, "You mean the Equality Lab?" He pauses, then realizes, "Your daily visits were attempts to recruit me into equality." He admits, "I thought you were visiting because your pride was hurt." He is surprised to realize she was acting. Adele Hart grabs his arm and insists, "It's not like that." Just then, Luke joins them and says, "Don't misunderstand Jane. Adele Hart truly approached him with passion." Adele Hart looks surprised and questions, "What do you mean by passion?" James turns to Luke and asks, "Does the 5th Elder need something from me?" Luke says yes, then adds, "Before you get too deeply involved, I just want to get to know you better." In the Equality Lab, as they sit, Luke mentions to James, "You must have had tea in the 7th Elder's office." But he offers him something different, a drink popular among regular citizens called Coke, which he says tastes amazing. James agrees to try it and slurps it down in one go. He remarks, "That tastes amazing," then jokingly asks, "Didn't they put anything strange in it?" Adelhart laughs and says, "Tasty food can be as addictive as drugs," then playfully asks, "Can you drink a whole bottle in one go?" James ignores her question and turns to Luke, asking, "Why did you bring me here?" Luke responds, "It's because I want to talk about power." James then asks, "Are you referring to the 3 powers within the magic world?" The King's Teacher and First Elder of Ginger leads the King's faction. The Second Elder, Mark Weslin, a high-ranking noble, leads the nobility faction. Lastly, I represent equality as the Elder for the commoners. James asks, "Do you want me to join equality?" Luke replies, "It would be great if you could, but I assume you won't since you're a noble." James points out, "Why, you're also a noble." Luke clarifies that he is a noble in name only. His family lost their status when he was just 6 years old, so calling himself a noble now holds little meaning. He adds that he has no intention of recruiting James into equality, but advises him that if he does consider joining, he should avoid aligning with any of the other factions. James starts to wonder if Luke is subtly warning him against siding with either the royal faction or the nobility. At present, the magical world is divided into 3 groups: the royal faction, the nobility, and equality. However, around 3 months ago, these lines began to shift. The shift was triggered by Serpent Gerald, the 3rd Elder, who had been overseeing a portion of the royal faction. Due to actions that raised serious concerns, the royal faction suffered a significant decline in influence. Luke explains that under these circumstances, if Jane were to side with the nobles, the delicate balance between them and equality could be disrupted. Jane responds, they're all chasing power without truly understanding what's really happening in the world, and that he can't help but laugh. Idleheart warns Jane, be careful with your words. Luke then asks, what do you mean by that? Jane replies, I don't care about your ideologies. I'm not interested in matters I consider trivial. Luke questions, do you truly think class issues are trivial? Most uprisings in the world arise from such matters. Jane then asks, are you planning to start an uprising? At this, Idleheart becomes furious. She releases her magic and demands, speak respectfully or I'll scold you. Jane calmly dismisses her magic, saying, I'm restraining myself, so step back. Psychic magic like yours doesn't work on me. Luke uses his magic and says, both of you stop. Jane mutters, it's not bad. I've been a 7th class for a while, so that level of magic should be expected. Luke comments, Edidal was rude. Jane replies, it wasn't really a problem. Showing the difference in our strengths isn't a bad thing. Jane continues the conversation, explaining that a huge typhoon is soon going to hit the continent. He asks, how will social class help in such a situation? Luke responds, after the war, humans will continue to live. Jane counters, it's a matter of survival. Luke explains, the genie's church will eventually stand alone as the kingdoms of Alvia are gradually uniting. In that process, the isolated genie's church will be unable to withstand the pressure and will collapse. If a war were to break out, the church would be quickly defeated. James stands up. You're greatly mistaken, he says. Do you really believe the genie's church is alone? Luke, confused, asks, what do you mean? Jane replies, walking away, we should find out for ourselves. After all, curiosity is the most important quality for a mage. As he exits, he adds one final statement. If they don't unite, it will be the end. Walking away, Jane mutters, for the past 3 months, I thought the magic ward had taken the lead and handled the incident. But now he's disappointed. He believes a war will definitely break out, and genies, that prideful man, will surely repay others in kind. Jane thinks that if they understood what he said, they would come to find him soon. He decides that his first priority is to prepare for his departure to the capital. Meanwhile, Idleheart asks Luke what he plans to do. I don't think Jane was wrong, she says. We might have been too shallow in our thinking. Luke replies, a person who leads shouldn't be swayed so easily by a few words. Idleheart observes that despite saying that, Luke is beginning to take a liking to Jane Welton. She concludes a new breeze will soon blow through the magic ward. She adds, aside from that, Jane Welton should be ready. I won't lose to him next time. In James' lodge, Marquess tells Siegfried, you should mind your manners. Consider the countless students who look up to you. Siegfried hesitantly replies, the students are looking up to the young master instead of me. Marx clarifies, this is not what I mean. Siegfried then asks, what would the Marx do if the students picked up on his mannerisms? Marx stresses, it's important to be careful, especially at the upcoming anointing ceremony. James enters, holding clothes that carry a particular scent. He mutters, if I don't wear them, my mother will be upset. Upon seeing him, Annie comments, the outfit looks very pretty. Siegfried stands up and addresses him, thinking to himself that the young master looks somewhat sad. When James notices Marx, he says, I should have been informed in advance of your visit. Marx explains, I wanted to come with you. Have I caught a bad time? James assures him, it's not an issue. Annie mentions, Lennon is going with Count Simon. He was whining a lot because he couldn't come to see you. James reflects, Lennon has changed quite a bit. Siegfried then asks James, do you have any other luggage? James replies, all I need is myself. Siegfried remarks, it must be convenient for nobles. Since their servants take care of everything, Marquess reminds him that he too is a noble. Siegfried apologizes and says he will serve as James' escort instead. In Fiverr, at the Wart terminal, upon seeing the massive pedestal, James tells Marquess it feels like there's a huge magic stone beneath it. Marquess informs him, activating it consumes 100 kilograms of B-rank magic stones each time. James is shocked to hear this. Marquess adds, this is after improving its efficiency. James remarks, it's incredible. Even a dimension breaker only requires 5 A-rank magic stones. Marquess explains, the developer claims its efficiency will double in 5 years. As time passes, limitations decrease while benefits improve. He then asks James, do you understand why I'm talking about warp technology? Machines develop, and those who develop the machines continue to evolve as well. But for that to happen, he emphasizes a considerable amount of time is necessary. He expresses hope that James also follows a step-by-step process, speaking up when things are tough, asking when he has questions, and resting when he's exhausted. He sincerely tells Jane, "I hope you don't live a life weighed down by responsibility," and assures him, "I'm always here for you to rely on." Jane realizes that the Marquess came all this way just to say these words to him. Jane wonders, when his body was somewhat healed, if Count Simon had introduced him to the people he trusted. However, at that time, he remembers the Marquess expression being dark. He understands now that the Marquess had been worried. Although Jane is a reincarnation of him, he is like a grandson. Then Annie tells the elder and Professor Janey that preparations are complete. Siegfried tells the young master to leave the second elder, who is out of his mind, and come quickly. The Marquess says, "We must hurry." Going toward the pedestal, Jane then thanks the Marquess for worrying about him. In the Seldom Kingdom's famous cafe, a waitress serves a pastry and asks the customer. Talik, fan of renowned sword masters, comments that if the tea suits his taste, it's great, even for an old man's taste buds. Leaning back in his chair, he remarks that it's the first time he's seen the cafe so empty. At that moment, the king's spear, Albert, takes a seat at Talik's table. Albert asks, does it hurt to put away such burdensome energy? He adds the more skilled one is, the more hidden their energy should be. Talik replies, unfortunately, that's not who I am. Then he asks, have you heard any news about the Welton kid? He became a grand magician at 10. Albert responds, everyone knows that, and clarifies, I'm talking about other news. Talik admits, I don't know, and adds, I don't take much interest in other matters. Albert asks, are you heading to see His Majesty? Talik confirms and then challenges, just watch and don't get involved. I want to see your skills. I hope it won't end as pathetically as last time. Albert replies, lately, I've been on a roll, so there's no need to worry. As Talik leaves, he says, I look forward to seeing the skill of a spearmaster. He tells the store owner, put the bill on the Fan family. In the wrap tunnel, as they stand near the pedestal, Marquess remarks, there's less shaking than before. Siegfried agrees, noting, it's better than last year. Jane thinks to himself that the magic techniques have greatly improved compared to the past and reflects that it's only natural. Magic wasn't mainstream back then. When he notices Annie, he asks, are you all right? Siegfried comments, anyone who isn't a grand magician is likely to get dizzy in such a place. Jane uses magic to heal her and asks again, are you all right? Annie replies gratefully saying, I feel much better. She then notices Scadium and, mesmerized by its beauty, wonders aloud how pretty it is. Marquess explains that is the royal palace's Scadium, a fitting place for the king to live. He says there's a massive magic circle centered around the palace and adds, Scadium is more than just a royal residence. It symbolizes the kingdom of Seldom. Jane responds it serves as a great central vector. At that moment, he hears someone calling his name. When he turns, he sees his mother rushing toward him. She embraces him, asking, how have you been? And adding, I was shocked when I heard you got hurt. Jane reassures her, I'm fine, and apologizes. Sorry for making you worry. His father and sister Sarah also arrive and gently scold him. Be careful, they say, or you might get hurt. Jane offers, let me guide you to the estate. You must be tired from traveling. Siegfried thanks him for his consideration. At Count Welton's estate in Fiver, the family enjoys a harmonious moment together at the dining table. Jane's mother mentions Sarah has been very upset because her brother hasn't come home in a long time. Jane responds with a fake smile. His mother, Seer, notices and asks, are you really laughing? She hugs him tightly, telling him, promise me you'll never lie again. She insists, even if I say I want to go to the magic world. He shouldn't try to stop her. Argino then turns to Sarah. You said you missed your brother, he reminds her gently. Why don't you give Jane a hug? Sarah stubbornly crosses her arms. I hate my brother. Jane feels a sharp throb in his chest. Sir gently says, I understand how you feel, Sarah. Watching them, Argino mutters to himself, Jane's going to have a tough time trying to make his family happy, just like I once did. Jane then sincerely apologizes to Sarah. Argino reflects silently. It has been such a long time since the family gathered like this. He observes how much Jane has grown during that time. Argino admits to himself that he has always felt both amazed and regretful. He thinks if only I had introduced Jane to the world of magic a little later, if only Jane had met the seventh elder a little later, maybe he would have grown up like a normal child. But he quickly realizes that this thought is simply a father's selfish wish to have been able to watch over his son more slowly for just a little longer. Now, he understands that Jane will soon step out of his arms and into the world, no longer just his son, but someone who will become the center of it. Their father pulls them all into a warm hug. Quietly, he thinks to himself that the time for Jane to leave them isn't far off now. But even so, he deeply hopes that their lively, loving family will remain together forever. As they sit on the couches, Jane's father says, it feels like Jane left home just 2 days ago, but he has grown so much. Seer mentions, although we missed him, we are also proud. Then she asked about Annie, wondering who is the other child who came with him. Does he have a girlfriend? Counter Jane Welton reacts with surprise, saying Jane already has a girlfriend? Kids these days are so fast. Jane replies, she's not my girlfriend. Please don't misunderstand. She's my disciple. She's learning magic from me. Argino remarks, seems like kids these days are playing school. Seer agrees, saying they do that a lot when they are young. Jane realizes that no matter what he says, they obviously won't take him seriously. He then teleports Annie there and orders her to explain their relationship to his parents, but she seems confused. Seer comments, Jane is an aggressive type of person. Jane shouts at Annie, hurry up and tell them you're my disciple. Seer then asks Annie, are you really James' disciple? Jane replies, I already told them. Annie bows and greets them. Argino mutters, I've also heard that the second son of the Simon family is James' disciple. He admits, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried, but he adds, I have to trust and support James. He then tells James, do your best with the teaching, and tells Annie, do your best to learn. That night, there is a mix of reconciliation and discord. Argino says to Marx and Siegfried, I'd like to have a word with both of you. Meanwhile, Annie is practicing and says, this time, I'm going to learn it faster than infected. His mother and Sarah slept. James stepped outside and said he had barely escaped. Observing the surroundings, he commented that it really was huge and that Hades felt like the countryside compared to this place. Seeing a fountain, James said, that looks cool. Then a girl approached him and mentioned, I like watching the night sky from here too. He wondered who she was, noting that she seemed so weak she could die at any moment. Maybe that's why he hadn't sensed her presence. She explained, I can't come often because of my illness. I came secretly. Please keep it a secret. Jay muttered, do people usually share their secrets with someone they just met? As she prepared to leave, she said, it's time for me to go back. Aren't you going to say goodbye? He replied, goodbye. While walking away, she added, the next time we meet, I'm going to be cold to you too. The sick girl stopped at a point, huffing. Suddenly, Swordmaster Talik appeared and asked, did you really need to run? Still catching her breath, Isabel says, after talking to him, I felt like running. Talik replies, I don't recall our conversation having that effect on you. She accuses him, you were eavesdropping again. Talik responds, it's part of my duty. I hope you understand, princess. Isabel, a frail young woman, member of the Seldom Kingdom's royal family and eldest daughter of the current monarch, smiles and says, you really are troublesome. Talik then asks, so what did you think of the boy after meeting him in person? Isabel answers, he's going to walk a long and difficult path. No one knows if hope or despair awaits at the end. I didn't try to look that far ahead. Besides, he already sees the darkness in his own future. Talik gently requests, then please don't run off like that again. Isabel replies, I'd like to rest now. They both teleport away. The next morning at Scadium Castle, while riding in a carriage, the young daughter of the Viscount looks out the window and exclaims, there are so many fancy carriages. The Viscount replies that even though a new master class has appeared, it is the first time so many people have gathered. The little daughter comments, James is amazing. She then turns to her older sister and asks, why do you look so nervous? The sister responds, I just couldn't sleep. The Viscount teasingly asks, are you nervous because you're thinking about seeing James? She denies it at first, but then admits, somewhat fascinated, the young master has become more handsome. In the hallway, the Viscount says to Welton, there are a lot of people present. Argino agrees. Then the Viscount asks about the other family members. Argino explains, Sears took Sarah outside for a bit because she felt stuffy, and his father-in-law, being his majesty's advisor, should be in conversation with the king by now. Argino suddenly senses a strong aura and notices Albert. Albert greets Count Welton, who, recognizing a familiar murderous intent, reflects on how it's always the same. The Viscount seems scared and quickly orders his daughters, move back. Albert notices the Viscount and comments on his presence. The Viscount begins to verbally abuse Albert. Argino tells him to calm down, assuring him that Albert isn't the kind of person to cause havoc in such a setting. Albert complains that he's being abused, but says that the Viscount is outside his standards. There's nothing more to see, Albert adds. Argino then warns Albert to shut up. Prepare yourself if you continue to run your mouth, he says. Albert asks, are you volunteering to be my opponent? No, Argino replies before noting that they have never clashed swords before. He retorts, has your wound from Jessel fully healed? This frustrates Albert. He asks, how did you know? Argino calmly says, I just poked where it hurt, before questioning how Albert dares to challenge him when he couldn't even defeat Jessel. Argino reveals Jessel couldn't withstand more than 10 strikes from me, implying that Albert stands no chance. The Viscount reflects with shock. Jessel is one of the 5 sword masters in Seldom, he thinks. while I knew of his skill. He's stunned that Argino could defeat him in 10 strikes. Argino then tells Albert, go get more milk from your mother. The appointment ceremony for your son is starting now. Before leaving, Albert clenches his fist and warns them, just wait. The Viscount's daughter asks, are you all right? He hugs them, assures them that he is fine, and apologizes. Sorry for making you worry. Internally, he wonders why His Majesty has a psycho like Albert serving as the king's spear. 5 years ago, when Albert became a spearmaster, he requested a battle with Viscount Bell. The result was pitiful. The Viscount reflects, thinking if I had won that time, things might have been different before Albert even earned the title of the king's spear. At that moment, Argino says to the Viscount, it's starting now. Let's go to our seats. His Majesty arrives, and the crowd cheers for him. Frey, the current king of Seldom, sits on the throne and expresses his gratitude. Thank you all for coming from afar, he says. Today is a joyous day. Celebrating the new Grand Magician and the kingdom's future, the announcer expresses hope that everyone will give their blessings. The appointment ceremony shall now begin, the announcer declares. He introduces the candidate from the He's territory, the first child of the Welton family, a hero who saved Afton, the one who received the symbol of the pyro goddess and who rose to the high position of Grand Magician at the age of 10, the hero who saved the magic world, Jane Welton. Jane enters, kneels, and greets His Majesty the King. Lift your head, Jane, Frey says, his voice filled with awe. You truly are a young boy, he continues, expressing amazement at how a child could possess such a commanding presence. Jane lifts his head and notices Isabel. His heart skips as he realizes that she is the girl he met the previous night. He wonders, was she really allowed to wander around alone, especially since she claimed to have gone out secretly? To his surprise, she turns out to be a princess. Feinmore speaks next, continuing the praise. I've heard of James' deeds, he says, how he stopped the attacks of the demons and the genie's church in Afton. He truly saved the magic world. He mentions that although he has seen many magicians in the master class, he can confidently say there has never been one like Jane before. Jane bows and says, I am deeply honored. Talek fan comments to Mark Bell, your grandson is quite remarkable. Mark admits neither the Welton nor Bell family has ever been known for producing magicians. At first, I assumed the rumors were false, thinking James' talent had been mistaken for swordsmanship. Talek says that's understandable, but adds, James' swordsmanship is impressive as well. Surprised, the Marquis asks, what do you mean? Talek explains, James apparently learned the Welton family's secret swordsmanship technique. Having seen it firsthand, I was amazed. The Marquis is shocked, recalling, the last time I saw James, the boy hadn't even learned any swordsmanship. He finds it unbelievable that James progressed so much in just 6 months. Talek responds with amusement, someone who isn't a master is worrying about a master. He suggests you can stop worrying about your grandson. The king then addresses James, acknowledging that he has achieved the rank of Grand Magician at a young age. He notes that through his actions, James has saved both the human and magical worlds. As a saint of the Pyro Goddess, James, you have also helped strengthen the alliance between our kingdom and the Pyro Church, the king continues. Therefore, I congratulate you on your accomplishments, the king says, and appoint you as the 11th master of the Seldom Kingdom. Extraterritorial rights are granted with the king's acknowledgement, although the position is not defined in detail. It holds authority above any noble title. The king turns to James, his tone serious. I expect you to devote yourself fully to the kingdom. James responds without hesitation. I accept the command, your majesty. When the official paper is handed to James, the king addresses him formally. Sir Welton Jr., he says. James bows slightly. I will be in your care, your majesty. Meanwhile, in the southern continent, Bion Blazer, the chief priest and commander of the Holy Order of the Sun God, stands outside the concentration camp for criminals known as the Catacomb. He orders the door to be opened. When it opens, the atmosphere shifts. He asks the guard about the prisoner's condition. The guard replies, the prisoner has not spoken a word. Blazer comments on the prisoner's stubbornness and asks, show me the way. As the guard leads him, he mentions, we're heading to the lowest level of the catacomb, called the Abyss, and warns, step back while I open the door. Blazer assures him, it's fine. Even if the prisoner were in perfect condition, he'd be no threat to me. Once the door opens, a powerful energy bursts out, nearly causing the guard to faint. Blazer senses the murderous intent and addresses the prisoner, Cran, your temper hasn't changed. He notes it's been 6 months since your imprisonment and comments on Cran's haggard appearance. He suspects, however, it's just an act. Cran accuses Blazer, you know too much. Have you come to release me? Blazer denies it. Cran insists, I'll eventually leave this place. Blazer replies, you'll leave only if the genies personally intervene, but that doesn't seem likely right now. Cran then questions the purpose of Blazer's visit and whether he came to mock him. Blazer admits that he came to make fun of him and flicks a fire toward Cran. When Cran protests, Blazer tosses him a newspaper saying, I wanted to show you something. The headline announces the Seldom Kingdom's youngest grand magician, Jane Welton, heir of the esteemed Welton family known for swordsmanship. Upon reading this, Piam becomes enraged and shouts, "Release me immediately. I'm going to kill Jane." Blazer observes that it is the first time he has seen Cran truly angry. He reflects that the Genie's Church's grand scheme was destroyed and that Cran's imprisonment is the consequence of it. However, had it not been for Jane Welton, the Genie's Church, along with the Allied Order, would currently be at war with the Northern Continent. Blazer adds that, besides everything else, he is genuinely surprised that someone became a grand magician at just 10 years old. He concludes that Crean getting beaten was no mere coincidence as he leaves. He remarks that the dynamics of the continent are going to be interesting. In the banquet hall of Scadium Castle, several women gather around James, sharing their wishes. James scoffs and calls out for his parents' help. Sir comments that they can no longer treat him as a child since he is now a grand magician. Argino agrees. Watching Jane, Annie remarks, "Being famous seems difficult." She asks Lennon, "Is it still fun?" Lennon replies, questioning, "What's fun about the party?" Annie expresses, "Attending a party hosted by a king feels like a dream. I wonder if it will ever happen again." Lennon tells her, "From the moment you became our master's disciple, your life changed. You also met me." When Annie asks, "What did you just say?" he brushes it off, saying, "I'm heading out." As he walks away, she asks, "Where are you going?" Then adds, "There's no need to be embarrassed. I met you too, and I'll be in your care from now on." In Scadium's inner garden, Jane lies on the grass and says, "I am so tired." Wondering who the party is really for, he reflects that he can now move freely within Seldom. He plans to ask for the Crown of Omnicity when he returns, a treasure of Seldom granted only to grand magicians. He admits he doesn't know what is stored within it, but thinks finding a clue will be enough. As he sits up, he senses hostility and questions who would dare show such emotions openly within the royal palace. Upon noticing Albert, James asks, "Do you need something?" Albert points his spear at him and mocks his boldness, calling him an amateur. He then questions, "Do you think your father would kill me if I stabbed you now?" James replies, "My father wouldn't need to. I would kill you before that." Albert scoffs, asking, "Did you learn to bluff from your father too?" James responds, "My father never bluffs. He doesn't need to." Still, he worries his father might have something to say if James burns the king's spear alive. Just then, Isabella arrives and angrily orders, "Stop it, both of you." Talek lands short, begins to draw his weapon and declares that he will scold both of them, calling them children. Talek thinks to himself that James is stronger than Creon, the sword of genies. He has heard the rumors, but never expected James to be this powerful. He then speaks to Albert, asking, "What are you doing?" A spar must be formally requested. Albert retorts, "Was I really the one who started this fight?" Talek, pointing his sword at Albert, warns, "I could slice that mount of yours right now. Stop speaking." Albert replies, "For someone who claims to have no interest in others' business, you seem unusually involved." But Talek cuts him off, saying, "Our princess is not just anyone." Isabel then addresses Albert, saying, "Be careful, and don't forget, we are in Scadium, the royal palace." Albert respectfully replies, "I will heed your words." As he begins to leave, Talek warns him, "If you don't want to die, stop being sarcastic." Jane bid Albert goodbye and thanked him for showing him many amusing things. Albert, turning slightly, told Jane not to mention it and said he would look forward to meeting him again. Isabel rushed over to Jane and asked if he was okay. Jane responded that he was fine and respectfully addressed her as the princess. Isabel apologized without making excuses, admitting that she had been testing him the previous night. Jane assured her that it was all right. Talek then questioned Jane, asking how he had the courage to fight Albert when he clearly wasn't at the same level. He told Jane that he couldn't possibly face Albert yet. Jane replied that he had known Albert would show up because the energy in the air had been intense, so he had expected someone to appear. Isabel remarked that she hadn't laughed on purpose and explained that she found Jane very confident. Jane replied that he was confident. She noted that most masters were prideful and rarely asked for help, but Jane responded that pride didn't feed a person and that he didn't mind seeking help. When necessary, he adds, "I don't need much time to surpass someone like Sir Albert." Talek silently observes that Jane doesn't hesitate to speak so confidently. Perhaps this is the kind of freedom that comes with exceptional talent. Still, he notes that James' words don't stem from arrogance. Rather, James simply shows no apparent limits to his potential. Talek then says aloud with a faint smile, "James truly feels like a fitting grandson." As they prepare to depart, Isabel turns to Jane and says, "I hope we meet again." Meanwhile, Junior Fragor reports to his father, King Fragor. Albert's behavior is becoming increasingly erratic. We may need to consider placing limits on his influence. Framel replies, I even gave him the title of the King's Spear as a way to keep him in check, but it hasn't had the desired effect. He then shifts the conversation and asks, what's your impression of Jane Welton? Junior Fravor responds, Jane is someone I must have by my side. In fact, now that he has been appointed as a master, your majesty, he can no longer be addressed so casually. Still, Junior Frey expresses his desire to have Jane as his right-hand man. Fravor warns, controlling a master is no easy task. In response, Junior Freyhor says, I plan to approach Jane with sincerity and win his trust. Freyhor encourages him, it's not an exaggeration to say that Seldom's future lies with both you and Jane. Junior Freyhor pledges, I will heed the king's words. Freyhor tells him, return and reflect on your thoughts. Bowing respectfully, Junior Freyhor wishes the king a good rest and departs. Left alone, Freyhor remarks to himself, it seems the crown of Omnic City will indeed come into play. He wonders aloud, what will Jane Welton see when he wears the crown? Could Jane be the person we've long been waiting for? The king admits, I am deeply curious. 3 days later, Jane appears exhausted and remarks, meeting so many people is incredibly tiring, to his grandfather. Marquis observes that Jane looks worn out, noting that it must be his first time receiving this much attention. Jane admits that he's completely drained. The Marquis explains that interacting with others consumes a lot of mental energy that asks, how does it feel to be appointed as a master? Jane responds, I don't really know. It just felt like something that was bound to happen. The Marquis praises his answer, calling it a good one. However, he reminds Jane that things have changed. Unlike before, many eyes will now be on you. The entire world will watch everything you do, and the pressure that comes with it is far more intense than one might expect. He warns Jane, with recognition comes enemies. Never let your guard down. Never underestimate the spite of others. Jane reflects inwardly that the Marquis is not wrong. He tells himself there's no need to dwell on the past in this life. In his eyes, humans are trash creatures incapable of kindness. Yet he continues fighting for them. He reasons that he does so because humanity is ruled and shaped by its own kind. That's why he must intervene. Jane tells the Marquis, I will remember your words. The Marquis rises to leave. But before going, he takes Jane's hand and notes that he looks tired. Sensing the divine power of the goddess within him, the Marquis promises, I will bring you a nice gift and visit you in the magic world next time. Jane responds, I will be waiting. The following day, as Fiver wraps the communication terminals, Seer hugs Jane tightly and tells him, take care of yourself. She asks him to send her a letter once a week, and he agrees. Jane then meets his sister and assures her, I will stay in touch often. Argino tries to comfort Seer, telling her, don't be too upset. We won't be apart forever. She asks, are you not upset at all? Argino replies, how could I possibly not be? Even so, I believe it's a parent's duty to see off their responsible child with a smile. Inwardly, he wonders, when did Jane grow up so much? Argino handed a file to Jamie, saying it was something his grandfather had left behind before passing away. He explained that the file contained all of his grandfather's realizations, which had been written down on paper. Since Jane had mentioned witnessing an extreme calamity, Argino believed this might be relevant. He noted that Jane's father had chosen a different path from his grandfather, which was why Argino had never witnessed the incident himself. Still, the deliriums of the past had always weighed on his mind. If possible, he said, I think it's better to pass them on to you. He emphasized that he wasn't forcing Jane to keep it if he felt it wasn't his path. You're free to burn it, he added. Jane asked, can I really burn it? Argino replied, it's better to destroy someone's deliriums than to carry them needlessly. Still, he added, it's only right that someone of Welton blood knows the family story. As they parted, Argino told Jane to take care. He added, I look forward to seeing you more grown and handsome the next time we meet. Seer reminded Jane to send letters. Jane responds by wishing them well. In a hollow space, a voice says, it is finally here, the long-awaited person with the best synergy. A crown appears, and the voice asks, will you uncover the secret? Jane, in that moment, finds himself in what seems like a void, devoid of any presence of life. He questions if I locked in the same darkness or I was sealed in my previous life. But soon he realizes that although faint, there is light and he can move freely. This place is different. The voice then urges him, come closer. I want to see you. As Jane feels the voice getting nearer and reaches out to catch someone, he suddenly wakes from his sleep. He questions, was it just a dream? But quickly dismisses the thought. It felt far too vivid to be merely a dream. Someone had interfered with it. Someone had manipulated both his dream and reality. He wonders who it could have been. As he gets out of bed, his eyes fall upon a crown lying on the floor. He questions, is this the crown of the city? But admits he isn't sure. 1 week later, in the meeting room of the Central Magic Tower, the elders of the magic world gather. Marcus Linnell addresses the group, reminding them that as the first elder and leader of the king's faction, he takes full responsibility for the third elder's past cruelty. He announces that the third elder will be placed in seclusion and the rest of the elders will need to divide his workload. Luke comments on the former third elder's extraordinary abilities. He notes that despite his actions, his strength and sense of duty were impressive. Marx agrees, acknowledging that the one now managing the broader responsibilities will have a great deal to handle. He advises the less active elders to take this as a learning opportunity. Turning to James, Marx formally asks the newly appointed third elder to carry out his duties with responsibility. James affirms that he understands. One of the elders then brings up the crown of Onyx City, asking when James intends to use it. Marx silently reflects on the nature of the crown, how it shows something different to each person, depending on their desire. He wonders what the young master will witness. James shares, "I've been planning to request the crown, but I hesitated. For the past week, a strange voice has continued to appear in his dreams, including again that very day." Siegfried asks, "Is there any reason for the delay?" Marx then tells James, "If you wish, you may use the crown immediately." James responds, "Prepare it for me. This conversation has settled everything I needed." On the lowest floor of the central magic tower, Siegfried asks, "Are you feeling nervous?" James replies, "I'm not." Siegfried then jokes, "You should show some excitement, like a child would." James remarks, "You're the only one who still treats me like a child." As they stand before a massive door, Marquess Lin announces their arrival and opens it, saying, "Only you may enter, James." James nods and steps forward, saying, "I'll be back soon." From behind, Siegfried gives him a thumbs up and tells him, "Be careful." Inside, Jane immediately notices the chill in the air and the overwhelming presence of mana filling the room. As he approaches the glass stand at the center, the mana's density intensifies. Resting at the top of the stand is the crown of the city. At that moment, he hears the familiar voice from his dreams. It welcomes him and urges him to come forward, claiming to have been waiting earnestly for him and asking him to use it. James steps closer, picks up the crown, and places it on his head. Instantly, a flood of information begins to overwhelm his mind. In the next moment, a girl appears before him, standing in a vast plain. She introduces herself. "I am the founder of a new civilization from 10,000 years ago. I am Garbaladin, the first king and the origin behind the crown of omnicity, the foundation of the current era." She tells James that she has long awaited his arrival, the one with the most perfect synergy with her. James begins to question the presence of the first king inside the crown of Onyx City. Is it really just a self-aware artifact meant to store records? He wonders. What's more troubling to him is the overwhelming amount of information the crown is flooding into his mind. Garbaladin, the first king, notices James' thoughts and asks, "What are you thinking?" James immediately questions, "Why is the first king inside the crown? Are the other elders aware of this?" Garb replies confidently, "No, the others do not know. I only revealed myself to you." James is caught off guard by this and asks, "Why?" Garb answers simply, "Because you are special. I sense the best synergy in you." Garb then asks, "Did you feel it?" Jane bluntly replies with no answer, then adds, "I came only because I thought a stronger synergy might grant you more knowledge." Brushing that aside, Garb says small things like that are irrelevant. He encourages Jane to ask whatever he wants, saying, "Most people start by asking about the beginning of the world." Jane admits, "I do want to know, but can you actually answer?" Garb responds, "I am omniscient, and I will show you." With that, he waits. A vision forms in his memory, projected into James' mind. Jane first thinks he's seeing a glimpse of his own past life, but it soon becomes clear this is much older. It's the birth of civilization on this land. Garb narrates the vision. "It begins with a village I rule," he says. "Despite being ostracized for my blue skin, I could use magic, something that eventually helped me consolidate power. The villagers began to revere me like a god. The village expanded into a country, then into a vast empire, spanning a millennium. However, to avoid suspicion due to his unaging body, Garb began ruling the empire through puppet emperors. For a time, things went smoothly. But in the past 100 years, Garb continues, the emperors had become weak and incompetent. Nobles began running the empire for their own benefit, and unrest among civilians grew. It was in this chaos that the Church of the 12 Gods emerged. They calmed the populace and preached doctrine, gaining influence. Garb explains. Within a century, the once great empire was fractured into 5 separate continents. James asks whether the 12 gods had not existed from the beginning. In response, Ilan explains that it is indeed unexpected. Most would assume the 12 gods had always been part of ancient times. However, he says they appeared suddenly and ultimately drove him out. One of their disciples even hunted him, but he claims to have evaded them by changing his appearance. "In the end, I was forced to hide inside the crown," he adds. Jane finds it odd that merely changing one's appearance would be enough to escape the pursuit of the gods. Ilan continues narrating the world's history. While in hiding, he ends up in the lands of Seldom's first king. Ilan admits that although the king was a skilled magician, his synergy was weak. As a result, he only witnessed a fraction of the crown's history and was shocked, ultimately naming the artifact the Crown of Omnicity. Over the years, many powerful magicians had interacted with the crown. He mentions that Siegfried was an exceptional magician, though his synergy was the weakest of them all. Annie reflects that a magician's level does not necessarily correspond with their synergy. Ilan moves on, stating that the 12 gods have long since stopped looking for him. However, Jane senses something is off. It feels like Ilan is revealing everything, but omitting the most important details. Jane confronts him. Rather than being cast aside, it would have made more sense for the 12 gods to scheme with you. Ilan stays silent. Jane presses on. If Ilan refuses to answer, I'll ask the gods directly. At that moment, Ilan notices the pyro forming in his own hand. James speaks with clarity. I already know the truth. James accuses, Alan is a parasitic being from before the age of mankind, not the rightful first king. Aladdin was chosen by the 12 gods to carry out their mission of beginning a new civilization. He pauses, then adds, however, due to his own failure, everything was taken from him, and he was eventually exiled. James' voice is firm. None of my statements are mistaken. Still, he questions, why would the gods choose someone so foolish? And why are their synergies so compatible? Frustrated and enraged, Ilan's eyes narrow. Ilan lashes out, trying to take control of James' body, but Jane evades him. In that moment, Jane realizes the truth. Eladin is indeed a cursed, lost existence. Ellie sees a vision of a collapsing world, abandoned and fading. No fires remain lit, and life gradually disappears. The image of everything vanishing becomes a nightmare beyond imagination. Eventually, like a creature sensing its own end, Illy flees to the farthest reaches of the world. As civilization fades into silence, he finds a distant cave. Inside that cave, he discovers a mysterious jewel. The jewel embeds itself into his body, releasing an overwhelming surge of dark energy. Over time, Illy trains with this newfound power, learning to wield it. But his sanctuary is not permanent. A being appears, introducing itself as a manifestation of conflict and domination, intent on ending the last human. At that critical moment, the darkness within Illy erupts, pushing back against the approaching force. The leader of the gods then steps forward, brushing aside the astonished divine beings. From that moment onward, his name became Barbaladin. Illy tries to slash again, shouting, I was abandoned. The god's apostle suddenly appeared and tried to kill me, leaving me no choice but to run away. As he hurls a grotesque attack, he continues, this is how I came to meet the first monarch of the nation. James swiftly responds, using his darkness technique to block the attack. Then, with a clean strike, he severs Eladin's arm. Eladin acknowledges the effort and unleashes his abyss erosion technique, spreading it across the ground. James leaps into the air and counters with a combined technique, slashing down hard. Ilan narrowly avoids the blow by tilting his body. He scoffs, such a mere attack couldn't defeat me, only to have James slash his face in half, declaring, this is just the beginning. James then traps him in a continuous slashing technique, coldly stating, I will leave only Eladin's mouth intact. While cutting up the rest, erasing all trace of him, Ilan swears not to joke around, claiming James' body as his own. He retaliates by releasing a mist of explosion, but Jane counters by slamming his fusion sword into the ground, causing a massive deep crater. From within the crater, Ilan growls, it's pointless. A kid like Jane could never kill me. James smirks and replies, you're right. A body like yours is hard to kill, which is exactly why this is so much fun. Ilan then wonders aloud, when did you do that? Jane grins, I saw a strange demon follower last time. Thought of something. Run away if you can. Ilan realizes the danger, thinking to himself, this situation is dangerous. I need to escape. Jane then uses his chain magic, binding Ilan. If you were going to get caught this easily, you shouldn't have acted so arrogantly. The first king isn't that impressive. Ilan warns, you'll regret this. Amy responds indifferently. What did Eladin do when he met the first monarch? Ilan insists that Jane knows nothing, not the horror of the world returning to its genesis, and more the sight of everything vanishing before his eyes. He speaks of overwhelming loneliness, something Jane could not understand. Ilan explains that he hid until the time was right. After 500 years, he met Seldom's first monarch. That monarch knew something, but not everything. In a world that had vanished several centuries ago, where gods were unmatched, there existed a strong magician. However, Ilan says that information alone was not enough for the magician to understand the secret of the world. So the two had a contract to help the kingdom. James asks, was that until Aladdin found someone with the highest synergy? Ellen acknowledges that Jane is quick and explains the magician was foolish and believed that knowing the secret could liberate mankind. He breaks free from the chains and reveals my true goal had been to be acknowledged by the gods again. Ellen forms a dark magic ball and declares the world cycle will begin again in 10,000 years. And that day is imminent. He hurls the ball toward James and says, I will use James' body as nourishment to rule the new world. James causes his power to vanish and asks, are you done talking? Ellen wonders, why is my power suddenly disappearing? James explains it's because the power is not yours, it's mine. He declares, I am the strongest dark magician ever. While falling, Ellen asks, what is happening? He insists my power to control darkness cannot be taken. He demands, tell me, what have you done? How can a kid like you take my power? James replies, you don't know your place. You look down and fail to recognize the master of your power. You're a fake. Ellen shouts, I am not a fake. Jane counters, you were chosen by the 12 gods because you obtained my power. Maybe now you'll realize how meaningless your life was. Meanwhile, standing outside, Siegfried worries it's taking way too long. Marquess says Jane should have come out already. Luke suggests that maybe something happened. Siegfried decides he can't wait any longer and enters. Luke reminds him that only one person is allowed inside. Marx agrees that it is strange Jane hasn't returned and says they should go in as well. Luke adds that if something happens, he's going to turn a blind eye. They enter and notice something resembling a trap. They grow worried for Jane, but then space begins to shatter. After a while, everything returns to normal, and Jane appears, asking the builders why they are there. Marx asks, what on earth happened? Jane replies, the crown of Omnix City disappeared. Siegfried protests and asks, how? Marcus pushes him slightly and suggests, let's go upstairs and talk. Meanwhile, Jane mutters to himself, questioning why he needs to explain himself. He adds, anyway, it's a relief no one noticed the Diablo Volpir black mana fragment as power left over from 60,000 years ago, 10 minutes earlier, inside the world of loss. Elodin asks Jane how he is perfectly fine despite being trapped in such a terrible void. Jane responds, it seems you're still alive. I thought you were nothing more than an empty body. Could your long survival be due to living for 10,000 years? Elodin shouts, how could you endure eons of time in this endless darkness? Is such a thing even possible? Jane grabs his mouth and responds, it's laughable to think you're trying to understand my feelings after merely glimpsing a fragment of my memory. But you're mistaken, Elodin. I was constantly losing my mind. Yet I eventually learned how to overcome the madness. Jane then takes back all his power by consuming it from Alan. A black mana fragment that belonged to Diablo Volpir lies before him. He remarks, I could absorb all of this, but I lack mana. There's no need. Then Jane notices Blackie, who seems to be trying to say something. Jane asks, do you want you to absorb the fragment, Aki? Explaining that he already has enough mana, Jane watches as Blackie suddenly grabs the fragment and flees. Where are you going? Jane shouts after him, spit it out. Jane recalls that this has happened before when he created undead Blackie. As a familiar assisting him with magic, Blackie has limits. There's only so much mana he can handle, which makes it impossible for him to absorb the fragment. Jane notices a divine light forming and remarks, I'm certain Blackie doesn't possess such an ability. As he tries to make sense of the situation, he reflects on how strange it is for such light to emerge from the genies of black mana. Seeing the light as an opportunity, Jane leaps toward it, determined not to lose this power. He grabs the energy with his fist. Immediately, his mana core trembles, and his blood veins surge chaotically. Just then, Blackie shields him with his wings. Confused yet intrigued, Jane admits, I don't understand how a divine-like light could be created from black mana. He recognizes one thing for sure. This is a power that allows him to take another leap forward. He asks Jane if he was the cause of all this and what's going on with his appearance. Luke, also shocked, adds that James' hair has changed, and it seems he's even grown taller. Jane calmly responds, my hair will return to normal in a few minutes, and explains, I've just experienced a revelation. In the secret library, the first king, Frankor, stands in front of a portrait and remarks, the crown of infinite knowledge was destroyed. He moves the portrait and finds a book, saying, this means I've found it, the secret record of the history of Seldom handed down from the first king, King Fragor, to his successors. The record contains details about the devil. While wandering the land, Fragor happened to learn a secret of the world, one that no one else knew, a secret that would shape the very foundations of the world itself. He was filled with anger when he first discovered that secret, but then fear slowly replaced it. One day, while growing his power to overcome his helplessness, a person who could not hide his greed came to visit him. That person promised to give him special power. They were able to quickly grow stronger thanks to that power. He gathered the military forces from nearby and conquered Sodom. Then he established the Seldom Kingdom at that location. But despite becoming the king of a nation, it felt pointless when confronted with the world's secret. That was when the devil whispered to him, "The darkness of this world runs deeper than you think, and your life is nothing but a fleeting moment." The devil then requested to enter his crown, claiming he was not worthy of it. "You could live for a long time," the devil said, "and I will transmit my knowledge to a few chosen successors. They will clear the darkness until the one with the highest affinity to me appears." When the devil offered this sweet proposal, he realized the devil was trying to entice him. Yet, knowing the hidden power the devil held, he had no choice but to accept. That is why he decided to pass down the book to his successors. He advised future kings, when a person with the highest affinity with the devil appears, they must trust and protect them. The devil's power is a fragment of power that belonged to someone from long ago. The devil would not be able to do a single thing against the one who has the highest affinity with him. That person would be the crucial key to protecting the world. In the end, it turned out the way the devil said it would. However, he is already a perfected being, and there is no need to protect him. It seems that they can look forward to Seldom's future. At the elders' meeting, Marquess says, "I had no idea His Majesty would just let it go." Raymond remarks, "As expected, it seems the Freedom War royal line also had something." Seyfried states to think the identity of the crown of infinite knowledge would be of the first king. Simon adds, to think he deceived the entire kingdom of Seldom. It's their mistake, but it's a relief that things have been solved now, thanks to James' great contribution. James responds, "I just paid him back since he was playing with me." Marquess then asks, "What are you planning on doing now?" James replies that he is thinking of devoting himself to training for the next few years. Marx asks, "Will it be behind closed doors?" James responds, "Not to that extent, but I do need some time to concentrate. In 5 years, I will rise to the 9th class. That way I can stand tall on the starting line." He pauses, then adds, "During that time, I'll be training both my new power and my physical body." James' tone shifts as he vows, "The genies will be the first ones I kill. I swear I'll see the ending of all this in this life." He shakes his head, calling them, fakes at the Fyro Church headquarters main hall. Raz Helen comes to meet the apostle. Ricky asks, "What's wrong?" Raz being here in person must mean there's news about James. Rose confirms James has been appointed as a master in Seldom. Ricky is shocked. "I thought I was keeping up with James," he says, "but it looks like he's taken another leap ahead." He clenches his fist, determination in his eyes. "We need to work harder. I'm going to become much stronger and fight alongside James the next time we meet." Ross thinks that Ricky's divine powers are already at the bishop rank. Since he has been receiving training from the captain of the divine executioners, he will soon be able to become an official paladin. Raz says this is not the time for this and decides to go and start stretching, noting that it is almost time for Ricky's lesson. Ricky says, "I will be off first," and with determination declares, "I will make sure to show James the next time we meet." Raz comments, "Ricky, you are too diligent. While working hard is good, it is not the fate of these children to be treated so harshly. Conflicts are brewing in the eastern countries that support the genie's religion. They are spreading lies, claiming that the Afton case was a plot orchestrated by the Seldom Kingdom. Because of that, several skirmishes have occurred along the northern border. Raz notes that it is only a matter of time until war officially begins. He pleads to the goddess, begging her to protect the 2 children. And thus, 5 years pass. 1 month after leaving Esdarain, in Area Jad's great forest, an elf named Braha tells a girl, Benna, that it has been 10 years since she last saw her people. As they venture deeper into the forest, Benna expresses concern. "We shouldn't go there without preparing first," she says. Braha reassures her, "It's not dangerous for those of us from the forest." Braha then extends her hand. "Shall we go in?" she asks. Benna hesitates. "What is it?" she inquires. "It's the wind spirit," Braha explains. "Don't be scared. Come on." The 2 flee with the spirit, its presence swirling around them. They soon stand in front of a cave. Braha suggests, "Let's head in." Benna pauses, reminding her, "Those who aren't Valkyrie need the queen's permission first." Braha nods and enters the cave, saying, "I'll be back." In Valkyrie Forest, Benna begins to recognize the place. She's the royal princess of Valkyrie. Standing before a tree, she strains to recall her memories. Then, a woman appears. Upon seeing Benna, the woman starts crying. "My daughter," she calls out, her voice full of emotion. Benna stares in shock. She recognizes her mother. But why has she forgotten her? Her mother embraces her, saying, "I searched for you desperately." She asks, "How did you leave the village?" Benna recalls, "On that day, I wanted to surprise you by secretly practicing flying, but I fell off a cliff and was kidnapped by Gob." She adds, "It's all right now, though, because I was able to see you again. There are people I would like you to meet." Braha then greets Ben's mother, addressing her as the Valkyrie Queen. I am Braha from the Cephid Forest. She introduces herself. The queen assumes you must be Mulin's child. She thanks Braha, saying, I was able to see my daughter again because of you. Braha introduces Behemoth, her little friend. Behemoth looks at the queen and says, you look exactly like Nettis. The queen asks, how do you know about the first queen, Lady Nettis, and who are you? Behemoth responds, I don't have the loyalty to reveal that, but my master will speak with you instead. He adds, the time to fight has come again. Let's see if you're brave like Medes or a coward who hides. Stating that the choice is hers, he tells Benna not to slack off, reminding her that she was born with a mission to protect. Behemoth then flees. When Bra asks him where he is going, he replies, we will be going, and if fate allows, we will meet again. Benna asks her mother, how could they just leave like that? Her mother reassures her, you will see them again. Don't feel too bad. Benna promises, the next time we meet, I'll be much stronger. Behemoth comments, the kid speaks well. Bra asks, is it okay for us to leave so quickly, as you requested? Behemoth replies, it's not like we'll never see each other again. Once someone is met, parting becomes inevitable. And parting also means meeting again. 2 years after James' appointment as Grand Magician in Phoenix Academy's intermediate grade class Alpha, Lennon enters the classroom. Everyone wonders at his sudden increase in height. Annie asked him about it. What happened? Lennon responds by asking, what do you think? And whether he looks handsome and tall. The day before, while Annie and Lennon were walking together, Lennon complained, I didn't get any sleep because of the old teacher. He added, assigning so much work to students during a growth period is unreasonable. Annie pointed out, but the teacher still helps us with our training occasionally. Meanwhile, in his research lab, Lennon poured a chemical into a glass, which broke. Troubled, he sighed and lamented, how many times has this happened? Everything is useless. He then sat down helplessly, thinking, I need to find another way. The next morning, Lennon woke up and wondered, is it already morning? He found a note, opened it, and realized it was in a teacher's handwriting. The note read, look in the mirror and stop using your power on useless things. Lennon gazed at himself in the mirror and noticed his height had increased since yesterday. Is that really me? He wondered. He started praising James as a god. Meanwhile, Annie began to worry. What if Lennon drank some strange medicine like Upoise? She thought. She decided to investigate. She starts following him. When Lennon enters a room and Annie tries to open the door, he quickly calls out. Please don't open that, he says with a hint of urgency. Why are you acting so strangely? She asks, confused. It's nothing serious, he replies in a composed tone. Just give me a moment. As she opens the door, a soft chime rings out and Lennon's height returns to normal. Annie remarks with curiosity, the teacher must have cast a spell on you. She pauses, then adds lightheartedly, boys often have growth spurts later. You might even be as tall as the teacher in a few years. With a cheerful smile, she continues, but honestly, you already look quite fine as you are. Meanwhile, at Count Welton's estate, James says to himself, I feel great today. Not only do I carry the Welton family lineage, but the life bead has also been strengthened through the sacred artifact, he adds with pride. It's a good feeling to have a healthy and balanced body, he says while briefly admiring his reflection. Then he thinks of Blackie and wonders, still not awake today. 5 years ago, after James created the sacred artifact, Blackie entered a deep sleep. James doesn't sense anything wrong, but if the sleep continues much longer, he may need to consider another option. Anyway, he decided to head out today. Meanwhile, James is running in the drill hall. His father, Jane Welton, comes in and says, I'm running today too. He puts a weapon and adds, that's a great attitude. Let's break a sweat. The weapon he holds is telekinesis, controlling the sword. Even for a sword master, it's a difficult technique. James replies, I've never had a single drop of sweat. He then activates his 100-seat technique and rushes toward his father, saying, I'm coming. His father wonders, coming at me with a monocyclone? That's a new approach. He dodges the attack effortlessly. James wonders, where did the monoflow disappear to? Archinova then wields the weapon at James and says, you're thinking too much. James falls far back and wonders how his father managed to manipulate the monoflow he was controlling. He doesn't think his father used the 100-seat technique. Argino attacks again and says, you shouldn't have time to think. James dodges the strike and thinks, since he's not using magic. His father is only using the least amount of mana he can, but to think it still has this amount of destructive power. He then retreats, thinking that the rumor about his father's sword power being next only to a swordmaster seems to be true. His father's stance right now seems like he is going easy on him, but now he is declaring the end. James says, I've always gotten stuck here. He then activates his lightning strike technique and begins to attack, determined that he is going to break through this time, even if it's impossible to block. James leaps into the air. His father realizes that James used the sun to hide himself, but remarks, your opponent is me. He simply retreats to his place, dodging James. James' sword breaks. He says, I thought I could get one hit in today. Argino says, you've gotten better, but you're still no match for me. Train for 5 more years. James replies, I was so close, and then takes his leave, saying, I'm going to break through next time. His father notices his sword, thinks that he almost broke it. His swordsmanship is mixed with his grandfather's technique. He will soon level up in swordsmanship, although he is not at the stage of being a swordmaster. After that, Jane asks his father, did you say you were busy going to the palace today? Argino replies, even though I am busy, seeing my son off is more important. Jane then says, I'll be off now. They greet him, telling him to have a good day. His mother says, don't come home late. I want to see you at dinner. His sister Sarah tells James, show me the magic world too. James says, when I'm free, we'll look around together. He then begins to teleport and says, I shall get going using the ultra-distance warp technique. In the magical world of central magic, James sits in his office when Hidobulero, James' secretary, greets him. Jane greets back. Heia says, today's report is that the Harmonia Kingdom, which is on the Alicia continent, is requesting support. They are asking for a master class to be dispatched. The Harmonia Kingdom liberators have been trying to overthrow the king, who has been severely corrupted for over 5 years. The frontier is supporting the liberators. James says, seeing as the non-magician masters were observing the eastern continent Quran, this request was sent to the magic world. Hai replies, yes, I think so. The eastern continent Kira can be called the headquarters for the Genie Church. Since the battles with that place have subsided recently, most sword masters have been dispatched. That is why my father went to the palace for Siegfried, who is a magician, to be dispatched to that place too. Hai continues, this will be discussed in today's elders meeting. Meanwhile, in the magic world, at the central magic tower in the large meeting room, Marquez says the meeting room is empty. Raymond mentions it feels emptier because the 8th elder is not present, but the first elder's return is near. Marquez asks, is the 6th elder still locked away? Raymond confirms, yes, he thinks she will become a 7th class magician soon. Jane enters and asks, are they all here? He sits down and says, I heard that Harmonia is requesting a master. Luke explains, due to the Liberators' frightening vigor, they have conquered half of the territory, but I wonder why the Harmonia army is suddenly being pushed back when there are 4 masters present. Raymond reveals there is apparently a sword master on the Liberators' side, and the kingdom seems to have been overwhelmingly defeated by the King's Knight. The sword master. James thinks the frontier has gotten involved. He says they didn't want to lose more of their forces, so they asked for support. Raymond confirms this, calling them arrogant fools, and says His Majesty has accepted the request. The dispatch is finalized. Without Marquest and me, Raymond, the central pillars of the magic world, Luke needs to protect his position as the head of the Equalists. James acknowledges, I am the only one left. He questions, why would His Majesty accept the request? He could have easily ignored a request from such a small nation. It is explained that Harmonia offered their national treasure. Venus's music box. Venus's music box is an object where, when the music starts, a new universe appears in the sky. It is a treasure of high magical value and is linked to the Harmonia Kingdom's myth. Luke abuses them, saying they will do anything to survive. James remarks, it's better to get rid of Harmonia, expressing disbelief that they have to help them. Mark says Harmonia's reward is quite tempting, but we won't be controlled by something like that. He explains, His Majesty ordered me to assess the situation personally and act as I please. King asked, does that mean it's right to ignore Harmonia's request? Marquez replies, it goes against a great deal, but Seldom is a powerful nation capable of doing so. James wonders, does Seldom want to benefit from this situation? If they stabilize the state of affairs by helping Harmonia, the kingdom will become indebted to Seldom. If they help the Liberators, they assist in entering a new king. So James concludes, the idea is to just act almighty and return. Jane in his office orders Hannah to prepare the items on the list. After a while, she brings the list of artifacts. James says, I have been dispatched to Harmonia. He adds, I'm going by myself this time. It's not because you are lacking, so don't misunderstand. Jane thinks he understands that she is upset, since it was a chance for her to observe a grand magician's magic. However, he cannot bring a third wheel to a battlefield. Jane then asks her about the others. She replies, his disciples have gone to the lab. James says, I'll leave the preparations to you. In James' lab, Lennon murmurs about James, complaining he called us so early in the morning when we need our rest. Will he take responsibility if we don't grow tall? Annie asks Lennon, are you being too rude? Lennon responds, what? I don't care. He adds, Jane also scolds me a lot because I can't do alignment magic. Annie tries to stop Lennon, who is unaware of Janie's presence. James says, keep going and don't worry about me. He then turns to Lennon, who starts sweating and asks, are you done already? While sitting on Lennon's back, Jane tells Annie, "Unlike someone, you did well." He then looks back at Lennon, who is worried about his back, and asks, "Where has your enthusiasm gone? Are you going to quit doing magic?" James stands up, saying, "I understand that you're frustrated and stuck in the 4th class, but you need to push through, overcome it." He adds, "I'm going to be gone for several months. While I'm away on assignment, you two should help each other." They both begin pleading to go with him. James responds, "It's a battlefield, and I don't know what will happen. Something might go wrong while I'm preoccupied with you." Just then, Hai arrives and says, "I'll look after your students." Jane asks her, "Do you want to go that badly?" She replies, "I really do," and pleads, "Please give me the chance to learn by observing an elder's magic." Annie and Lennon both request the same, that they won't get in the way. To which James says, "It can't be helped. I will think about it." Meanwhile, in the forest, a girl named Isis, holding a book, asks Jin, who covers his face with a mask, "Have you heard that Harmonia's master has died?" Jin responds, "We were lucky." She says, "The children of the Liberation Army must be happy." Jin agrees. They will soon be able to capture the capital. Isis then closes the book and asks another guide, Barl, who is standing behind the three, "Did you hear that Harmonia asked Seldom for support? Who do you think will come?" Barl replies, "I think Jane Welton." Jin then asks, "What should we do if Jane interferes with our plan?" Isis responds, "It's up to him. Nobody knows the future." She then asks Barl, "Will you be okay, since you like Jane Welton?" Barl says, "I don't know how much Jane has grown over the past 5 years, but I don't think he'll just take the hits." She grasps the huge weapon and says, "I think Jane and I also know each other somehow," and asks if she should make her own preparations. Barl wonders at the sight of her huge lightning dragon sword. Graham Isis leaves, telling him to follow. Meanwhile, in Harmonia Castle, the king of Harmonia, Kypris, fully drunk, asks, "What does a master from Seldom coming here have to do with me?" He demands more alcohol. The Count, Markhelm, brings the drink and says even if Kypris does not want to, he must greet the master. Kypris responds he's just a mere magician. Why should a king go and greet him? Helm replies, "Although we are also unhappy, we've requested support since Sir Kirill has died." Kypris asks, "What is the army doing? Why are the liberators not being captured?" Helm explains, "To do that, we've requested a master from Seldom." Kypris raises his glass and says, "I didn't know, but I don't care." The Count bows. Helm then asks Kypris, "What do you think about bringing Sir Jane Welton to our side?" Kypris questions, "Do we really need to?" Hela replies, "Jane Welton will become a great asset." He adds, "Children are tempted easily," suggesting that they promise him the status of Grand Duke. Count Diablo interrupts, saying, "That is dangerous." He continues, "Jane Welton is the firstborn son of the Welton family. There is no need for us to divert our attention to Harmonia." He adds, "If the deal fails, Seldom will not remain silent upon learning about it." Helen asks, "Are you suggesting I am wrong, Petal?" Petal responds, "If things go astray, the remaining citizens will suffer." Helen interrupts, "What is important is the king himself and the country's nobles." He then asks, "Are you perhaps being wary of the liberator bugs, Petal?" Petal shouts, "The elitism there is the reason the country has fallen." He pleads to Kypris, "Listen, the person who needs to attend to government affairs is the king, not Helm." Helm, carrying Kypris with him, tells him to ignore Petal. He says Petal means Kypris should treat Jane Welton with respect. Saying Helm is right and that Jane, as a master, should show respect to him, Helm urges him to stand and leave everything to him. Kypris agrees, saying he will trust him. Helm takes Kypris with him. Meanwhile, Count Petal thinks that the reason the country has become like this is because of Mark Helm. From the moment the previous king passed away, Helram has made the citizens struggle by heavily increasing taxes, causing the deaths of royal subjects and failures in farming. The wrongdoings of the nobles were all part of Helram's plan. Petal thinks he is the only one left now, a small candlelight sitting in the wind. Meanwhile, in Harmonia's capital, Kim, on the rooftop of the magician's tower, Jane teleports there. His disciples and secretary feel dizzy. Jane asks them why they wanted to come. The head of Harmonia's magic tower, Jackin, greets Jane and says, "It is nice to meet you." Jane thinks Jackin is quite extravagant and notes that the head is barely a 7th class. Wondering if that is the harmonious level, Jane introduces himself and shakes hands with Jackin. Jackin expresses amazement at meeting the famous Jane Welton, then asks about the people behind him. Jane responds, "They are my secretary and students who wanted to visit Harmonia." Jackin thinks that they are arrogant about visiting a battlefield despite their class being lower than his. He then informs Jane that his majesty will soon arrive to greet him and tells a subordinate to guide Jane. Jackin instructs his subordinates to prepare themselves well for his majesty's appearance. Jane, observing the room, knows to himself that it has useless and expensive decorations everywhere. He reflects that the amount of money spent on research must not have been cheap. Yet the place is overflowing with extravagance. He concludes that Harmonia's magic tower is pathetic and understands why His Majesty told him to do whatever he wants. Then, a subordinate informs Jane that His Majesty has arrived. Jane remarks to himself, I will now see how corrupt the king is. Jane uses high-ranking telepathy magic, a virtual mind network that he creates to link the minds of selected people. He asks his secretary and his disciples if they can hear him, and they confirm that they can. James says the activation went well. As they observe the surroundings, Lennon comments through the telepathic link, this place is so pretentious. Even my territory, known as the best business district in the East, doesn't have such extravagance. And he asks, do the people of Harmonia like flashy things? Lennon responds, Harmonia was not originally a wealthy country, and believes the extravagance is concentrated in the capital. They then arrive at the audience chamber. As they begin to enter, an announcement and music welcome them. Annie comments through the link, it's a little too much. Jane responds, they want to show off their power, so we should just enjoy it. He then notices the king's condition. The king has completely fainted from drinking. Marquil tells the king, the guests from Selden have arrived. Jane Bowes greets the king and introduces himself. The king, confused, fails to remember the event and asks, why am I here? Why are there so many people? Helm tells the king, you seem unwell. You should retire for the day. As the king begins to leave, a count invites him to follow, saying, I have brought lots of alcohol. Jane realizes that the king is not in a condition to hold an audience and concludes that the man showing the king out likely holds all the real authority. He suspects this man is responsible for Harmonia's downfall and decides to be cautious. Helm then introduces himself and apologizes, saying, it seems His Majesty is unwell. Jane responds, it's all right. Helm expresses his gratitude for James' understanding and suggests, we should eat first since it has come to this. In Harmonia Castle's dining room, as they sit around the table, the counts express that they are honored to meet a master from Selden. Hannah introduces herself, saying, I am a member of the Bolino family. The nobles recognize the name, noting the Bolino family is one of the 4 families representing Selden. Lennon introduces himself next, and they are amazed to hear he is from the Simon family, acknowledging his noble status. Annie then introduces herself as a member of the Mayor family, but the nobles respond, we have never heard of such a family. Lennon feels bad for Annie and becomes frustrated with the Count's attitude. Jane responds, Annie is a student of Jane Welton. At that moment, Halram enters, apologizing for being late. He comments, it seems you were having a great conversation. He sits and informs everyone that the food will be served. He encourages everyone to dig in, saying it is prepared by the best chef and hopes it suits their taste. He then turns to Jane and remarks, I heard you isolated yourself for 5 years. He continues, you were already a grand magician back then, and now, after 5 years, your level of mystery is even more impressive. Jane replies, I've worked hard. At that moment, a waiter breaks a plate. A noble, visibly frustrated, beats him, shouting about the inappropriateness of making a mistake in such a setting. Jane observes the other counts' reactions and realizes they appear accustomed to such behavior. He wonders if the nobles of Harmonia are all corrupt. The noble grabs the waiter by the collar and accuses him of possibly joining the Liberation Army. Jane calls out to the count. The count responds, perhaps I've over-disciplined the servant. Jane replies, I wasn't going to comment on that, then asks, what is your name? The noble identifies himself, saying, I am Viscount Nel Capri. Jane remarks, the food is delicious. Please bring more personally. He adds, if the Viscount is unwilling, perhaps Helram might have an opinion. Helm then instructs, Viscount, comply. After the meal, James says, I greatly enjoyed the feast, and because it was served by Viscount Malv, it was even more excellent. The Viscount hesitantly replies, I am honored. Helm then says, since James has traveled a long distance, he should rest. Let's start the meeting. The next day, as James leaves, he says, I hope the servant from earlier is doing fine. We are very busy people, unlike others. Helm responds with a fake smile. Do not worry. As they walk, Lennon stretches and says, I feel better now. Annie remarks, I was shocked by how elitist this country is. Lennon then asks James, do we truly have to help this country? At that moment, Count Neopt approaches and requests a private conversation with James, introducing himself formally. Alone, James asks what Petal wants to talk about. Petal admits that he witnessed what happened earlier and confesses seeing Marx Helram humiliated was satisfying. James replies, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Petal acknowledges that he may have gotten too excited and adds, it's our first meeting. James warns, if I report this to Helram, you could get into serious trouble. Petal responds, I'm already in trouble. James realizes that Petal opposes Helram. Hal then asks, how have you found Harmonia so far? James bluntly responds, it doesn't even feel like a real nation, more like a pseudocracy. I'm angry, but I feel powerless. Petal agrees, saying Harmonia would be better off collapsing, and asks, will you help me bring about its fall? In return, Petal promises Harmonia will become dependent on Seldom. James turns to leave, saying, I'll pretend I never heard that. Petal pleads, please help the suffering people. It's not a bad offer. He explains that the current king is just Helm's puppet, and if this continues, Harmonia will have no future. Janie grabs him by the collar and calls him pathetic for wanting the nation to fall due to his own powerlessness. He questions if Petal has truly tried everything he could and warns that becoming dependent on Seldom might lead to even worse outcomes. Jane, he says, you should be ashamed. Petal shouts, even that would be better than the current hell. Jane leaves, refusing to listen further. Pel yells behind him, I will prove my determination today. Meanwhile, in Halram's interrogation room, he beats the waiter savagely, furious about being humiliated. The waiter begs for his life, but Halram, consumed by rage, kills him. In frustration, Halram vows, I won't let Jane Welton get away with this. Just then, a noble rushes in and informs him the Liberation Army has infiltrated the capital. At the king's south wall in Harmonia's capital, 2 guards stand watch. Suddenly, Henry from the Liberation Army appears and swiftly attacks. Taking them down, he muttered. Observing their lack of defense, he remarked how careless they are. He wondered aloud, is it overconfidence or some hidden tactic? Regardless, he declared, the king's head will fall tonight, and led toward the castle. Meanwhile, in James' guest room, a guard knocked urgently. Apologies, my lord, he said as James opened the door. The guard quickly reported, there's been an ambush. The Liberation Army special forces have infiltrated the capital and stormed the castle. He added, General Malvin sent me to escort you immediately. Jane nodded in agreement. This is my opportunity to evaluate the Liberation Army directly, he thought. He decided, I will observe both sides and only act once I fully understand the situation. If both sides are in the wrong, I will know what to do. Ledin asked, where are you going? Hea questioned, is it true? Has there really been an ambush? Jane turned to Hea. Take care of the students, he said. I must go alone. As Lenin tried to follow, Hea quickly restrained them with a spell. Agreed, she said. Telling Jane to be careful, Jane thanked her and left the students in her care. High above, Jack and head of the Harmonium Magic Tower observed the situation. He noted that the Liberation Army seemed to be using mana-consuming equipment to hide their positions. He scoffed at their tactics, confident that he would be able to locate them regardless. Jackin used his elemental power. In the elemental memory, elements exist all throughout the world. Even if someone hides their mana, they cannot hide their body. It's only a matter of time before I find them all, Jackin said. He then shared the location of the intruders with his army and ordered them to capture them. Jackin relaxed, thinking that since Jane was in the capital, there was no need for him to go there. He wondered why the army had attacked so late. A liberator, Jin, then appeared and remarked, you look relaxed. Jackin, surprised, wondered if it was an intruder. Even while looking straight at him, he couldn't sense his presence or the elements. He asked the liberator, are you the one who killed Sir Carol? Jackin realizes that he is facing a sword master, someone beyond his 7th class skills, a monster he cannot fight. However, he believes he is memorized enough to escape. As he begins to attack, Jin slashes with a flash and severs Jack's head. It's too late. Jin says, you're already dead. Jane then arrives and asks, are you the frontier master who is helping the Liberation Army? Jane notes, if your movements are so fast that your opponent can't notice, then your powers must be related to the moonlight. The frontier master, Jin, leaps toward Jane, who blocks the attack using chains that bind the sword. Jin wonders how Jane managed to block it and realizes that Jane has figured out the nature of his power. Jin's ability, Moonlight Resonance, can only be activated when the moon is visible. While the moon is out, the power becomes nearly unbeatable, but its effectiveness drops significantly if the opponent identifies it. Jin thinks to himself that, even with partial understanding, it should still be impossible to block the attack completely. Jane has only figured out a part of Moonlight Resonance, which functions within any area touched by moonlight. Jane begins to counterattack and deduces that Jin's range must be where the moonlight reaches. Jin blocks Jane's sword. James suggests having a conversation, but Jin pushes him back. Jane regains his footing and tells him to relax. Jin resumes the attack, but movement becomes difficult due to the mud he created, which is useless against the Swordmaster, as expected. Jane tries to defend with magic, but Jin vanishes and reappears behind him, launching an attack while claiming that magic is ineffective. Jane then equips his Beyond Avalon and slams it into the ground. Jin, unable to sense James' presence, wonders where he went. He notices a shadow in the sky and questions if Jane caused it. Jane uses his 100C's technique, declaring that he will boost acceleration using the 100C burst and lands a perfectly close-range attack. Jin blocks the strike. saying that even if the attack is perfect and close, it still won't reach him because a swordmaster is flawless. Jin then uses his Moonlight Resonance Slice on Jane, an ability that turns moonlight itself into a weapon. He believes it's meaningless to try to block moonlight, declaring that as long as the moon is visible, his power is practically invincible. He admits that Jane wields the sword better than expected, but insists that without being a master, Jane can't win. Jane acknowledges that defeating Jin with the sword alone has proven difficult and says it's time to get to the main part. He activates Flashboom. Jin is shocked he didn't even sense Jane conjuring the magic. James smiles and explains, I had already summoned the spell earlier in the reverse world. Even against the Swordmaster, countering that won't be easy. A massive explosion of fire erupts. Jin, now standing on a rooftop, says he managed to block it by enveloping himself in moonlight, but the shock was significant. He decides to retreat. Jane, from above, casts a fusion of 3 types of magic. A Class 8 spell combining perspective magic, convergence, fusion, wind, thunder, and reverse attributes. Thousands of arrows swarm toward Jin. Jin tries to retreat, but launches a counterattack using Moonburst, which Jane also dodges. The spell causes a massive crater in the ground. Standing amidst the destruction, Jin wonders. Moonburst is a moonlight-based spell with a penetration attribute. It channels moonlight into the body and disperses it explosively. It is Jin's ultimate move against strong opponents, but it fails. Jane observes that neither of them is gaining the upper hand and proposes a conversation. Jin, irritated, asks, "What do you want?" Jane responds, "I want to understand why Frontier is supporting the Liberation Army. Depending on the reason, I might be willing to help." Jin explains, "Our goal is to create a free nation, one where the people are liberated and the Church of the 12 Gods can no longer interfere." He doubts Jane would truly understand and tells him to turn back. "Turn back," he commands. But Jane refuses and reveals that he has been entrusted with great authority. "I won't," Jane replies. "I've been given a major responsibility. If I help the Liberation Army bring Harmonia down, Seldom could secure a portion of the territory." Jin accuses him of being there purely out of ambition. "You're just here to take land for yourself," Jin says sharply. Jane responds firmly that the royal regime will fall tonight, and there's nothing he can do to stop it. "The royal crown will fall tonight," Jin continues, "and you won't be able to change that." Jane then reveals something alarming. The Church of Dryan has started backing Harmonia, he says seriously. On his way to the capital, he encountered a priest devoted to the god of conflict and conquest. "I saw a priest of the god of strife and acquisition on the way here," Jane explains. "If the nobles receive support from the church, the war could drag on much longer," he warns. Jin looks at him, skeptical. "And why should I believe you?" Just then, they both witness a massive black light erupting across the sky. They glance up, stunned by the sheer intensity of the eruption. Jane recognizes it instantly. "That's Dryan's black light," he mutters, his face going pale. He wonders aloud, what's going to happen now? He recalls how, during Diablo Volpir's time, the most frequent threat after genies was Dra. Although the Church of Dra has the fewest followers among the 12, Kame remembers, they are known to be the most extreme. Dra declares that only the strong will survive in the world, but despite Diablo being strong, he is weak because he is alone. Jane thinks that although Dra is the most obsessed with power among the 12 gods, his power is ranked low, despite his brutal reputation. Jane asks Jin, "Is the black light Dryan's divinity?" Jin replies, "Nothing has changed. If you kill the king, Harmonia will only allow you to interrupt. The king is not the central power of the country. I'm sure you already know this." He adds, "Count Petal also asked me for help." Jin thinks to himself, "I knew it. Today's ambush is planned by Count Petal." Jane then shouts, "Did we come to save the citizens suffering in Harmonia? This idea of freedom for humans is nonsense. You just want to take the land for yourselves." He points out, "The real reason you're wary of me is that Seldom might take a portion of the land." Jin responds, "Frontier is not an organization that focuses on such things." Jane then says, "If that's true, there shouldn't be any issues if we join hands." Meanwhile, King Kypris is sleeping on the couch after drinking alcohol. Street Amar of the Dryan Church arrives and asks Helram, "Isn't it too early to summon them?" Helm, still drinking, replies, "Things have gotten annoying." He sighs, mentioning the chaos and how they still can't catch the 7 rats. The useful ones were all purged, he laments. "Maybe I should have let them live a little longer." He pauses and adds, "I believe one of the intruders is among us." Amark asks, "Are you referring to the one who killed the king's knight?" Helm explains, "Carol, despite being strong among swordmasters, couldn't do anything against him. I suspect he possesses a power specializing in assassinations. If that person comes here, he will definitely try to kill the king. Since things have worsened, Helm declares, I'll do my best to protect the king." Almar, concerned, requests, "Helm, share your plan." Helen scratches his face, his mind clearly racing. Says the plan remains the same. They will make the divine beast descend. When Amark tries to say something, Halrim cuts him off. He explains that during the 5-year-long civil war, there was an abundance of corpses and blood. In order for the 12 gods to rise to the peak, which they have already begun working toward, they also need to survive. He adds that it is fine to call him cruel, as he will do anything to reach their goal. Ar agrees, calling it the will of their father. Helm then instructs to begin the plan. He declares, I will make Jane Welton regret it. He also orders the capture of Jane Welton's student and secretary, who are currently at the magic tower. Meanwhile, amid chaos outside, James' disciples and secretary sit in a room sealed with magic. Annie asks, what the hell is happening outside? Hai replies that she doesn't know, but Reed assures her that they will be fine in there. Lennon rises in anger, saying, I can't wait any longer. I need to go outside. Hai asks, are you thinking of going against the Elder's order? Then they all notice that it has suddenly become quiet outside. As they step outside and wander through the magic tower, Lennon wonders aloud, why is no one here? Did everyone go upstairs? Annie is about to respond when she notices droplets of blood falling. Looking up, she sees the corpses hanging. She screams in fear. Haya, shocked, tries to understand what she's seeing. Suddenly, a member of the Dryan church spots them. He comments there are still survivors. As he attacks, Lennon Hera quickly reacts, using Shadow Pierce to kill him. Soon after, a larger Dryan attack force approaches. Jane rises and thanks Miss Hera for her action. Ben declares, from now on, we'll fight in our own way. He turns to Annie and tells her, keep analyzing. Annie firmly replies, if I do, we will win. At that moment, James' necklace starts blinking. He senses trouble and says, my students might be in danger. Jin asks, should you go help them? James replies, it's okay. They may be young, but they are his students. Over the past 5 years, he hasn't been the only one who has grown stronger, and as long as they are together, he has no need to worry. He then declares, we are heading straight for the castle. Meanwhile, a Dry member reports to General Teru that they are struggling. Teru wonders how those kids could be so strong. He notes Lennon's fire magic surpasses that of a veteran magician, but the one they need to be most cautious of is not just the red-haired boy or the blue-haired girl, who warns Lennon of attacks from the left and sees through all their moves, but also the woman fighting on the other side, who is equally formidable. When asked what to do, Teru answers firmly, the Archbishop's orders are absolute. No matter what, we must get past the students. He commands, go berserk. And he tells Lennon, the ones behind us seem to be preparing for something, so we need to deal with our current opponents while using as little power as possible. Lennon gathers fire in both hands and says, it's easier said than done. He then throws a fire attack at Dryan's army, noting that the curved corridor prevents him from seeing what the enemies are planning. Annie thinks to herself that since they can't gauge how many enemies are coming, a prolonged battle will put them at a disadvantage. She looks at the wall and tells Miss Hera to break it. Based on the building structure, there should be a room behind it. We can escape through the window. Hera tells them to stand back and launches an attack that breaks the wall. They enter the room. Teru yells at his forces, don't let them escape. He complains, I didn't expect we'd have to go berserk just to capture 2 kids and a woman. In response, Hero uses earth vibration, causing the attackers to fall to the ground. Lennon asks Annie, what should we do next? Looking out the window, Annie says, our enemy's enemy is our ally. We should join the man running down below. Kira binds the approaching attackers with Shadowbind and grabs the kids and they flee through the window. Meanwhile, the man is being chased by the Dryan army, wonders where the new arrivals came from. Hia and the kids land in front of the man. Henry, who is surprised, questions, who are you? Annie responds, we should fight together from now. Follow my instructions. As he's about to say something, Hia leaps toward the enemies and tells him, stop commenting and just follow Annie's lead. They begin attacking Dryan's army using their respective skills. Haya kills an enemy who was about to strike Henry. Annie then asks Lennon, have you gathered all your mana? He replies, I'm ready. Henry starts to realize that even though he's only reacting to Annie's signals, it feels like they are truly fighting as one team. Annie states, we'll be at a disadvantage if the fight drags on. Do you have any comrades? Henry says, there were 7 of us, but we got separated. She responds, our priority now is to find your comrades. Lennon begins to blast their enemies with fire. He then uses Simon Fire, burning the attackers who are approaching. Annie takes the lead and tells them, move. Henry, while following them, notes that the kids' abilities are far from ordinary, and the women's abilities are as well. He begins to suspect that something is off. He had originally been told to only fight harmonious soldiers, but now he wonders if Neopel has betrayed them. Meanwhile, Petal curses Helram, saying that involving the Dryan Church was a mistake. He questions whether gaining control of the kingdom wasn't Helrum's goal all along. As Petal begins to flee, Helm approaches from behind and asks, "Where are you rushing off to?" Petal demands to know, "How did Mark Helrum know I was here?" Helm questions, "Have you realized that the ambush has failed and you're now running away to plan the next one?" Petal's eyes widen as he realizes that Helrum knew everything from the start. Helm hands him a badge and says, "This is your last chance to swear allegiance to me. I promise the safety of your life and family if you do." Petal yells back, "Just kill me instead. I would rather die thinking of my nation than live under Helrum's control." Helm steps forward and says, "I had overlooked Petal's actions out of admiration for his efforts, but now he's made me angry." He gathers dark energy and continues, "The hell of the Dryan Church is an endless, merciless swamp." Then he throws it at Pel, condemning him to spend eternity in pain there. But then Jane creates a protective layer around Pel and remarks, "You two seem to exchange greetings well. Maybe you should fight someone on your own level." Helm shouts at Jane, "Aren't you supposed to be on our side?" Jane replies, "The world is full of curvy balls." Jane tells Jin, "Leave this to me and take Pel." Jin agrees, saying, "I'll trust you." Jane declares, "There's no need to hide my power anymore. I'll show Helrum the violence he loves so much." As Helrum sees the dark magic approach and he's surprised, Jane observes most people would have died instantly. Helm is no average noble trash. Helm clenches his teeth and accuses Jane of betrayal. Jane asked if Helrum had been hiding his powers, judging by the murderous intent. He thinks that Helm must be one of the 3 high priests who rule the Dryan Church. Normally, holy knights manage the forces in most churches, but in the Dryan Church dedicated to violence and plundering, the priests themselves control the army. Helm, the current high priest, is known to be the most vigilant and unbelievably strong compared to most masters. With murderous intent, Helm steps forward saying he's made a mistake. If Jane had sided with them, I would have merely scolded him. Jane, gathering magic, questions, "Is Helm going to scold me?" He thinks to himself that he should have killed Dryan before the genies, regretting that he fought him after. Jane then declares, "It's my rule to set things straight," and unleashes darkness at Helrum, telling him, "Just die." Helm sees the darkness surrounding him and begins to wonder if it is dark magic. He realizes that Jane has reached his level through it and scorns him. Fake. Helm mutters, despite Jane being known as the world's most talented. Jane, not one to tolerate insult, asks sharply, "Who does Helm think he's calling a fake?" Helm forms a protective shell and rises into the air. Shocked, he senses a black mana that seems to breathe through divinity. Panic sets in as he realizes that if the fight drags on, his chances of winning diminish. He thinks he must find an opening. But Jane mocks him, questioning, does Helrum really believe he can find a weakness that I don't already know about? Jane then uses the first power of rebellion, one that targets divinity directly. It binds Helm's arms and legs. Stunned, Helm realizes it's necromancy. He is horrified that Jane can control such power. "Abominable," he mutters. In response, Jane touches his forehead and retorts, "The real abomination is your god." Helm cries out, Jane's words are blasphemy. Jane commands, "My god, punish the one who dares insult divinity. I'm too busy to deal with it myself." Suddenly, a spirit sword begins to slash toward Helrum. In desperation, Helm activates his berserker instinct, a battle state that allows him to break free from danger. He tells Jane, "Forcing me to reveal this form was a serious miscalculation." Jane dashes in with a grin, teasing, "Helm looks pretty intense now." Helm, enraged, shouts, "I'll finish this myself." Jane counters by unleashing the dimension-splitting blade, which slices through Helm's arm. Then, with a snap of his fingers, Jane activates Black Lightning Punishment, a fearsome technique combining dark and lightning magic that disrupts a target at the cellular level. He hurls the spell at Helrum. Though wounded, Helm shouts, "That's not enough to bring me down." But Jane remains calm and replies, "Who said I was finished?" He then taps into a third ability he developed 2 years ago, an advanced curse that amplifies all hexes tenfold. With it, he launches another assault and Helm finally collapses. Amy watches with a cold gaze, saying he doesn't know what Helm had planned, but the moment Helrum was caught, it was already over. He tells Helm to die and apologize to all those he has tormented. Yet, even in defeat, Helm mutters that it is not over. He insists that a monster like Jane won't be allowed to roam free. Even if he dies, it is already too late. When Jane asks what he means, Helm tells him that his father's loyal servant, the divine beast basilisk, is about to descend. A little while earlier, Elmark had announced that the blood and corpses scattered throughout Harmonia over the past 5 years, combined with the 6 stars Helm had placed around the kingdom's perimeter, would serve as the foundation for a summoning ritual. Raising his arm, he declares his intention to summon their father's strongest creation on Earth, Basilisk. In an instant, a dragon-like creature with a serpent's body descends from the sky. As it arrives, a mark proclaims that they have now obtained a power that surpasses both pyro and genies. He commands his followers to ostracize the pagans who obstruct the Dryan Church's path. Meanwhile, James' colleagues notice the massive creature descending from the sky. One of them, startled, wonders aloud, "What is that thing?" Henry, seeing the monster, questions, "What kind of snake is that? Why does it have wings? How is it even flying?" Jin arrives just then, carrying Count Petal. Petal, spotting Henry, expresses relief. "I'm glad you're the first person I've encountered," Petal says. He admits, "I didn't expect to find you among Sir Welton Jr.'s party," and introduces himself. "I am Count Neo Petal of Harmonia." Before Petal can continue, Henry interrupts. "You're Count Petal." Henry affirms, "I know you've been financially and morally supporting the Liberation Army." Jin, focused on the situation, cuts in. "There's no time for introductions. We need to get away immediately. The creature in the sky is not one they can handle easily." Letting grows suspicious of Jin and demands, "Who are you? Why haven't you introduced yourself properly?" Jin looks at him and asks, "Are you one of James' students?" The group reacts with surprise. "How do you know our teacher and where is he now?" Lennon asked, his voice filled with concern. Jin replied, "James is likely at the location of the giant serpent-like monster." Len and Annie exchanged determined glances. "We need to help him," Annie said firmly. Hay interjected, her tone cautious. "If our elder is struggling with the enemy, our involvement might just get in the way. We should prioritize survival." Jin nodded in agreement and turned to Henry. "Take care of the others," he instructed. Henry, his brow furrowed with worry, asked, "What you plan to do?" "If it's just the two of us, me and Jane, we might be able to manage," Jin answered, his voice steady. "But you need to gather everyone and move as far away from the capital as possible, just in case." Painel, visibly emotional, stepped forward. "Will you be all right?" he asked, his voice shaking. Jin placed a hand on Petal's shoulder and reassured him, "Focus on surviving. Only then can you take responsibility for Harmonia's future." "Thank you, Jin," Petal said, his gratitude sincere. Henry then lifted Petal onto his shoulders. "This isn't the time for emotions," he said sharply. "We need to move now." James sees the basilisk and remarks, 60,000 years ago, it was so massive that it didn't fit within my field of vision." He acknowledges, "Even if it has weakened, it's still not something I can take lightly." The basilisk throws a huge black light attack at James, but James stands unharmed. He transforms himself and says, "I might have to go a little overboard." As he releases black magic, the basilisk wonders, "What is this energy?" It growls again, casting a massive magic circle to trap Jane. Jane pulls out his sword, swings it, and destroys the magic circles. The basilisk growls at him, but Jane uses his sword and Avalon, clashing them. "If that's everything you've got," he says, "then I'm a little disappointed." A huge attack then approaches the basilisk, destroying his body completely and causing it to collapse to the ground. Now in humanized form, the basilisk rises, wondering, "How was the god's blessing that covered my body broken in an instant? And if someone in the human world possesses such power?" Jane sees it and says, "It did not die right away." The basilisk curses him and throws snakes at him. James slices the snakes into pieces by swinging his sword. Then, using Avalon, Jane causes destruction at the sight of the basilisk. After a while, the basilisk emerges from the destruction, realizing it needs to get away. With a snap of its fingers, it forms a dimensional wall, a 9th class space magic. This completely separates the space from the outside world and creates a new dimension. Jane then appears close to the basilisk, who curses him. Jane puts his sword back and says, "Playtime is over now." He uses Flat Flux, a power of 9th class magic, a holy light manifested through an extreme phenomenon created by Black. He then says it would have been a good idea for the basilisk to watch what it says. The basilisk thinks even if Jane has reached the stage of supremacy, it should be impossible for a human to inflict such damage. Jane replies, "You would have still been weaker, even if you had come in that form." Yet it descended with only that amount of power. The basilisk growls, "How dare a mere human look down on me?" Jane asks, "How many times have you died, basilisk?" "At least 300 times to me." The basilisk recognizes him. "Impossible," it says. "Diablo Volpir should still be sealed in the realm of eternity." "Are you saying Diablo changed bodies?" Jane shrugs. "Who knows?" he replies. "I'm just glad you didn't die in one go. You're a close aide to the 12 gods, after all. I'm sure you know the world's secrets." The basilisk responds coldly, "I have nothing to say to you." Jane places his hand on his forehead. "It doesn't matter," he mutters. "Since there's a keyword being cast and I didn't hear it from Pyro, I don't care what happens to you." He then uses the cursing and mind invasion technique. "I'll find out from your brain," James says. As Jane begins to read the basilisk's mind, he soon realizes it is useless. To break through the basilisk's mental defense, he would need to use more ninth-class magic, which would leave him bedridden for several weeks, but he managed to use it, and his situation deteriorated. He then politely asked the basilisk, "Tell me what happened after Diablo Volpir's death and the unrecorded history from 10,000 years ago." As the basilisk began to speak, its body started bursting apart and it was destroyed on the spot. Jane remarked, "The ban extends even this far. Nothing is ever easy." He concluded, "I have no choice now but to hear it from the 12 gods themselves." Even so, he noted that he had still dealt a huge blow to Dryan's forces, and even if Dryan realizes the basilisk is dead, he will not know whether I survived, since the battle occurred within the dimensional walls. Jane reasoned that being cunning despite lacking a clear identity, Dryan would likely retreat for now because of this uncertainty. With a snap of his fingers, Jane left the dimensional wall. As it disappeared, Jin approached him and asked, "What on earth has happened? What was that black thing that just vanished? And where did the snake with white wings go?" Jane, on the verge of collapsing, says, "We should talk later." That he faints. Meanwhile, near Harmonia's castle, Amar, throwing up blood, says, "My connection with the basilisk has been forcibly severed." He wonders aloud, what could have happened? Could it be because of that unknown light? He acknowledges it's powerful, but I doubt it should have been strong enough to recall the basilisk. As he is about to collapse, he mutters, "I don't understand what's going on. But since the high priest will be the one taking responsibility, I'll just return to headquarters." At that moment, Jin arrives and comments, "This is where you work." R recognizes him and asks, "Are you Moonlight's Jin?" Jin replies, "Do you know who I am?" R steps forward, saying, "There's no way you wouldn't know the people who keep interfering with your plans." He identifies Jin as Frontier's swordmaster and Rio's warrior. Jin remarks, "You shouldn't underestimate the Dryan Church's intelligence." Amark replies that in Rio, a swordmaster is called the highest genies and asks what brings him there. Though internally, he begins to think about finding a way to escape. Jin answers, "You don't need to know." R then launches an attack, calling it a shame. Jin draws his sword and calmly says, "There's something I need to correct." In Rio, he clarifies, swordmasters are not called the highest genies. With that, he severs R's head and adds, "The correct term is simply the genies. The highest genies is a level above." He finishes by saying, "I hope those in hell don't confuse the terms." Meanwhile, Jane, lying on the bed, slightly opens his eyes and asks, "Is this the bedroom? How long have I been asleep?" He slowly sits up and thinks, ninth-class magic still puts a heavy toll on me, and because he added additional stress powers to it, the burden increased several times over. He acknowledges that while the power is undeniable, using it multiple times would push his body beyond its limits. He feels relieved that the basilisk descended in a weakened state. He reflects that, thanks to the gods of death, the black mana, which created the monstrance, allowed him to neutralize the basilisk's power. He confirms to himself that the monstrance is effective against divinity, but admits there is still much he does not know. He thinks that if Blackie were awake, he could have easily found the answers. However, since the creation of the monstrance, Blackie has not awakened for 5 years. Annie then enters James' room and asks, "Are you all right? Are you feeling dizzy?" James replies, "I'm fine." She tells him, "I was worried because you've been asleep for 3 days." Jane wonders, what's going on now? She runs outside saying, "I'll bring someone who knows." Soon, everyone arrives. Count Petal expresses relief that Jane is awake. Jane responds, "It was only a deep sleep, so there's no need to worry." Levin says, "I knew you'd wake up quickly." Jane teasingly replies, "Eyes don't say things you don't mean." Haya tells him she is relieved he is fine. Jane apologizes for worrying her, saying it must have been tough looking after the kids. She replies, "Instead, I was the one who received their help." Petal then adds, "Thanks to them, I'm still alive, and thanks, Jane." Jane tells him, someone who will become the future king shouldn't bow his head. He gestures toward Henry and asks, "Wouldn't the liberation soldier behind you agree?" Henry shakes his hand and says, "Jane, you're quite funny," introducing himself and sharing that he received great help from James' students. Jane replies, "It seems they also received help from Henry. As their teacher, I thank you." Jane then says, "I have something to discuss with Count Petal alone. Could the rest of you give us some space?" After they leave, Jane asks Petal, "How do you plan to manage the kingdom?" Petal replies, "I'm still unsure, but first I plan to get rid of all the rotten parts like a purification process." Jane tells him, "Seldom will support Harmonia." Until it returns to its original state, Petal thinks to himself that the moment they receive Seldom's help, Harmonia will be affiliated with them. He is certain Seldom will involve themselves in the nation's affairs. He might even end up becoming Seldom's puppet. Jane then says Seldom will not interfere in Harmonia's affairs. He encourages Petal to do his best, reminding him that this is the reason he revolted. However, he warns if Petal cannot return Harmonia to its former glory, Petal cuts in, saying, "I won't disappoint the savior of our country." Jane extends his hand and asks for Petal's promise. Petal agrees with determination. Afterwards, James sits and remarks to himself, "I should meditate until I recover." At least, that was his intention. But he notes, he's far too popular for that. A knock sounds at the door. James responds, "Stop loitering and come in." Jin opens the door and asks, "Why are you speaking like that? I'm aware you're very young, but you have no respect for your elders." Jane asks why he's suddenly lecturing him. Jin replies, "I'm just joking." Jane notes, "You don't usually joke like that." He pauses and asks, "What's wrong?" Jen explains, "There's something I need to ask. When you were fighting inside the black space with the basilisk, there was a moment of extreme light. What was that?" "It was the greatest energy I've ever seen in my life. It was so overwhelming that I stood in front of it. I would have perished along with the moonlight." Jane tells him it was an incomplete 9th class spell called Flat Lux. Jin repeats, "9th class." He pauses, then adds, "I suspected as much, but I'm still shocked to hear it confirmed." Internally, Jim reflects the supreme rank. It's what all magicians dream of, but it's a domain considered unreachable by humans. Yet Jane Welton seems to have reached it. He says aloud, "I still can't believe it, even after hearing it directly. The world will erupt once the news spreads." Then, pointing out, "But you said it was incomplete." Jane confirms, it was. As the name implies, it's not yet a complete 9th class spell, only a partial version. He asks Jin to keep this secret, explaining that the time to reveal it hasn't come yet. He reflects to himself that throughout history, whenever a magician reached 9th class power on a national level, records about them often vanished, likely influenced by the 12 churches. They seem to fear the rise of another figure like Diablo Volpir, who once brought great turmoil. So this power must remain hidden, he thinks, until I can fully control it and withstand dangers on the level of legendary beings. Jin then asks, "What if the time comes when you have to reveal it?" Jane replies, "If that happens, the consequences could be serious." Jen nods, "I'll be careful." Then Jane asks, "Are you and Han from the same place?" Jin confirms, "Yes, we're both from the Eastern continent." Rio isn't strictly divided between magic and martial skill. Jin continues, "It's a nation rooted in martial traditions, known for its refined and ancient weaponry. Rather than lacking magicians, her focus has always been on mastering traditional combat. They have shamans who cast spells." Jane asks, "Are all warriors in Rio as strong as Jin?" Jin responds, "Of course not. If all warriors were genies, they would have already conquered the lone continent." Jane points out, "It seems sword masters in Rio are called genies." Jin confirms, "That's right. Above the genies, there are supreme genies, followed by the evolutionary realm and the mystic realm." Jane reflects, if a genie is equal to a sword master, then a high genie must be equivalent to a grandmaster. And if Rio even has people stronger than grandmasters, he then asks, does that mean Rio's manpower is quite remarkable? Jin explains, Lone and Rio use different ranking systems. For instance, only 2 supreme genies in Rio are capable of standing against Isis, the head of Frontier, who is a grandmaster. Jane asks, so, does that mean supreme geniuses are equivalent to headmasters who are about to become grandmasters? Jin confirms, that's right. Jane thinks to himself, this reminds me of someone. Though he doesn't remember the name, he recalls a man who was once his comrade, the strongest swordsman. He's certain that the man has surpassed even the evolutionary realm. Jane then asks, is there a swordsman who has reached the evolutionary realm? Jin replies, there is no such thing. The last master to reach the evolutionary realm existed 100 years ago. According to the records, he was the first martial artist to visit Lone, and only his surname was recorded, Jack. James' eyes widen upon hearing this name. He recalls a moment when his comrade asked, are you the magician who has reached the peak? Then he challenged him, introducing himself with the surname Chiak. James remembers now that his name is Junkong. He recalls that even though Junkong fought against Diablo's magic, he was not easily defeated with his sword. Every time James trained, the things Junkong said were a big help. James asks Jin, is the surname Chiak common? Jin replies, they're rare, but they do exist. James thinks to himself, it's fair to say both have the same surname. He tells Jin that he just found out something great and expresses his wish to visit Rio if the opportunity arises. Jin says, when the world becomes peaceful again, I will be James' guide. He then adds, on that note, I want to ask if Jane would like to come with me to Frontier's headquarters. Jane responds, if it's about joining Frontier, I've already declined the offer. Jin says, I'm not recruiting you, but I thought it would be good for you to meet Isis. He stands up and mentions, I'm planning to leave after a week, so let me know before then. James says, I'll think about it. Meanwhile, an informer tells King Freedomore that the revolution in Harmonia has ended successfully. They report all corruption has been removed and state authorities are being sent to interrogate the corrupt officials. The king has been exiled, and Count Neopel is managing the country as a temporary king. King Freedomore comments that the Petal family, with its extensive history, is perfect for the first king of a new nation. He then asks, what has happened to the Drying churches? The informer replies, the churches are not doing anything in particular, but they think other churches might begin to pressure them. Among the 12 churches, there is an unspoken rule. A nation with an established religion can indirectly impact a situation, but cannot directly get involved. Due to the brutality of the Drying Church, which has brought imbalance to the world, the 12 churches are expected to ensure they are properly punished. The king slams his fist on the table and wonders, how much longer will the issues of the human world continue to be dealt with under the rules of the 12 churches? Freedomore then says, despite his frustrations, Jane has done a good job. He acknowledges that Jane was entrusted with a lot of power, but he didn't expect him to handle the situation so well. The informer tells him it was Sir Jane Welton who defeated the Drying Church's forces. The king remarks, Jane is an incredible child. With this, he gained a new ally nation, harmonious, and pressure is applied to the genie's church. The informer then gives a letter saying that a message from Sir Jane Welton has arrived. The king reads the letter, which states that Jane Welton will wander the world to expand his knowledge. Freedomore wonders aloud, Jane is going on a trip, and that is the end of his message. The informer apologizes, saying that is all I received. He then adds, a little note is included, which says that if there is an urgent matter, they should use this to call him. At that moment, a bird arrives, prompting them to wonder as they see it. Harmonia stabilizes very quickly. The corrupt nobles are punished, their assets are confiscated, and the resources are used for the livelihood of the public. The once-starved citizens begin to gain more energy, and the lives of the slaves and the oppressed start to change. It is still not enough, but their hellish conditions begin to improve rapidly. Meanwhile, while dining outside, Lennon observes the surroundings and says to Annie, it feels like a different country. She replies, it has only been a week. Hai adds that she hears Sir Petal has barely slept and that it is a busy time for him. However, he is happy because this corrupt country is starting to become normal again. Then, Henry appears in a commander's uniform and greets Miss Hira and the kids. Annie, he says, I heard you were appointed commander of the Capitol Guards due to your contributions to the revolution. Hai comments, you look much better than before. Henry replies, I'm still not used to it. When someone calls for him, he says, I'm busy and need to go, then bids them goodbye, adding, we'll meet again next time. James slightly approaches them and asks, what are you doing here? His sudden presence startles them. He explains, we were just taking a walk and exploring the streets. James notes, a lot has changed over the past week. He then asks, why aren't you at the castle? How did you know where we were? James says, I have something to tell you. I've chosen my next destination. I'll go to Frontier's headquarters with Jin. His disciples immediately begin pleading to go with him. James refuses and, with a magic flick, throws them away. Despite that, they continue pleading. Jane then tells Haya, I'm leaving the kids in your care. She asks, how long will you be gone? Jane replies, at least a month, but if I stay longer, it could be over a year. She notes, the children will be greatly affected by their teacher's absence. Jane confidently responds, you should guide them from time to time. You're skilled enough to have your own students. Turning to his students, James explains, this trip is very important, so I can't take you with me. Annie tries to protest, but Legan stops her, saying, give it up. He then tells James, I already know I won't be going with you. Just be careful. We'll master what you taught us before you return. James mocks him. The serious tone doesn't suit you. Lennon insists, I'm serious. James says, I trust you'll do well. Annie wishes him a safe trip, and Lennon reminds him, don't forget our souvenirs. James replies that of course he won't. Then he says they'll be parting ways for a little while. As they prepare to leave Harmonia, Jin asks, have you said your goodbyes? James says he has, then asks, where is the headquarters? Jin explains it's in one of the 6 restricted zones in Baraxis, north of the Jade region's Great Forest, near the largest temple in the northernmost area. No humans have lived there for ages, so the place is overgrown with poisonous plants and inhabited by dangerous creatures. James asks, is Isis there? Jin replies, no, not at the moment. He adds, actually, Isis and Barl were in Harmonia 2 weeks ago. They had something to take care of and left. James asks, what if I go to the headquarters and still can't meet her? Jin says, I doubt that'll happen. They'll probably arrive before we do. He pauses, then suggests, it might be best to travel a world for a while. Take your time. Meanwhile, on Eco Mountain, a group of children is playing nearby while a young boy tries to shield his little sister from their mischief. They mock him, saying they heard he waits every day for a father who abandoned him. Rumors claim that their father was a famous scammer. They both move from there, and the little boy thinks to himself that he needs to become an adult quickly. Only then can he leave the village. On their way through a village, Jin tells Jane that they will stay there for the night. He heads to a restaurant and asks the man at the counter to arrange 2 rooms for them. The man calls over a girl named Nova and instructs her to guide the guests. She agrees and will take them to the 2nd floor. Later, while eating at the restaurant, Jane comments to Jin, "You're quite interesting, especially for carrying around a mask that lets you eat while wearing it." Jin replies, "It doesn't matter whether I wear the mask or not." Jane tells him, "Wear it as much as you want." Just then, he hears some nearby customers gossiping about Curse. A man says the village became strange after a woman and her 2 kids arrived. They say they need to be driven out. A girl responds, "It's just speculation. Do you really think those people are the cause?" The man warns that he can't judge someone by appearances, mentioning dark magicians. Hearing this, James coughs and accidentally spits out his drink in Jin's face. He quickly apologizes. Jin wipes his face and asks Nova for a beer. As she begins to serve him, she turns to James and asks, "Would you like anything?" James declines but points out the people nearby are talking about Curse. What's that about? Nova explains, a few months ago, a mother and her children came to the village. After that, a spirit began appearing. The villagers blamed the newcomers and chased them out, but the spirit didn't disappear. Now there's a rumor that the village is cursed and travelers avoid it. Jin comments, "Fascinating." Nova moves away and says, "In any case, we shouldn't stay in the village too long. No one knows what might happen." James thinks about the spirit and the cursed family. That night, while in his room, he says to himself, "I should go and check it out." Closing his eyes, he adds, "If there really is a spirit, it cannot escape his energy sense." He then senses it in the area and realizes that it is true. As he comes out secretly, he notes that the energy is thick, dark, and cold. He concludes that it is not an ordinary graveyard. He reasons that there is only one reason for a spontaneous spirit to possess such dark and cold energy, when it becomes an evil spirit intending to harm humans. However, despite its dark energy, he can barely feel any malice, which he finds abnormal. He notices a gathering of dark energy in a particular direction. As he follows it, he states with certainty, a necromancer must be involved. Upon finding the source, he tries to bind it with his power and commands, "Take me to your master." But he is surprised when it resists his power, thinking that modern necromancers are supposed to be incompetent. James declares a stronger power will always be defeated by a stronger one, then uses his magic rebellion against divinity and binds the spirit with chains, commanding it to come to him. As the spirit approaches, James comments, "It's quite skilled." He then reminds it, "I am the one who created necromancy. You cannot defy me." Suddenly, the spirit cancels the subordination spell, taking away its power of submission. James realizes it has also canceled the rebellion against divinity spell. He deduces that this is only possible under one condition, overwhelming loyalty. He steps back, intrigued, and says, "Interesting. I need to tell Jin we should stay a couple more nights." The next morning, a boy enters the shop. The shopkeeper recognizes him and asks, "2 portions today as well?" Fabian replies, "Give me 3 today." The shopkeeper agrees, saying, "I'll get ready." Fabian hands over the money, wondering, will this last us a week? 2 locals enter the shop and recognize him. One says, "I'm so annoyed we can't go out at night because of you." Another adds, "Why do law-abiding people have to suffer because of your family?" Fabian shouts back, "My family is not cursed." One of the men punches him and grabs him by the collar. "How dare you scream at us?" he demands. He then suggests, "Let's check if the curse will lift by killing him." Fabian pleads for help as the man begins punching him again. "No one will help a possessed boy," the man sneers. At that moment, James arrives and catches the man's fist. "You shouldn't be doing that to our child," he says firmly. Tightening his grip, he throws the man away, knocking both aggressors down. James looks around, frowning. "It was too noisy in the morning," he mutters. "Did you pay a deposit for this place or something?" He adds, "People who harass children need to be put in their place." James then casts pain magic, causing both men to faint. Fabian, shaken, thanks him. "Thank you for saving me." James eyes him curiously, wondering, is this one of the children from the rumors? Finding you just got easier. He then asks, "Can I see your face?" After healing his wounds, James smiles gently. "I'm a priest sent by the church. I'm supposed to help those in danger." Handing his hat to the boy, James continues, "It seems like your family has been misunderstood. Can I help you?" Fabian then takes James with him, leading the way through the graveyard. James wonders at the dense dark energy in the area, yet a human is living there. Arriving at the house, Fabian says, "We're here," and invites James to come in. James runs to his mother and sister, calling out, "I'm home." His mother, Irina, asks, "Are you back?" Fabian responds, "We have a guest, a priest, who claims he will eradicate the village spirit." Irina asks in surprise, "Is that true?" She then greets the guest. James introduces himself, "I'm Ricky from the Pyro Church." Irina turns to Fabian and asks, "How did you bring someone to such a lowly place?" Fibian says Jane is the real deal. He healed all my injuries, even ones from being hit by rocks several days ago. Arena expresses her surprise and gratitude to Jane. I heard it costs a lot of money to receive treatment from the church, yet you used such valuable power for us. Jane replies, it was nothing. I only acted according to the goddess's will, fish to show mercy to others. Internally, he thinks that this is so humiliating. He then brings up the rumor that the source of the village spirit is this house and asks, can you confirm it? Arena tells Fibian and Fiona, give them some space. The adults need to talk. After closing the door, she brings out a box, opens it, and shows a rosary she received from a priest before coming to the village. She explains, the priest told me this would protect my family from evil spirits. James senses an unknown divine power coming from the rosary. She then confirms the rumor is true. James asks, why is a priest chasing you? Arena responds, I don't know the exact reason, but I assume it's connected to the children's father. He was the knight commander of the Siltio kingdom. During a coup d'etat, my husband was murdered while protecting the kingdom. 3 years ago, in the Siltio kingdom, the king passed away due to illness. To claim the empty throne, the lowest-ranking prince initiated a coup d'etat. The prince succeeded, abandoning the imperial furnace. Creates a new one for himself and begins his reign as the new king. James says, I think that is the reason. He considers that the Siltio kingdom lies in the far western region of the Alicia continent, quite far from the village, which is located in the northern region. He questions internally whether there is truly a reason for them to chase after a powerless woman and her young children, even if they are the family of the former commander. James then tells Arena, I will head back after collecting the seeds. Thank you for telling me your story. He calls it an unfortunate situation and assures her, I will set them free. When she asks what they have to do, he responds, you need to act as bait so I can catch the spirit. They then see him off, expressing their gratitude, saying, we will be in your care. James tells them, don't worry too much. Fibian thanks Jane for healing his injuries and for catching the spirit. Jane replies, you're welcome. As the oldest, you must protect your family and don't come outside. No matter what happens that day, standing at the top and observing the village, Jane thinks that the rosary's power seems to affect the area within 300 meters of Fibian's house. He reflects that the black mana and dark magic, created by Diablo, the seeds he spread in his past life, still remain in various places across the world. He is unsure if it is possible to collect all of them, but believes that if he retrieves each one slowly, he will eventually gather them all. He then wonders if he should attack first. Considering that the enemy likely cannot use his powers at the moment, he activates his rebellion against Divinity's door. Through the enhanced power of rebellion against Divinity, he summons forth Azard, Raza, and Esther. Jane notices their expressions and asks, why are you just staring? Your master has summoned you. Esther responds, he is excited because it has been a while since he came here. 5 years ago, Esther was the killer from the organization that supplied Apis Ext, an illegal drug in the magical world, when he was alive. Jane threw him into the rebellion against Divinity's door. After his death, he became one of Jane's undead. Jane then assigned them a mission, instructing them to watch and see if any undead appeared in the area. Azard commented, I detect a strange smell. As Jane began to leave, Raza asked, where are you going? Jane replied, my presence might prevent the spirits from appearing. I plan to move away from here, so the spirits can feel safe. They bowed before him, saying they understood. If we find any trace, we will send a signal right away. Jane disappeared, telling them, call for me if you need me. Meanwhile, Jin sat in the restaurant, looking out through the window. He thought that the dark energy was quite thick and that he could feel the energy of the dead. He placed his cup on the table and believed it should be fine since James said he would handle it. Nova came over and asked, would you like more beer? He refused and then asked her, how long have you been here? She replied, it's been about 2 years. Jin noted it internally that although all the villagers were unwell due to the influence of the dark energy, this girl seems different. As he stands, he tells her, I understand. You can go now. Nova, slightly confused, says, I thought you were about to give me an order, but leaves. Outside, the 3 summoned undead, Azard, Raza, and Esther, stand alert. Azard comments, the dark energy has thickened. I wonder if everyone will be all right. Raza explains, Master cast a sleeping spell on them, so they should be fine. He then adds, but Master is not responding to my call. As then announces, the spirits have appeared. Azard questions, why are vengeful spirits manifesting at this early stage? If a necromancer were controlling them, they shouldn't be this stable. Esther says, it doesn't matter. We just need to kill them. Raza agrees, make sure the spirits don't get close to the house before killing them all. As he moves forward, he excitedly yells, it's slaughter time. Elsewhere, James stands before a death knight and admits, I've been completely fooled. He realizes the true cause behind the incident is naturally a resin death knight. A powerful, high-ranking undead, Jane begins to wonder why this Death Knight is targeting Fabian's family. He also acknowledges that resolving this quietly will be difficult. Pointing his sword at the knight, Jane demands, "Why have you come?" He notes, "Your true objective lies elsewhere." As he pours magic into his sword, he warns, "If there is no answer, I'll have to demonstrate my strength." The Death Knight replies, "All who stand in my way shall die." As the knight leaps toward him, Jane recognizes the black mana. He dodges the attack and smirks, saying, "Interesting, I'll make it mine." Jane realizes that the Death Knight's skill involves controlling black mana and that her swordsmanship is at the level of an expert. As he begins to charge, she retreats and summons more Death Knights. Jane notes she seems to have many allies. Using Divine Explosion, he states it suits those who were already dead. He casts the spell, causing the undead to vanish. The Death Knight appears surprised. Jane remarks, "Such low-ranking undead cannot harm me." He says he initially thought she was experienced, but now understands that she is not a vengeful spirit who built up power over time. Instead, she gained strength from his black mana and became a powerful undead. Jane casts magic chains toward her, but the Death Knight cuts through them with her sword. As he leaps to strike, he notes that she is skilled, but still a young undead who recently entered this world. However, she avoids his attack. Jane compliments her move and then uses Avalon when she tries to slash at him. He narrowly dodges and comments, "When fighting a battle mage, it's necessary to account for variables." He then shatters her helmet using magic, revealing her face. She is about to collapse and tells him, "Do not interfere with the command." Jane thinks that although she is a high-ranking undead Death Knight who should be fully aware, she behaves like a recently formed vengeful spirit. He eyes her sword and decides that he only needs to train her. He tells her, "Stop wandering and troubling the living." And to come to him, he casts magic to absorb her. But then, a powerful energy bursts from her as she insists on carrying out the command. In the memories within Siltio Castle, commanders battle against the coup d'etat forces. Volvo's Crayon holds a child and orders the commanders to use any means necessary to evacuate the Crown Prince's son. Libert Powell, the vice commander, tells him that it would be better to abandon such a foolish dream. He informs him that the fourth prince has already beheaded the Crown Prince and that the coup has succeeded. Libert adds that if Crayon hands over the Crown Prince's son, his life will be spared. Crayon asks, "Vice Commander Libert, do you truly intend to kill a newborn baby?" He believes that with the Crown Prince dead, his son is the only heir remaining and must be protected to preserve the royal bloodline. He then orders a girl named Bianca, also a commander, to protect the child at all costs, saying, "He is the sole heir to the nation's future." Libert shouts at Crayon, "Don't do anything foolish." Crayon blocks Leader's sword and commands Bianca to take the child to his wife and inform her of all that has happened in the castle. Bianca hesitates, saying, "I can't be the only one to run away." Crayon insists, "Follow your commander's orders." She agrees, vowing to carry out his command. Bianca escapes through a window and runs, thinking that she must reach the Crayon estate and deliver the message. However, an arrow pierces her body, causing her to fall. Another arrow strikes and kills the baby. She reaches toward the child, whispering, "I need to fulfill the command." Dark energy emerges from Siltio Castle and flows toward Bianca's corpse. She rises again as an undead knight. She captures the baby's energy in a locket and repeats, "I must carry out the command." After going through her memories, James says she didn't intend to harm Fabian's family. He thinks that Bianca's desperation had awakened the first black mana, but her obsession with the command she received is too overpowering. He realizes that if she's left in this state, she will eventually lose all rationality and become a monstrous spirit. He then declares that he will avenge her. Meanwhile, James' summoned spirits continue battling the undead. James then brings Bianca to Fabian's house and tells her to complete the command she received. "The one you need to meet is inside," he says. Bianca knocks on the door and announces herself, "I am Imperial Knight Bianca Eder, here under Commander Crayon's orders." Arena opens the door, recognizes Bianca, and asks, "How did you know we were here?" Bianca replies, "My husband and his comrades are currently fighting to stop the coup inside the castle. I instruct you to take the Crown Prince's son and flee. A time will come to rebuild." Arena, confused, asks, "What do you mean?" "The coup happened years ago." James' voice is heard, except what Bianca is saying. The vengeful spirit of Bianca stands before her and needs to be allowed to rest in peace. Arena then asks, "Did you come all the way from the castle just to entrust the Crown Prince's son to me?" Bianca confirms, saying she just fought the enemy and followed her commander's orders to come here. Arena embraces her and tells her she did well. Bianca begins to cry, saying, "I left the commander and my comrades behind. I came alone." Arena reassures her, "It's all right. They would understand." She urges Bianca to rest because everyone will be waiting for her. Bianca sobs and apologizes, admitting, "I failed to protect the commander. He died on the way. I made your life difficult." With that, she disappears. The undead that James' summoners are fighting disappear as well. Esther receives James' message in which he instructs them to remain on standby until he finishes cleaning up the situation. James then turns to Miss Arena and commends her. "You did a good job." Arena asks James, "Did you know all along that Bianca's soul was the one tormenting my family?" James replies, "I hadn't known initially, but I stumbled upon the truth by coincidence. That led me to your home." Arena reflects on the fact that Bianca must have kept dreaming of an impossible future, and imagines how hellish each day must have been for her. Yet she admits she feels a little envious. Bianca didn't have to witness her country's fall, her family's death, or her enemy sitting on the throne. Arena thinks that Bianca's night year ended today while she herself lost her husband and her homeland. Yet she continues to live in this horrific world. She wonders aloud if by dying, she too would be able to rest. Death is futile, James tells her. Nothing remains afterward, only lingering regrets. Arena replies, "You speak as if you've already experienced it." Just then, her children rush in and hug her, crying. She embraces them tightly, assuring them, "I'm not going anywhere. I could never leave you behind." James quietly thinks that he should give them some space. As he turns to leave, his eyes fall upon Bianca's locket. James then returns to his summoners, who observe, "It seems like the issue has been resolved." James confirms it, adding it was actually a sad situation, with a snap of his fingers. He summons them back into the rebellion against Divinity's door, telling them, "You did a good job. You can rest now." Holding Bianca's necklace, James remarks, "I thought she would ascend." As the locket begins to glow, Bianca appears above. James asks her, "Why are you still in the world of the living? Have you not fulfilled all your regrets?" Bianca lands and explains, "There's still something I must do. If I return now, I wouldn't be able to face my fallen comrades." She continues, "The ones who are comfortably living in Cilio Castle will soon be shown what hell truly is." Seeing Bianca's determination and the black moaner radiating from her, James wonders, "Do you realize that the energy you hold is enough to start a war?" James thinks to himself, "Such immature thinking cannot be allowed to run free in the world." He adds, "If the 12 gods discover your existence, you'll be subjugated by the holy knights before you ever reach the castle." Bianca replies, "It doesn't matter as long as I can pierce their hearts with my sword." James tells her, "Join me. I will make sure you get your revenge." At that moment, Bianca senses a vast and powerful energy from him. She hesitates, thinking she cannot ally with someone who uses evil powers. James looks at her and says, "I am not a dark magician as you assume." Bianca furrows her brow. "What do you mean?" James reveals the pyro symbol and asks, "Do you recognize it?" She looks at it and responds, "The symbol belongs to Pyro." Suddenly, memories of their fight flood her mind and she realizes he used divine power. A sharp pain stabs through her as the Pyro sign glows. James watches her closely. "I am the saint of Pyro." Bianca's eyes widen in disbelief. A saint. But a dark magician is the enemy of mankind. If someone could be so wicked, a god saint. James nods slightly. "The power I wield is different from that of ordinary people. The power you now possess originally belonged to me." Bianca's thoughts race. She wonders why the black mana within her is resonating with him. James gives her a steady look. "Now choose. Will you join me, or will you leave?" She hesitates, a weight of the decision pressing on her. If this is her last chance, it may also mean avenging her comrades. She is willing to join forces with devils. She then declares that she will make a contract with him. James smiles and says the contract has been settled. She declares that she will serve him as her liege and pledges her loyalty. James draws his sword and points it toward her, saying he appoints her as his knight. She affirms that she will devote her allegiance to him. James sends Bianca through the doors of rebellion against divinity. Deciding that Raza will fill her in, he thinks the Phibian family should feel calmer now. Meanwhile, Arena tells her children that she should do her best so they can eat and wear what they want. James, standing outside her home and hearing this, thinks she is determined to live and rely on her children. He reflects that perhaps because he knows what the warmth of a family feels like, it makes him want to help them, though he still cannot get used to these feelings. He calls out to her. When she opens the door, she asks where he went, saying she wanted to thank him, but was flustered when he disappeared. He replies that he had something he needed to do. So he left for a moment. She then presented a necklace to him. "It's not much," she explained, "but it was a gift from my husband. Since you've given me such great help, I wanted to offer something in return." James looked at the necklace, then asked, "Do you really want to give me such a precious gift? You should keep it and pass it down to your children in the future." Instead, he added, "I would prefer the rosary you showed me earlier." She agreed, saying, "If that's what you want, I'll give it to you." James took the rosary and thanked her. We should go to Harmonia, James said, handing her a letter. If you show this to Commander Henry in the capital, he will find you a place to stay. Arena looked at the letter and asked, why would the commander do that? James smiled slightly. We know each other. Arena then hesitated and asked, may I know your real name? Jane realized she had caught on and told her, it's James. With that, he disappeared. As he walked, he muttered to himself, I've been doing many good deeds recently. He looked at the rosary in his hands, wondering whose divinity is contained in this. The divine energy felt too weak to identify. He admits he cannot distinguish many of the 12 gods' divinities and has not had many chances to encounter others beyond them. He then breaks the rosary, saying, I'll figure it out if I analyze it. A strange energy appears and he wonders, did I unconsciously exude black mana? Realizing the energy is not from any of the 12 gods, he begins to wonder, is there a 13th god I have never known about? James tells himself, I should calm down and think about whose divine power this belongs to. The first thought that comes to his mind is the old gods from before Diablo's time. However, he considers none should exist as they were wiped out when the 12 gods took control of the world. He concludes that what is more likely is the birth of a new god. He thinks about asking Foe, but decides the risk is too great. Then he considers Isis, the leader of the frontier, someone closest to the world's secrets. She might know something. He tells himself, sleep for now, as he looks toward the door of heaven. Divinity. Azard attacks Bianca, who swiftly dodges him. He questions, why are you so fast? Bianca smirks and replies, you're nothing but all talk. Your skills are a joke. Raisin notices Esther lying collapsed nearby, her form unmoving. As Azard unleashes another attack, Bianca dodges once more. She counters with a punch, sending him crashing to the ground. She looks down at him, unimpressed. You can't even put a wrinkle in my clothes with that. Turning to Raza, she asks, are you going to challenge me too? Raza responds, the result is obvious. If the others have already lost, there's no reason to waste time fighting. Jane, observing the scene, mutters to himself. He had only planned to stay for a second before heading back, but the situation surprises him. There seems to be no one who can match Bianca. He lands and comments, even the great Raza can be shocked. Jane looks around and asks, have you all introduced yourselves? Raza answers, there was no time. Jane nods. Well, since it's come to this, we should do it now. He gestures to Raza. This is Raza, commander of the undead army and beyond. He then points to Eder, and this is our new family member. He suggests that the commander greet her. Then, Bianca and Raza shake hands and greet each other. Jane notices the undead army and remarks, the army has many regions that are disorganized and not in a state where I can easily increase the number of soldiers. He tells Raza and Bianca, you both have important roles. Manage the undead soldiers well. Jane then asks, where is Nero? Raza responds, I'm not sure. Neo hasn't been seen for a few days. Jane reflects, Nero became an undead after committing all kinds of evil deeds while serving as a school director. Since he is an independent force, I assume he's probably training alone somewhere in Heavenly Defiance Village. Jane tells Raza, when Nero returns, introduce him to Bianca. I trust her to handle it well. Bianca replies, don't worry. Jane mutters, I'm more worried about the others. He then teleports back to his room and decides to get some rest. But as he reaches the door, he senses someone standing outside. He asks who it is. Nilva appears and says, it's me. Jane asks, why are you here so late? She replies, I have a favor to ask. Can you return the rosary? Jane thinks to himself, the person connected to the 13th divine power has shown up like this. He then says we should talk outside and teleports them both out. Jane holds up the rosary and asks, is this the one you're referring to? She confirms, saying yes, and adds, I would be grateful if you returned it. Jane replies, I don't want to. She responds, this will be troublesome for me. Jane then asks, who are you? She transforms into a man, and Jane is surprised by the change. The man greets Jane and says, I am Nirvana, one of Gormengander's armor. Jane, taken aback, reflects on the sudden appearance. In the past, a girl Diablo's familiar is seen. Gormengander is collecting a man's blood in a container using suction tubes. The man warns her, don't go overboard. He asks, do you intend to ruin all our plans? Jorvungander, expressing impatience, says, I have endured tens of thousands of years just to meet you again. I can't wait any longer. The man, feeling anxious since the reincarnation appeared in Harmonia Kingdom, reminds her, you must understand the hardship of protecting Diablo all this time. Please endure just a little longer to avoid being discovered by the 12 gods. Back in the present, Jane asks, are you truly an Ormer? Nirvana confirms, I am. Ormer is a title given to Gormengander's subordinates, meaning snake. Jane thinks to himself, Nirvana is not lying. The infinite form ability he uses was indeed one I once gave to Jorvungander. It's a formidable power that allows complete transformation into any existing form in the world, something even the 12 gods are wary of. Jane then asks, "What's going on? Where is Gorman-Gander?" Nirvana replies, "I cannot reveal that. Any contact between you and Gorman-Gander would ruin our plans. Instead, I offer my head as a gesture of apology." Jane asked about the rosary and whether it was made by Gander. Nirvana confirms this and adds, "It was made using the divine power of Diablo Volpir, Jane's own black mana." Jane thinks to himself, its true divine light was created at the peak of black mana, so it isn't impossible. Nirvana explains further, saying, "Fragments of Diablo's power are currently being scattered across the continent. We managed to get hold of one of those fragments and succeeded in converting it into divine power." Jane asked, "Is that how you created divine power?" He reflects, if Blackie, one of the 3 great familiars, is capable of creating light from black mana, then creating divine power isn't out of the question. He then asked Nirvana, "How did you know that?" Nirvana explains, "The moment Blackie created divine light, a resonance occurred with our side. I assume it happened because both originate from the same source." Jane acknowledges, "Since both Blackie and Gorman-Gander's power stem from my black mana, it makes sense." He then asks one more question. Has Gander created a religion? He reasons that divine power can only exist if there are believers in faith. Although it might not be comparable to the 12 gods, a large number of believers would still be needed to sustain such divine power. Nirvana responds, "I cannot reveal that. Miss Gorman-Gander will explain everything herself in time." Jane then hands over the rosary and says, "Tell Gorman-Gander that I want to see her soon." Nirvana bows and says, "I will see you again," then disappears. Jane stands alone and says, "Whether it was in my past life or this one, I still don't understand what Gander is thinking. No, perhaps it's my obsession with killing the 12 gods that has kept me from trying to understand those children's feelings. Once everything is over, I should take the time to care for them more." The next morning, Jin approaches Jane and remarks, "It seems everything has been settled." Jane replies, "It is being perfectly dealt with." As they set out on their journey, Fabian calls out to Jane from behind. Jane asks, "What do you need so early in the morning?" Fabian, panting, says, "I'm glad I wasn't late." He hands Jane a pouch of coins and adds, "This is the money I've been saving over the years. I'm thankful for you saving my family." Jane mocks him, saying, "Your labor usually starts at gold." Fabian replies, "I don't have much." Jane tells him, "Forget the money. Just work hard for your family from now on." He adds, "I'll come back to receive payment when you become a man." Jane turns, waves, and says, "I'm going now." Jin comments, "You're pretending to be cool in front of a child." Jane replies, "I've always been a cool guy." As they walk away, Fabian shouts, "You have to promise to visit again. I swear I'll pay you back as a cool man." In the north of the Orishia continent, within the Ilko Mountains, a murderer named Kenji, with a strange arm embedded as a weapon, runs while being chased by soldiers. As he flees, he wonders why things have come to this. He thinks he doesn't have much energy left to keep running. Kenji stops at a point and tells himself he still can't give up. He then lets out a loud scream and spreads his demonic arm, waving it around. "I am going to survive," he declares. Meanwhile, on Mount Bavos, within the Hela Mountains, Jin and Jane sit around a fire. Jane asks, "Why are we traveling through these mountains when going through the Vaughn Kingdom would be much easier?" Jin replies, "I wouldn't be able to pass through their screening. I don't have an identity." Jane thinks for a moment. Now that he considers it, Jin does seem more uncivilized compared to Han, based on his behavior. He then asks, "What's your relationship with Han?" Jin responds, "I'm not very close to him. Though we're from the same place, our statuses were different. If put in local terms, Han was a noble, while I was a slave. Since I was good at fighting, I was lucky enough to be noticed by the general and became a free citizen after proving my worth. While living as a slave under him, Han's birth remained his foundation. Despite gaining his freedom, he still faced great discrimination. Though it might have seemed like Han wanted to be close to him, from his perspective, it felt very uncomfortable. James said it makes sense why he would not be close to Han. In any case, he mentions that this situation makes him want to just fly over. Jim replies, "You can't. The area is a monozone." The monozone is a transparent wall that divides countries. It serves as a barrier to prevent conflicts between nations. When magic use is detected near it, both bordering countries interpret it as an act of aggression and take action to trace it. Moreover, to monitor the human world's movements, the monozone was actually erected by dragons. James thinks that if he recklessly breaks through the monozone, it could provoke the dragons into action, which would be highly troublesome. Still, he finds a relief that the dragons do not manage the wall directly. As long as someone like the Black Mage Kenem does not appear, the dragons won't have a reason to enter the human world. Since it is forbidden for dragons under the dragon god Brahman to interfere in the domain of another god, they remain uninvolved. Jane then suggests we should get some sleep and leave in the morning. Just then, they hear a scream and become alert. Jin remarks, I felt it too. There's definitely something out there. Bloodbringer, known as the one who takes blood, is a demon sword that spread a horrific nightmare throughout the entire Luro Mountains 100 years ago. Kenji's discovery of it happens entirely by chance. Kenji was once the headmaster of a small orphanage, a warm-hearted man who treated abandoned children as if they were his own. To gather the funds needed to run the orphanage, he began accepting dangerous missions and gradually rose to fame as an extraordinary mercenary. However, everything begins to change the day an old man comes to meet Kenji. The old man tells Kenji that he has come to meet him after hearing about his reputation as a skilled mercenary. He explains that he has a commission to retrieve a medicinal herb that only grows in a specific forest. Though the forest is vast and difficult to search, he is determined. While in the forest, Kenji notices a weapon stabbed into a tree. It's calling to me, he thinks, reaching out to grab it. As soon as he does, branches wrap around him, and he cries out in pain. When he regains consciousness, a demon sword is attached to his right arm. He is surrounded by the corpses of numerous monsters. From that moment on, the sword begins to crave blood relentlessly. The bloodlust intensifies, and Kenji starts losing control. Eventually, he ends up killing the son of the lord who governs the Luro Mountains. Now hiding behind a tree, Kenji thinks that maybe dying would be easier, but he then remembers the faces of his orphaned children. I can't give up yet, he tells himself. I must live, at least until the children are able to survive on their own. I can't afford to be caught or killed. With resolve, he starts to move again. He regrets not being able to thank those who helped him. In order not to harm them, he believes it was right to leave. He also knows he must stay alert. He has no idea when the next search party will come. Meanwhile, Hilder, the commander of the pursuers and a high-ranking expert knight, orders his soldiers to keep searching. Our target couldn't have gotten far, he states. As he scans the area, something catches his eye. He wonders aloud, had there always been such a large cave nearby? Confirming it, he remarks, there really is an enormous cave here. He suspects that the fugitive might be hiding inside. Deciding to investigate, he steps in. As he enters, he notes how overwhelmingly vast the cave is, but then the ground beneath him begins to tremble and shatter. Confused, he wonders, is it an earthquake? Then a deep voice echoes, how dare you cause trouble in the land of its owner? Fear sets in as Hilda realizes what he's hearing. If it is a dragon, his fear becomes reality. The creature swiftly annihilates him. The being is Cyros, the red dragon known as the strongest species on Earth. He coldly remarks, Hilder was simply an unlucky insect, stirring chaos in my domain the very moment he awakened. Cyros then senses something unusual among the intruders. There is one human who isn't like the rest. In fact, one of the two carries considerable strength. With a grin, he shifts into his humanoid form and mutters to himself. The beginning of this act promises to be quite interesting. Meanwhile, Jin feels the oppressive wave of murderous energy flooding the mountain and is visibly shaken. He grips James' arm tightly and says, it's the first time I've ever felt such thick murderous intent. Whatever is happening, we need to flee immediately. But Jang shakes his head. We can't run. Our opponent is a dragon. Jin, bewildered, asks, why does no one seem to know about a dragon being here? Kame explains, dragons each have unique temperaments. It's likely this one has cast perception incongruity magic over the area. Concealing its presence from the outside world, Jin mentions moonlight resonance as a potential method of escape. His abilities grow significantly stronger under moonlight, and combined with his tracking skills, it might be their best option. However, Jay responds, while moonlight resonance is indeed powerful, it won't work here. We're already inside the dragon's domain, and escaping from within it is nearly impossible. Jin then voices the most urgent concern. If it's a blue or white dragon, we might still stand a chance. But if it's black or red, we could be in serious danger. Jay nods solemnly. Judging by the strength of this aura, if it turns out to be an ancient dragon, we may have no option but to confront it. Jin silently hopes it's a younger one, because otherwise their survival is uncertain. Meanwhile, Kenji is running for his life, determined to escape and protect the children. He remembers those who once saved him and wonders, if that powerful magician is still around, maybe they can help remove this cursed sword from me. Cyrus notices him and comments to himself, I wonder what that was, rivers of blood. Upon seeing Cyrus, Kenji wonders, is he one of the pursuers? Cyrus remarks, it's merely an insect with an interesting attachment. He observes, it appears you've been devoured by a demon sword. He throws some sort of magic at Kenji and adds, the sword is like a parasite. It will do whatever it takes to take over the host's body. Kenji collapses to the ground, struggling to hold on. He insists to himself, I can't give up my body. Cyrus acknowledges, for an insect, you have strong willpower. But he warns, if the output increases, you're finished. At that moment, the demonic sword completely takes over Kenji's body. Cyrus notes, this must be the first time it's fully taken control. It likely wants to test its strength. He understands the sentiment but warns, be careful when choosing your opponents. Kenji, about to attack him, is stopped as Cyrus shatters his weapon into pieces. Cyrus commends him, I admire your courage for daring to attack me, but says that it will be the last time he does so. Fearlessly, he won't forgive a second time. As Kenji growls under the sword's control, Kairos instructs him to go and kill the insects, which creates chaos in his domain. He mentions that among them there are some who are not insects, and if Kenji kills them, too, he will be rewarded. He commands him to go and wreak havoc as a bloodthirsty beast. Jane tells Jin that they now have one more enemy besides the dragon. He rushes forward, adding that it seems Kenji wants to repay their kindness with revenge. Just as Kenji begins slaughtering the knights, Jane appears behind him and says, I have been suspicious from the beginning, but now it is clear you have been committing horrific deeds. He remarks on the betrayal, noting how Kenji repays kindness with destruction. Then he senses the dragon's presence drawing near. Jin says, I will be the one to kill Kenji, explaining that since they were the ones who saved him, it is his responsibility to ensure the dead receive honor. Jane responds, I will go look for survivors. Kenji, seeing them, remarks that Jin is one of the people who are not insects. Jin draws his sword and says, I don't know what you mean, but I will send you off painlessly as an act of mercy. He swings his sword, slashing at Kenji's neck, adding, I caught it nicely so that there would be no pain. However, Jin notices the blood from the wound beginning to gather and his neck healing. Kenji then declares, I will destroy the world. Meanwhile, James searches for survivors but finds only corpses. He wonders where the presence he felt earlier has gone. At that moment, Cyrus appears behind him and comments, you seem relaxed. A decent insect. Jane wonders if this is the red dragon. Cyrus asks, did you know I was coming? Jane replies, anyone can feel the excitement that radiates from a dragon. Cyrus chuckles, you're quite arrogant. Jane retorts, maybe you've just grown out of the adult phase. Cyrus laughs and asks, is a mere human trying to speculate about the level of power I wield? Jane then states that he thinks Chiros is close to 3,000 years old. Chiros throws the spell destruction at Jane, who immediately recognizes that it is cast using dragon language. Jane knows that dragon language is one of the two weapons a dragon possesses and is among the strongest language-type spells. It is an absolute manipulation spell, permitted to be used only by dragons. Jane then asks Cyrus what the spell is and remarks that he must be about 2,700 years old. Cyrus appears surprised upon hearing this. Jane explains that dragon language is a power that strengthens with age, but since the spell is only this strong, it's obvious how old Kairos is. Jane then activates his perfect cell technique. The moment it is activated, the user becomes immune to all diseases and curses. Upon seeing Jane in this state, Cyrus clenches his teeth. Jane tells him that they should head to his battlefield, declaring that either he will die or Cyrus will. He then opens the Grand. Meanwhile, Jin is struggling against Kenji's ambush attack. He realizes that Kenji can manipulate blood and has awakened an exhausting power. Jin considers that if Kenji can control his opponent's blood, dragging out the fight will put him at a disadvantage. Standing firm, Jin concludes that it must become a battle of speed. He slashes Kenji with his half-moon slice technique, cutting him in half from the shoulders. As he does so, he discovers a core from which the bloodlines originate. Jin wonders, who could have created such an evil thing? As he prepares to use his moonlight stamp against Kenji, Jin notices that Kenji has regenerated. Worse yet, he has even copied his form. Jin mutters, if Jane Welton were here, maybe he ran into the dragon or something. He wonders, why is Jane so late? In Gria, Cyrus thinks it feels as if they are traveling through another dimension. Noting that Jane has dispersed space in an instant, he asks, do you truly plan to fight me? Jane responds, are you scared, Cyrus? Karo shouts and begins to throw fire. But Jane counters with the fire burst technique. Cyrus, surprised, asks, what did you do? Jane calmly replies, it's nothing much. You simply can't use fire in this space. In fact, fire is the only thing that's unusable. Mana and oxygen are being reduced. Gravity is increased and the pressure is overloaded. Jane explains that he has prepared many things, especially for Cyrus. Cyrus acknowledges, you've done some interesting things. Jane tells him, if you're truly the greatest species in the world, then you should be able to fight even with such handicaps. Cyrus asks, is this because you might lose? Then, swearing on the name of Brahman, the king of dragons, Cyrus declares, I will kill you. Jane thinks to himself, Cyrus must be crazy to swear on the name of the Dragon King. If he loses after such an oath, his soul cannot be saved. Frustrated, Cyrus declares, I will kill you in an instant. He rushes behind Jane and launches an attack. But Jane quickly notices and uses his dark magic to fuse with the incoming strike. As Cyros lands on the ground, he comments, Jane wields black magic, though it feels somewhat different from the kind I know. Without hesitation, Cyros charges toward Jane to attack again. Jane blocks him with his sword, but Cyros mocks him, do you really believe a mere lump of steel can stop me? With that, he shatters Jane's sword into pieces. Seeing this, Jane is momentarily stunned. The sword his father once gave him is now broken. He recalls all the memories tied to that sword the moment his father handed it to him. Fueled by that memory, Jane activates his light magic, causing a massive explosion that knocks Cyros down. Frustrated, Cyros shouts, how dare Jane do that? Jane then declares, swearing on the Welton family's name, I won't kill you kindly. In response, Cyros transforms into his full dragon form and roars at Jane. Cyros then attacks with a powerful swipe of his claw. James swiftly forms a magic circle that blocks the strike for a moment. However, the force behind Kairos' claw is overwhelming and he shatters the circle, causing massive destruction at the site. In the next instant, James appears behind him and asks, do you really think size is all you have? Hearing James' voice, Kairos growls in frustration and turns to strike again. But James has already leaped toward him, launching a surge of dark magic. The magic detonates into a massive explosion against the dragon's body. Kairos, now under pressure, begins to worry. At this rate, my wings are going to be pierced. The dragon prepares to release his breath, but James remarks, you're wasting your time, and activates his second power of darkness. As the dragon hurls his fire breath toward James, James counters it with darkness magic. The two forces collide, destroying the attack and causing a massive fire explosion. Cyros collapses to the ground and Jane throws a magic chain binding him. He then activates his longest weapon. Cyros is neither dead nor alive, the dragon declared, and I will turn him into a corpse, summoning him forever. Jane casts Longinus, a curse of corruption, on the dragon's heart, causing it to growl in agony. Longinus is known as a weapon of evil, and those pierced by it are cursed to suffer in pain for eternity. James' voice was grim as he spoke. Breaking my sword is a heavy sin, he muttered, but then a surge of pain coursed through his chest. He staggered, about to spit blood, wondering why his power was faltering at this moment. The magic chains that had bound the dragon disappeared. The dragon sneered, if you had been at a higher level, you might have fallen instead, but now I will kill you quickly. He lunged forward, unleashing a blast of fire. James, barely recovering, called out, did you think all you needed was to rip off a scale? The dragon paused, confused. Cyros realized he couldn't use his breath anymore. James' voice was sharp. It's the curse of Longinus. I deliver on all promises. With a final growl, the dragon collapsed to the ground. James stood, his eyes narrowing in reflection. He had used every skill at his disposal, losing himself in the process. He then notices a huge light and realizes it is a dragon heart, an immense concentration of the strongest energy in the world. He thinks about whether he can get to it. Meanwhile, blood drips from Jin's forehead. He thinks to himself, I'm glad it was my forehead that got cut. His half mask is also broken. He wonders about Kenji, realizing that all physical attacks are useless. No matter how many times he slices him, Kenji regenerates. Still, he slashes his weapon again, muttering, I cannot back down. When the moon shines, he begins slashing once more. There must be a weakness somewhere, he says, his voice filled with determination. He then notices the GI space nearby has exploded. Kenji's body starts growling and acting strangely. Jin thinks to himself, I don't know what's going on, but it's the only thing I have left. With that, he uses the moon resonance technique and attacks Kenji, causing the ground to shatter. Placing his sword into the core, he says, I destroyed it. He then sees the Gial once more. He wonders, what is it? Does that have something to do with Jamie? As he begins to check it, the core explodes and the dragon inside Kenji's body regenerates. It declares, I am going to destroy everything. Then, a huge attack approaches and shatters the core into pieces. With that, Jang lands on the ground. Jin wonders how Kenji kept regenerating, but Jane destroyed him in one blow. He thinks I still need to hone my skills more. He then asks Jane about the Gya. Confirming, were you fighting over there? Jane responds, it is my artifact. Looking at the aftermath, Jin notes, it seems like you fought a dragon. Jane confirms, yes, the dragon died. Jin, surprised, asks, how is that possible? Even for a 9th class magician, killing a dragon is beyond reach. Jane admits, I almost died too. One mistake would have cost me my life. Jin remarks, you say so, but you still look fine. Jane explains, it's because of what happened when I approached the dragon's heart. When I grabbed it, I did notice that my body aged slightly due to the resonance between the dragon heart's energy and my own life core. Holding the dragon heart, Jane absorbed the energy coming from it. Jin told him to put it away immediately, asking, what would you do if someone saw it? Jane replied that Jin was overreacting. Who would even be around to see it? Jin shook his head. Regardless, it feels real, and the energy it emits is unbelievable. James agreed, adding, I've changed significantly, even though I absorbed only a portion of it. He paused, his gaze thoughtful. I need to think about how to dispose of it. Jin warned, you can't sell it. If you do, the dragon might destroy the human world. James nodded. I know that much. Let's go, though. An ancient dragon might appear soon. Meanwhile, two young blue dragons, Sibi and Ephesian, observe Isis from a distance. The creature below is extremely powerful, Sibi said softly. So powerful, we can't fight it. Ephesian nodded, eyes wide. I agree. We should stay out of its way. Soon, Centurion and Charon Sarah, the elder blue dragons, arrived. Sibi turned to their grandfather, Charon Sarah. Can you defeat the creature below? Centurion, the elder brother, scolded Sibi, saying, It's rude to ask such a thing of our grandfather, who has only come to hear what the creature has to say, not to engage in battle. Charon Sarah tells Ephesian to take good care of her younger sister, stating that he will be heading down. He also instructs Centurion to stay with the children. Meanwhile, Isis looks upward and remarks, It had been difficult for me to see before, but thanks to you, Charon Sarah, I now can. Charon Sarah lands on the ground and addresses Isis, reminding her that he had declined to be involved. He questions, do my words hold any meaning? Isis responds, after reconsidering, I truly need your help. Charon Sarah remarks, you're brave for a woman of land, but have you forgotten who I am? She assures him, I remember. I nearly died the last time we met, but this time, I'm fully prepared. Presenting the Graham, the lightning dragon sword, Charon Sarah is taken aback upon seeing it. Isis explains, it's a dragon slayer. Charon Sarah, angered, asks, are you insane? Do you truly wish to die? How dare you bring a weapon made from a dragon before me? Isis proposes a wager. If I do not die, Charon Sarah must listen to my request. She reminds him, as a dragon responsible for managing the middle world, you cannot ignore me. Charon Sarah, frustrated, orders her to be silent and approaches her. But Isis uses the sword to knock him down. How thrilling, she remarks. Charon Sarah retaliates by releasing his breath at her. Isis leaps forward to block it, causing a massive explosion. A fortnight later, James and Jin are sitting and having tea. Jin asks, are you planning to absorb the dragon heart? James replies, I don't know. If I want to draw more from it, I'd need to reach enlightenment. But honestly, I don't think the dragon heart could be the source of that. Jin agrees. That makes sense. James continues, I am planning to absorb a portion of it, though. It's good for increasing my mana. He thinks to himself, should I create a fourth divine relic? Then he wonders, where is the god killer weapon? Now he reflects that he has been trying to track it down for the past 5 years. But he hasn't heard any rumors about it. Jin then stands and suggests they get going, mentioning that Isis might have arrived in Araxis and is likely heading to Frontier's headquarters now. It is the northernmost area in Ablia, the northern region, and one of the 6 restricted areas filled with various poisonous plants and monsters. James asks Jin, is a braze dangerous? Jin responds, it is a horrific place for a foreigner. It's a restricted area and therefore dangerous. James thinks back to 5 years ago when he first went to Marky Bell's territory. He couldn't even dream of entering the area's great forest, a restricted area, but now he feels confident that he can walk through the area's great forest alone. He also thinks about Garmin and realizes he needs to start searching for that place. The dark magician Ganon, who was the lover of Matre, a blue dragon, and the one who discovered the truth of the world through human power, had written in his diary about discovering a place called Carmen. He mentioned it on a tombstone just before Diablo's last battle. James concludes that if he wants to go to Garmin, he must avoid the eyes of the 12 gods. The 6 restricted regions are the best places to hide. Therefore, he thinks Garmin is either in Jad's great forest or in a braze. Another fortnight later, after enduring all their hardships, it reached the entrance to the Abrase Temple. After defeating the monsters, James says, there is no end to them. At the temple entrance, he asks, will it be fine once we go inside? I can see the history. Jim responds, Frontier has hypothesized the temple to be over 20,000 years old. James thinks to himself, it must have gone through at least 2 world resets. Jin advises him, follow closely. After a while, Jin says, we've arrived. This is Frontier's headquarters, Evelyn. James senses the energy and thinks, Isis is already here. She belongs to the Land Clan, one of the 3 great species, alongside dragons and high elves, and is also Frontier's leader. Jin asks, are you nervous? James replies, no, I'm not. Jane then realizes that by using the Dragon Wall, they have cast restoration magic throughout the entire village. Jin asks, as a 9th class magician, can you tell without looking? Jane replies, even if one isn't in the 9th class, a high-level magician can still feel it. Not many magicians are capable of casting such large-scale restoration magic across an entire village. Jin says there is a 9th class magician in the frontier who can teach you. Jane wonders, is it the same 9th class magician Beryl mentioned 5 years ago? He asks, who cast the restoration magic? Jin replies it was an elven magician named Nell Sharon, a young elf who turned 130 this year. While walking, Jane thinks that most elves are estimated to live up to 500 years. So if Nell Sharon is 130, she has just reached adolescence. Looking around, he says, it's fascinating that so many different species are living together here. Jin replies, I was also very shocked at first. In Rio, there is only one subspecies, so when he came here, it felt like someone had smacked his head. Jane reflects that subspecies are usually hostile toward humans, yet despite his presence, no one seems to care. As he watches the different species freely wandering about, he wonders if this is the freedom Frontier speaks of. Jim then says, this is where I stop being James' guide. Someone else will escort you to the central hall. James agrees and replies, I'll see you later. Just then Beryl, commander of Frontier and a swordmaster, appears and calls out to James. Jane greets him saying, it's been a while. Jane asks, when did you arrive? I thought you were supposed to be near the border of Karn. Beryl explains, I returned earlier this year due to personal matters. He adds, you've grown a lot since then. Jane laughs and says, I guess I haven't inherited the Welton blood too much. My parents were shocked by my growth the last time they saw me. He then asks, how are Bennett and Timoth doing? Ball replies that Jane should be able to meet them soon. More importantly, he says they have arrived at Avalon's Central Hall. Everyone is waiting for him. As the doors of Avalon's Central House open, Frontier leader Isis says, just as others mention, an unbelievably strong kid has arrived. She welcomes Jane Welton and introduces the group as Frontier. Looking at them, Jane thinks to himself that they are all masterclass powerhouses and is impressed by how extraordinary Frontier truly is. He notes that although Isis hasn't said anything directly, the man standing next to her exudes strength as well. He is Frontier Commander Clerk. Then there is Commander Rosemary of the flower species, Commander Hawks of the bird species, Commander Fawn of the Valkyrie species, and Iron Lil, a dwarf and also a Frontier Commander. Jane then spots an elf and wonders if she is Nell Sharon, the magician Jin had told him about. He sees hand from Rio waving at him and thinks there are only 3 humans present, not counting Jin, who isn't currently there. Commander Hawks looks at Jane and says, I've heard that you're the most talented among humans, but I'm disappointed. Though I wasn't expecting much from a human. Anyway, Hen responds sharply, I'm not going to ignore that remark. Hawks retorts, it's simply the truth. Humans are a species with limits, and you've proven that by losing to me multiple times. Jane interrupts, telling them to shut up. This is between me and Hawk. No need for others to get involved. He then taunts Hawks directly. Hey, Birdhead, come over here if you have a problem. I'll fix that arrogant habit of yours. Hawks stands up. I like your guts, Jane. I'll properly test your skills. But Isis shouts at them, stop. She turns to Hawks and says, sit down and shut up. Hawks complies. James sneers. Hawks was acting all tough, but in the end, he's just Isis's minion. Isis turns to Jane, stop, Jane. She adds, I'll personally apologize for Hawks' improper remarks. Jane then says that he thought Frontier was an organization that promoted harmony and freedom among all species. Yet, a commander openly looks down on humans and insults them, and no one says anything. He questions if this is what Frontier truly stands for. The dwarf Iron Leal turns to Isis and says, I'm leaving. Let me know if you need anything another time. Isis sighs, saying the situation is exhausting and that she herself is still tired, given how things have escalated. Everyone will feel better if we fight it out, she suggests. I'll set a date for another day. She then asks Jane what he thinks. Jane agrees but warns Hawks, don't run away, calling him a bird brain. Hawks responds in kind, saying the same to Jane, then flies off. Isis concludes it will be difficult to have a proper conversation today and decides to end the meeting. I'll call for another one later, she promises. She then instructs Rosemary, take care of our guest. Rosemary turns to Jane and politely asks him, please follow me. Saying she will guide him to his lodging, Jane then leaves with her. Isis then says, I probably shouldn't have told Hawks to come here. Hen responds, it's not like we would never see each other anyway. And given Hawks' personality, this kind of conflict was bound to happen. He thinks to himself that even though Hawks is the next strongest after Isis, simply relying on his strength makes him arrogant. Morrow comments, I think it will be a fun fight. Han, surprised, asks, aren't you going to stop them? Isis adds, I think it will be interesting too, and asks the clerk if he agrees. Pan, now more confused, says, I don't know anymore. Meanwhile, Rosemary takes James to his lodge and tells him, you may stay here. Jane, noticing the surroundings, remarks, it's quite clean. She then adds, if you need any assistance, ring the bell and ask, rest if you like. As she leaves, James says, I'm not tired, so I might as well walk around until it's time for dinner as he steps outside the lodge. Benna, seeing him from a hiding spot, says, now is the time. Grabbing a huge weapon, she charges at Jane, declaring, I will show you the result of 5 years of training. As she attacks, Jane blocks her weapon with magic and throws her back. She manages to hold onto the ground, but just then, Behemoth leaps toward Jane to attack. Jane says, it's 100 years too early to ambush me. He then uses his reverse technique to throw them both away. As he approaches them, he politely says, long time no see. Benna responds, it's been a while since we last saw each other, yet you made my head like that. Jane replies, it's right for both of you to rush at me. She comments, you've grown a lot, and Jane tells her, your hair is brighter, starting to resemble our mother's. He then asks, why are you here? I thought you were with the queen. Benna explains, I believe that if I stayed at Frontier, you would come eventually. She shows her hands and says, you once told me to be stronger. So she trained hard for 5 years. Jane thinks to himself that it seems he wasn't the only one who improved. He tells her it's good to see you. Jane then mentions, I'm going to fight Hawks. Both Bina and Behemoth are surprised. They ask, are you serious? Jane questions, why are you so surprised? Do you think I'm going to lose? Behemoth responds, well, I'm not sure how strong you are right now, but Hawk's power is nearly on par with the great beings of the mythical era. Fox is said to be a grandmaster, someone who, if given the chance, could break through the limits and step into the realm of superhumans. In the human world, only a few reach that level. Behemoth continues, like the Sword Lord Talik Fan, the undefeated champion of the Darkness Arena and the Sword of Genies Korean. Behemoth adds, even those individuals might not be able to guarantee a win against Hawks. Jane replies, I don't believe they would lose. It's okay. I'm going to win and fix Hawk's arrogant attitude. He then expresses curiosity about Isis's personality and asks, what is she like? Just then, Rosemary arrives and informs Jane that Miss Isis would like to speak with him. If you're available, I can guide you there now. They are in an old house. Isis hesitates, eyeing the surroundings. James, sensing her discomfort, says, I'm just grateful that you invited me. He then asks, what's wrong with your right arm? Did you fight an ancient dragon? Isis glances at him, surprised by his observation. You're very observant, she replies. James, still curious, presses, why did you fight it? Isis sighs, the weight of the past in her voice. Simply put, it was to kill a god. Jane raises an eyebrow. It seems like you skipped the whole explanation, but I like what you said. He leans in, intrigued. So what does killing a god have to do with an ancient dragon? Isis takes a deep breath before answering it's because of the ruins in the Dragon Mountains. James' expression shifts. It's said the 12 gods hid the world's truth in those ruins. To fight them, I need to know the truth. That's why I'll try to enter, no matter the cost. Isis studies him carefully, then asks, are you more interested in the world's truth than anything else? Jane nods. I know the dragons are blocking other species from entering, and that's why I have to find out. He then notices a spider in its net, about to catch a butterfly. Isis asks, do you know the story of the dark magician Ganon? Jane replies, I heard it from Maitri. Dark magician Ganon is a 9th class magician and the lover of Maitri, a blue dragon, she continues. He was kicked out by the dragons and hid in the land of strong evil. It is said that he attains the world's truth there. Jane, curious, asked around, but he cannot find the land of strong evil. Isis says, of course you cannot. The entire area, including the Dragon Mountains, is the land of strong evil. James, surprised, thinks to himself that the reason he couldn't find the land of strong evil is exactly that. He then asks, did the dragon god Brahman order the dragons to protect it? She confirms, yes, that's right, and adds, the reason I fight an ancient dragon is that I asked them for help. The dragon god is essentially the master of all dragons. If an ancient dragon hears my request, they would never let it slide. So she is rejected at first. Jane then wonders about her rejection. Another species asks to enter the Dragon Mountains, yet they do not kill her, but simply reject her. He asks, is the ancient dragon you met a blue dragon? Surprised, she asks, how do you know that? Jane replies, if you think about it a little, it becomes clear. The Dragon Lord makes Ganon a target to annihilate the dragons. May, who is his lover, becomes a traitor because she helps him. The blue dragons, who possess strong familial love, try to help her. This apparently creates tension between the other dragons. No, she says, they are probably ostracized because the dragon god would have ordered it. Jane continues, Isis, who wants to kill a god, approaches the blue dragons because of their anger toward the dragon god. But in the end, they do not become allies. She responds, Frontier's target is the dragon, god Brahman, and the blue dragons have agreed to it. The reason I approached the blue dragons and the ancient dragon is to make this offer. I am not Reed. Ed, but she almost dies. Jane asks, why did you give up if you nearly die? How can someone from the Land Clan, even after growing this much, still put everything into something that's impossible? She replies, it's to take our world back. James, surprised by this, feels something stir from his past. He then smiles and asks, has Isis forgotten our wishes? As he releases his black mana, he adds, you defy the 12 gods and desire freedom. She senses his power and wonders, is this not ordinary black mana, but god-killing black mana? James stands and says, my name is Diablo Volpir. I've defied 66,666 years of time, and I've ascended onto this earth as the natural enemy of the gods. She wonders, is the day of revelation the day the Savior is born? Diablo Volpir? The very name of the Savior she has tried so hard to find. She then asks, are you truly the last century? Jane replies, there was a time I was called that. She hesitantly asks, are you reincarnated? She says she understands when she sees the black mana, but she still cannot believe it. Jane then points his finger at her forehead and says, I can make you believe. She then realizes it is truly Diablo. Jane adds, you are the only one who knows my secret. She moves and asks, will you come with me? There is someone I want to introduce you to. Meanwhile, someone spies on them, murmuring, there have been many souls who have reincarnated in the past 100 years. I wonder when I will reincarnate. Isis shows Jane the teleportation portal and says, this is Garmin. This is where the ancient god resides. James, surprised, asks, is a brazen Garmin? He recalls that Garmin is mentioned in the diary of Ganon, the dark magician. Ganon, who discovered Garmin written on a stone, called it his last hope. James then asks, who would have thought Garmin is the ancient god? Isis confirms, saying the god has no name according to him. His name and memories were stolen. He should have known when you resurrected. But she wonders why he has not noticed. James steps into the garment, saying they will find out when they talk. Isis follows him, telling him to wait and that she will guide him. Inside the garment, Isis calls to a man dangling midair and tells him she has brought a friend to introduce. Jane asks Isis, is he the ancient god? And why is he dangling like that? Isis replies, he says it is due to ancient sin, even though he does not know what it is. Jane observes, although the god appears so weak that it is almost embarrassing to call him one, it is still incredible that an ancient god is alive. Isis tells them to introduce themselves, saying Jane Welton is my new friend and refers to the man as the elder, who does not know his name. As Jane prepares to greet him, the man asks, who are you? The ancient god should still be in the beginning's darkness. What makes you appear here? He says no one can escape the beginning's darkness. How did you do it? Jane wonders, is Diablo Volpir still in the beginning's darkness? That is impossible based on his memories of the previous war. Then he thinks about how he acquired the vestige of his previous life and realizes that it makes no sense to recall everything so vividly if that were the case. Jane asks the man, what do I look like to you? The ancient god replies, your soul is not your own. It is what you were made of. Jane wonders, does this mean I did not completely regress? However, the memories don't feel like those of a third party. He is sure, especially since Diablo was the strongest magician since the beginning. Jane then declares, what I am made of doesn't matter. My previous life was Diablo Volpir, and I exist to destroy the 12 gods. The ancient god asks, is your strong will to eradicate the gods the reason Gaia was called? He explains, Gaia, the goddess of creation, is now in deep sleep, but she is the one who created the current world. James is surprised. I've never found traces of another ancient god in the past. He asks, is Gaia involved in my rebirth? The ancient god replies, I am not completely certain. But if Gaia is involved, then your resurrection is not entirely impossible. He then asks, what is your name? Jane responds, I am currently called Jane Welton. He then asks for Jane's name. Jane responds, I am currently called Jane Welton. The ancient god finally says, I will confirm your will, and introduces himself as Osiris. Osiris continues, you will be able to become the savior, then falls asleep. Jane calls out to him a few times. He then thinks that a piece of his lost past has returned to him in an instant. He realizes Osiris must have exhausted all his energy and concludes that he will wake up eventually. Reflecting on the existence of both the ancient god Osiris and the god of creation Gaia, Jane believes it was a good decision to come here. He turns to Isis and remarks, now you know another of my secrets. As they return, AC says, I have no idea what's going on. She apologizes, adding we should talk later, and mentions, I have a headache. Jane agrees and she disappears. On his way back, Jane decides to head home and reorganize his thoughts. Suddenly, Hawk appears in front of him. I've been waiting, he says. Hawk adds, there's no need to wait a few days after all. Are you backing out like a coward? Jane calls it a funny joke and refers to him as a bird brain. Hawks admits Jane is strong for a human, but insists a human is still just a human. Jane asks, would you believe that a human once nearly brought the 12 gods to ruin? Hawks responds, it's hard to believe since I never saw it myself. He then tells Jane, prove it, before throwing his weapon. Jane retreats just in time, and the weapon causes destruction on the ground. Hawks mocks him, asking, is dodging all you can do? Jane replies, it's not. I will now show you the power of a human strong enough to fight a god. He activates his technique. Hawks, surprised by the energy, dodges and says, I won't be defeated by that alone. Jane thinks it was good he dodged. Being hit by those reinforced feathers would have been fatal. Hawks throws another attack, saying running is pointless. Jane counters by using Beyond Avalon, reversing the world and the attack. Hawks asks, is that Jane's strongest move? Jane denies it. Hawks says, that's good because if that was all Jane had, he'd never be able to defeat him. Hawk then thinks to himself that Jane must be stronger than expected to still be standing after being hit by Let There Be Light. Jane announces it's time to get serious and says, I will show that humans have no limits. He draws from Diablo Volpir's magical perspective, the power that earned him the title Thousand Wizards, and casts thousands of three-dimensional, multi-complex magic circles. Hawk, surprised, asks, what the hell is that? Jane thinks it's taking a toll on his body, as he hasn't fully mastered this magic perspective. He declares, I will destroy Hawk's insidious ego, and launches the massive attack. He then tells Hawk to stay alive, because that's how I will prove humans are not weak. Hawk declares, I will erase the humiliation I received today. Jane retorts, even if you do, you're still just a bird, and reminds him, your kind were once slaves to the dragons. Hawk shouts, I am the bravest Chose warrior. Activates a skill, hurls his weapon, and yells, I will never lose to a human. The attack Hawks throws is so loud that everyone hears it. Jin and Isis realize that Hawks is the one causing the commotion. Isis rushes forward, saying, I need to stop him. But Jin stops her, explaining, I heard they plan to fight, and I think the fight might be coming to an end. Isis responds, I will do my best to stop the aftershocks from their powers. Please, Jin, minimize the damage to the civilians. Meanwhile, Dwarf Iron Leal wonders if Hawks has used the ultimate weapon he personally crafted for him, the Hunter's Resolution, a fusion-type artifact created by combining a crossbow and a spear. He knows that even a person with a normal amount of mana can destroy a small mountain using it. Jane forms a magic circle and feels the magic. It looks incredibly powerful. But since his opponent is Hawks, one of the strongest people in Frontier, he thinks to himself how unlucky this is. The fight will end soon. The attack continues, piercing through the magic wall. Thinning it, Jane struggles inside. Suddenly, a magic circle breaks. He kicks and reverses the weapon. Hawk catches it and calls it absurd. As Hawk is about to land, Jane acquires a skill from behind and throws it at Hawk. Hawk notices and prepares a dodging attack. Jane thinks that at this rate, he will be swept away too. Hawk throws the weapon, telling Jane to admit defeat. As the weapon approaches, Jane thinks it's too late and he cannot dodge it. However, the weapon stops close to him. Jane wonders if the spear has stopped, but then realizes that time is flowing slowly, as if time itself refuses to accept his defeat. He notices Blackie, who has caused this, and hears him say, we should do this together. While Hawk celebrates his win, he suddenly notices that his spear has shattered. He wonders about it and asks Jane, who are you? Jane responds, thanks to him, my old friend has woken up. He then tells Hawk, open the eyes you've covered with the power of curses. Calling him the strongest hunter, Jane forms the most powerful magic circle, which leads to Hawk's defeat. With a swift motion, Jane sends him crashing to the ground. Jane stands over him, thinking to himself, if I leave Hawk here, someone will come to get him. Isis arrives, her eyes sharp. Did you really defeat Hawk? She asks. Did you awaken a new power? Jane replies, I got lucky. Hawk is strong. He pauses for a moment, then adds, I'll leave the rest to you. I need to organize my thoughts. Later, Hawk, now fully bandaged, begins to stir. He wakes up to find Isis sitting beside him. You're awake, she observes, her voice calm. Hawk looks around, his eyes heavy with defeat. I lost, he admits quietly. Isis nods. Yes, you did. How does it feel to lose to a human? Hawk responds thoughtfully. It's not as humiliating as I thought it would be. He exhales slowly. It feels very different from that day. He closes his eyes, recalling a distant memory. The day I was ambushed by a group of Hawks and a dragon. He shudders slightly. Then Isis appeared, killed them all, and saved me. A slow, thoughtful smile tugs at his lips. From that day, I asked Isis to teach me, and I developed into someone strong. Hawks then tells Isis that, in the end, he is lost to a human. Isis replies, as you said, humans might actually be a strong species. Among them, some are strong enough to be compared to monsters. She continues, you have been cursed until now. Break free from the curse cast by the black lizard. Meanwhile, James, in his room, wonders why Blackie hasn't woken up. He notes that it gave him a clue about the monstrance and then disappeared again. Looking at his hand, he observes that this power is similar to the 13th divinity created by Jormungandr. But, unlike the 13th divinity, this power has no faith. He recalls that black mana was born from the spirit king of darkness in the Shadow World. His hypothesis is that the Shadow World is a space detached from primordial darkness. He believes that the god-killing power was absorbed by reaching the end and became light, transforming into a power similar to divinity. Jane then considers that the primordial darkness, the root of black mana, might be the opposite of the 12 gods' power. He questions why they locked him in primordial darkness in the first place. He wonders if, from their perspective, primordial darkness is the most dangerous space. He concludes that it doesn't matter. He failed in his past life. But in this life, he is going to break them all down. On the other hand, in the southern continent, a catacomb, a prison camp for violent criminals, Creon breaks the prison, kills the soldiers, and declares that he has waited for this day. He says, wait for me, Jane Welton, the god of war, in peace. Jeannie sits soaking in the sun, complaining that it is boring. He says it has been the same for tens of thousands of years in this world, and I find it tiresome. He asks a fairy, how are things at the Church of Pyro? She tells him that the church's saint awakened a year ago. Jeannie asks, what is his sword can doing? She informs him that Creon has just exited the desert on the southern continent. Jeannie calls him a pathetic guy and wonders, should I start a war? Maybe his servant needs an energy boost. She assures him that his belief will be repaid with more faith. Jeannie says, you need to at least do this much. As the sun god gets annoyed, he thinks, if I do this, things will be more amusing later. He decides he must first track down Pyro and sends down a holy ward for the Temple of Revelation. The Holy Knights surround Creon. One of them declares, your escape ends here and acknowledges, all of you've gotten weaker, you've come a long way. Creon laughs. He notes that he is completely surrounded and says, as expected of the sun god's holy knights, the Church of the 12 strongest forces has arrived. The knights shout, the enemy is Jeannie's sword. They warn one another, don't let your guard down. Remember the holy knights in the catacombs were killed by him. Creon uses a single slash and activates his technique, decapitating them. Stretching his body, Creon says, the warmth feels good, and thanks them. My body feels more refreshed. He then remarks, 5 years ago, if I hadn't fled to the southern continent, he would have started the Holy War according to his father's revelation. He declares, I am going to rip Jane Welton to shreds. Meanwhile, in the Sun Church's internal study, Blazer, the strongest commander of the Holy Knights, asks his subordinate about Creon's escape. The subordinate bows and confirms, apart from the bodies of the Holy Knights, there are no other traces. Blazer dismisses him, reflecting that Creon has grown stronger. To kill the Sun God's Holy Knights and break through the prison walls is no small feat. Blazer thinks back to 2 days ago when a revelation came to him through a dream. It told him to let the sword of genies go. He followed it, but now doubts the result, though he is sure that God has a reason. Blazer believes that when Creon arrives at the Genie Church's headquarters, he will likely begin the war against the northern continent. The war he could not initiate 5 years ago. Seeing the God Killer, one of Diablo Volpir's 3 divine relics, he worries that it might mark the beginning of the world's reset. The next day, Jane stands outside the blacksmith Iron Lil Smithy. He recalls his conversation with Isis the night before on his way to meet Garmin. He had asked her whether the frontier possessed any fragments of Diablo Volpir, and she confirmed they had found 5, one of which was currently being worked on by their blacksmith. Jane enters the smithy, thinking that he must check the fragment and meet Iron L looking around inside. He notes that this is the exclusive smithy of Frontier's blacksmith. Iron Lil, while working on something, glances up and says, the guest Isis mentioned must be Jane. He invites him in asking, have you come to see the weapons? Jane grabs a sword and thinks that it feels good. He notes that Iron Lil seems to focus a lot on reducing weight. Iron Lil asks, how does it feel? Not bad. Jane replies, not bad is an understatement. Iron Lil then mentions, I heard you use a sword, but I don't see you carrying one. Jane explains, it broke because of a stupid guy. Jane then brings up a request for a new sword. Iron Lil asks, is that really how you request a favor? Jane places the sword down and replies, I have some very rare materials. Iron Lil responds, I've worked with almost every material that exists. Jane then asks, have you ever forged using a dragon's heart? Shocked, Iron Lil demands, how do you even have one? Jane offers calmly, I'd like you to craft a sword that truly suits me. Upon seeing the dragon's heart, Iron Lil questions, are you sure about this? Forging a weapon with such a material could invite unwanted attention from dragons. Jane replies, I've already faced great trials. I believe I'm ready for whatever challenge may come. Iron Leal reflects ancient dragons are often considered demi-divine beings. He continues, demigods are thought to be direct agents created to express the divine will in the world. Jane considers this and replies, but the dragon god Brahman has no such envoys. He poured all of his divine energy into creating dragons themselves, rather than sending representatives. He adds, it's said that dragons are maintained in limited numbers, preserved as sacred beings. Because of this, dragons become stronger as they age, especially ancient dragons who acquire immense power over time. Jane considers that it would be troublesome if such beings tried to kill him right away. Still, he believes there are no problems with him reaching the 9th class. James says, it is okay for me. Ironlow replies, if you can smell the dragon heart, then I have no problems at all. He asks, what type of sword do you want? I can make any kind. James thinks of Skid, the precious sword he inherited from his father. However, with such a lean sword, he cannot use the skill passed down from his grandfather. James then says, I want a sword strong enough to cut space itself. Ironlow confirms, you're referring to a sword capable of handling a vast amount of mana. James agrees, adding, and it should not become blunt. Ironlow reassures him, ancient dragon hearts have low mana sensitivity. You don't need to worry. He also reveals, I am one of the 5 hands, a prestigious blacksmith title in the dwarf world given to only 5 individuals. Weapons made by the 5 hands always become famous. Jane was surprised to learn that Iron Leal held such a title. He then entrusted the sword making to him. Holding the dragon heart, Iron Leal said, I will make you a great sword, Jane. Jane then noticed a nearby sword and felt something from it, his own power. He realized it must be the Diablo's fragment Isis had mentioned. He asked Iron Leal about it, and Iron Leal replied, our commander gave it to me for examination. However, even with my skills, I could not tear it apart, and have no idea what it is. Jane offered to take a look. Iron Leal responded, I would be grateful if you could figure it out. As Jane grabbed the sword, energy suddenly began to absorb into him. His entire body became covered in armor. James, surprised, realized it was full body armor. Iron Leal, equally surprised, said, quite a surprise. This can also be called an enhancing suit. Jane responded, it feels as though a very thin string is connected to my muscles. Bones, veins, energy, and blood directly to his metacore. He adds that it also feels like the overall efficiency of his body has been forcibly increased. Ironel, noticing the black mana, asks, are you a dark magician? Jane answers, I'm not an ordinary one. Ironel thinks to himself that Jane doesn't seem to have any bias toward dark magicians. He then asks, can you take the armor off? I want to disassemble it. Jane responds, that would be great, but when he tries to take it off, the armor absorbs into his body. Ironel touches him and asks, has it fused with you? Is it a parasitic type item? Jane admits, I didn't expect this to happen. Leo, disappointed, says, it's a shame I can't tear it apart, but then suggests, let's call it the black suit. Jane nods, I'm going to make good use of it. At that moment, Nell Sharon watches from the window and asks, what are you going to make good use of? When they notice her, she introduces herself, saying, I am Sharon, and that she has something to show Jane Welton. Nell then takes Jane to her workshop. As she sits down at her desk, Jane stands behind her and thinks that it's already been an hour since she sat down. He wonders if she has forgotten about him. Bra enters the room, and Jane greets her, noting, it's been 5 years. She replies, we haven't seen each other since the secret auction at Street Durang. Jane agrees, nodding. They both turn to look at Nell, and Braha says, Nell keeps mumbling James' name and finally brings him here. Braha explains Nell has Savant syndrome. Although she struggled with forming relationships, she was born with exceptional magical talent. Jane asks, did her condition develop further because of her growing obsession with her creative talent? Braha confirms, yes. Nell became hyper-focused on crafting and began learning magic. Jane recalls, this syndrome reminds me of May, a comrade from the past who had autism. Back then, awareness of mental illness was. And since childhood, May lived in a society that despised him. To cope, he created a golem that became his only source of comfort. Immersing himself in golem making, Mile eventually built a strong golem army and contributed significantly to Diablo's revolutionary army. But the 12 gods, feeling threatened, planted a spy within the army and had Mile assassinated. After his death, the 12 gods began their bombing campaign. Jane regretted being unable to give Mile a proper funeral. Nell then presents a hand cannon and says, it is named Nia, my friend. Jane looks at the weapon and senses the energy, recognizing it as May's photon system. As he wears it on his arm, he asks, can I test its power? Nell agrees. As they go outside to test the weapon, they stand in front of a massive wall. Nell tells James, hurry, shoot. When he fires the hand cannon at the wall, it completely shatters. Nell expresses surprise, and James asks her, you've never tested it before. She admits that she made it after being inspired by his fight with Hawks the previous day. James is shocked. Did you really create a hand cannon in just one day? He asks. He reflects it took May his entire life to develop the photon system. Nell then asks, can you show me the large magic circle you formed in the sky? Meanwhile, in Isis' room, a clerk approaches her and asks about her arm. She replies, nothing has changed. I believe full recovery is unlikely. The clerk tells her His Majesty is concerned. He suggests you return home. Isis, clearly frustrated, snaps, never tell me to go back. The clerk releases his energy. I only take orders from His Majesty, even if you are the Princess of Ran. Isis glares at him. How long do you plan to keep acting like a slave? He responds, defeating the 12 gods is impossible. Did meeting Jane Welton give you hope? Isis sides. Ran might survive the world reset and perhaps be appointed to rule the next world. She refuses to live as a slave. Their world must be freed, she insists. Earth is not a playground for the 12 gods. She tells him, don't offer help if you won't support the cause, but don't tell me to retreat either. The clerk says, I will inform His Majesty that you are well for now, and slams the door as he leaves. She remains still, lost in thought, until bright light outside catches her attention. On the other side, Jane demonstrates a layered magical circle to Nell. He explains there's no need to affect the formation all at once. It should be created piece by piece and then combined. As Nell tries it herself, she asks, am I doing it correctly? Jane confirms, you can manage it in one go. Isis arrives and asks, what are you doing? She then questions, why is Braha with you? Jane responds, Nell and I are exchanging magical knowledge. He shows her Nell's hand cannon, which he created using the photon system. When he demonstrates his power, Isis is surprised. Although it is not yet perfect, he says, its destructive potential will be extraordinary once it is activated. Isis says, contemplating the weapon's power, if we can mass produce it, we may gain an advantage in the war against the 12 gods. Jane returns the cannon to Nell, suggesting, you'll need to invest heavily in it now. Isis then turns to Jane. I heard you made a request to Leal about a sword, she says, raising an eyebrow. Jane is surprised. How do you already know? It's only been a little over an hour. Isis smiles. Everything within Avalon is reported to me in real time. Noting his keen eye for weapons, she adds, perhaps I can offer you some guidance. Jane, eager, equips the sword, leaps toward her, and proposes, how about a spar instead? In an instant, he finds himself lying on the ground, stunned. She defeated me. Without even using a weapon, he thinks. He quickly gets up, charging again, only to be taken down just as swiftly. Jane, breathless, asks, how did you block my attack? Isis responds, it wasn't bad, but an ambush like that won't work on me. Nell watches and comments, Isis is too strong, you can't win against her. Then she walks off. Isis tells Jane, try attacking me again. I'll explain what went wrong. James stands and leaps at her, determined to win this time. She grabs his hand, throws him forward, and slams him to the ground. Jane realizes she used his own strength against him. Isis confirms, that's right. Want to go again? Jane agrees, but as she helps him up, she adds, I'm done for now. She continues, your skills are impressive for someone who's been trained for 5 years, but they're still not enough. Don't forget, this is Frontier, a place filled with powerful individuals. After that, Jin mentions that ranked matches are taking place and says, I came because Isis called me. Jane explains, I was the one who asked her for help. Jin then asks, is your sword ready? Jane replies, I received it from Iron Leal. As Jane wields the sword, he notes internally that it feels good to hold it again. He recognizes that it's a finely crafted weapon. Jin, seeing him ready, says, we should begin. Before they start, Isis steps in to lay out the rules. She states, magic and powers are not allowed in this match. Mana can be used, but not a swordmaster's aura. She explains further, the ranked match is meant to be a simple, practical experience where you can learn from facing each other's skills. Victory will be determined either by the opponent surrendering or being rendered unable to fight. She then instructs everyone to take their positions as Jane and Jin face each other. Isis quietly observes Jane. She thinks, while I'm standing opposite him, his foundation is solid. He can properly use the Welton sword techniques. Internally, she wonders, will Jane be able to break through to the next level? As the match begins, Jin uses foot techniques to swiftly close the distance. Jane, noticing his approach, realizes that not maintaining distance could be dangerous. He prepares his sword, thinking Jin, being a swordmaster, has far more experience in swordsmanship. Still, he decides to test how far his skills can go and begins using the Welton-style sword technique. Jin immediately notices something unusual, questioning, "Is that black mana I'm sensing?" He decides to focus on the match for now, but recognizes the black line technique as the Welton family's secret, the dimension-splitting sword. Jane, on the other hand, reflects, "If I hadn't pulled my sword back in time, the hilt would have been split in half." He's confused as he has never heard of black mana appearing when space is cut. Noticing Jin's expression, Jane realizes that Jin is going all out from the start and has no intention of backing down. Jin then declares, "I accept your challenge. I'll show you what it feels like to lose." He slashes his sword, which Jane manages to block, but the impact breaks Jane's weapon. Isis immediately orders them to stop. She asks Jane how he found the experience and points out a wall to reach the level of a swordmaster is quite high. Jane replies, "Although I could see Jin's movements, blocking the attacks with his sword was still difficult." However, he admitted that after experiencing it firsthand, he had begun to understand a crucial difference between himself and Jin. Isis explained that as martial artists rise in rank, they shift their focus from raw strength to the refinement of their senses. By developing heightened perception, they become better at anticipating an opponent's movements. She added that the perspectives of a magician and a swordsman are fundamentally different. So for now, James should try training from a swordsman's perspective, without relying on magic. Jin then asked Isis if he could speak with Jane privately. She agreed and said she would wait outside. Once alone, Jin turned to Jane and said, "I noticed the presence of dark mana in you. Are you a dark-type magician?" Jane apologized for keeping it hidden and explained it wasn't easy to reveal, and a lot has happened over the past month. He continued, "After spending time with you, I've come to trust you, Jin. That's why I used dark mana during our match." As a gesture of honesty, Jane formally reintroduces himself. His name is Jane Welton, a dark magician who has returned to this earth with the goal of killing the 12 gods. Jin, though clearly shocked to hear it so directly, bows and extends his hand. "I am Jin," he says. "I will be in your care." Just then, Isis returns and asks, "Are you two finished talking?" She then suggests, "Let's find Jane his next opponent." And with that, the ranked matches continue the following day. The next day, Isis reminds Han, "You are allowed to use aura or power during the match." Han responds, "I already know." Jane, watching him, reflects that since he's still getting used to his new sword, he needs to absorb every bit of experience he can from this fight. Han warns, "I won't go easy on you." Jane replies, "If you did, I'd actually be upset." Taking that as a cue, Han immediately launches his whisper technique, sending swift and precise bell attacks toward Jane as the strikes come at him. Jane focuses. He realizes that to anticipate Han's next move, he must develop his senses more keenly. He starts to concentrate on the subtle flow of power in Han's movements. Internally, he notes that the key lies in reading that flow, first stopping it, then turning it to his advantage. Jane blocks the bell attack using his technique, but quickly realizes something. Though all the bells appear real, only one actually is. He understands that he just needs to dispel the illusion to stop them. Han, noticing Jane's reaction, asks, "Have you already figured out which bell is real?" He adds, "But identifying the real one doesn't mean you can block all of them." James struggles as the approaching bells closed in. He thinks to himself, "If I don't counterattack soon, the match will slip out of my hands." With a decisive move, he activates his dimensional cut technique, slashing through the illusions and destroying the bells that are closing in, sending the attack back toward Han. Han is surprised to see the illusion distort and break apart. He leaps up to avoid the incoming attack, realizing that if he gets caught in it, he's finished. As Jane charges toward him for a follow-up strike, Han raises his weapon just in time to block the sword, struggling under the pressure of the blow. Watching them, Isis comments, "Not bad at all." James successfully predicts Han's movements and reacts quickly. She notes, because he's constantly thinking about magic and evolving his approach, his speed of understanding is on another level. He's quick to analyze his opponent's strategies and find ways to respond. With a glint in her eyes, Isis thinks, "I'm truly looking forward to seeing just how powerful Jane will become once he reaches the level of a true swordmaster." Half a day later, Han notices that Jane has fallen unconscious. He senses that both of them have already consumed too much mana. Han decides it's time to end the match. He remarks, "With Jane's current skill, the next technique will be impossible to counter." He then activates the frost technique of the Lyman's Han family and launches it at Jane. But just as the technique is about to land, Han realizes that Jane has vanished. In the next instant, Jane reappears behind him mid-swing with his sword. Han is quickly alerted and wonders how Jane managed to get behind him unnoticed. Reacting on instinct, he uses his special power. His ability allows him to alter any part of reality related to himself in whatever way he wishes. Han is momentarily stunned, realizing that he activated his power unconsciously. At that moment, Isis shouts for them to stop, declaring the match over. They both look over and see that Jane has collapsed again, this time into a deep sleep. Han turns to Isis and asks, did Jane use magic? She confirms he didn't. It was his innate power that activated just now. Han presses further, asking her to explain exactly what happened. Isis answers to put it simply, there were doppelgangers. 3 versions of Jane present during the technique. Are there really 3? And why couldn't I see them? He asks. Isis admits, I'm not sure if they were true doppelgangers or something else entirely. I won't be able to confirm anything until Jane wakes up. She continues, what's important is that Jane has just reached the level of a swordmaster. In her thoughts, she reflects on how rare this is. Among long-living races like dragons and elves, a 9th class swordmaster might be born once in a while. But even then, it usually takes centuries. Jane, however, has only been wielding a sword for a few years. She silently wonders if Jane will remember that power once he wakes up. Meanwhile, James sits up and finds himself in a hospital room. He wonders to himself, I didn't expect to become so exhausted from the match. Just then, a little old lady approaches him and says, you're finally awake. She introduces herself. You can call me Dr. Jane. Still drowsy and confused, Jane quietly mutters to himself, she seems like Madwoman number 2. The doctor explains, your body has definitely awakened. She tells him that while he was sleeping, his muscle density increased, which is a clear sign of awakening. James, still unsure of what she means, asks for clarification. At this, she shouts at him, you are not a patient. Get out immediately. James exits the hospital and sees Hawks and Isis waiting for him outside. Isis smiles, saying, I'm glad you seem fine. She pauses before asking, do you remember how the match against Han ended? Jane shakes his head. I'm not sure. I don't remember. Isis frowns. Then there's no point in explaining it to you. Now that the power has already manifested, you need to wield the sword again until you fully understand it. James furrows his brow. What do you mean by that? And why is Hawks here? Hawks steps forward. I heard you're participating in ranked matches. I came to redeem myself. Later, on the battlefield, the two stand facing each other. Jane glances at Hawks and asks, you don't use weapons? Isis interrupts, her voice firm. This time, we're doing things differently. She looks between them and adds, we need to push Jane into a corner, and Hawks will be using his power instead of weapons. Hawk adds, my back crystallized fist packs quite a punch. Isis then announces, the match starts now. As Hawk approaches, Jane finds himself seeing multiple versions of Hawk. He's caught off guard. Hawk punches him in the stomach and throws him back. Don't think about anything else during the match. Jane catches himself holding onto the ground. Hawk asks, do you plan to keep spacing out? Jane manages to block Hawk's next attack with his sword, though he struggles against the force. He continues to see strange visions. When Hawk tries to punch again, Jane dodges unexpectedly and slashes at him with the sword. He isn't fully aware, but the blade grazes Hawk's arm. At that moment, Hawk declares Jane Welton has finally awakened his power. He pauses and adds, congratulations, you become a sword master. James stands still, visibly confused. He's surprised to hear this and wonders internally, did I really become a sword master? Isis then asks, do you understand what happened? James explains that he saw the same situation unfold in multiple different scenes, each playing out its own unique outcome. In only one of them did he see his attack succeed. When he came to his senses, that successful scene had become his reality. Isis suggests that maybe what he saw were the possible outcomes. From her perspective, she saw multiple clones of Jane. Jane, confused, asks, were there really multiple clones of me? But Hawk disagrees. He says, from my point of view, you simply appeared in front of me, all of a sudden. Isis adds, Han said the same thing. She theorizes the person fighting Jane doesn't actually see what's happening. What appears to be clones might just be afterimages. From what she observed, it seemed like Jane was selecting the best course of action and then moving according to it. She suggests those afterimages might represent possibilities from the multiverse or perhaps versions of Jane from parallel worlds. Meanwhile, at night, James sits on a rooftop. Quietly pondering the idea of a multiverse or parallel worlds, he recalls that during his time as Diablo Volpir, there was a period when he had delved into multidimensional theory. He had found evidence suggesting the potential existence of alternate dimensions. Reflecting on the scenes he saw through his power, he considers the possibility that those battles were not imagined, but actual events unfolding in different dimensions. Each dimension, he thinks, could have a version of him engaged in combat. James notes that most powers are tied to the wielder's identity. In his case, that pattern seems to hold true. Gravia, the object he once created in an alternate space beyond Avalon, the staff that allowed him to connect with hidden worlds. Hundreds see an attack designed to dominate space. The dimensional splitting sword, his family's secret technique, which cuts through space itself. Many of his skills, he realizes, are rooted in the manipulation of space. Perhaps the power he now possesses stems from that very affinity, combined with his recent desire to fight multiple opponents at once. Standing and looking up, Jane activates his skill that replays a vision of his battle. Observing closely, he notices something significant. His weapon is now radiating an aura created from black mana. He understands that, among countless possible futures, he had instinctively chosen the best one and brought it into reality. With quiet resolve, he names this new power. Future Walker, he whispers to himself, the one who walks the future. The next day, James tells Isis that he wants to fight her in his final ranking match. She looks at him slightly surprised. Are you serious? She asks, you want to fight me? With just swords? James nods. Yes, he says. I thought the final match was supposed to be against the strongest. Isis responds, unsure whether to call him brave or reckless. Are you sure about this? She asks. James nods again. I have no one else who can stand up to my power. Future Walker. Isis pauses, noting the confidence in his voice. You've already aimed your power, she says, admitting it's a good name. However, she shakes her head. It's still too early for you to face me, she continues. There's someone more appropriate for you to fight. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a clerk approaches James and complains, I don't understand why I have to spar with you so early in the morning. He then turns to Isis and declares confidently, you should just watch. I'll prove that the man you hold in such high regard is not worthy of it. Isis responds calmly, in this match, both of you can go all out. I will only step in if things go too far. Just don't kill each other. The clerk moves toward James, thinking, with one attack, I'll make him realize he's just an ordinary human. James wields his sword and blocks the clerk's punch with it. The clerk thinks, if I had fought him yesterday, that attack would have worked. James then uses his future walker power and says, I, who exist in multiple dimensions, can become one. He channels the aura gained from the future walker into monstrance and throws the light power at the clerk. The clerk responds, I'll admit, the princess's decision to choose Jane is valid, but it's still too early for him to defeat me. As he releases his energy, James is surprised and wonders why future walker is warning him. The clerk leaps toward James and says, I will show you my powers. Using his destruction technique, he lands a powerful punch toward James and commands, kneel before it. Isis runs toward James. James senses the strength of the attack, but wields his sword and shatters it, saying, I will match it too. The clerk says, I'm surprised you were this strong, before capturing his power back. After settling the attack, a huge destruction appears on the ground. James sees it and wonders, since the clerk's rank is higher than mine, I cannot completely absorb the power. He is shocked by its destructive force. The clerk appears again and says, what a monster you are, revealing that he used a Rand. A Rand stone is a stone in which a person of Rand stores their power for their entire life. When using the power stored in a Rand, the person gains fighting power hundreds of times stronger than usual. The clerk begins to leave, saying there is no need to test James further. Isis calls for the clerk, but he does not listen. James thinks he understands after going through that match. Even though he is awakened as a swordmaster, he is unsure if he can defeat those two. He believes he needs to recover the power he had in his prime. Isis tells Jin and Han that Jane Welton is a swordmaster and has obtained a really strong power. Han responds, James is a damn talented guy. Not only is he just 15, but he's already a 9th class magician and a swordmaster. Jin asks, where is James right now? Isis replies, it seems he has to talk to Barl about something. As James walks through the forest, Barl asks, is it true that you become a swordmaster? James agrees. Barl remarks, your father will pass out when he finds out. He thinks to himself that when he first saw James, he was a child, but now it looks like he has grown up. Barl then stops and tells Amy, regardless of what James thinks of me, he has always lived his life as a good father to him, as his godfather. He promises to watch over and support James' future. He says, when James is tired, I will lend him my back, and when James wants to push forward, I will assist him without hesitation. I vow to support the ideals James pursues. So, James should march forward. James thanks his godfather. Meanwhile, at the Church of Genies, some guards point their swords at Karen and demand, who are you? Do not move and tell us your identity. Karen responds, just because time has passed does not mean you should not recognize me. He then slashes at them, severing their heads. Opening the door with his power, he declares, if the commander of the 7 knights has come, you should all come to greet me. A disciple standing on the stairs remarks, the sword of Genies seems very enraged. Karen asks, who are you? The disciple tells him to stand down and says, you are in God Genie's palace. With a flick of his finger, he catches Karen's arm with a chain and says it is a shame their first meeting is going this way, but it is a pleasure to meet him. He introduces himself as No, the disciple of God Genies. Cryan says he hasn't heard that a disciple was born. Noah responds, it is God's will, and there is no need to explain everything to a believer. Cran asks, are you implying that I am merely a believer? Noah replies, of course, Cran, you are the sword of genies, so you're not just a believer. But still, if you continue to speak so crudely, it won't be tolerated. Noah states, I was chosen by Father and have become his doppelganger. You should be reporting to me. Cran starts laughing, asking, is this another trial given to me by the Father? As he begins to release his energy, he adds, I understand. Noah comments, we should fix your attitude as well. Cryan begins to attack, saying, Noah talks too much. Noah replies, you can't keep Kreen out without the Father's permission. I'll begin by showing you the difference in our skills. Noah blocks Cran's sword with just his finger and reminds him that he already told him he is a disciple. He remarks that it is amazing for a human to expel confidential power through a sword. But Enoch is the Father's doppelganger and proxy, the Savior sent to earth, the Messiah. It is said that for the sword to aim itself at the one it is meant to protect is an impossible act, one that defies the divine rule and is absent from the Father's commandments. Hearing this, Cran sits and bows, declaring, I, the knight, swear to put my life on the line for God's proxy. Noah responds, I will be in Creon's care from now on. At the Pyro Church, Holy Knight Raz Hying returns and announces his arrival. Ricky acknowledges his return. Raz expresses regret for interrupting prayers, saying, I would have delayed my greeting had I known. Ricky reassures him, noting that the prayers were nearly finished, and reminds Raz, I have previously told you to speak casually when we are alone. Raz insists on maintaining formality. Explaining that he is no longer a child, Ricky then asks, did Ross meet Anna as well? Ross confirms, yes, but the Saints are currently out. Ricky remarks, she must be enjoying her travels. Ross explains, since she was blind until a year ago, when her divinity weakened and she gained sight, everything must be new and exciting to her. When asked about the situation on the front line, Raz reports it remains the same. Kieran and Olia are engaged in a minor skirmish, a conflict between main allies. Carrion, representing the eastern continent, is under the Genie Church, while Obia, the northern continent, is associated with the Pyro Church. Alicia from the western continent and Bayan from the southern continent have chosen not to intervene. Heron, the middle continent, has not yet declared a stance, but it is likely the Lily Church, which leads there, will mobilize part of its kingdom. Roz explains, the gods of war and peace, genies, dragons, Brahmin, and beauty form one faction. While the god of dragons cannot recklessly mobilize dragons and will likely not interfere, there is a strong possibility that the Lily Church will side with Chiron if the war escalates. Ricky asks, will Obia be alright? Roz replies, the Northern Continent's alliance is strong. The Seldom Kingdom plays a key role in the conflict. Ricky notes the 12 Lord system has already collapsed. He emphasizes in order to survive, we must strike first. He mentions we need to meet the Pope to report this. Finally, he inquires, what about Jane? I heard he made a major contribution a few months ago. Rouse confirms Jane played a significant role in stopping the holy beast of the Dryan god and in the restoration of Harmonia. Ricky expresses admiration. Jane is truly impressive. I hope to meet him soon. Meanwhile, as James steps into the garment, he mutters, there is still something I need to discover. According to Ganon's diary, someone had written Garmin's name on Diablo's tombstone. The person who acted clearly understood what kind of place Garmin was. James reflects, I need to find out who that person is. Osiris recognizes James and asks, have we met before? James responds, I came to ask you something. When Osiris asks what he wants to know, James replies, I'm searching for someone from the past. Specifically, did they ever live in Garmin? Osiris assumes James followed the traces of that person to reach this place. But James clarifies, I didn't follow a trail, I just ended up here by chance. Osiris, slipping in and out of clarity, admits, I don't remember much from that time, but there was one person I recall clearly. He often said the world under the rule of the 12 gods might grow troubled. He believed that changing that system could create a better world. Osiris continues, he stood alone in his efforts, and in the end, he wasn't successful. He confesses, at first I thought he was naive, but now I realize his way of thinking had merit. With determination in his eyes, Osiris says, I intend to carry forward what he couldn't finish, and to destroy the 12 gods. James agrees internally, acknowledging that the man was not wrong. He reflects that things might have changed if he had joined forces with his last comrade, but unfortunately, that person did not survive long. Osiris adds, an infection spread, wiping out most of the group, and only a few managed to escape. Eventually, a raise was formed. James contemplates that if Abrasis has survived 2 world resets, then the group whose names were engraved on the tombstone existed at least 20,000 years ago. They knew Diablo well, and one among them had even tried to become Diablo Volpir. If that person is still alive, Jane considers that he could appear before me in any form. Meanwhile, Prometheus finds himself in a strange situation. Monsters surround him and begin to kill him. He awakens abruptly, wondering if he has dreamed about that day. Jurvengander asks, "Is it that nightmare again?" She tells Prometheus, even if you are afraid of what they accomplished that day, he must continue moving forward for the sake of her master and himself. Prometheus, he replies, "I know, which is why I made the contract." He thinks that soon, to atone for the mistake of killing his comrades with his own hands, he must pass down a new cause to humanity. That is what he and his comrades had wished for. He resolves that he will kill the 12 gods himself and will not allow anyone else to do it. Osiris then asks, "Does Jane have more questions? Aside from things related to your time in Garmin, you are free to ask anything." Jane replies, "I will ask one more question. Why did you end up like this?" Osiris answers, "It's because I lost." "To the 12 gods?" Jane asks. "That's what they're called now," Osiris says, "but they weren't called that back then." Suddenly, Osiris' body begins to deteriorate. Seeing this, Jane wonders, is this also taboo? Realizing that there must be some kind of restriction connected to revealing information about the seal, he grows silent. He concludes that he has no choice but to return for now. As Jane exits, Commander Fawn of the Valkyrie species waits for him. She says, "I was waiting for you. We need to talk about Princess Benna." Jane wonders, since Fawn has been overseeing Benna's training and Benna should be doing well, if there is another reason. Fawn gets straight to the point. "The princess keeps saying she wants to follow you. I need you to stop her." Jane asks, "Why should I?" Fawn responds, "You're cold," and explains, "The queen does not have long to live. 15 years ago, after the princess went missing, the queen's health began to decline. Although she has improved recently, the deterioration is irreversible. The queen likely has only 1 year left to live." Princess Benna is unaware of the queen's condition, but Jane knows what the queen means to the Valkyrie. With that, Fawn leaves, saying, "I trust that you understand." The next day, Benna asks Jane, "What do you mean by telling me to stay in? Are you joking?" Jane tells her that he heard the queen is ill, and if something happens to the queen, Benna must remain with the Valkyrie. Benna replies, "It's okay. I've already gotten permission from my mother to wander the world while I'm still young." Jane responds, "The place I'm heading to is a battlefield that will decide the fate of the world. If something happens to you there, the Valkyrie cannot be revived." He pauses and reminds her, "You know this too." Benna stands and shouts, "I just need to stay alive." She suddenly questions, "Why? I waited 5 years. You should never have told me to come back safely." She storms off, muttering, "I need to cool off." Jane quietly says to himself, "It should be enough." Meanwhile, the Valkyrie Queen stands before the Odin tree, gazing at it solemnly. "I don't have much time," she murmurs. She recalls the first time she brought Benna there, how Benna cried her lungs out. The queen softly says, "I will support you, no matter what you choose to do. Spread your wings, Benna, and fly free." Sitting down, she closes her eyes and prays to Odin, god of the Valkyrie, to look after his child. At the same time, Benna sits alone, crying. "It's so unfair," she says, remembering the promise to stick together. She regrets having left Jane's side. Jane, who saved me, is more precious than the Valkyrie. As she lifts her head, she sees a crab-like monster in front of her. The monster lunges. She quickly retreats and wonders, why is there a monster in Avalon? She's certain Avalon has Frontier's blessing, which should repel them. Then she realizes she's run too far and is outside the blessing's range. Monsters are swarming around her. Surrounded, Benna says, "Actually, it's good. I needed to let off some steam." With that, she equips her weapon and begins to fight the monsters. After killing several, only 2 remain. Vina grips her weapon tightly. "I haven't spent the last 5 years just standing around training." As one of the monsters approaches, she prepares to use a skill, noting, although its incomplete binary Valkyrie is the most important enhancing tech. It forcibly draws out power, but leaves her paralyzed once it ends. She charges and strikes the crab monster. "There is only one left," she says. Knowing she won't be able to move after the skill ends, she pushes forward to finish before that happens. However, Inherry Valkyrie consumes too much stamina and deactivates mid-attack. At that moment, the remaining crab's attack is about to strike her. She closes her eyes, internally apologizing to Jane, believing this is the end. Jane appears, shouting at her for being stubborn. "You idiot," he yells. "Always rushing in like that." He grabs her and blocks the crab's attack by forming a protective shell around them. Behemoth arrives, offering help. He destroys the crab by slamming it into the ground, creating a deep crater. Jane observes Behemoth's power, reflecting on how much he has recovered over the past 5 years. "I saw your Einherry Valkyrie," he says to Benna, "and I must admit your progress is impressive." He pauses, his tone turning serious, "But you were reckless. Going after the last monster like that, you need to learn when to rest. Behemoth agrees with a low growl, nodding in silent approval, pointing out that she would have been in serious danger without them. Benna hugs Jane, apologizing and thanking him. Jane responds, "It's fine," and suggests they return. As they sit, Benna asks, "Do you mean I truly cannot go with you?" Jane admits, "I want you to come, but you're the Valkyrie's princess and the current interim queen. You must lead the Valkyrie. You can join me later." Just then, Fine arrives, shouting in excitement. "I have incredible news," she exclaims. "A new Valkyrie princess has been born." Both Jane and Benna are confused. Fine explains, "Benna, your little sister, who will become the second princess, has just been born. This means Bella is now free to travel with Jane Welton." Benna asks, "Are you joking?" A younger sister suddenly appearing. "This isn't funny." Fine replies, "I'm not joking." Then she asks, "Do you know how Valkyries are born?" Benna wonders internally, realizing she has never learned about their birth process. Fine explains Valkyries are species made up solely of females. A seed is created from a gene extracted from the queen's body, and this process continues through the generations. When that seed is planted in the forest of birth, a flower grows and a Valkyrie is born inside the flower. However, a queen is different. The gene of the interim queen is planted on the white tree, and if a red flower blooms from that tree, a princess is born. Benna asks, "Does this mean someone planted another gene into the white tree?" Fine confirms, yes. After she went missing and no trace of her could be found, 7 years later, the four elders proposed planting a new gene. The seed they planted didn't show any signs of life, and most of the Valkyries had given up hope. Then, Benna was found, and everyone's focus shifted back to her. Recently, a flower was discovered growing in a cavity at the roots of the tree. Benna asks, "Does that mean the gene planted 8 years ago is now beginning to grow?" Fine replies, "It hasn't bloomed yet, but it's growing. I believe it will bloom in 2 years." James thinks to himself that this means the new princess will be born after the current queen's death. He slams his hand on the table and tells Benna, "I need to tell you something." Fine tries to stop him, but James insists, "It's time you know the truth." He looks at Benna and adds, "The queen has only 1 year left to live." Her health deteriorated after losing another gene. Extracting it placed an even heavier burden on her body. Benna sits down on the floor, crying loudly, blaming herself. "It's all my fault," she sobs. "If I hadn't gotten lost that day, my mother wouldn't be in this condition." James gently touches her head. "Snap out of it," he says firmly. "We can't turn back time. Drowning in regret will only bring you more pain." Benna wipes her tears and says, "I want to see my mother right now." James agrees. "Let's go see her immediately." They arrive at the entrance of the Valkyrie forest. James turns to Fawn and asks, "Do we need permission to enter the forest?" Fawn replies, "Since you're the prince, no special permission is required." As they enter, James notices Benna's hair turning red and wonders if the forest is affecting her. Second Elder Santina greets them, saying, "The princess has arrived." Benna greets Santina, saying, "It's been a long time. I've come to see my mother." Santina then asks about James. James introduces himself, and Santina realizes that he is Princess Benna's master. Santina tells them to wait a moment while she informs the queen. James asks, "Are you one of the elders?" Fun confirms, explaining Santina is strong, her direct superior, and the queen's aide. James thinks to himself, as expected of a Valkyrie elder, the energy coming from her is at least masterclass. Santina returns and tells Fion to stay there, while James and the princess may enter. Benna rushes toward her mother, hugs her, and begins to cry. The queen asks, "Why are you crying? Has something bad happened?" Benna says, "I've heard everything. Is it true that you have only 1 year left to live?" The queen, surprised, asks, "How does Benna know?" Benna replies, "If I had known sooner, I wouldn't have left the forest. I would have stayed by your side." She then apologizes. James, observing them, thinks if my own parents or Sarah's health had deteriorated, I would have reacted just like Benna. He reflects, one can't escape loss in life. It's something that must be overcome and accepted, even when you don't want to. He remembers going through it before and anticipates going through it again. In his past life, the pain had been too much, leading him to erase his emotions. But in this life, he resolves to accept all the pain. The queen then comments, "I'm being unsightly in front of a guest." She asks Benna to introduce James. Benna says, "He is my master. I have talked about him a lot." James introduces himself, and the queen says, "I'm finally able to meet the savior of the Valkyries." She thanks him for helping her find her daughter and presents a leaf to him. "It's not much, but I wanted to give it to you sooner." She explains that even just processing a leaf from the white tree gives energy and asks him to accept it. Jane accepts and says, "I already feel more refreshed." The queen then says, "I would like to discuss my daughter's future," and asks, "Is that right?" Benna says, "I will step aside." The queen then asks Jane, did you tell her that she has only 1 year left? Jane replies, yes, I told her so she would return home. The absence of a queen is detrimental to the Valkyrie. The queen says, I hadn't planned to tell Benna. I didn't want to see her in pain. Jane replies, as a parent, that's selfish. Children have the right to know about their parents. The queen acknowledges, I was being selfish, and thanks him for bringing her daughter back. James says, I will say goodbye to Benna. He then sits with Benna and tells her, since we've come all this way, you should make your decision. He asks, do you remember the first time we met 5 years ago? Benna says, I remember how you scolded me. She adds, I was disappointed when I learned Valkyries don't have magical talent, but she was happy they could be together. Crying, she said, that moment is unforgettable. Jay responded, there's no need to forget. It doesn't matter how far apart we are. I am your master and you are my student. We are always together. Crying, she agreed. Jay then took his leave. Take care of the queen, he told her. I'll see you again. He teleported back to Avalon, where he saw Behemoth sleeping. He'll be upset when he finds out I stayed behind, he muttered bitterly. I should go to sleep. The next morning, Isis and Barrow called James' name. He woke up groggy and asked, what's wrong? Has a war broken out? In the Freedom War calendar, year 524, Teria, a nation located in eastern Kiran and backed by the Jin Church, launched a military invasion against the Chechen kingdom on the northern continent of Obia. With covert support in the form of troops and weaponry from the Jin Church and allied eastern countries, Teria devastated the border city of Jiren, reducing it to ruins. Although the Chechen kingdom was in a constant state of military readiness, it was unprepared for the full force of Tar's coordinated assault. As a result, Jiren fell to the invaders. The Seldom Kingdom, the dominant power on the northern continent, quickly responded by dispatching Lionel Marquest and Simon, 2 grand magicians, to assist Chechen. Their intervention successfully stalled Tar's forces, halting their advance toward Agni for a time. However, this delay only brought a short reprieve. Once Targa regrouped, they resumed their offensive. In response to the dire threat, King Aptesha of the Chechen Kingdom urgently summoned a meeting of the Northern Alliance. During the Northern Alliance meeting, King Aptesha expressed his concern. What course of action should we take? He wondered aloud. He admitted that he was barely managing to hold on thanks to the support from King Fridor. But he feared that if things continued as they were, Agni would fall next, followed by Shai, Eppo, and Cattle. He warned, if that happens, the path for the enemy will be open and no kingdom in the north will be safe. King's navy of the Ibra kingdom raises a concern that Ibra, being a coastal kingdom, is constantly under threat of attack from Quatacha. He tells Aptesha, all of the troops from the Northern Alliance have given Ibra some breathing room. They are not in a position to send military aid elsewhere at the moment. Apt says he understands, but insists the fall of Chechen would put the entire northern continent in danger. King Ray of the Absalon Kingdom asks, what role should my kingdom play? Must I send more troops? In response, King Vito of Galchen mocks him, calling him pathetic and a puppet who cannot make his own decisions. King Friedmore of Seldom intervenes, saying, this is no time for arguments, especially with the enemy already deep in our territory. We must focus on the crisis. Upta thanks Friedmore for calming the situation. Friedmore then outlines the current status. Seldom has already sent Grant and magicians Simon and Linnell to assist Chechen, and Count Welton is leading 10,000 troops to Agi. However, reinforcements will take time to arrive. He suggests sending more troops from the neighboring kingdoms of Absalom and Lender. King Dickaroy of Lender says, I have plans to send General Intu, known as the Flame Knight, along with 300,000 troops to Ibri. He adds, I have also dispatched General Kala and 7,000 soldiers to Chechen. I ask everyone to hold out until their arrival. King Navy notes, General Intu's presence will be crucial. His power will keep Kala's assault unrestrained. King Ray commits to sending General Shadakin with 5,000 troops. Aptisia expresses deep gratitude to King Ray and vows to repay him, declaring, I will not lose to the enemy. King Navy encourages the alliance, saying, this is the moment to crush the Genie's church, which has the power to summon demons. We must show Coroner the strength of the northern kingdoms. King Friedmore closes, reminding everyone, while our forces may be stronger, we must not let our guard down. The enemy could summon demons again at any moment. James stretches his arms and remarks, the war has started. Isis observes that he doesn't seem surprised. You don't look surprised, she says. Jabe responds, small-scale battles have been occurring continuously. This war should have started 5 years ago. He then asks, what's the current situation? Isis informs him Terra has already conquered Jaren. Although the enemy was advancing, 2 grand magicians from his kingdom stopped them. Jane asks, do you know their names? Barl answers, Marquess, Lionel, and Simon. Also, I've received orders to return immediately. Just then, a bird delivers a message to Jane. The message reads, "War has broken out. Third Elder Jane Welton is to return as soon as possible." Isis says, "We can't help." Jane reassures her, Frontier is preparing for something major as well, so don't feel pressured. I'll ask Behemoth to stay in Frontier and assist. He then looks at Isis and adds, "Instead, I want you to kill the dragon god, who will definitely need to kill him." Isis responds, confidently agreeing. Jane then says, "Before we leave, I want to check when my sword will be completed." Isis, guessing he's heading to the smithy, replies, "I'll go with you." They look inside the smithy, wondering if Sir Leal is there. Iron Leal is seen working intensely as fire spreads throughout the smithy. Jane quickly forms a shield around them. Isis asks, "Is that the fire of the red dragon?" Jane confirms, "I gave Sir Leal the heart of the red dragon." Iron Leal emerges saying, "I nearly died from the heat." Jane asks, "Is my sword ready?" Leal replies, "I was about to come looking for you." He then presents the finished sword. Jane takes the sword and asks, "Isis, can you help me test its power?" She agrees, saying, "Let's move somewhere more spacious to avoid damaging the smithy." They head to a plain. Jane announces, "I'm going all out." Isis agrees. As their swords clash, a massive explosion occurs and a bright light bursts forth. When the dust settles, a huge crater is left behind. Seeing it, Leal comments, "It's on par with Isis's Graham." Jane reflects, "This sword is a true dragon slayer. As its name suggests, it's trying to escape my control." He realizes that if someone with a weak will were to wield it, the sword would have devoured them, becoming a terrifying demonic weapon and causing disaster. But he's confident it's no match for him. Isis asks, "Do you think it can rival Graham's lightning?" She adds, "It's amazing." Then she asks, "Do you like it?" Jane replies, "It's incredible." Isis turns to Leal and asks, "What's the sword called?" Leal says, "I was too focused while crafting it to think of a name." Isis asks, "Can I name it?" "I already have a good one in mind." Jane asks, "What is it?" She explains there are several powerful weapons in the Legends of Ran. One of them is Barasada, the legendary sword wielded by my ancestor, Hero Rolang. Barasada was said to have the power to cut through space itself, and Rolang also wielded Durand, the sword that helped him rule the world. Jane repeats the name Barasada and says he likes it. In the Church of Genies, Cram looks at himself in the mirror. "It has been so long since I have worn this," he says. He recalls the 5 years spent in the catacombs, the underground prison of the sun god. Those years were horrific, but now he has received new divine power from Mount Chongban. "This is it," he declares. "I can now return to the battlefield. This time, I will destroy Jane Welton." A boy presents a sword to Cran. Upon sensing his aura, the boy begins trembling. Cran notices and asks, "Are you scared? Why are you trembling?" The boy replies, "It's just a little chilly." Cran takes the sword and tells the boy, "Don't work too hard, take it easy." The boy thanks him, but Cran then severs his head with the same sword. "Go and work next to the god gems," Cran says coldly. He throws the sword aside, stating, "I no longer need this world." As he approaches another sword, he grabs it. He says it has been a while, Durandal. James stands alone by the window, thinking it is already time for him to leave. He reflects on how he has recently obtained great power and the blessing of an ancient god. He has become a sword master and gained Barasada. Comparing his current skills to those of his past life, he feels he still has a long way to go. Since Diablo had reached a level above God tier, Jane believes the opponents he will face ahead will be far stronger than those he has encountered so far. He knows he must acquire even greater power to defeat the 12 gods. Then he notices Behemoth trying to say something. Jane asks, "What is it?" Behemoth responds, "How can you suddenly say you were going to live alone? Why didn't you wake me up before sending Benna off?" Jane apologizes. Behemoth asks, "Will Benna never come back?" Jane explains she will become the interim queen and won't be able to stay with us. He tells Behemoth, "Stay and help Isis." Looking sad, he says he understands and will just talk to Benna through Fawn. Jane hands him a warp magic circle that connects to where Benna is. He tells Behemoth to assist with Frontier's plans and not to forget to restore his power. Behemoth promises that next time they meet, he will be mostly back to normal. Jane then goes outside and asks Barl if he is ready. Barl says that everyone is in the hall and suggests they go and say their goodbyes. In the hall, everyone is present. Isis mentions that a few members are absent due to unforeseen circumstances, but says it would still be great to say goodbye to Jane. Nell tells Jane that it is a shame he is leaving. Jane replies that next time he returns, he will show her even cooler magic circles and asks her to perfect the things he taught her until then. Jane turns to Hawk and thanks him for helping him recognize his own thoughts. Hawk responds by asking if that is all for a goodbye, saying it is not much. Jane then addresses Jin. Recalling how they traveled together for over a month and how much fun it was, Jane mentioned that they had even crossed the border illegally. Jim replied, "I'm glad you had fun, Jane." Next, Jane turned to Han and said, "Thank you for safely bringing Bennett and Behemoth to Frontier." Han responded it was a task that needed to be done. Jane then expressed his gratitude to Rosemary. "Thank you for preparing my meals." James stood up and addressed everyone present. As he did, he reflected on the time when he first heard of Frontier. He had found the name revolutionary and believed they intended to destroy the existing system. But after spending time with them, he had come to realize that Frontier was not about destruction. It was an organization that resisted the 12 gods and pursued freedom. Feeling that the moment had arrived, he decided to reveal the truth. James took a deep breath and announced, "My real name is Diablo Volpir, a dark magician who stood against the 12 gods 66,666 years ago." Everyone reacted with shock. James added, "I don't know how I came back, but I'm certain my goal remains unchanged. Freedom for the world. To achieve that, they must unite and defeat the 12 gods." He declares that everyone in the revolution who has forgotten Diablo Volpir's will, but now stands in resistance to the gods, is his comrade. Hawks remarks, "This means an ancient being has reincarnated on Earth." Barl says, "I'm surprised, but now I understand why Jane is so talented." Jane apologizes, "I'm sorry for not revealing the truth earlier, but I assure you, Barl, I'm still your godfather regardless of my past life." Barl thanks him and promises, "I'll keep it a secret from Count Welton and Sears, who are still unaware." Han speaks up, saying, "I find it strange." He clarifies, "I'm not saying I don't believe you, James, but isn't 60,000 years too far-fetched?" James offers, "I can show you my memories." Han declines but asks, "What was it like back then?" James responds, "It was horrific, worse than the present." He explains, "Religious fanatics ran rampant, the 12 gods meddled in the world, and chaos reigned. The entire continent was engulfed in devastating wars, with cries echoing across the land. Yet he believed that the so-called peace established by the 12 gods had become even more oppressive than the chaos that came before. Because of this, he resolved to challenge their rule and free the world from their control. That, he declared, is my final vow, one that has endured for 60,000 years." As they prepared to depart, James turned to Barl. "We didn't stay in Avalon for long," James said, "but the outside world feels strangely unfamiliar." Barl responded, "That just means Avalon grew on you." James nodded. "Let's make the journey in one go." Barl paused, then asked, "Are you sure you're ready?" James gave a light shrug, though his expression remained steady. "Despite how I look, I'm still a 9th-class magician." Barl gave a faint smile. "Then let's go give it our all." In the northern region of Albia, near Agi in the Cheshan Kingdom, the Lord of Agi turned to Valfoy. "What should we do now?" he asked. Valfoy sighed. "Thanks to our assistance, we've gained some time, but we've also suffered significant losses." Nearby, Simon commented, "The enemy's supply line hasn't been disrupted, and must have been prepared in advance, allowing their supply lines to move faster than those of Cheshan." Valfoy asks, "Does that mean they can't stop the enemy?" Marquest replies, "The enemy calculated all of this in advance, especially with the divine relic of the genie's church, the battlefield's helix. It can perform war simulations and draw conclusions." He continues, "In the end, the battle depends on the enemy commander's strategy." Marquest then asks, "What's your opinion, Count Simon?" Simon agrees, saying, "The supreme commander of the Terrier troops is Katerina Robson, an 8th class grand magician known as the Puppeteer. Her homunculus magic soldiers are a significant advantage." Balfoy questions, "But how useful are homunculi? They're just artificial humans made by magic." Simon responds, "It's different when they're created by an 8th class grand magician with a large mana supply from magic stones. These magic soldiers can be controlled almost permanently." Marquest adds, "Some of these homunculi can even use magic as strong as 3rd or 4th class." Valfoy, realizing their strength, asked, "What should we do?" At that moment, a soldier rushed in, reporting an emergency. The enemy has brought 5 siege weapons, bunker breakers, each powered by ranked magic stones. These weapons are known to shatter even steel with ease. Marx thought to himself, with ranked magic stones, the enemy can destroy the castle walls in one strike. He realized their goal was to break through the magical defenses cast by both him and Simon. Simon then said, "Once the walls are broken, the enemy will charge in to conquer Agi. It will be impossible to avoid their fire." He decided to head out first. Marx turned to Valfoy and said, "Simon and I will do our best to stop the enemy, but you must evacuate the people and leave Agi." Meanwhile, Simon stood at the top of the wall, watching the enemy prepare to attack with the bunker breakers. He thought to himself, "They've truly prepared well. With those weapons, it could easily turn the city into an inferno. But as long as I'm here, I won't allow that to happen." He then unleashes his flames, activating Ifrit's hand. Katarina Robson, recognizing the flames, identifies Simon as the Red Lotus and challenges him to try to stop them. He orders the activation of the bunker breakers. As the weapons fired, they clashed against Simon's blazing technique. Katarina observes the result and admits it's not as easy as I anticipated, but insists it's still not enough to stop Ifrit's hand. He declares if it doesn't work the first time, it will the second. He commands another strike, challenging Simon to stop this one. Simon sees the incoming attack and immediately realizes that it's beyond his limits. At that moment, the Marquess appears and says, I will block it. With a single move, he unleashes his annihilation technique, intercepts the attack, and destroys the bunker breaker in one powerful strike. Katarina remarks, the godly mage of Seldom has finally shown himself. Saigon follows up by launching his own fire technique, rendering 2 more bunker breakers useless in an instant. Katarina, unfazed, declares that he has already predicted this. He announces that the wall will soon collapse and commands all troops to advance. As the enemy troops begin their assault, a massive wave of energy tears through them. The barrel has arrived. Seeing him, Katarina shouts, the wall will still fall soon. But then he pauses and says, watch closely as the hero of the next generation enters the battlefield. Jane appears, channels his light energy, and obliterates the remaining 3 bunker breakers in one sweeping strike. Katarina is shocked. He destroyed 3 at once. She exclaims. She immediately orders his troops to stop him. Realizing that the situation is slipping out of his control, Katarina casts a summoning spell. She calls forth the Teria Masters, Pharaohs, and Draxar. Pharaohs arrives and notes, the situation must be serious if both of us were summoned together. Draxar comments, this is why I insisted on leading the operation. Katarina responds, it's not the time to argue. Powerful reinforcements have just arrived for the enemy. Draxar declares that he will kill Jane with Jbol, a legendary magic spear infamous for its deadly nature, capable of killing its target even without a critical hit. He hurls the spear, vowing to shatter Jane's light as well. Jane instantly recognizes it as a masterclass reinforcement and mocks them, remarking that they're so weak it's boring to the point of death. He easily dodges the incoming attacks and then casts a powerful disappearance spell at them, resulting in a massive explosion. Marquess, witnessing the devastation, remarks, they almost got caught in the blast, though Jane ultimately saved us. Simon, puzzled, comments, I don't understand why Barl appeared alongside Jane. What exactly happened over the past 2 months? Barl silently observes, noting that Jane has grown even stronger than when he sparred with Hawks. Seeing the extent of the destruction, Marquess concludes, our part in the battle is done. Jane, after clearing everything out, approaches Katarina, who has managed to shield himself inside a magical shell. Katarina, shouting in desperation, unleashes his soul destruction technique. Jane dodges effortlessly. Using dark energy, he notes that it was wise of Katarina to save his trump card for last. Then, with overwhelming force, James summons Leviathan. The creature bites down and devours Katarina's arm. Defeated and terrified, Katarina surrenders. Meanwhile, Alo, the 4th Pope of the Genius Church, furiously shouts at a subordinate. He demands to know how the Teria troops could have been defeated. He questions how the subordinate failed to calculate the enemy's movements. The subordinate apologizes, admitting that he hadn't anticipated Jane Welton appearing on the battlefield. Iliad sharply retorts, asking whether the subordinate is implying that God Genie's relic bestowed upon them was flawed. The subordinate quickly denies it, confessing that the error was his alone during the strategic process. Suddenly, a guard slashes the subordinate from behind. Iliad then turns to Noah and asks, what should we do next? Seeking his disciples' opinions, Noah quietly reflects on how Jane managed to defeat 3 seasoned masters on his own. He then states that he believes Jane Welton has reached the supreme state. Elode interprets this to mean that sending standard troops would lead to the same result. At that moment, Cryan speaks up and volunteers for the task. He requests command of the army, promising to give the northern forces a true taste of battle. Ilog acknowledges that Cryan can be trusted with such a responsibility. Noah agrees, suggesting they entrust the mission to Sir Cryan and begin making the necessary preparations. Meanwhile, in Agnes' underground prison, James stands in front of the captive Katarina and asks where the 3rd person went, noting that there were originally 3 of them. Slumped in silence, Katarina simply tells them to end it. James thinks to himself that she won't give up any information easily, just as he expected, and considers using a location spell. Speaking aloud, he says, does Katarina really think I'd make the mistake of eliminating a master rank prisoner? Katarina responds coldly, saying their worth ended the moment they were captured. She adds that James, being a dark magician, should understand that their lives are meaningless now. Jake admits he also considers them worthless, but asserts that they should pay the price for creating chaos in the land. He then suggests turning Katarina into a master rank undead, saying it would make her a powerful asset. Katarina shouts back, demanding Jane kill her instead. At that moment, Marquest and Simon enter. Simon says, "I was looking for Jane," and realizes this is where he had gone. Jane replies, "I was busy locking up the prisoners," and mentions that one of them managed to escape. Marquest observes silently, thinking that Jane defeated Tar's large army on his own. That should have been impossible, especially against another master. He then directly asks Jane, "Have you reached supremacy?" Jane confirms, "Yes, I have." Simon comments, "The world will soon be in an uproar again." Marquest adds, "I must report this to the palace immediately." Simon then asks, "What should we do with the captives?" Jane answers, "I want to turn them into undead and use them in future battles. They would be a powerful force." Simon agrees, and Marquest, though hesitant, says, "I won't stop you, Jane, if it's for the sake of mankind." Jane asks, "Where is Barl?" Marquest replies, "Barl is gone to the Lord. He said he would take care of the chaos." Marquest shifts the topic, mentioning Count Welton is coming to AG, but it will take some time for him to arrive. You should get some rest. James thinks to himself, "This will be my first time meeting my father in a place far from the palace." He then tells them, "I'll leave everything to you." Meanwhile, a subordinate rushes into the meeting room where Freedomore is urgently reporting General Welton, the third elder of the magic world, has defeated Tur's large army of 50,000 troops and has reached supremacy. Freedomore, visibly pleased, asks, "Mark Bell, did you know about this?" Mark Bell responds, "I heard from Barrow, but I cannot confirm it without proof." However, considering the defeat of such a large army, he believes it must be true. At the same time, Isabella thinks about Jane, reflecting that although she didn't know when he would reach supremacy, he eventually did. After seeing him reach the 9th class not long ago, she sensed the impending darkness. She wondered what Jane would do now. 2 days later, Jane goes to the prison and finds that Katarina and Draxar have been killed. He remarks in frustration, "It's annoying," and concludes that the one who escaped is responsible, as not even a footprint is left behind. He notes that he had cast location magic throughout the city. Expecting this, he realizes the escapee must have the ability to evade detection magic. Jane then smiles and acknowledges the bait has been taken. He had never intended to turn Katarina and Draxar into undead, having already confirmed their baptism into the genie's church. He reasons that if the genie's church had discovered their resurrection, his plans would have failed. So he used them as bait instead. Sitting beside them, he touches Katarina's head and prepares to read his memories, intending to recall the memories of the dead. James sees in Katarina's memories that Pharaoh's is the one who came and killed them. He wonders how a single individual managed to turn into a spirit and assassinate his comrades. Since it is a spirit, James notes it should not have been able to avoid his energy detection. As he leaves the prison, he tells himself to let Pharaoh run as best as he can. Meanwhile, Pharaoh's is still within agony, thinking that due to spiritualization, he should be thankful for only losing his left leg. Spiritualization is a type of undead transformation where the physical body becomes ghost-like. He recalls that when the light poured down, he would have died without this power and ended up like Draxar. Pharaoh's understands that this power enabled him to remain undetected and assassinate Katarina and Draxar. He reflects on how dangerous the two would have become if resurrected as undead, and is surprised to learn that Jane Welton is a dark magician. He resolves to spread the word and bring Jane down. Confident in his spiritualization ability, he believes Jane will never find him. Then James' voice speaks, remarking, "Most people think they can escape, that they won't be found if they leave no trace." Hearing this, Pharaoh draws his sword and calls out, declaring, "I am Tar's sword master. I pass judgment on you, Jane, in the name of God." James' voice responds, "Fear is making you speak nonsense." Pharaoh's, growing agitated, begins slicing trees and calling Jane out. Suddenly, Pharaoh's is overwhelmed by his senses. He loses control and sees visions of Katarina and Draxar around him. He pleads for his life, but is ultimately killed. James, sitting calmly on a tree branch, watches the scene unfold. He notes that Pharaoh appears to be begging him. James then uses the third power, cursing. This power pushes Pharaoh's mental state to the brink, making it impossible for him to escape. James reflects that Pharaoh betrayed his comrades without even trying to save them. He believes Pharaoh, having done so, has no right to die peacefully. He condemns Farah to endless torment in the pit of darkness, with Katarina and Draxar dead and Farah gone. 2 days later, the army of the Seldom Kingdom arrives. Argino remarks, "I can finally see him again." Oefenjinger says to Argino, "You must be excited to see your son since it has been a while." Argino replies, "I would be lying if I said I was not." He adds, "Since Jane has reached supremacy, I'm looking forward to seeing how much my son has grown." He recalls thinking Jane was amazing when he first met him at the Central Magic Tower in the Magic World. But to hear that Jaime has reached supremacy in just 5 years is incredible, he muses. Valfoy then welcomes them, introducing himself. I am Wolf Mallet, the Lord of Egme. Argino greets him, saying, It is a pleasure to meet you. Valfoy thanks them for coming. The soldiers can be left to me, he says. Inviting the two to come inside the castle, Valfoy gestures toward the entrance. Argino agrees and asks, Is my son staying at the castle too? Valfoy confirms, explaining, Yes, he is. I wasn't able to inform Jane, though, as I came in a hurry. He adds, Young Master Welton has gone out on patrol. I am grateful for that. Argino, displeased, thinks to himself, Is Jane really planning to leave his own father hanging? Meanwhile, Jane, observing Jiren from above, notes that semi-magical artifacts are scattered throughout the city. He wonders, do they really think they can stop me with such measly things? Pulling out his sword, James smirks and says, It's fine. I can use this chance to test Barasada and destroy them. As he prepares to land, he senses a suspicious energy beyond the border. Realizing it is Can, he recalls, 5 years ago, when I met Crane and Afton, I had no chance against him because of the skill gap. But now the situation is different. James declares, Before they arrive, I will reclaim Garen. In the meeting room, Argino and Ofen from the Seldom Kingdom's support team greet the two elders. The Marquis acknowledges their presence, and Simon notes, It has been a while since I last saw you. Argino then tells Barl, I did not expect to see you here. Barl responds, One thing led to another. Argino notices some artifacts and asks, What are these? Simon explains they symbolize the semi-magical artifacts installed hastily because the enemy felt threatened by Jaime and the reinforcements. Argino asks, How many of these artifacts are there? The Marquis informs him, We've confirmed about 3,000 of them. And for your information, these artifacts have already stopped James' magic ones. Argino mentions, I heard Jane went out on patrol. Could he perhaps have gone to Jiren to scout? The Marquis clarifies, James is not on patrol. He's on a recon mission. Valfoy admits, I was mistaken. The Marquis continues, expressing relief, I'm glad both you and Ofen have arrived on time. In 2 days. At around noon, General Calva and 7,000 soldiers from the Lender Kingdom will arrive. Simon adds there appears to be internal conflict in Absalom. They had promised to send soldiers, but no news has come from them. Argino then calculates, combining all their soldiers will give us a force of 10,000. With that number, reclaiming Jiren should be possible. He continues, if magic cannot be used, then we can cut through the enemy with swords. If any of the magical artifacts are taken out, the Grand Magicians will regain their power. He emphasizes the central pillar in reclaiming Jiren is the Swordmaster. Given the urgency he proposes, let us begin the meetings without delay. Jane comes back and thinks it was good I did the recon. I need to inform the elders of this news. As he stands outside the meeting room, he senses a familiar energy. His father, inside the room, also senses the same energy. Both rush toward each other and greet one another. His father says, It's been a while. Jane responds, Welcome back. They sit around the table, and one of them addresses Jane, asking if he should call them the third elder. Jane replies, acknowledging that the first elder has broken his seclusion after 5 years. Jane observes that Ofen has developed greatly. He is now at the highest level of the 8th class and might soon reach supremacy. Ofen notices James staring and asks why. James apologizes, saying, It's just been a while since we last met. Ofen suggests they continue the meeting. Argino emphasizes reclaiming Jiren is critical, then asks, Does anyone have a strategy? James raises his hand and says, There is something urgent to discuss. He reports the Genie Sword Kreen is leading about 10,000 soldiers and advancing toward Jiren. I estimate they will arrive in 2 to 3 days. Barrow comments, They are moving very quickly. The Marks asked Simon, Should we abandon AG, move to the rear, and establish a defense line? Simon responds, It might be better to quickly reclaim him and then set up the defense line. As Jiren is a choke point connected to Turga, James then asks if defeating Cran would allow us to break through Turga's first gate, Joe Castle. Argino questions, James thinking, saying, With our current strength, reclaiming Jiren should not take long. James suggests, 100 soldiers, my father, and I should be enough to reclaim Jiren by tomorrow night. His father agrees, wondering internally, is that really my son? After the meeting while walking, Argino tells James, Seeing you up close, you've grown a lot. Your mother and Sarah will be shocked. James asks, Have I really grown that much? Argino replies, Your swordsmanship has also greatly improved. You might even be a swordmaster now. James admits, I knew you'd find out. I've acquired a new sword since Scud broke during a fight. As his father unsheathes the sword, he wonders, Does this weapon hold death within it? Was it crafted by a dwarf? James replies, Yes, a 5-hand dwarf named Iron Leal created it. His father asks, How did you manage to get a master like that to make you a sword? Jane responds, I simply asked nicely. Argino tells him, just say so if you don't want to share. He adds, it's not funny that your dad is pissed. James says it's nothing and thinks that since it's been a while since he talked to his father like this, he feels more at ease. This is what a family feels like. Jane then brings up Scud, saying, I wasn't able to take proper care of it, and it broke. He asks, aren't you angry? Argino replies, swords can break. Don't worry too much about it. He continues, more importantly, since it's been a while, how about we spar, not with wooden swords, but with real ones? In the drill hall, Argino states, the rules are simple. The one who admits defeat first is the loser. Jane thinks that he originally wanted to talk about recapturing Jiren, but now he's suddenly being pulled into a spar. He then asks, what if no one admits defeat? Barl appears and says, I came out wondering what you two were doing, but now that looks like something worth watching. Argino comments that Barl still moves around without any presence like a ghost. Barl replies, it's the habit. Are you complaining? Jane feels awkward about the situation, remembering that they once fought to the death over a girl. He hesitates for a moment before asking, Barl, will you be the referee? Barl nods and agrees, adjusting the rules. The loser will be determined either by verbal admission or by being clearly overpowered. Argino agrees and shakes hands with Jane. Let's have a good fight. He thinks to himself, it's been a while since we last sparred. I'm really looking forward to seeing how much Jane has grown. Barl then announces, start the match. Jane and Argino clash swords. Immediately, Jane feels the overwhelming force behind his father's strike. He wonders if his hand will be torn off from the shock. The dense aura is so heavy that it's hard to breathe. Leaping backward to regain his balance, Jane realizes after just a few exchanges that his father is at least on par with Clark. Argino asks if that's all Jane has. In response, Jane activates his sword power and says, of course, not now. The real fight begins. Jane unleashes the Future Walker technique, moving at the speed of light around his father while wielding his sword. Argino senses something approaching. Even though he can't see Jane, he concludes that if this is Jane's power, that it's time to reveal his own. He activates the all-dimensional slice, a technique that cuts through every dimension. With a swift movement, he slices through Jane's Future Walker. Jane is stunned. No one before had ever been able to sense, let alone counter, a Future Walker. Yet his father instinctively and precisely cuts through it without even seeing it. He thinks to himself that he knew his father was strong, but not this strong. Argino then says to Jane, I congratulate you on becoming a sword master in just 2 months, but remember, nothing in this world is absolute. Argino activates the after images of the dimensional slice and blocks each of James' slashes. Stating that his power will dominate James, Argino stands tall. Jane wonders if his father has been hiding his true strength all this time. Sensing magic, Argino asks, how you use magic, Jamie? As Jane approaches from behind to strike, Argino blocks the attack with his sword. Jane admits, I cannot defeat you with just a sword. I will now fight as a magic swordsman. Argino responds, exactly what I was hoping for, before throwing Jane away. Jane casts fire magic, hurling it toward his father. Argino acknowledges Jane's fighting spirit, but says, a mere flame cannot block my sword. As he slashes through the fire, he realizes it was only meant to block his vision. Jane then activates Beyond Avalon, aiming to shift to another world, conceal his presence, and ambush his father. He thinks to himself, not even Argino can counter this. But Argino smirks, saying this is meaningless, and slashes into Avalon, sending Jane crashing into the wall. Jane is shocked. His father can slice through another world with his dimensional sword. Argino says that at his age, one can use one's power in any and every way. James, seeing that Future Walker and Beyond Avalon are ineffective, watches as his father rushes in, announcing that he will now attack. Jane, now fully armored, stops the attack with a powerful slash using a black suit, one of Diablo's fragments that increases his physical abilities by utilizing the monocore. Jane tells his father not to hold back and to use the dimensional sword, as he will fight with everything he has. Argino responds, telling him to prepare himself, and they both engage in a fierce battle. Barl, observing them, wonders what kind of blood flows through the Welton family, thinking it is not an exaggeration to call them monsters. He notes that Jane has grown stronger after using the black armor, but the match will soon be decided. Although it appears close, Jane's spirit has decreased significantly. Still, Barl admits that Jane has done well to endure this long against Argino, and now it is time to see who the winner will be. The morning after, Jane lies on his bed, his whole body itching. His father, standing at the door, asks, are you still in bed? Jane sits up and replies, I didn't expect you to hold back on the final attack. Argino looks at him, his tone serious. The spar was as real as an actual battle. I attacked in a way that increased my chances of winning. He pauses, recalling the fight. I saw your sword beginning to swallow my all-dimensional slice. If I hadn't withdrawn my sword quickly and avoided Ed aiming for your vital point, things could have gotten dangerous. Argino steps into the room. The space restrictions didn't allow you to properly use your magic. If we had both gone all out, I couldn't guarantee I'd have won. That's why I'm declaring that the spar will be our last. He sighs, his expression softening. I need to do this so I can continue supporting you as your father. Jane looks at him, then asks, when did you become a Grandmaster? Argino pauses, glancing away for a moment. A Grandmaster is considered the highest, most supreme level a warrior can achieve. There are no sudden awakenings or manifestations of new powers at that stage, and those who reach it often can't pinpoint exactly when it happened. Welton explains, I'm not sure of the exact moment myself, but I realized I had become a Grandmaster around 6 years ago. James, surprised, thinks to himself, my father must have already reached Grandmaster status before he even started working. He figures that his father must have kept it a secret to avoid drawing attention from the kingdom. James then asks, am I the only one who knows? Argino replies, Sword Lord Tar knows as well. It's possible to hide anything from Tar due to his abilities. James then asks, is Tariq also a Sword Lord? Argino responds, Tar's hiding his power too. And while I'm not completely certain, I believe Tar has reached Grandmaster status since he can go head-to-head with your grandfather. He then speaks about the previous head, Jane Welton. He reached Grandmaster in his final moments. He completed the 5th form of the dimension-splitting sword, the ultimate technique called Genesis, which he spent his entire life developing. Welton finds it odd that his father hadn't learned the ultimate technique, but he now understands why there was no need to. His father already possessed a similar ability, the all-dimensional slice. James remarks, it's strange that a space-type power keeps appearing in our bloodline. He questions, what's really going on with the Welton family, especially when you consider my father's powers, my own, and possibly even my grandfather's. Argino confirms Cherbil also had a space-time power, which those around him called heaven and earth. It was a power capable of interfering with everything between the heavens and the earth. He adds, according to records, every member of the Welton family bloodline has awakened special-type powers. That's something that has never occurred in any other family. However, Argino admits, I don't know what the Welton family truly is. It seemed like Cherbil knew something, but he never revealed it. James then shares something he heard long ago from his grandfather's friend Darius. The reason Cherbil created the ultimate technique was for you, Jamie. Argino wonders how his father knew that Jane would be born with the talent to perform the ultimate technique at the time. Sears had only been pregnant with Jane. It feels as though his father had somehow already known the child's destiny before birth. Argino questions how a warrior like his father could have known the fate of an unborn child. He then stands up and states that he will look into the Welton family's secret. There's something hidden there, he mutters. I'll find out what it is. He's unsure what mysteries might be concealed in the secret study that only the head of the family is allowed to enter. With that resolved in his mind, he shifts focus and says it's time to discuss the recapturing of Jaren. In the Ivory Coastal Kingdom, at the bordering town of Lackham, Siegfried stands atop a lookout. Observing through his telescope, he notes that tens of thousands of soldiers have suddenly gathered along the border of East Kata. It hasn't been long since Kata's forces failed to infiltrate AGUI in the Chechen Kingdom, he thinks, yet they are already making moves against the Ivory Coastal Kingdom. Siegfried turns to Delcat, the commander of Ibra's navy and the lord of Lackham, and asks if Lackham's soldiers would be able to stop them in the event of an attack. Delit informs him 3,000 soldiers from Lender will arrive in Lackham the following day. Siegfried mentions, I've also heard that General and Tal will be accompanying them. Delit responds, even so, it will still be difficult. The Quitacha Kingdom's military is about 1.5 times larger than Ibra's navy. Moreover, the Genie's Church and the Eastern Alliance are sending reinforcements, pushing Quitacha's total force to at least 50,000. As infuriating as it is, Delit continues, we may need to abandon Lackham and establish a defensive line at Grace Mountain. The mountain is known as a natural fortress and enemies will not be able to break through easily. Siegfried disagrees, saying it's too early to give up. Count Welton and his army should have already arrived in Agi. With Count Welton and the young master involved, they should be able to resolve matters in Chechen within the week. If things go well, the magician who has reached supremacy might join them. The only concern is how long they can hold out. Siegfried concludes, if Delcat is worried, it must mean Quatacha is indeed advancing. He watches their movements through the telescope. Even if they launch an attack, Siegfried reassures him, I am present and ready. If I go all out, I can defend the town. Once we succeed, Siegfried adds, the next step will be to set fire to the enemy's position. We will definitely succeed, young master. In the northern continent, within Obia of the Chechen Kingdom, at Jaren Castle, soldiers stand guard, anxiously discussing the situation. When are reinforcements expected? One soldier asks. They should arrive in about 2 days, another replies. Doubt lingers as they question whether the anti-magic defenses can truly hold. They manage to repel magic on the first day. One recalls, but just barely. Frustration builds as another soldier complains. The attacks from the seldom gray magicians who claim they're going to recapture Jaren nearly kill us. Though the half-magic artifacts nullified the magic, the tension remains high. The castle shook as if struck by an earthquake. They expressed hope that things would improve once reinforcements, including Sir Cryan, arrived. Suddenly, the Welton family's elite troops launched a surprise attack, swiftly cutting down the defending soldiers. Captain Hamilton, leading the elite unit, announced, "We will now begin destroying the half-magic artifacts installed along the castle walls." As the castle's soldiers realized their intention, they shouted, "The enemy is targeting the artifacts. They must be stopped." Using the Welton Seize technique, the elite troops eliminated all approaching soldiers with lethal precision. One soldier, astonished by the sudden appearance of an attacker, was struck down by Hamilton, who remarked, "Such speed is the Welton family's footwork." A member of the elite team reported to their leader, "All the half-magic artifacts in the area have been destroyed." The leader praised him, then personally destroyed the final artifact on the castle wall. He then informed Jane, "With all the half-magic artifacts on the castle walls eliminated, we have succeeded. Magic should now be usable around the perimeter." Meanwhile, the defenders scrambled to deploy replacement artifacts, with their commander ordering immediate reinforcement of the walls to prevent magical invasion. As chaos erupts, the attackers set the entire palace ablaze. Jane, turning to Argino, states, "I had anticipated the ease of this mission. With the Welton family's elite force, the Fear Knight's order, we could recapture the castle instantly." Hamilton, the vice captain and sword expert, greets Argino, who has just arrived. Jane then gives the order to begin the final assault. Argino relays the command to the troops, declaring it is the vice head's directive to reclaim the castle. That night, blood reigns within Jaren Castle. Thanks to the swift and deadly actions of the Welton family's elite troops and the combined efforts of Jane Welton and Argino Welton, the northern forces succeed in recapturing Jaren in a single night. At the border of Jaren, Cryan hears that Jane Welton has taken back Jaren and remarks that things are getting interesting. Vincent, the vice commander and a swordmaster, reports that Count Welton's army and reinforcements from the Lender Kingdom are expected to arrive. He asks, "What should we do?" Cryan turns the question back to Vincent. "What do you think we should do?" Vincent reflects. Currently, there are 4 grand magicians in the north and 3 swordmasters on standby. On our side, only Cryan and I hold the title of master. Although Cryan became a grandmaster while captured by the Sun Church, he pauses. It still might not be enough. He wonders aloud, why does Cryan seem so relaxed in this situation? Cryan moves closer to Vincent. "Was it last year that you joined the 7 Knights?" he asks. Vincent, with a trembling voice, confirms. It hasn't been a full year yet. The 7 Knights are known as the 7 swords that protect the Genie's church, and each knight is a master. After Vincent was appointed, he overpowered Balba, who had previously been the most skilled after Cryan, and temporarily became the Sword of Genies. Vincent reflects on Cryan's reputation, having heard that he possesses incredible power. He thinks that after the war, he would like to fight him and witnessed his strength firsthand. Cryan tells Vincent, "Don't be too nervous. Where there's a will, there's a way." As Cryan spreads his arms and starts to move forward, he asks, "Should we get going again?" Simon stands atop the palace and says to Jane, "I didn't expect that we would recapture Jaren so easily." He remarks, "Sometimes it feels like mages are helpless." Jane responds, "This was a special case," and comments, "A person who installed thousands of half-magical artifacts must have been insane." Then he senses that Cryan's energy is approaching. He concludes Cryan must have heard about Jaren's recapture and hasn't stopped advancing. Jane reflects, this means the battlefield's Helix has already calculated the casualties of victory. Jane isn't sure what the enemy saw on the battlefield's Helix, but he resolves, "This time, I will destroy Jane's." Simone then asks, "Where has Count Welton gone?" Jane replies that he went to meet up with General Kala's army from Lender. At that moment, Argino arrives with the army's wave, and Jane remarks, "It seems my father is back." In Jurin's inner castle operation command room, Calva introduces herself. "I am Calda Brown from Lender." Everyone introduces themselves to her. Argino then suggests, "Let's end the introductions and begin the strategy discussion." Simon notes, "With Master Kalga now on our side, we hold the advantage. We've discovered 3 bunker breakers in the armory, so stopping the enemy should be easy." Ofen agrees with Simon and proposes we should gather the soldiers immediately to ambush Turga. James says it's still uncertain. "Before arriving, I saw Cryan's army advancing. I don't believe Cryan is unaware of his disadvantage. He must have something planned." Kalga points out, even with a secret weapon, the difference in military power is significant. James agrees but adds, objectively, it's important for us to lose. He suggests that the enemy's goal might not be to win the battle. The Marquess deduces that their target could be one of the masters, as killing even one would have a massive impact. James confirms that such an extreme tactic is possible. He notes that genies, the gods of war and peace, seek to destroy everything to achieve peace. Since the genies' church specializes in war among the 12 churches, they must prepare for every possible scenario. Barl agrees, warning that complacency could have serious consequences. James then proposes discussing their next course of action. The next morning, James stretches his arm and comments, "The sun has risen quickly." Marcus approaches and notes, "It's chilly." James replies, "It's early fall now." Marcus reflects on how much James has grown, recalling the child he met 5 years ago and acknowledging the incredible level James has reached. James credits Marcus's mana breathing technique for his progress, saying it would have taken longer without it. Marcus then asks James, "You remember our conversation at the warp terminal in the magic world?" Holding James' hand, he tells him, "If you are ever tired, you can come and find me." He places something in James' hand and adds, "That promise hasn't changed because I plan to bet everything I have on you." He continues, "You're not the only one who feels this way. Everyone who supports you believes in you." He urges James, "Don't stop. Achieve everything you want." James assures him, "I won't worry. I'm moving forward with everyone this time." Marcus responds, "I trust you." Just then, a soldier rushes in with an emergency report. Cran's army is closing in. The elders stand at the top of the palace rooftop pillars, watching as Cran's army approaches. James declares the war is finally beginning. He continues, "I'll first return what was done to us." He orders, "Fire the bunker breakers." As the bunker breakers are launched, Cran remarks, "This is a boring welcome." He turns to Vincent. "Handle it." Vincent leaps from his horse toward the bunker breaker attacks, causing them to disappear. Simon, observing this, notes in surprise that the bunker breaker's beam has vanished. Marcus wonders aloud, how did 3 beams disappear at once? James clarifies, they didn't actually vanish. It only appeared that way. As Vincent absorbed the beams, Simon questions, who is Vincent to possess a power that absorbs attacks? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Simon gathers his power and says, "It seems we have underestimated the enemy." Simon agrees, channeling his fire as well. Their combined powers are hurled toward Crane's forces. Cran, dismounting his horse, expresses irritation at the interference of weak opponents. With a swift motion, he cuts through the incoming fire technique with his sword. Cran's causality reversal power enables him to alter the order of cause and effect. By forcing the outcome, he makes his opponent's injury occur first, before following up with a fitting attack. Seeing Cran's power, James thinks, no matter how many times I witness it, it remains an annoying ability. Argino says, it seems Cran has now become a grandmaster. Barl thinks Cran exists on a completely different level than he did 5 years ago. The Marquess, concerned, considers that if their enemies counter magic and manage to infiltrate the castle, their strategy will fail. He descends and declares, "I will separate the ground to prevent the enemy's approach." Using the earthquake technique, he begins splitting the terrain. As Cran charges at him, shouting, "Don't interfere," Jane blocks Cran's strike with his sword. Recognizing him, Cran says, "Jane Welton has finally arrived." Marquess thanks Jane for the support and confirms that he has successfully separated the ground. He adds, "We should proceed with the prepared strategy." Jane retaliates with a strike, prompting Cran to comment on James' growth, stating, "You are now incomparable to your former self." Jane replies sarcastically, Cran's face remains just as disgusting. He asks, "Are there only 2 masters on Cran's side?" Cran retorts, "Do you think I would come unprepared?" He then reveals, "I've brought another present." James, confused, listens as Cran announces the revival of the plan that had once been momentarily stopped, the Chimera Holy Knights. James' eyes widen at the mention. 5 years ago, the Genie's church had kidnapped innocent children and conducted horrific experiments to create the Chimera Holy Knights. James had believed the experiments had ceased after the operation was dismantled and those involved were captured. But now, he realizes the inhuman project has continued. Cran challenges James, asking if he will be able to stop it this time. As countless chimeras appear behind Cran, he declares there are 20,000 Chimera Holy Knights. Cran mockingly asks, "Do you know how chimeras are created?" He continues, "My subordinate explained that one takes a child and removes their heart while they are still alive. The child begs to be killed instead, screaming for their mother, who never comes." Frustrated, James shouts, "I'm sending you to hell." He unleashes an attack. Cran, seeing this, asks, "Is that your answer to my present?" Then he claims he has already tasted hell because of James. Using his casualty reversal technique, Cran infuses with James' power. James then rushes toward him to attack. Cran points his sword at James and says, "Show those poor souls what hell looks like." though they won't be able to reach hell even if they die. He orders his chimias to charge. Jane is shocked to see one of the chimias is not even 10 years old. Can laughs, repeating the child will beg to be killed instead. Jane thinks that 5 years ago he could have cut them down without hesitation. But now, after deciding to accept their emotions, he realizes this is why he needs to do this. To them, their present is a horrific nightmare. Jane then uses his light technique to destroy some of the chimias. Observing the survivors, Jane wonders if they receive Genie's blessing as they survive his light technique. He realizes he cannot defeat them all at once. Argino joins the battle, slashing through chimias and telling Jane, "You're not alone." Barl steps in, saying, "I do not plan to let Jane carry all the burden himself." Kala also enters the fight, assuring Jane, "I will protect your back," and urges him to go to Cran. Jane then rushes toward Cryan, saying, "I'll leave the others to you." As Jane moves toward Cran, Cran slashes at him, but Jane manages to dodge the attack. Vincent steps in and tells Jane, "I've received an order to be your opponent." Cran shouts at Vincent, "Get lost, I'm going to kill Jane." Vincent questions Cran, asking, "Are you planning to go against the disciples' wishes?" He reminds Cran, "Do what you need to do, but have you forgotten your pledge of loyalty?" Cran then runs from the scene, leaving Jane confused by his actions. Vincent tells Jane, "I already said I'd be your opponent. It's ready to activate, so let's begin." Jane wonders, "When did Vincent get so close to me?" Vincent uses a holy item, taking Jane to another place. Jane questions, "Where are we?" Vincent responds by welcoming him and saying that the place is another present from God, Genie's, the infinite battlefield, a space prepared solely to kill him. Jane remarks, "It's a waste of effort." Vincent explains that the battlefield helix instructed him to take Jane as far away from the battlefield as possible. Jane questions, "Do you think you'll win by taking me away from the battlefield?" Vincent answers, "At the very least, it will make Sir Cran's job easier." Jane, confused, asks, "What job are you referring to?" Vincent replies, "The second condition from the battlefield helix is for Sir Cran to kill Count Welton." Jane now realizes that their intention from the beginning has been to target his father's life. He believes, "Even if Cran and my father clash, my father would never lose to someone like Cran." Jane then remarks, "That sounds more like a wish than a prophecy," and activates his energy. Sensing this, Vincent is troubled, wondering, what kind of energy is this? Jane declares that he will make a prophecy himself. They both will fail. Meanwhile, Argino continues slicing through the chimias, thinking that no matter how many he cuts down, they just keep coming. At some point, he notices that Jane's presence has vanished and suspects that Jane would not have been defeated. So Jane must have moved somewhere, he concludes. He resolves to cut through them all for now and assess the situation once Jane's plan begins. Marquess prepares to execute the plan Jane had told them. When the enemy charges, the elders are to create war gates from 3 directions through which the cavalry will be sent out, he instructs. Marx now states, "We can ambush the enemy from 3 directions at once." He instructs Simon and Open to cover the flanks while he takes the center, and then they deploy. With that, a large number of chimias are destroyed. Seeing all the destruction, Can comments they've prepared something interesting. Though, he adds, it will not be easy to kill a chimera that has surpassed human limits. He then states, "I will now get to my own task." At that moment, Barrow places a sword at Cran's shoulder and states, "I have come to repay the debt from 5 years ago." Cryan quickly counterattacks, severing Barl's head. He admits Barl approached flawlessly without a trace, swift, but no match for me. He then realizes it was an illusion of Barl, which shatters. Ka says Barl is not alone, he's with sort of genies. Cryan laughs, finding it ridiculous, a worm trying such a thing. Barl then approaches from behind and injures Cran's shoulder. Cran remarks, "Interesting, ambushing me by hijacking my nerves with mental power." He recognizes it as the illusionary power of Swordmaster Kalba, a mental ability that shows illusions to confuse the opponent. Cran asks, "Do you really think a bunch of worms can defeat me?" Kalda replies, "Someone who fell for my power shouldn't be saying that." Cran, calling her insolent, rushes toward her. Seeing many illusions of her, he admits, hiding with illusions, smart choice. But then, spotting her reflection in his sword, he deduces that she is the only real one. He uses his casualty reversal technique and shatters her illusion. Just then, Cran notices Barl behind him again. As Cran is about to attack, Barl remarks Cran keeps showing up from behind like a rat. If you lack the confidence for a frontal attack, he tells Cran, "Stop your antics." 5 years ago, Barl met Cran in Afton and suffered a crushing defeat. It felt like facing an insurmountable wall. It was the same feeling Barl had when he first fought Argino. Each time he beats monstrous opponents, he devotes himself even more to training. The gap between them cannot be closed, but he resolves that even so, he will hold his place to protect those dear to him. With that, he activates his wind god and uses the spirit transformation technique. Cran wonders about Barl's body. Barl tells him, "You're not the only one who has honed his power over the past 5 years. Watch closely." As this technique is made to kill him, he then attacks through the ground, destroying it along with Cran. Barrel, pointing his sword at Cran, declares, "I have now repaid you for the attack from that day. Stop your useless resistance and surrender as a prisoner." Cran, grabbing his sword, reminds Barl, "I had already made it clear." Barl thinks even with Cran's body decaying, he stands right up again. Even if Cran is using casualty reversal to recover, it should not be this easy. Krian then asserts Barrel cannot defeat him. He uses the casualty reversal technique, throwing the attacks at Barl. "Bring out Count Welton," he demands. As Barl is about to collapse, he says Count Welton is above Cran. At that moment, Cran notices Argino leaping from above and slashing at his neck. Cran flashes back to recent war moments with Kala, Barrel, and the destruction of his chimias. He then fixes his neck, appearing clearly fine, and says, "That was close." He uses casualty reversal. Reversal ending. He rewinds time to a specific point 5 years ago when the entire country was abuzz with Jane Welton's appointment as a Grand Mage. Cryan was locked away in the infamous underground prison of the Sun Church. It is there that he first hears the news. Unlike himself, trapped in a pitch-dark cell, James is smiling brightly the newspapers under the global spotlight. For the first time in his life, Cryan feels a heartburning fury. He resolves that he must repay this hatred and anger, no matter what. And to do that, he needs more power. From that moment on, Cryan devotes himself day and night to studying the powers. As a result, he breaks through the wall of a Grand Master. He gains the power to minimize the penalty of casualty, reverse outcomes, and alter the flow of space and time. He acquires the ability to nullify even death. Now, Cryan thinks that he almost died. The pain of being sliced still lingers. The mental toll is severe, so using the technique more than twice is impossible. Count Welton cuts his throat before he can even activate the casualty reversal. He senses the ambush, but the enemy's movements are too quick. Moreover, Barrow and that unknown Swordmaster's powers are quite troublesome. This time, he tells himself he will have to approach things more cautiously. On the other hand, James uses the Future Walker technique against Vincent. Surprised, Vincent dodges James' slash, wondering how James suddenly appears and then vanishes with no trace of teleportation. He looks around, trying to figure out where James went when James appears behind him. As James begins to slash, Vincent blocks the attack. "Are you flustered?" James asks. "I'm not," Vincent replies. "I've never lost in swordsmanship." Vincent then starts slashing and James struggles to block each strike. He thinks to himself that Vincent's swordsmanship is monstrous. His mana sensitivity and reaction speed are top tier. As much as James hates to admit it, Vincent's skills as a swordmaster surpass his own. Vincent rushes toward him. "Are you done showing off?" James responds by casting Flame Dragons. Vincent blocks it with his hand, acknowledging that James' magical swordsmanship is impressive. "Fascinating," he says, then uses his damage absorption technique. As he closes his eyes, he fully absorbs the power into his body. James confirms his suspicion. It truly is an ability that absorbs attacks. He hadn't expected it to absorb even a 9th class spell. Vincent then says, "The church once told me that I exist solely to kill you." 5 years ago, Jane Welton's appointment shocked the genie's church to its core. Feeling threatened, the church began planning a human weapon specifically to kill him. A bishop approaches Vincent. "Are you Vincent?" he asks. "I've been looking for you." It's the Father's call. He says it is the Father's call. Vincent is then granted immense power. Bishop tells him, "Refine the power given by the Father." He adds, "Jane Welton is the one who thwarted our grand vision. He must be captured at all costs." Vincent begins unleashing his powers, stating, "This is what I have gathered over 5 years, solely to kill James." He uses the damage discharge technique on James. James notices the danger and realizes it cannot be stopped with magic. He considers using Beyond Avalon to retreat into the hidden realm, but decides he cannot delay. He thinks, even if it is a gamble, I must stake everything on the sword technique my grandfather crafted solely for me. James then uses Final Severance with the world-shattering technique. Vincent is shocked, realizing that James' technique pushes back the power of the authority. He thinks James' power should have been consumed by my own and begins to feel uneasy. Genie questions Vincent, "Are you doubting the power given by the Father?" Vincent tells himself, "I must not doubt that power," and attempts to block again. But James' power slices him in half. As Vincent collapses, he mutters, "I never imagined someone would use such a technique." James admits, "You are my nemesis," but adds, "You will never defeat me." When Vincent asks, "Why?" James responds, "Because you are nothing more than Genie's dog." Genie replies, "From now on, only you will be my dog." Vincent says his final words, "Now I can finally end everything. Thank you, Jane Welton." Jane wonders what Vincent just said but realizes it's not the time to think about it. He needs to find a way out quickly. As Jane is about to leave, he senses divinity behind him. Vincent's body rises and Genie's, now within him, calls Jane an amusing human. Shall we go another round? Genie's asks, you are such an adorable slave of Pyro. Genie's, one of the 12 gods, the god of war and peace, is known as a psychopath who destroys everything under the pretense of achieving peace. Long ago, he served as the nemesis who fought a fierce battle against Diablo. Jane instinctively recognizes him, even though his appearance is different, and wonders why he would descend so suddenly and what he might be planning. Genie's remarks, as expected of your discerning eye, Vincent's body is quite a fine vessel. It seems useful for a human. He then asks Jane, would you consider serving me? I could even offer you the position of a saint. Jane draws his sword and responds, I would rather die than serve you. He then uses the light arise technique through his sword. Genie, seeing the divine notes, comments it looks similar, but it's a different power from true divinity. He blocks the attack, scornfully saying it's arrogant for a mere human to mimic a god. As the atmosphere settles, Genie notices James has disappeared and wonders, where did he go? James suddenly appears behind him and uses extreme slash, but Genie dodges it and says a mere human should not look down upon a god. He then uses traverse space against James, destroying the ground and shattering it completely. James fully reappears in armor and comments, you couldn't traverse space without a warning. He adds that without the black suit, his bones would have been shattered. Genie then uses the divine domain, the omnipotent power of the gods, the highest level spatial movement technique permitted only to the 12 gods, allowing them to move freely without any sign. Jane asks, is this the omnipotence even Ra abandoned? Genie asks, did Pyro say that? Jane replies by asking, are you venting your frustration after being cast aside by your master? Frustrated, Genie grabs Jane by the neck, slamming him into the wall. He tells him, watch your tongue. He warns, even though I am not in my full state, I can still tear you apart. Humans can never surpass gods. James smiles and says, it seems Genie is under some delusion. Behind Genie's, Jane forms the GI Transformational Ultimate Cannon. Genie notices it behind him and wonders, what is that? Jane explains, it is a product of advanced magical engineering. Humanity continues to strive for progress. He adds that the developer said its efficiency would double in 5 years. Over time, its flaws would be corrected and its strengths enhanced, leading to advancement, unlike Genie's who remain stagnant. Jane then asks, do you still believe humans cannot surpass the gods? Genie thinks the weapon looks dangerous and replies, you should retreat to the sanctuary first. Jane, seeing this, says, since you seem unaware, I'll show you. Watch closely. Genie wonders aloud, are you planning to die along with me? Jane answers firmly, humans have no limits. He then uses the cannon, causing massive destruction. Jane quickly escapes, thinking if I had been just a little slower, it would have been a disaster. He reflects that there was still damage even after returning the impact to the reverse world. Still, he managed to deal some damage. Genie appears and says, now I understand. I must draw on the power of my true form and kill Jane here, even if it comes at a cost. Jane thinks that if Genie defies casualty now, his true form will surely suffer. Genie says, as payment, I will show you something worth seeing. He then equips a sword and adds, I will etch this deep into your soul. James is stunned upon seeing the sword. It is the softest sword of Domes, a hero who once stood against the 12 gods alongside Diablo. Clenching his teeth, James asks, how do you possess it? Genie asked, do you recognize the sword? He then reveals it belonged to the swordsman you killed long ago. He adds, the body I currently inhabit is the reincarnation of that swordsman. James is shocked upon hearing this and recalls the conversation he had with Vincent in his final moments. Genie then wields the sword and says, it is time to die, using Diam's severance sword secret technique. James stands still as a gentle breeze flows around him. He then says, I will definitely kill you. At that moment, an energy surrounds James and a voice speaks, telling him not to reveal his true identity yet and assuring him that it will take care of the situation. As massive amounts of energy spread throughout the area, Genie's demands to know who the intruder is. Entry without my permission should be impossible, it states. This is the moment I've been waiting for. He appears and introduces himself as Traka, the demon king of retribution. I have come to avenge my long-lost master, Diablo. Meanwhile, in Jiren Castle, Krian stands frustrated. He thinks it is another failure. With his remaining willpower, he reflects that he can't keep going like this. Handling 3 opponents at once is too much. They are ambushing from all directions, driving him insane. He notes that there are 3 archmages, though they are not focused on him directly. Unwillingly, he decides to use a method he had avoided so far, setting the Chimera Knights into a berserk frenzy to disrupt the enemy's coordination. He then activates his battle sanctuary tech. Kalba deploys it. While killing the Chimeras, she thinks that ever since the unknown light descended, the Chimera Holy Knights have been rampaging as if they received a revelation. She notes that it would be great if divine powers could work effectively, but they don't seem to have any impact without an edge. Adding to her frustration, she cannot spot Sir Beryl anywhere. She decides that she needs to clean up the area quickly and regroup with him. At that moment, Cryan appears behind her. Your divine powers are extremely infuriating, he says. Kala turns around and questions, what are you talking about? You might have used your divine powers even once so far. Without another word, Cryan severs Kala's head. I finally feel relieved, he mutters. He then remarks, perhaps I should have tortured you a bit more before killing you, but brushes it off, stating Barl and Count Welton are still left. Meanwhile, Genie wonders, is Traka truly a servant of Diablo? He senses Diablo's darkness within the Demon King, but he is confused. Believing Diablo should still be sealed in the primordial darkness, with all remnants of his power wiped out long ago, a servant has appeared. He questions how a Demon King managed to infiltrate the dimension he created, one that even a Demon King should not be able to enter. Trader responds, there's no need to explain anything to someone who's about to die. Genies asks, do you really believe a mere Demon King can defeat me? Tra scoffs, reminding him, you never even managed to defeat your master. Frustrated, Genie charges forward. Tra tells Jane, I will handle it. Their swords clash, sending powerful strikes that shake the surrounding space. Jane watches, amazed by the immense power of the battle. Tra declares, in Genie's current state, he is no match for me. As Tra causes massive destruction, Genie furiously accuses him, not only have you trespassed in my domain, but you've also interfered with my grand plan. He uses the sanctification technique to spread his divine energy. Shouting that he will kill him, Jane, concerned, calls out to Tra. Tra urges him to stay back. I will protect my master at all costs, Tra says, forming a protective circle with his sword. He asks Jane to stay hidden. Jane stands there, feeling weak and helpless. He wonders, why am I still so powerless? Genie tells him, just give up. Jane realizes that, even with dark magic, he likely wouldn't have stood a chance. Tra admits that because he defied casualty, he can't access his true power. Still drowning in regret, Jane laments being protected by a subordinate. This is disgraceful, he thinks. He pulls out the red coin given to him by the Marquess and remembers their conversation. Thinking of his father and Beryl, he realizes that everyone is risking their lives to fulfill their roles. He must do the same. Jane equips his sword, declaring, I cannot back down now. He vows to kill Genies and return with everyone. Jane then shouts at Genies, declaring, my opponent is you. Genie calls him a piece of trash and reminds him not to look down on a god. Jane uses the Welton-style single-slash sword technique, combining it with the light and heaven and earth creation techniques. He then leaps toward Genie, declaring his intent to kill him. Genie senses the danger and recognizes the divine power again. He realizes that with his incomplete body, he cannot endure much longer. Even drawing power from his main body has its limits now. As much as it frustrates him, he decides he must retreat to the temple for the time being. He says, I will withdraw this time, but next time, I will rip Jane to shreds. With that, he disappears. Jane remarks, I didn't expect Genie to tuck his tail and run. Tra then asks, are you all right, Jamie? Jane replies, I'm fine, but more importantly, I wonder why the infinite battlefield hasn't been deactivated. Even after Genie's disappearance, Jane tries to destroy the place using physical attacks, but soon realizes that physical methods won't work. He wonders how he ended up trapped in the Genie's space and knows he must find a way to escape quickly. There's a way out, Tra tells him. We can go with the Demon Realm. The Demon Realm is a world created by countless demon kings, all standing in opposition to the Celestial Realm, where the 12 gods dwell. However, Tra warns, the transition to the Demon Realm generates immense pressure. At your current state, it would be difficult to survive it. Jane acknowledges this, realizing that although his spirit has reached the 9th class and his body is that of a swordmaster, crossing dimensions without preparation is another matter entirely. If I can't withstand the pressure leaking from the dimensional rift, he thinks my body will explode instantly. Still, he knows he has no other choice. Get ready, Jane tells Tra. Tra agrees and reveals a dimensional stone, a special mana stone that enables dimensional travel. Jane asks, did you use this to enter the infinite battlefield? Tra confirms, saying, I will explain more once we reach the Demon Realm. With that, Tra opens a teleportation circle and tells Jane to stay safe. Jane begins the jump, saying, see you in the Demon Realm. As he travels through the rift, he feels immense pressure and thinks to himself, I must hold on. This isn't the place to falter. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Jiren, Cryan searches for Barl, murmuring, before facing Count Welton, I need to handle Barl. Just then, Argino leaps toward him, calling him a monster and shouting, this time, I won't let you escape. Cryan swiftly retreats, dodging Argino's attack. He thinks, once again, Argino is ahead of me. And now, he says he won't miss? Absurd. Argino speaks firmly. I've experienced this strange sense of déjà vu multiple times. Everything feels oddly familiar. At first, he assumed it was just an illusion, but the vividness of the memories told a different story. After reflecting deeply, he mutters, it wasn't a dream. I've defeated Kan many times before. Cryan, surprised, asks how Argino felt about that. Argino replies, I don't know, and I'm not obligated to answer. He then activates his casualty reversal technique, and his illusion moves forward. Argino, observing the power, senses an invisible force approaching, much like James' authority. Recognizing it, he slashes through the illusion. Cryan is shocked. You cut through the casualty reversal? The failed casualty reversal rebounds directly onto the caster. Cryan collapses to the ground. Argino states, Dimensional Slash has the power to cut through even multiple dimensions, so there's no way it can't cut through something like casualty reversal that manipulates time. He thinks to himself, now I can't even use Final Return. Stay calm as long as Cryan doesn't notice that. Cryan then shouts, it's all pointless. He tells Argino, struggle all you want, that sword can't kill me. Argino wonders, is that true? Even if the casualty reversal's attack is cut? If Resurrection activates upon Cryan's death, it can't be stopped. But if his assumption is correct, it hasn't fully activated yet. He prepares his attack using a technique inspired by his father's ultimate move, the Final Slash. As Argino begins the attack, Cryan sees it and realizes he must dodge. Argino uses the Final Slash of Chaos. With that, Cryan finds himself in an unfamiliar place and wonders, what is this sense of dissonance? Argino answers, it is chaos, a space of void. In this chaos, where space and time do not exist, Cryan's precious casualty reversal will not work. Cryan thinks to himself, Argino has risen to that level. He recalls Noah's words, even with all your power, you were stopped by a mere 9-year-old boy. How disappointed his father must have been. Noah urges him, succeed this time, redeem your past failure. Determined, Cryan thinks, even my own child and everyone else are getting in my way. But even if I died, I will sever Argino's neck myself. Then he leaps toward Argino. Argino considers this place chaos, where dimensions overlap and unstable realities constantly collide, making it a ticking time bomb. He says it must end here and slashes at Cryan's face, injuring him. As they both engage in a fierce battle of slashing, the chaos begins to shatter. Cryan rushes toward Argino, shouting, stop struggling and just die already. Argino notes that chaos will soon explode, but it does not matter. This is the only way to kill Cryan. He recalls his father's words, crossing dimensions without any preparation is a completely different matter. Then Cryan, seeing Argino's expression, wonders, why can you make that face? How can you remain so calm in the face of death? Argino throws a final strike at Cryan, thinking to his father, this face cannot hold on much longer. He wonders if I had been just a little stronger, would there have been another choice? Then the chaos shatters as death draws near. Argino's entire life flashes before his eyes like a lantern. The first memory that surfaces is from the day before he ever held a sword. That night, he lay awake with sleepless eyes. The following day, when he finally grips his sword, a deep resonance stirs within his heart. Through rain and snow, day and night, he trains relentlessly, devoting himself entirely to the sword. Eventually, when he reaches the level of sword expert, he feels for the first time a true sense of reward. Witnessing this growth, Cherbil recognizes that the time has come to pass on the family leadership. Though the succession comes slightly earlier than in other families, Argino swears to protect the Welton family with his life. When he visits the Bell family mansion seeking advice, Argino encounters the woman who changes his life. For the first time, he falls in love at first sight and proposes to her with all his heart. They marry and the empty half of Argino's heart is filled. When Jane, the fruit of their love, is born, it feels as though he owns the entire world. He feels immense gratitude to live as a father to such a child. Later, when their second child, Sarah, is born, Argino's universe becomes complete. As the children grow and gradually drift away from his arms, he occasionally feels a touch of sadness, yet he is prouder of them than anyone. More than anything, he wishes to remain a reliable husband and father forever. As he nears collapse from within, Argino silently apologizes to Sears, feeling he will no longer be able to keep his promise. At that moment, the voice of Marquess rings out, urging him not to die just yet and asking for forgiveness for what he is about to do. With that, Marquess pushes Argino out of the timeless chaos and closes him in a protective shield, embracing him. Just moments earlier, on the Jurin wall, Marquest had used the chain lightning technique to destroy the chimeras crossing the separation wall. He thinks that the gate has been defended to some extent, but if the enemy comes with overwhelming force, there will still be no time to rest. Fortunately, Simon and others continue to fight fiercely, but their mana will eventually run out. He wonders about the reinforcements from the Pyro Church and hopes Count Welton hasn't exhausted too much of their strength. Then, sensing Argino's energy, Marquest is surprised. He realizes that if anyone is caught in an explosion of that magnitude, their lives will be at risk. Understanding that Argino plans to sacrifice himself, the Marquest decides to act. He casts an 8th class positional manipulation spell, capable of swapping the coordinates of 2 targets. He determines to stop Argino, replacing himself in the chaos and taking the damage instead. Back in the present, Argino, now holding the wounded Marquest, shouts at him to wake up, asking, "Why would you do such a thing?" Barl arrives, asking, "What just happened? What caused the massive explosion?" Argino explains, "It was all my doing. I intended to trap Creon in a timeless void of chaos and go down with him, but the Marquest had swapped places and taken the explosion instead." Barl asks, "Is there a way to treat Marquest?" Argino replies that he doesn't know. Chaos has deeply taken root in Marquest's body, and once that happens, it rarely leaves. When asked why he had to use such an extreme method, Argino explains that Creon possessed the power to reverse time. Perhaps due to his lineage and control over space-time, Argino had sensed faintly when that power would activate. He believed sealing him in chaos was the only way to stop his resurrection. Now, because of a man like him, Marquest reached this state. Argino mutters. He stops himself, stating that this is not the time to be overtaken by emotion. Looking upward, he reminds himself that the war is still ongoing. If we lose composure, the cost will be even greater. As long as we remain standing, we cannot stop. He then asks Barl to take care of Marquest. Barl asks, "Do you really plan to keep fighting in your current state? Let me go instead." At that moment, the apostle of the goddess Pyro, Ricky, bearing the law of judgment, arrives on the battlefield. Simon wonders if reinforcements from the Pyro Church have finally come. Rashaon, the holy executive of the Pyro Church, was seen on horseback, giving orders to his troops to follow him and slay the monsters of the genie's church. Ricky called out to the others. "You truly held out well," he said. "From this point on, you can leave everything to us." After that, the Pyro Church's knights swept through the battlefield. Ricky once again delivered judgment, eradicating all the Chimera paladins. The seemingly endless war finally came to an end, and it felt as though everyone had survived. Meanwhile, the wounded were transferred to a temporary ward operated by the Pyro Church. The healing abilities of the church's high priest proved astonishing, yet whether Marx Lin could recover remained uncertain. Through this war, the Pyro Church and the Northern Alliance had dealt a significant blow to the forces of the Genie Church. They managed to acquire spoils such as Cran's holy sword, Durandal, but the price they paid for victory was enormous. Outside the Jurin Gate in Albia, Barl asks Ricky, "Are we going to kill him?" Ricky, holding the flask in which Cryan is captured, replies, "There's no need to worry. Cryan has already lost all of his power." He continues, "6 years ago, I was also abducted by the Genie's Church. Fortunately, I avoided becoming a Chimera, but I witnessed all their vile deeds. I never imagined those horrific experiments had continued." He pauses, then adds, "I won't allow Cran on an easy death. The punishment awaiting him will be far worse." Barl silently thinks, somehow, Ricky's image overlaps with James. Ricky then asks, "Is it true that the Genie suddenly disappeared?" Barl confirms, saying the Genie's church seems to have taken him into an isolated space. Ricky responds, "In that case, we'll need to search for traces of dimensional movement." Meanwhile, inside the Genie's church headquarters altar, Noah looks at Vincent's body and remarks, "There's nothing intact. What happened on the infinite battlefield?" He says Vincent must not die yet, as there are still things he must do. Suddenly, he senses a strong energy. Recognizing it, he asks, "Has Genie's arrived?" Genie's confirms his arrival, stating the spiral of the battlefield is functioning well. Noah reminds him, "I asked you to refrain from coming. If the other gods find out, it could be disastrous." Genie's reassures him, "It's fine. A spiral of the battlefield erases the presence of gods, making my descent to the mortal realm undetectable." Noah then asks, "What happened on the battlefield? How did Vincent's body end up in such a state?" Genie's explains, the Demon King descended, coming to avenge his lost lord, Diablo Volpir. Shocked, Noah questions, a servant of Diablo Volpir is still around. Genie speculates, the servant might have been waiting for you to leave the celestial realm and weaken. Noah asks, "Is Jane involved?" Genie's admits, while they seem like strangers, Jane Welton was suspicious. He knew about Diane's sword, which is impossible for a modern human. Moreover, Jane acted like he knew him personally. No, that inquires about Sir Cran's fate. Hines tells him that Cran ended up as the Spiral's will and was captured by Pyro's apostle. He reveals he had to lie to Cran, seeing him as a disposable card, best used and thrown away. No reflects that the Spiral of the battlefield never predicted victory, suggesting the defeat was part of a greater plan, though it still feels like a loss with significant forces gone, including Cryan. Genies reassures him not to worry, saying everything was done for the future. He then says he will head out, as he needs to figure out Jane Welton's true identity. Noah wonders if Vincent died as the price for wielding a god's power. Realizing that things have become complicated, he reflects that the infinite battlefield was something his father created to reduce the burden of causality, an artifact meant for single use, allowing descent into Vincent's body. Even his father cannot return, and once he leaves, he then thinks of Jane Welton, who is likely alone with the Demon King on the endless battlefield, wondering what Jane might be doing now. Meanwhile, in the demon realm inside Traka's fortress, James senses that something is wrong and asks what's happening. At that moment, the vampire-like Demon King Dracula appears and says to Traka, "You're late." He adds, "While you were gone for a month, this land has already come under my control." Annoyed, Traka draws his sword and says, "You've overstepped, Dracula. This ends here." As the two Demon Kings begin to clash, James shouts to Traka, trying to stop him. "This isn't the time for fighting. We need to return now." Later, James opens his eyes and finds himself lying on a bed. He wonders, where am I? He recalls that just moments ago, he used a shadow technique to stop the two from continuing your fight. Dracula, visibly upset, turns toward James and accuses him, "You involved someone inexperienced in our conflict." James struggles to withstand the demonic energy and begins to lose consciousness. Trias steps in to protect him. "I'm sorry," Trias says. "Leave this place to me." James passes out and remembers nothing further. Later, he sees a demon chimera nearby. He wonders aloud, "I wonder if the chimera knows how to speak the human language." James calls out, "Hurry up and guide me to Tra." The chimera responds, "I expected you to have a close relationship with the Demon King, but I didn't think it would seem so casual." James interrupts him, "Cut it out. Just lead the way." James finds Tra fishing with a flashy rod. "What are you doing?" James asks, surprised to see him fishing so leisurely. "That's a flashy fishing rod," James adds, questioning it. Tra replies, "It's made of adamantium." James is shocked. "You're using such a precious metal for a fishing rod?" Tra explains, even for a hobby, good equipment is needed to feel at ease. Tra then orders the chimera return to the fortress. James wonders to himself, what kind of life is Tra living in the demon world? James asked about the pale man from before. Tra explains it was a vampire invasion, something that happens often due to the shared borders of our territories. Such invasions occur whenever either side sees an opportunity. He adds, however, this time the damage is more severe because I had been away for a long time. James apologizes, blaming himself. "Don't say that," Tra tells him. "If it's for you, I don't care even if my entire territory disappears." Tra then points out, "You probably need to return urgently." James agrees and asks, "How much time has passed?" 3 days in the demon world, Tra explains, but only 3 minutes in the human world. James then understands why the vampire Demon King said Traka had been away for a month. Tra offers, "I can make the preparations if you want to return right away." James accepts and leaves it to him. Tra uses a dimensional stone to form a teleportation circle. "Take care of yourself," Tra says again as James steps through the portal. James enters the circle, thanks Traka, and says, "I'll see you again next time." Then Ricky tries to connect with James through telepathy. James recognizes that it is Ricky and asks, "How do you know where I am?" Ricky explains, "I use the black mana left in my body to track you. It's a secret, known to no one else, because I was resurrected as an undead through your necromancy." He continues, "I thought I could find you using this power, but sending telepathy to another dimension is difficult. Just now, the gates started to open, allowing me to connect." Ricky informs him, "I'm currently in front of Jaren Castle." James asks, "What's the situation? What about my father?" Ricky replies, "The war is over, and the Count is safe." James sighs in relief, but Ricky adds, "The Marx's condition isn't good. He sacrificed himself to save the Count." James is surprised to hear this and recalls all of his past failures. He wonders, can I keep fighting this way? Is it worth risking everything forever? Clenching his fist, James states that he needs to become much stronger than he is now. James then tells Ricky, "Time flows much slower in the demon world than in the human world. I will stay a trainer to grow stronger before returning with overwhelming power, fueled by the endless pursuit of strength in the demon world." He believes he will have no choice but to grow. He asks Ricky, "Please deliver this message properly to my father." Ricky asks, "When will you return?" James replies, "It will be in 1 day." With that, the teleportation circle disappears. Ricky wonders to himself, did he just say tomorrow? Jay returns to the demon realm, and Tra asks, "Do you plan to train here?" James confirms, saying, "Yes, I will try to do everything I can." Relying on Tra for help, Tra assures him, "Leave it to me. I'll do my best to assist you." James resolves, "One day in the human world equals 4 years in the demon world. Within 4 years, I will become strong enough to defeat genies." In the demon realm, Barrows, the demon king of vengeance, asked his chimera, "Where is the human?" The chimera replied, "The human is currently with the demon king." The chimera then added, "I've heard you had a fight with that human before. James, was it?" Barrows nodded, recalling the event. It was the price of overconfidence. 5 years ago, I entered the magic realm under Traka's orders, but I lost to Jane because of my own carelessness. I had underestimated him, thinking he was nothing more than a worm, but Jane turned out to be surprisingly strong. Barrows' voice darkened. "I must repay the humiliation of that day." The chimera hesitated before speaking, "But since the Demon King values Jane, you can't attack recklessly." Barrows' eyes narrowed. "What do you suggest?" The chimera thought for a moment before responding, "Challenge him to a ranking battle. Use it as a justification to kill him." "A ranking battle?" Barrows mused. "A decisive duel where rank is at stake. It usually ends when one side dies." The chimera nodded. "Exactly. If it's a ranking battle, the Demon King won't be able to refuse." Barrows smirked. "Then it's settled. This time, I will not lose. He will tear James apart and kill him." Some little demons gather, causing a commotion. Tra arrives with James and asks, "What is the commotion about? Why have they gathered?" The demons respond, "Count Barrows wants to have a ranking battle with James." James then asks, "Who is Barrows?" Tra explains, "He is the half-dragon, half-demon that you once fought directly in the Middle Realm." James recalls, "Barrows, the same opponent from back then." He then challenges him to a ranking battle. James realizes he had acted too casually with Traka in front of the demons. Although Tra is technically his subordinate, he is still a demon king who rules over the surrounding region. James understands that he must now display an unyielding attitude to maintain authority over the demons. He speaks to Traka through telepathy, treat me casually only in private. Tra acknowledges it. James then slightly bows and formally asks, "Tra, may I request your permission for a ranking battle with Count Barrows? Although I am not a demon, it would be better to have a clear ranking while staying in the demon world." Tra asks, "Are you serious?" He warns him Barrows is strong, ranking 6th in the Vengeance Legion. He tells James through telepathy, Barrows isn't far behind powerful figures like Mark Gallon and Markiad, ranked 4th and 5th. Even if you've grown stronger than 5 years ago, this is no small challenge. James replies, "It's fine. The stronger the opponent, the better." He believes nothing strengthens a person more than a life or death battle. Barrows, sitting at the top, declares, "The battle is decided." He says, "My body is already itching for it." He thanks James for accepting the challenge. James responds, "I should be the one thanking you, Barrows, for handing over your rank." Barrows mocks him, saying James' meat doesn't need a rank. James taunts back, "If that's the case, Barrows, you should just hand the rank over right now." Barrows threatens, "I'll cut your throat outside." James casually retorts, "Why not do it here?" Barrows asked, his voice filled with a mix of defiance and challenge. James reflected on the situation. How reckless Barrows is, he thought. I'm surprised he initiated a ranking battle. Meanwhile, Tra considered the matter. James technically had no rank, so even if he lost, only his pride would be at stake. Barrows, on the other hand, risked losing all this status and rights. Even if Barrows won, the only thing he would gain was revenge for his earlier humiliation. His push for the battle seemed to show confidence in his victory. Tra believed that Barrows had a better chance of winning. However, he admitted that James had not yet revealed the full extent of his dark magic. The outcome, he thought, would depend on how much of it James had recovered. "I will allow the ranking battle," Tra finally declared, his voice steady, "but no killing." Barrows frowned. "Why the restriction?" he asked. "Both of you are valuable assets to the Legion," Tra replied. "We can't afford to lose either of you." Barrows opened his mouth to object, but Tra's tone grew firmer. "Do you challenge my decision?" he asked, eyes narrowing. Barrows bowed. "No, I comply," he said, his voice laced with grudging respect. Tra nodded, satisfied. "I will prepare the location. Return to your quarters and wait until you are summoned." He then turns to the crowd and orders, "Everyone disperse." Meanwhile, in his room, Barrows slams his fist into the wall. He vents, "A ranking battle is meant to be a life or death duel, where the victor takes everything from the opponent." He pauses, fuming. "Yet now, I'm told not to kill the human. What makes James so special that he's being cherished this way?" Despite Barrow having killed more enemies than anyone else, he can't accept that some random outsider has gained the Demon King's favor. The Chimera remarks, "This is disappointing." Barrow, already agitated, yells, "Get lost before I rip you apart. I'm not in the mood." The Chimera advises, "Calm down." Barrow snaps, "Do I look calm right now?" The Chimera suggests, "Although killing might be off limits, there are other ways to resolve your humiliation. The Demon King only prohibited death. Anything else might still be fair game. It's all a matter of wordplay." It pauses, then adds, "Though there's a risk the Demon King could execute you for overstepping." Barrow dismisses it, saying he'll pretend he didn't hear that. As the Chimera exits, it mutters to itself, "I have planted the seed of confusion, and now I anticipate an entertaining show." The next day, as the battlefield settles, Jane notices several demons standing beside Traka. He wonders if those are high-ranking demons, sensing the difference in their presence just by looking at them. Tra then makes an announcement. He explains a ranking battle with someone not originally from the demon realm is unprecedented, but it is taking place because Jane Welton accepted Burroughs' challenge. He reminds everyone killing is forbidden in this battle, and I will personally determine the winner and loser based on my judgment. He asks, does either participant have objections? Burroughs bows and replies, "I have none." Jane also states, "I have no objection." Jay then asks, "When will the battle begin?" Tra declares, "It starts now." Jane is momentarily surprised. Burroughs tells him ranking battles are a major festival in the realm. If the fight isn't thrilling enough, the nobles watching might get upset and cause trouble for him. Burroughs leaps up and urges James to give it everything he has. James smiles and replies, "You sure like to talk." As he dons his full armor, he declares, "Burroughs, stop talking and come at me." Tra gives the signal to begin the match. Burroughs charges at James, who blocks the attack with his sword. James strains to hold back the power in Burroughs' strike and realizes that even with the added strength from the black suit, it still isn't enough to match the force of someone with dragon-like strength. James jumps back, thinking that if he's outmatched in raw power, close combat should be avoided. Burroughs dashes after him and says, "I won't let you get away," launching another blow. James counters by slicing through the attack with his sword. Burroughs follows up with another strike and challenges, "Try blocking this." James replies sarcastically, "That line should have been mine," then mutters, "Too bad we're not allowed to go all out." As Burroughs extends his hand, threatening to take James' arm instead, James severs it. Burroughs is taken aback, shocked that James has managed to pierce dragon skin with his sword. Among the spectators, the dragons begin cheering for James. James notes to himself that Burroughs is on a completely different level from the last time they fought. Burroughs retaliates with a punch, stating, "Regenerating damage like this is easy." He then grabs James by the neck and warns, "Don't attempt anything reckless." James mocks Burroughs, saying, "It looks like you've inherited demon blood and specialized in super regeneration. I miscalculated." He then declares, "From this point on, I'm going to become annoying." James activates the Gate of Reversal and summons all his undead and subordinates. As the undead approach Burroughs, Traka observes that after James summons the Gate of Reversal, the tide of the battle completely shifts in James' favor. Recalling his own past as an undead dark knight under the Gate of Reversal, Traka watches the battlefield closely. Tra knows its traits better than anyone. Burroughs slices for the undead, calling them infuriating. Tra notes that as long as James' sword retains mana, the wraiths of the Gate of Reversal will never vanish. Since the undead do not fear for their lives, they can attack relentlessly. Among them, 4 particularly coordinated figures stand out, but Ankut instructs them to press the attack. When the lead Death Knight gives the command, the 3 male-looking figures execute a combined technique. The resulting gap in Burroughs' defense becomes real. James takes advantage of it, slicing Burroughs' body and causing him to growl in pain. Traeger realizes James has recovered far more black mana than he expected and is clearly different from when he used white magic. Mark Lillian of the Vengeance Legion comments on James' strength, impressed that he has pushed Burroughs this far. Vengeance Legion Duke Katos warns that it's too early to admire him since Burroughs has not yet transformed into his true demon dragon form. Lillian asks Traeger who he expects to win, but Tra only replies that she will soon see. He reflects that even though Jane is far stronger than he was 5 years ago, the outcome remains uncertain. As a massive undead army approaches, Burroughs complains that whenever he tries to face Jane, the undead interfere. He unleashes a blood breath, shouting, "Leave me alone," and wipes them out. He realizes that a war of attrition puts him at a disadvantage and his stamina may run out before the fight is decided. He then notices Jane has vanished and starts looking for him. Jane, watching from above, sees the situation clearly. Burroughs notes that the dead soldiers are blocking his energy and that holding back from killing them is more difficult than simply massacring them. Jane then attacks, knocking Burroughs to the ground and telling him, "Give up." Burroughs retorts, "It won't end like this." Onlookers begin whispering that Burroughs has lost to a human again, accusing him of being all talk. Barrows, enraged, refuses to accept defeat and declares, I will now transform into a demon dragon. He acknowledges that he may lose his sanity to demonic energy and might accidentally kill Jane, risking execution by the Demon King, but he cannot afford to lose. Fully transformed into a demonic dragon, Barrows towers over the battlefield. Jane notes that Barrows has finally revealed his true form, and it is truly massive. He orders his subordinates return to the Gate of Reversal now that we have drawn out Barrows' full strength. They obey and leave. Jane, fully resolved, announces, I will give my all now. He calls out to Blackie, who awakens. Jane, fully determined, prepares to end the battle in a single strike. He invokes a holy magic technique, a light born from the peak of black mana. This power, resembling divinity, holds a natural affinity against demonic energy. Jane wonders to himself if Barrows, now transformed into a demon dragon, has completely lost all sense of reason. He notes that Barrows' physical durability has also likely increased to a terrifying degree. Ordinary attacks will not be enough. Will no longer be effective against that hardened skin. Realizing this, Jane activates a sword-style secret technique, combining it with precise movements of a clone to intercept a close-range spell. He channels all of his dark mana and converts it into holy light, then unleashes an ultimate slash. At the same moment, Barrows breathes out his own devastating energy attack. The two powerful forces collide, resulting in a massive explosion. Onlookers are left stunned. Some question what that blinding light was. One murmurs. Others complain they can't see anything through the thick smoke. Another adds. As the smoke gradually clears, James steps forward and remarks, the battlefield is finally becoming visible again. His eyes fall on the towering figure of Barrows, now frozen like a statue. It was still a good fight, James says calmly. Don't you agree? At that moment, the demon dragon begins to shatter. The crowd watches in shock as Barrows collapses, defeated. Jane Welton is announced as the winner. James sits in his room and remarks, I have one, but it was a close call. He notes, while I may look fine, all my muscles are torn. There is a knock at the door. James says, come in. Tra enters and asks, are you all right? Jane replies, I've recovered somewhat. He pauses before asking, what are you planning to do about Barrows? Tra explains, the situation is unprecedented. Nothing has been decided yet. He continues, a strong power like Barrows' doesn't simply disappear, but under Demon Realm law, losing his rank means Barrows will become a low-class citizen. Jay responds, if nothing has been decided, we should leave it to me. He suggests we can make a deal with Barrows in exchange for returning his rank. I will need the rank anyway, he adds, since I'll be leaving in 4 years. When Tra asks, what kind of deal? Jane proposes something like using Barrows as a training combat puppet. Tra replies, if that is your will, I'll follow it. Jane expresses his gratitude. Thank you, Tra. Tra then tells him that he must be tired and should rest. With that, he leaves. James thinks about Blackie and apologizes for putting him through so much that day. He sighs and then says he should get some rest too. Meanwhile, Barrows sits in his room, murmuring to himself, in the end, I lost to Jane. He took my rank and my status. He wonders, what will happen to me now? The Chimera enters, a sarcastic tone in his voice. What's the former count doing with such a gloomy face? When Barrows calls him by name, the Chimera strikes him with a rope. Don't speak my name so carelessly, he scolds. By law, you're no longer a high-ranking demon. Barrows grabs the rope and threatens, I'll tear you apart. The Chimera smirks, how? Under Demon Realm law, you can't touch me. He laughs, mocking it was truly a spectacle watching you kneel before a human. Barrows, fuming, asks, why are you doing this? The Chimera's voice darkens. The former rank 6 Malaban you kill was my lover, Barrows. Frustrated, James questions whether all this is over such petty revenge. The Chimera says, as expected, Barrows has no remorse, and with another strike declares, I will make him kneel and back down from now on. A week later, Tra asks Jane how he is feeling. Jane replies, I'm fine and I've recovered a lot. Jane then asks, how is Barrows doing? Tra suggests you should see for yourself. In the Demon Realm slums, Barrows sits in poor condition. Seeing him, Jane thinks it seems like many demons hold a grudge against him. Jane then asks, have you reflected on your actions? Barrows shouts, dare to show your face here? Tra stops Barrows and Barrows bows upon seeing him, asking, why have you come? Jane remarks, Barrows, who had been so insolent toward me, is now in this state. Tra asks, how was the past week? Barrows replies, it was like living in hell. Tra points out, it's all a result of your own actions. Barrows pleads with Traka, admitting his mistakes and asking for another chance. Traka responds, things are no longer under my control. However, he adds, James said he's willing to give you another chance. If you truly want it, try to talk things through properly. Overhearing this, James says to Barrows, "I heard that, and I think we should discuss how you'll be treated moving forward." Before starting, James adds with a teasing tone, but let's begin with a little warm-up. After a brief sparring session that leaves Barrows subdued, James says, "Now, let's talk about the contract." Barrows, confused, asks, "What contract? What are you planning?" James explains, "It's simple. While I remain in the demon realm, you'll assist me." Barrows asks, "And what will you do in return?" James replies, "I'll restore your status, but in exchange, you must swear eternal loyalty to me." Barrows thinks to himself, that means the contract will remain binding even after James returns to the middle world. The idea of being bound to a human forever unsettles him deeply. James then prepares to leave. Telling him to forget it if he doesn't like the terms, Barrows stops him and says, "It's not that. I already belong to the Lord of Vengeance." James replies, "Don't worry, I can take care of that." Barrows thinks to himself, if I don't accept the contract, I'll be stuck at the bottom living in misery forever. But if I accept it, I can regain my former status, though I must live as a human servant. Both choices feel like a dilemma. Ultimately, Barrows decides to choose the lesser evil, rather than being humiliated by those worse than worms. He concludes it is better to serve a strong human. He then agrees to the contract. James smiles. "You've made a good choice," he says, beginning the soul-binding ritual. As James performs the magic, Barrows feels his rank returning. James looks at him and declares, "It is done. You are now the 6th-ranked high-ranking demon of Vengeance Castle, and you've returned as a demon realm count of the Vengeance Legion." Barrows bows deeply, swearing his loyalty. James' voice is firm as he adds, "Now, pay back the humiliation you suffered during the week." Meanwhile, Chimera stands before a picture of his lover and says, "I have finally avenged myself against Barrows." He reflects on how he kept failing before, but now he has given Barrows a fate worse than death. "I never thought I would have to rely on a human's hand in the demon realm," he admits, "but without that human, I would never have achieved my revenge." No matter what, he thinks he can finally face his lover again. If Barrows' life could bring her back, I would rip him apart right now. Barrows then interrupts, "Try if you can." Chimera notices Barrows sitting above and remarks, "It's been a while." Chimera leaps toward him, threatening, "How dare you show up?" Barrows grabs him by the neck. Chimera wonders aloud, how is it possible for Barrows, who lost his rights, to attack me under demon realm laws? Barrows replies, "If you truly want revenge for your lover, stop playing games and challenge me head-on, with honor." He declares, "If it's a ranking duel, I'll accept it anytime," as he throws Chimera aside. He questions whether Chimera has the courage for it. Everyone wondered when Barrows returned. James then speaks, commenting on Barrows' generous act. Barrows asks, "Have you been watching?" James replies, "I had to check whether you're carrying out your revenge properly." James then says, "I have a favor to ask." Later in the library, Barrows asks James, "Why did you come here? Do you want me to teach you history?" James confirms, "Yes, I need to know the history of the demon realm." To adapt to the demon realm, he adds, "I need to understand its history." Barrows quickly responds, "History is not really my field." James, annoyed, says, "If you keep showing how much you don't want to do this, I'll smash you over the head." Barrows clarifies, "I'm just really bad at history." James explains, "I'm not asking for all of demon history. I just need to know the current structure, the power dynamics, and when and why the timeline got distorted." He instructs Barrows, "Focus only on that for now." Barrows agrees and begins explaining the best place to start is the event that caused the timeline distortion, the so-called Akroba incident, a great war. Barrows explains that the Akroba incident refers to the event in which a massive dimensional stone falls onto the Akroba plains of the demon realm. During this event, a great war among the demon kings breaks out in an attempt to obtain the fallen stone. However, he notes that in the end, no one succeeds in acquiring it. One day, the dimensional stone is suddenly pulled deep underground and fuses with the demon realm's core. From that moment on, the timeline of the demon realm begins to behave abnormally. Barrows continues that the multidimensional investigators are the first to notice the changes. Initially, there was just a few seconds of discrepancy, but over time, the gap continued to widen. Faced with this unprecedented situation, the 5 great demon kings convene to seek a solution. Despite their powers rivaling that of the 12 gods, they find no way to interfere with the dimension's core. In the end, they are forced to give up. The timeline continues to stretch uncontrollably. Leading to the present state, Barrows adds that several anomalies are said to have occurred, which further accelerate the timeline's distortion. James asks, "What kind of anomalies occurred?" Barrows responds, "The details have not been clearly identified, but the last anomaly is known to have happened relatively recently." When James asks, "When did the first anomaly occur in human world time?" Barrows replies, "An investigator would need to be consulted for that information. What is certain, though, is that the timeline will continue to expand unless a powerful being capable of interfering with the dimension's core appears. Jane then decides to go meet the investigator in the demon realm. The multidimensional investigator Hanos asked Barrows, "What brings you here?" Barrows responds, "Someone wants to meet you." James steps forward, greets Hanos, and introduces himself. Hanos turns to Barrows and asks, "How did you end up arriving with a human?" Barrows explains Jane is favored by His Majesty and tells Hanos, "Show some respect." Upon hearing this, Hanos bows apologizes and then asks Jane, "What business do you have with me?" Jane replies, "Skip the greetings. Let's get straight to the point. When did the Acroma incident occur in human world time?" Hanos is surprised. "I've never seen a human show interest in a major demon realm event before." He then checks and says, "According to the middle world, the human world, the Acroba incident took place 15 years and 84 days ago." Jane is stunned by the answer. He thinks to himself, 15 years and 84 days ago. That's the exact day I was born into the Welton family. Reflecting on it, Jane adds to his thoughts, being born on the same day the dimensional stone fell can hardly be called a coincidence. Noticing James' reaction, Hanos asks, "What's wrong?" Jane then inquires, Barrows mentioned that the time axis had shifted a few times due to unusual phenomena. When did those shifts occur in human world time? Hanos responds, "The shifts happened 5 years ago and 2 months ago." Jane is surprised and begins to wonder what changes he has experienced during these times. He recalls that 5 years ago, he went through many hardships. 2 months ago, he broke through his restraints and started working again. He starts connecting the dots, thinking about what both events might have in common. Hanos asks again, "Is something wrong, or have you figured something out?" Jane replies, "I was mistaken." When Hanos asks if he has any more questions, Jane begins to leave. "No," he says, "and thank you for the answers." Barrows then asks Jane, "Have you discovered something?" Jane replies, "We'll talk once we return." Meanwhile, in his chamber, Traco wonders where Jane and Barrows are now that he has received word they've returned to the castle. Just then, Jane abruptly opens the door and calls, "Tre, I have something important to tell you," he adds. Barrows, witnessing this, is shocked and questions, "Is Jane crazy? Being favored by the Demon King doesn't justify calling his name so casually. And if His Majesty decides to kill him, he won't interfere." Tra, however, responds respectfully, addressing Jane as his liege, which leaves Barrows even more stunned. He asks, "How can a human who just casually called your name be called your liege in return?" Tra is about to answer when James stops him. "Since Barrows is now my loyal servant for eternity," James says, "there's no need to keep secrets." James then reveals, "Tra is a dark knight I created in my previous life." Barrows appears even more disturbed by the revelation. Tra confirms the truth of James' claim. Barrows then asks, "Does that mean both of you share the same darkness?" James responds, "I'll explain everything in detail later, but for now, I want to focus on something more important." Afterward, Tra summarizes what Jane has said. "Are you implying that you're influencing the demon realm's time axis?" Jane clarifies, "I'm not completely certain. It's only a hypothesis." He explains the Acroba incident took place the year he was born and that every time his power weakened, the demon realm's time seemed to accelerate. He recounts that 5 years ago, he weakened a power known as monstrance. The first king, Gar, who had been hiding in the omniscience crown within the magic world, had gained tremendous power from one of Diablo's fragments long ago. However, James defeated Gar and reclaimed the fragment. The fragment was then absorbed by Blackie, leading to the creation of monstrance, a form of black mana. He continues, saying that around 2 months ago, he evolved monstrance with Blackie's help, who had been dormant within him. James also recalls something Yagminander said. "Monstrance is very similar to the divinity used by the 12 gods." Traeger responds, "Despite all of this, I cannot be sure based on just these observations." At that moment, Cardos suddenly appears and interrupts, confirming that it is true. Barrows is startled and asks, "Cardos, did you enter without His Majesty's permission?" Cardos ignores the formality and declares, "The demon realm's time axis has indeed been affected by Jame, the Diablo and Gaia's contractor, the demon king of wrath. Satan, one of the 5 great demon kings of the demon realm, asks Dracula, has the land of the demon king tribe been taken from him?" Dracula replies, "I have failed." Satan questions the failure, his voice sharp. "How could you fail? It's been a month since Tra abandoned his land and went to another dimension. How was failure possible?" Dracula shouts, "Cardos was present. He's already reached the level of a demon king." Satan rejects this excuse. "That's no reason for failure." Dracula thinks, as expected of one of the 5 great demon kings, Satan is on another level. Though both of us are demon kings, the power difference is clear. To survive in the demon realm and keep his title, Dracula had no choice but to become Wrath's subordinate. Sensing the threat to his life, Dracula tries to redirect Satan's fury. But I have interesting news, he says quickly. Treya brought a human to the demon realm. Satan urges him to elaborate. Meanwhile, Jane asks Cardos, are you truly Gaia's contractor? Is your strong will to destroy the 12 gods what is called Gaia? He recalls that Gaia, the god of creation, is currently in a deep sleep, but is the one who created the world called Blessed. He also remembers the ancient god Osiris, whom he met in Garmin, mentioning something similar. Jane then urges Cardos to explain further. How do you know the name Diablo? He asks. Cardos replies, now is not the time to explain that. He warns, the demon king of Wrath is after you. Tra asks, is Wrath really coming here? Cardos confirms, calling Tra by his name. Yes, he says. Meanwhile, Burroughs, frustrated with Cardos, launches an attack. Has Cardos gone crazy? He demands. Cardos blocks the attack and throws Burroughs into a pillar. Tra tells Cardos, you keep crossing the line, then questions, have you really gone mad? He echoes Burroughs' words. Cardos responds, Traka, you're prepared to face a great darkness. Tra expresses surprise. The demon king of Wrath is suddenly arriving without me sensing it. Cardos explains, my clone confirmed it. This body is also a clone. I exist all over the demon realm. Tra asks whether Cardos has been hiding his identity all this time. Cardos answers, the reason I became Traka's subordinate was to approach Diablo. Jake then asks, who are you really? Cardos reveals, I am an informant created by Gaia to convey the history of Bless. My name is Akashic. Jane asks, why is the demon king of Wrath after you? Cardos responds, Wrath is a personified word. I cannot read it. Tra announces, I will go ahead. Preparation is necessary if what Cardos says is true. Barrows adds, I will join you. Jane, turning to Cardos, confirms, so you are indeed an informant created by Gaia. Upon receiving confirmation, James states, it's best we head to the battlefield for now. But before that, I need to confirm something. He recalls that Osiris once told him he was not a complete reincarnator. Now he asks, does that mean I am a fake? Tra instructs Lillian, summon all the Legion commanders. The demon king of Wrath is about to invade. When she asks why Wrath is targeting them, Tra admits he doesn't know internally. He reflects on Cardos' words, that Wrath is moving because of his lord. Though unsure of the truth, he resolves that, regardless of the reason, they must protect Jane. Meanwhile, Jane asks Cardos, are you truly the information entity created by Gaia? If so, then you must know whether I'm real or just fake. Cardos responds, it's not something I can answer simply. Jade insists, I need to hear it right away. If I'm not the reincarnation of Diablo, then what exactly am I? Cardos tells him, you were born from Diablo ver's necessity. Jane concludes, so I really am not the real one. Cardos cautions, don't be so quick to conclude. You may be incomplete, but you have inherited most of Diablo's memories. Little by little, the lost memories are returning. Jane interrupts, I don't need meaningless consolation. Feeling empty, he admits, the truth hurts. I'm not Diablo's reincarnation. But his goal remains the same. Even if his memories were implanted, his determination to kill the 12 gods is real. Cardos addresses him as Diablo. Jane shouts, I am no longer Diablo. From now on, I will live as Jane Welton. He then suggests, let's go help Treya. Cardos refuses. Leave the world to Tra. There's somewhere you need to go with me. With that, Cardos teleports Jane and himself. Cardos brings Jane to the demon realm's core. He points to a stone. It's a fragment of the dimensional stone from the shadow world. Cardos explains. Jane asks, how did it end up in the demon realm? Cardos replies, it is the foundation of the contract, the power most similar to the primordial darkness. It is a trace of causality capable of handling your existence. Forgotten memories, stranded glory, a desire for death, obsession with vengeance, a chaotic world, a chance to set things right. Suddenly, a great wave appears. Cardos points his staff at Jane and says, the time has come. Everything he is curious about, even everything he has lost, will be found there. Jane, falling into delusion, wonders what is happening. In the deep darkness, familiar faces begin to appear. Those who once fought alongside Diablo Volpir and Era when all humans had divine powers, only to lose hope and side with the 12 gods. With the first world reset, humanity lost its divine powers. In the second reset, they lost their lifespan. In the third, they lost freedom. In the fourth, they lost dignity. In the fifth, they lost variables. By the sixth world, humanity had nothing left to lose and willingly became slaves to the gods. Witnessing it all, Jane realizes the gods stripped humanity piece by piece, turning them into slaves. Gritting his teeth, he swears to bring those arrogant beings down. Then a voice addresses him as contractor and asks if he had seen the truth about the world. James asks, "Is it Gaia?" She confirms. She then asks, "Are you ready to fulfill the contract?" James reflects that he will invest half of his soul in the future. Born from the will of Diablo Volpir and Gaia, he is Jane Welton. Though not the complete reincarnation of Diablo, he is the last bastion of humanity Diablo left behind. He will carry on his will. He tells her to do it. "I will free her descendants," he adds. Gaia warns if we fail, neither of us will be able to turn back. Jane replies, "I don't care. This time, I will definitely bring down the 12 gods." Gaia then declares, "It is time." Jane is the last guardian, the savior of humanity, the adversary of the 12 gods. Through trials, he shall be reborn as a flawless being.